Leading Edge 8.1. A carriage passed us, the wheels cutting through the golden leaves that had collected at the street's edge. The man atop the carriage looked down at us and tipped his hat, smiling. Weird. I watched as the carriage continued down the long, well-maintained road. The properties on either side were well spaced out, each one less than a proper manor, but more than a mere home. Walls both short and tall surrounded each. Stitched-in servants' uniforms were busy raking up leaves and pruning some peculiar trees with charcoal black bark and autumn yellow foliage. I wondered if the grass was a similar type of affectation, because it wasn't green, but a color comparable to wheat. Peaceful, idyllic, every scene an image from a painting, juxtaposed by the contents of the carriage, a large cage with a dozen people and one monster crammed within. A young child gripped the bars with both hands, staring back at me as the beaked monster peered over her shoulder. She let go of the bar, reaching out in my direction. I lifted my hand, as if to take her hand, but she was already 10 feet away, the gap growing. I'd pulled ahead of the others, so I turned and started walking backward, looking at the lambs. Our contingent of lambs were dressed up. It wasn't a huge change for Jamie, who wore a shirt with a straight, stiff-necked collar, a jacket, and slacks, but Gordon had really come into his own with the finer clothes, dressing up in very much the same, but without the jacket. His shirt was tucked in, and a stylized belt buckle drew the eye. Even Hubris was groomed, his short coat brushed until there wasn't a stray hair. Lillian, though, had gone the extra mile, with a new dress, navy blue and pleated with a folded collar and a coat stylized after the doctor's lab coats, new, fashionable, and nice enough that it could be worn in high society. She had a daub of makeup on her lips and the ends of her hair were curled outward and up. It wasn't her. She was prettier than I'd ever seen her, unless I counted some mental images of her in a nightgown, lit in just the right way by the light from the window, but I found myself itching to mess up her hair or clothes. I didn't want to see her upset, but surprised would be nice. Smiling would be better. I wasn't sure how to reconcile the feeling or how to make it happen. What? She asked. Nothing, I said. You had a look in your eye. Lies, I said. You did, Gordon said. Can confirm, Jamie said. Perfect recall. In prior moments when you've had that look, you've been up to mischief. Okay, okay. I said. I turned around, taking exaggerated steps to the left and then the right, before letting myself crash into Lillian's shoulder. Minor mischief. Lillian looked at me out of the corner of one eye, wary and getting warier by the second. You look nice, I said. You said as much, just 10 minutes ago, when you saw me come through the door, Lillian said. Are you saying it again because you want to distract me from what you were really saying or thinking? So paranoid. I admonished her. Is that a yes? It's a partial yes. The two ideas are linked. I watched her turn her eyes forward, picking her way through the possibilities. No blush, but I could see the change in her expression as she connected the dots. Be good, she said, suppressing a smile. Never, I said, reaching down to take her hand. I squeezed. I'm serious, she said. She didn't pull her hand away. This is really important to me. If you play around or mess up here, then I'm going to be really upset. I swung our hands back and forth. I know you want to, SY. I know how your brain works, as much as anyone can. These people are as important as people can be, without having the power to cancel the Lambs project or call in favors to end us. They are probably the most important and powerful people you can get away with practicing your own Sylvester brand of villainy on, without repercussion. I started swinging with more and more vigor. Now it sounds like you are trying to convince me to do something. No. Lillian said, her voice suddenly sharp. She pulled her hand away from mine, letting mine flop to my side, while stabbing a fingernail at my throat. It had been artificially grown or else glued on. Lillian didn't normally have longer nails. Sharp. No joking. No turning around 30 minutes from now and saying I convinced you to do it, no nonsense at all, SY. The more serious and stern she got with me, the more I wanted to do something. Seeing her all prettied up just made me want to tease her more. I could kiss her and make her melt, and smudge that makeup that made her look less like our Lillian and more like someone else's Lillian. It was a nice mental image. Yes ma'am, I said. I smiled, but it might have looked more like a smirk. Jamie turned to Gordon, pointing at his own eye, mischievous glimmer, right. I saw it, Gordon said, expression flat. Lillian took that as excuse to stab my jugular with her fingernail again. Be good, SY. I want this. One day, I'm going to have to choose what I do with everything I'm studying. Professor Ebot wants to attend the nobles and have the most power a non-noble can have. I asked for this job, we didn't have to do it, you agreed to do this for me, they did too, but you agreed. I'm entirely on your side, I said. I don't trust you for a hot bloody second, SY, not when it comes to unfamiliar territory like this. If I'm ever going to be a black-coated professor, I need friends, contacts, patrons. I need to make friends, and I need to look like I know what I'm doing. Please. Please, 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 I'm begging you, don't muck this up. Please. We could have him wait outside, Gordon suggested. Lillian snapped her head around to look at Gordon, and I could tell that she was actually pleased at the notion. I don't want to wait outside. It's a possibility, Lillian said, not acknowledging me. I miss the old days. When I had backup, I said, staring out off to one side, at the houses and the trees. Jamie would have been backing Lillian, Gordon said. He looked at Jamie. Sorry. It's all right, Jamie said. If it matters, I don't think we should leave anyone outside. People like this, they're liable to worry about subterfuge. Not being able to watch or keep track of every member of a group of visitors. I think it would put them in a warrior mindset. Did he actually just back me up? That's a good point, Gordon said. Where did you pick that up? A book series I've been reading. Intrigue in Noble Courts. Not like ours. Hey, Gordon said. I'll be good, I said, with emphasis. I wish I had something on you, Lillian said. Something you wanted that I could take away, some weakness I could exploit, but you don't leave any good openings. It's so one-sided. How do I punish you if you ruin this for me? I won't. You can beat him up, or wrestle him into submission and make him cry uncle and admit he smells like butt, or whatever you want him to say, Gordon said. I'm pretty sure you could beat him in a fight. He still can't seem to grasp the basics. First of all, not necessary, because I won't do anything to deserve a beating, but she tried that this one night this past summer, I said. I teased her too much and she. We're not talking about that, Lillian said, louder than was necessary. Tried. Not talking about it. I dropped the subject. Silent treatment, then, Gordon said. Won't work, I thought with confidence, as I saw Lillian glance at me, working through the idea in her head. She'll crack before I do. And I can make her break the silence. I'll do it too, Gordon said, silent treatment. Solidarity. Hey, I said. It's like he read my mind and deftly countered my preliminary strategy. Me too, Jamie said. If it's deserved. Hey. We can pass on word to the others, too, just in case SY got the bright idea of joining with the others the next time the teams got shuffled around, Gordon said. Mary would play along. She would, Lillian said. Helen too, if we bribed her. Yep, Lillian said. Ashton, well, if SY really wants conversation, I don't think Ashton would really suffice. You boys are the best, Lillian said. She put her hands on Gordon's upper arm, then rose up on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek. He had to bend down a fair bit to even allow it. Lillian quickly skipped around to Jamie. She didn't have to bend down or even raise up on tiptoes too much to do it. She beamed a smile as she looked at me. I'll be good, I said. You better, she warned. The rest of the way to our destination, she walked between Gordon and Jamie. The properties to our right had given way to a downward slope and a view of a slice of beach and a lake filled with docks and fancy boats. The cart that had passed us earlier was now parked by the water, the door open, occupants and monster gone. The houses to our left grew greater and grander the closer we got to the water. The modifications to each home changed, too. Where the smaller houses were riddled with signs of the cheaper means of building, trees growing into and through them, the bigger houses were more carefully done, the growth and alterations set in the gardens and into the walls. The stone walls had branches and vines creeping through them, covered in bright red berries and thin yellow leaves, crowned with greater clusters of golden yellow foliage at the tops. More conventional, old-fashioned houses in more alien settings. Those leaves would be security measures, I knew. Poisonous to the touch, or covered in tiny fibers that would cause pants-crapping levels of agony for days on end. The house at the road's end was the capstone. A true manor, larger than any of the rest. The walls to the left and right of it encased rows of the black-barked, yellow-leafed trees, and the gardens were weird and wiry, more black wood and autumnal colors. The house itself was a sprawl, the wood done dark, the highlights and shingles pale enough they stood out. Stitched waited at the gates. I tugged my shirt into position and straightened my collar as they began opening the gates, lifting and dragging them back and away. Lillian appeared next to me. She looked at me. Please, SY. Your lead, Lil. Don't call me Lil. If they start calling me Lil because you did, I can't correct them, and if this somehow works and I get an opportunity, I'll have to live with that for a really long time. I know you'd get the biggest kick out of that, but... I raised my hands, putting them over her mouth, cupping them so I didn't smudge her lipstick. Lillian, I said. She huffed, then nodded. I let the hands drop. I'm all agitated now. I turned to face the gate. People were coming down the long path. I wondered if it was more polite to meet them halfway. Under my breath, I said, your own fault you're agitated. No it isn't, Lillian said. She was facing squarely ahead as well, talking out of the corner of her mouth. 2 years of experience have led up to this, SY. Gordon, Jamie, do I look all right? I'm not all ruffled, or red in the cheeks. Or... You look fine, Gordon said. Jamie nodded. You look like a proper professor in the making, I said. Don't, she said, focused on the approaching husband and wife pair. She didn't look at me. Please don't raise me up just to make a bigger crash when you trip me up and I fall. Any other time. Said the frog to the scorpion, who was asking for a ride across the water, Gordon said. You too. Don't make me nervous, she said. Don't. She let her voice drop off as the pair drew close. I whispered, like I said. Your lead. You get to take point. Lillian gave me the smallest nod. Husband and wife. He was a middle-aged gentleman with obviously altered features, cut a little too sharp. His face was clean-shaven, his blonde hair waxed to the point that it looked artificial through and through, as if it were finely carved of wood. He wore a jacket with tails and thin slacks, and held a bone cane, more for style than out of any need for one. She was a woman who'd had more work done on her body than most. I might have taken her for his daughter, but she was wearing the open front blouse that was so common to yesteryear's high courts. The cut of the dress bared the space between breasts, and the resulting picture was decorated with low-hanging jewelry and framed with ruffles and lace. It would have been the style for Lillian's mother when the woman was Lillian's age or a few years older, if Lillian's mother was born to a good family. That dress told me a lot. It suggested she was 40, for one, her apparent age cut in half by good care by good doctors. It wasn't unfashionable, but it took courage or reasons to wear it when she could have an easier time following modern fashion trends. The risque styles of dress had been a reaction or signal of support to the crown around the time the infighting between crown and church had started. It was very possible that she or her entire family had a deeper stake in that particular fight, remembered even today. She also had a tick, one finger moving rhythmically where she thought we couldn't see, one hand in the other arm sleeve of her. If I remembered right, it was a problem common to people who had had certain augmentations placed within their forearms. A precursor to the same sort of thing that let Frey hide needles in her fingertips. No, even from the way they held themselves, and the ease and care with which they moved, it was clear they were augmented from head to toe. Grafts, physical alterations, drugs, changes to their biological construction at the ground level, and more. They weren't nobles, but by golly, they wanted to be. The so-called lambs, the man asked. Yes sir, Lillian said. I heard stories, I inquired, and what I was told led me to expect monsters dressed up like children. I was skeptical. Now I'm not sure whether to be disappointed or impressed. Are you the monsters I heard descriptions of, with particularly good craftsmanship? I bit my tongue rather than make a clever reference to Helen. 3 sprung to mind. We're very good at what we do, sir, Lillian said. Without knowing the stories, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you. He looked us over. Very well. This is my wife, Mrs. Adelaide Gage. I am Everard Gage. I am grateful to you for coming. We're happy to render any assistance we can, Lillian said. I would request that the dog stay outside, the man said. I'm sorry, sir, but hubris stays with me, Gordon said, voice firm. He's a member of this team and a resource. May I suggest that I leave and take a walk down by the water? I can wait for the meeting to conclude, without bringing him inside or leaving him behind. The man studied Gordon, looked again at the dog, then shook his head. No, both you and him can come in. Follow us, please. We followed the pair as they took the path to the front door. I continued to bite my tongue. Gordon is willing to suggest having me wait outside, but the dog, oh, no, the dog is a member of this team. Heavy double doors of black wood opened with Everard and Adelaide's approach, though there were no eyes watching through nearby windows, and the doors themselves lacked openings. I glanced to one side as we passed through. The man in a servant's uniform wasn't stitched, but something else, lacking eyes, ears and hair. The man on the opposite side was a close match. In here, Everard said, this sitting room gets more light at this time of day. Not that there's much to enjoy these days. All overcast grey. Lillian started to open her mouth, then stopped before voicing anything. I stuck my elbow forward into one side to push it into her back. Lillian spoke, if you don't mind my saying so, sir, it's much better than it is in Radham. The rain never stops there. I'd forgotten about that, Adelaide said, speaking for the first time. Even her voice has been altered to be younger and prettier. I've been, but it's easy to forget it's so incessant. Yes, madam, Lillian said, more enthusiastic now that a basic rapport had been established. I would have slapped my hand across my face if I didn't think it would get me in trouble with Lillian and the silent treatment from the rest of the lambs. Lillian continued, it's so rare that I can go outdoors without an umbrella or a raincoat that I feel strange without one. The woman offered Lillian a tight smile, chin drawn slightly in, and replied with a simple, quite so. Lillian glanced briefly at me. She hadn't missed just how quickly the mood had shifted. Would you have a seat? Everard asked. He indicated the chairs and love seat of the little sitting room. We sat. I sat beside Lillian in the love seat. Tea will be along shortly. We called for it as you arrived at the gate. Thank you, sir, Gordon said. He'd settled in a chair, and handed his hand over the armrest, scratching Huber's head. He looked like a young aristocrat, entirely at home in this environment. Lillian had lost her voice, it seemed, if Gordon was stepping up. I guessed she didn't know what she'd done wrong and she dreaded doing it again. Mrs. Gage, ma'am, I said, Mr. Gage, sir. Can I ask what happened? We wrote about it all in the letter to your, who was it? Mr. Hale, Adelaide said. The man in charge of our project, yes sir, yes ma'am, Lillian said. She'd picked up on my hint. That letter should have had the necessary details, Everard said. Are you so forgetful? Right on the attack. Defensive. I gestured discreetly with my hand at my knee, watching the eyes of the pair to make sure they weren't noticing. At most they might take it to be distracted movements of the hand. Paper. Watch. Hidden. Word. Paper. Strategy. Sir, letters get intercepted, particularly those from people of your status, Lillian said. I could hear the tremor in her voice partway through the sentence. Not something someone unfamiliar with her would have caught, but a sign that she was anxious. It wouldn't be unusual to keep details out of the paper that you wouldn't want your enemies to catch wind of. But if we're going to help, then we'll need all of the details. The work we do is dangerous, and a seemingly innocuous detail could get us killed. Good, I gestured. You. Everard and Adelaide exchanged a glance. You're right, Everard admitted. Well said. I'll be blunt, and admit our second daughter is missing. She's run away from home, and she's done so in the worst way possible. A gang of hooligans, Adelaide said. In Lug. An hour's ride away, Jamie said. Lug is a blight. A harbour for rebels against the crown and illegal trade. I can see why it concerns you, sir, her being affiliated with such things. Yes, Everard said. A blight, I quite like that. We've hired help to go find her and drag her home, but it's a hostile place. The crown comes and stamps at them now and again, but the rats crawl into hiding, and they come out of hiding shortly after the crown leaves. If they send people to stay and try to defend the city, they find resistance and sabotage every step of the way. We would send more people to recover her, but that would make this less discreet. We wanted quality. You're too kind, sir, Lillian said. I think you'll be satisfied. Not how I would have worded the first half. Would have dropped the I think from the second. Adelaide spoke, she's altered herself. Threw in with artists and dock workers who tattoo themselves and go to back alley hacks that alter their bodies. She's lost leave of her senses, and now her outside shows it. Horns, altered eyes, tattoos, and who knows what else. All easily remedied, thankfully, but if it's linked to us. She fanned herself with one hand. Her husband reached out to take her other hand. You'll find her, he said. Without drawing attention. Yes, sir, Lillian said. Good, good, Everard said. He paused, then gave Lillian a curious glance. What are you, then? Sir. The lambs are creations, alterations, am I wrong? Oh, yes sir, Lillian said. But not me. Not you. I leaned forward a little, Lillian is purely human. I could see the disappointment cross Everard's face. She remains one of Radham Academy's top students, sir, I said. She's years ahead of her peers, she does errands for Radham's professors, handles aspects of various LAMS projects, and assists us as a field medic and, I don't want to say she's our handler, because we don't need explicit handling, but she's the human element, ensuring we don't diverge into problematic territory, Gordon said, very diplomatically. Everard nodded, looking Lillian over. I wasn't sure Lillian knew what to do with herself, finding herself put on the spot like that. If I may, sir. Jamie spoke up. I'm sorry to change the topic. If you may what? Everard asked. You implied there were details that you didn't include in the letter, sir. You included nearly all of what you said here. Is there more? My memory wasn't so bad that I'd completely forgotten the earlier conversation. I was fairly certain that he hadn't implied any such thing. Implications were the sort of thing I paid close attention to. Did I? The man asked. Then his expression changed as he realized what the rest of us had, that he'd verified that he'd at least thought it. Yes, there is more. Anything and everything you can tell us is helpful, sir, Lillian said. You've heard of these texts that are being shared around. Oh. These hooligans they've befriended, they've got one of them. They've been occupying themselves. Oh, Lillian said. That's problematic, but it would hardly be of concern, but for the harm it does to the crown, and the severity of the charges that would be laid against her if she were caught by the full and proper authorities. Yes sir, Lillian said. And the implications, with the alterations made to her, Everard finished. There was a bit of a pause. This keeps getting better. What alterations, sir? Gordon asked. She's immortal, Adelaide said. Immortal, ma'am? Lillian asked. We don't know the particulars. The doctor who started her on the regimen left for the war and hasn't yet returned, though we've corresponded by mail. Exceptional fellow. He says that the drugs he's given her will extend her lifespan indefinitely, and give her some healing ability. If it doesn't, or if there are problems, she should last long enough for care to advance to the point of being able to fix it. Some experiments have been done that seem to be pointing in that direction, sir, but the level of care required is high, Lillian said. Immortality exists, but it's paradoxically fragile, enough that even many nobles avoid it. Her doctor thinks he's unraveled it, and our daughter was the test subject. We provided the funding. There was and is a massive chance she'll die from complications, but the chance to pioneer something like this, we had to take it. Setting her above the rest. Yes sir, Lillian said, with less enthusiasm than before. It would be a grave disappointment if she were to figure out the particulars of that work and share it out at a lower cost, until it became common, Everard said. We'd hoped for her to be special, Adelaide said. Enough to draw attention. Baron Richmond won't be on this end of the Crown States forever. He's a bachelor, keeping the company of his twin sisters. We need our daughter back in time to get her cleaned up and presentable, and we need it done with discretion. Enough that the Baron doesn't have to hear of it, perhaps. Gordon asked. Everard smiled, we would be grateful. Lillian tried to speak and fail. She did a fair job of hiding her quiet shock. They really want to be nobles, I thought. We excel at discretion, sir, Gordon said, making brief eye contact with me, as if challenging me to disagree. Or maybe he was thinking of the Breckwell beast. Very glad to hear it. We can provide rides from here to Lug and back, should you need it, and anything else you require. Funds, to be sure. Yes sir, Lillian said. Thank you. If it's all right, we'll confer between ourselves and then decide how to move forward. You can do so here, Everard said. Adelaide and I will see what's keeping the tea. And confer among yourselves. The two departed the room, gently shutting the door behind them. I gestured quickly, to let the others know we were probably being listened in on. Lillian looked at me. She seemed a little lost. I wasn't even sure she'd registered what I'd gestured at her. Then she smiled a little, and leaned across the love seat to give me a peck on the cheek. Thank you for the nice things you said, she told me. Always, I murmured. Even if I call you a crybaby, I'll have 100 other nice things to say too. I don't know what to do, she said. You're going to do your job, I said. You're going to do it well. You'll make contacts. But she. I gestured again. Another reminder. She nodded. We'll figure out the particulars on the way, I said. Lillian nodded. Then she leaned over and gave me another peck on the cheek. Her hands found my right hand and held it. I'd opened up the relationship with a kiss to save her and to save myself. To cast doubt on her word when it came to me. I'd let her down, in a way, hurt her in the eyes of people she very much wanted to impress. This, I could do this much. I would give her this in compensation. Bleeding edge 8.2. The wind was strong, and even if it wasn't for the chilly breeze, the water was bound to be cold. The people on the beach weren't going any further than getting their ankles wet, and even the ones who sat on blankets and wore swimsuits seemed to be using towels and blankets for added warmth. I imagined it was fine so long as there was sunlight, but the wind whipped the grey clouds overhead across the sky and the sunlight was intermittent. I saw Lillian shiver, though she was trying not to show it. I shrugged off my jacket, and draped it over her bare legs, where her skirt didn't reach down far enough. Thank you, SY. I nodded, hugging my knees as we sat together on the slope that led down to the beach. Lillian moved a bit closer and rested her head on my shoulder. 5 minutes, I said. She raised up her head. I reached over with my free arm and pulled her head back into position against my shoulder. 5 minutes. Then you should scoot over. I think the Gages are the type that would think less of you if they saw you like this. The twits. We don't want a repeat of the incident in the office. Or the time you slept over, last month, or they. Okay, SY. Okay. SHHH. Don't ruin a nice moment. Jamie looked up at us and smiled, almost smirking. I shoot at him, and he turned forward again. The profile of face and neck, the hair, the work in the notebook, I recognized that person. Then I remembered that it wasn't him, and I felt a pang of loss. My best friend. I missed his talents when things were active and hectic and there was something to be done, and this new Jamie helped bridge the gap. But when things were quiet, I missed him, and the new Jamie hurt rather than help when it came to that. I could see some of the drawing he was doing. Fine lines, wispy, each line assured and careful, more akin to the basic outlining a painter might do in ink before applying watercolor than anything else. A different hand and style than the Jamie I knew. He was drawing the boats, further down, and some of the ships he was drawing had long ago left the harbor. Boats moved this way and that, like one of the puzzles Mr. Hale had given us back in the day, until certain boats could slip through. I thought of the child in the cage we'd seen on our way in. Was she already on her way out, aboard a ship? I didn't like the idea, and I didn't like that acting on it would ruin things for Lil. Unless. Having second thoughts. I asked. Jamie looked up from the drawing. Lillian looked up at me. The runaway. It sounds like she had good reasons for leaving home. Being pushed into marriage with a noble. The Baron, no less, Jamie said. The Duke got started early in terms of military strategy and leadership. The Baron? 64 nobles would have to die before he got his shot at the crown, possibly 65 if the Infante of Crown Hispana gets a younger sibling this year. The Baron is closer to the Gages in social rank than to the Duke. 5 steps below the Duke, 4 steps above the Gages. Few opportunities, few reasons to go out and do things. He's festered, I said, my voice low. Gone stagnant. Cabin fever, but his life is the cabin. Nothing to do with himself but resent that he can't climb higher and turn mean. Jamie gave me a nod of confirmation. I could see Lillian wince. I'm not going to mince words, I said. Could you? Lillian asked. Really, about the mincing words thing. I know the lambs have dilemmas all the time, I know it's hard, and you guys make the calls. In Breckwell I made my voice heard, gave my input when I thought you were crossing a line or acting without all the information. But, why can't this be easy? Can you help me make this easier? She'd lifted her head up from my shoulder, and pulled away a bit. She still looked a little cold. You wanted to be a professor, I said. This isn't the last tough call you're going to have to make. I could lie to you, and take action on my own, and it would take the weight off your shoulders. I could make decisions for you. But I don't think doing any of that would be making you the best Lillian you can be. I'm 15, SY. These are decisions an adult would have a hard time with. 15 is adult. It's been adult for a long time, to a lot of people, I said. 15 or 16 is when people have historically gotten married. It's when kids have finished school and gone to work, if they didn't start sooner. Don't let that school of yours convince yourself that childhood somehow lasts until you're older. I'm not sure I'm ready. Then let this opportunity slip by, I said. I'd say no harm no foul, but it will hurt you. Now, you're not competing against any of your peers, because you are stellar and special. But you'll end up competing against the students who are 18 to 20 now. You're going to find yourself in much the same position Frey was in when she was considered for a professor's position. If those 18-year-olds are making the hard calls now while you're holding back, you'll fall behind. It almost sounds like you're trying to convince me to go ahead with this. Do you think I would? No. Which is why it sounds weird, coming from your lips. I looked back and over in the direction of the Gage's home to make sure they weren't approaching. This would be a bad conversation to have someone over here. I want to help the lambs, Lil. I want to help the people in the experiments who can't speak for themselves, the children, the mice among foxes, even those mice who don't know what that scratching means. I'm on the fence about this too, but it's because, on one hand, I want to help now, even if it's a small thing, helping one person. But on the other hand, I want to help you. Because I hope, that you as a professor will help more people in the long run. Even if that's a journey that starts with this. Capturing someone that's escaped a bad situation in a horrible family, and sending her back. It's your lead, Lil. This is your mission, first and foremost. I don't think we should sabotage the job, but it's up to you, how hard you really want to try. We could get her back to her family, but do it late. It wouldn't reflect so well on the Gages, it wouldn't give you the same opportunities, but it would probably rest easier on all of our consciences. Lillian made a face, scowling at no one thing in particular. It's your call. We back you. Yep, Jamie said, dead sincere. I know I should thank you, but, Lillian trailed off, then sighed. I rubbed her back. Gordon and Hubris were making their way down the dirt path that separated the yellow grass-covered slope from the beach. He had one thing of luggage behind him, a smaller case set on top of it, and a third slung over his shoulder, resting against his back. Hubris was strutting with the handle of one luggage case in his jaws. That dope. He was supposed to be walking the dog, not carrying stuff. I might have gotten up to help, but he'd chosen to take on that particular burden, and I really didn't want to. Gordon's approach made me miss the lambs that weren't present. Jamie foremost among them. I looked at the person sitting further down the hill and felt another twinge of recognition, followed by the stab of loss. Having a bad memory sucked, sometimes. Jamie, I said. Can I have a piece of paper? He opened his book, flipped it over, using a finger to hold his page, and tore out the last page. He had to crawl a couple of feet up the hill and extend his arm, while I had to do much the same, reaching down, before I had the paper. Need a pen? I've got one, thanks. Scheme? Lillian asked. No scheme. I was going to write Mary a letter. We know where she is, right? Yep, Jamie said. She's it. Tell me later. I won't remember between now and when I address this. Just wanted to get in touch, let her know where we're at, what's going on. Make it so she doesn't feel so alone. Because being with Helen and Ashton, who are good company but not the best for actual conversation, and then there's the new guy Watchis Nam. Duncan, Jamie, and Lillian said at the same time. Who doesn't have a doctorly name, it's gotta be a little isolating, I said. It probably is, Lillian said. Unless you don't want me to? If it would be weird, me writing a girl a letter, when we're sort of, you know. You're not writing a girl a letter. You're writing Mary a letter. My best friend. Are you honestly telling me that the clever Sylvester is this clueless when it comes to things like this? The clever Sylvester is new to this sort of thing, I said. He's got some of it figured out, but other parts, he just wants to not screw up too badly. He's doing fine, Lillian said. Mostly. Mostly. I asked. I moved the pen over to the other hand, reached up, and tugged at her hair, where it hung in front of her ear. Lillian swatted at my hand. I saw her turn her head, looking for the Gages, then she leaned in and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. Stop smiling like that, she said, jabbing me with a finger. I'm not, I said, while suppressing a smile. I am going to start this letter with Dear Mary, Lillian is telling lies and abusing me with pokes and prods. Don't. You saying that is going to make her miss us more. True. And we might as well edit it so it's fine if someone gets their hands on it. Like the Gages, who will have to ask to mail it for us. Yeah, Lillian said. Dear Mary. Miss you. That's nice, Lillian said. Jamie nodded. Gordon joined us. He settled down a short distance from Jamie, at the foot of the hill, setting down the bags. Hey Gordon, I said. Hi, Sylvester. How's that heart of yours doing? Pounding? Feeling a twinge. I'm fine. Because exertion like that, especially dumb, mule-head exertion, for no reason at all, can't imagine it's that good for you. I'm fine, sy. No pain. Hubris isn't telling me there's anything he senses that I don't. I looked at the dog. And what happens if he says it isn't, halfway here? Are we supposed to come look for you, or do the Gages find you? Because it reflects badly, you know, and you were being snobby earlier about how we're all in this for Lillian and you had her back when I don't. I'm fine, sy. I'm strong. The luggage has wheels. It's not a problem. I said. Right. Right, he said. The letter, Lillian told me. I reached over, and rubbed her thigh through the fabric of my jacket. Anything you want to add, Gordon? Letter to Mary, I said. Tell her I'll practice. I'll land 36 out of 39, next time she gives me lessons. Knife throwing? Jamie asked. Yeah. Land, I said speaking very slowly. 20 out of 39. 36, Gordon said. Right, 26, I said, as I wrote down 36. Hubris. Kill him, Gordon said. Hubris, panting from pulling the luggage, raised his head to look at me, hackles rising, teeth bared. He got to his feet, and he snarled. Lillian moved a little, just beside me, ready to throw herself out of the way. You're such a faker, Mutt, I said, very casually. The hackles went down, he closed his mouth, then flopped over onto his side. I was nearly done the letter when a ship in the harbor blew its horn. I looked up and out and thought again of the kid in the cage. It made me think of the conversation with Lillian, the cost, the gamble. How many small injustices did I have to let slide, to commit a greater justice? I turned my head to look at Lillian, studying her. She was the one who was going to outlive even me. Not that I was going to live that long. Had to do this right. Build her up, make her strong, keep her happy and healthy. Mary was more fragile in some ways, I was worse for Mary, but the damage done would be so short-term. Lillian would, extenuating circumstances aside, be an enduring presence in the world. She noticed me looking. What? She asked. She flushed a little. This thing, right here. Whatever we're calling this job. You have it in you to do it right. But it's going to be tough. I got the gist of that, Lillian said. She turned to Gordon. We were talking earlier about the moral dilemmas. It's your mission, you make the call, Gordon said. I gestured toward him. See? See? I know, Lillian said. For the next part, I'm going to take lead. Because I think we can find a middle ground, where there is one to be found. I want you to pay attention. Start thinking along these lines. Looking for the less obvious roads. If it's the only thing I can teach you, let me teach you this much. She gave me a somber nod. I finished up the letter, keeping to general topics. The content of the letter didn't matter, it was the fact it was being sent that mattered most, that she was being remembered. We watched the ships for a little longer. Idly, I reached up and tugged her hair again. She licked her lips, glancing back over her shoulder, and jumped a little. I looked. It was the Gages. Everard and Adelaide. The Lambs stood. Everything all right? Everard asked. I didn't get the impression he'd seen me pull Lillian's hair, or that he'd understood what he'd seen. No wry look in his eyes, no puzzlement, nothing in his tone. Yes, sir, Lillian said. We've found a boat. You'll go from this harbor to the one in Lug, sooner than you would if you reached out to your academy. And see to get us going. Yes, sir, Lillian said. I'll show you to the appropriate ship. If it's no trouble, could you tell us about your daughter while you do? Gordon asked. Everard Gage blinked, a little surprised. If we're expected to find her, we should know what we can about her, sir. Age, appearance, name, interests, personality. I see, Everard said. He looked faintly uncomfortable. He gestured for us to walk. The Lambs moved down the hill to the luggage, collecting it, before catching up with the others. I saw Lillian heading over to grab the case with her things, and shoot her off. She could go empty-handed. I gave it to the mutt, instead. He gave me an annoyed look, but took the handle between his teeth. She's a good girl, Adelaide said. Until this, flight of fancy. She's always done well in her lessons, though it took some convincing for some. Which ones, ma'am? I'd have to ask the tutors to remind myself, but there's no time for that, is there? There was an instrument she wasn't fond of. It might have been the violin, Adelaide decided. Then doubt crossed that young woman's face. Or was that dancing? It was the same teacher. The fellow from Era. It might have been the dancing she took issue with, Everard said. She wasn't graceful. Is there something she particularly enjoyed? Gordon tried. In food, drink, treats, entertainment, hobbies? Types of people she spent time with. I saw the look on the parents' faces, as if they were utterly lost in the face of the simplest questions. If we pushed too much further, we risked offending them. They barely knew their own daughter. Would it be better to ask the tutors, then get in touch with us by letter? I asked. Perhaps, Everard said. It wasn't a statement that should have ended the line of questioning, but it did. The others had sensed much of what I had, or had taken my cue, because they weren't pressing any further. Her looks? I asked. Oh, she's a pretty girl, Adelaide said. Blonde, but she always wore her hair in that modern style, all curls, tied against the head. I don't know if she still will, it's so much trouble to upkeep. Not a problem at home. She went on at length about her daughter's physical attributes, the particulars of dress, fashion, style, what looked good on her daughter, Grace. I tuned out much of it. Jamie would remember the key points. The people's ramp up to the docks wasn't so far away from where we'd been sitting. We made our way up, our footing swaying as a wagon cart made its way down. The docks weren't extensive, but they were nearly as crowded as the harbor was with boats. People were moving things from ship to dock. Construction material. Building homes from scratch was expensive and the materials were so often acquired from elsewhere. When you were going that far, why not go a step further and have the best wood, the nicest marble and stone? I looked over the decks of the ships, searching, studying. There. The wagon cart, with a cage built into it. The cage was empty, but the crowd of people matched. Young and old, roughly half of them natives of the Crown States. The other half were mixed, some white, some black, some Asian. There were kids and youths in the group. No chains bound them, but from the way they held themselves, the adults in particular, they might as well have had 7 stone worth of shackles binding them from neck to wrist to ankle. No, the monster that accompanied them was the shackle. If they tried to run, it would get them, sure as anything. There had probably been a hapless example. Or there would be, when one of them worked up the courage to act. Adelaide was still talking. I didn't want to pass up the opportunity. Lillian, I murmured, putting a hand on Lillian's shoulder, leaning close. I spoke in her ear, just loud enough to be heard by others without being understood, keeping in mind that Adelaide or Everard might have had their hearing improved. That thing I was mentioning earlier, we really should. Adelaide had trailed off. She glanced back at us. Is there a problem? She asked. It's minor, ma'am, I said, we would work it out ourselves, but in terms of doing this operation as well as it can be done. Her eyebrows went up, concern, irritation. Clothes, ma'am, I said. I pointed at the people on the ship. They're slaves. Indentured workers, she said, archly. Of course. Whatever you need, let's get it over with, the captain is waiting, Everard said. Just like that, we were onto the deck of the boat with the slaves. If I may. I asked Everard. He gestured at me. I was free to handle this. Captain, I spoke to the man who gave off the impression he was in charge. He certainly seemed like he was working least and worrying the most. Boy, he asked. Then he took note of Everard Gage, and closer look of my clothing. How can I help you? The indentured servants. Can I ask what happened? Non-payment of taxes, he said, indicating the natives. Crime. Those 2 families, a question of debts, purchased by the crown. Working off their sentences and debts to the crown. I asked. Yes, he answered. Even the children. Except for that little criminal, yes, he said. He indicated one boy with pale hair that stood up in every direction. One of the boy's arms was shorter than the other. Even the children, institutionalized and made to work to pay off the family debts. Sins of the father. Where are they bound? Would be Key Isle, Jamie said. Key Isle eventually. But you stop in Lug first. I asked. I saw him hesitate. It was only a guess, but it was an educated one. I wondered if Lug was the type of place that bred freedom fighters who would pay top dollar to free people from the crown and get recruits, or if it was a question of business, offloading assets that ate more food and got more sickly the longer they were on a boat. It would be nice to know, because it would inform how we approached a strange city. I stepped closer to the child that I'd seen in the back of the wagon. A girl, 2 or so years younger than me. Maybe older, but shrunken from malnutrition. I was brusque, checking her clothes, touching her hair. She shrank back and I grabbed her firmly. Stop that. She froze, and looked up at her father, who wore a defeated expression, barely seeming to care about any of this. What's this about? Everard asked. I leaned close to the girl, holding her hair to my nose. While close, I murmured under my breath, say yes. She wore a puzzled expression as I backed away. She started to speak, and I stuck a finger up, pressing it against her mouth. I looked at the captain. How much? To buy, he asked. Debt for that family is 2,000. That one's 5,000, the criminals are working for 5 years at $1 a day, if I remember right. Some for 10 years, that one and that one. I pulled my finger away, pointing at the girl. I asked her, do you know Lug? Have you been? Yes, she said. Good, I said. I turned to Everard. I want to buy them, sir. Pay their debts and take them on. All of the children of the debtors, the child criminal, and the parents as well. It's extra ears on the ground, we can wear their clothes off the boat, so we don't draw too much attention. You don't have the means of disguising yourself already? Everard asked. Yes, of course we do. I grabbed the girl's shirt front, and sniffed it. It smells like the seaside, sir. Sometimes we deal with people who have enhanced senses. Smelling like we belong is critical. It doesn't matter, Everard said. If that's what you need to do, then do it. We'll see about convincing the captain of the boat you are taking. Do you have the wallet? I asked Gordon, gesturing subtly at the same time. No, it's in one of the bags. I'll get it. Everard made a tisk sound, then said, Captain, do you know who I am? Yes, sir, Mr. Gage. I'll pay you the next time you're in this port. You know I'm good for my word. Yes sir, the captain said, trying too hard to avoid smiling. He put his hands on the shoulders of different members of the group I'd pointed out, speaking to his pet monster, murmured orders. Telling it not to act, to let them go. He'd gotten a grotesquely good deal on this, I suspected. You have the means of controlling them. We'll manage, I said. He said, in a very it's your funeral way. 9 people ended up coming, 6 children and 3 adults, 2 men and a woman, roughly half the group black, the other half white. I didn't see Everard's negotiation with the captain, but I did see the captain give the order to move one set of crates off the ship and onto the dock. Making room. I kept quiet and stayed focused, avoiding the puzzled glances of the parents and the children until the ship was underway. Everard Gage and Adelaide Gage stood on the docks, watching us as the crew freed the ship from the dock. There was probably a nautical term for it. Unmoored? You're free, I murmured, to the little girl, gripping the ship railing and staring out over the water. Lillian was standing right beside me, Jamie behind me. After you help us in lug, but you're free. Debt is paid. Why? She asked. I didn't answer. The ship started moving. Before this is done, I said to the little girl, after things settle down and you find a home, you need to learn to fend for yourself, to be clever and be strong. Because whatever your parents did to get into debt that bad, they're going to do it again. I turned my head, meeting her eyes. I saw a resigned look, one that suggested she'd long since accepted that she was doomed to rise and fall as her parents did. The next time, you can't get caught when they do. You have to be able to manage on your own. Because I'm betting that one of the stops between Lug and Key Isle is an academy. There isn't, Jamie said. Okay, I said. Then they keep you at Key Isle until you know just how miserable existence is there, and then they tell you that you can leave, have your debt cleared, if only you accept doing some work for the academy. They'll test something on you, and you'll take that deal. You'll wish you hadn't. She nodded. Go wait with your family below deck. If there's too many of us, the captain is going to get annoyed. She nodded again, then scampered off. I liked her. The ship rose and fell with waves. Huber's claws skittered momentarily on the deck. Was that what happened to you? Lillian asked, quiet. With the debt, working for the academy. Don't know, I said. Wouldn't remember if it was. She nodded. She took my hand. But it could have been what happened, I said. Which is reason enough. Bleeding Edge 8.3. I watched as Lug came into sight. For a city that seemed to have been named as a hybridization of Lug and Dug, the sprawl I saw before me seemed fitting enough. It called the shims of Radham to mind, the poor, menial labor-focused area of the city, but writ large and dashed across rocky seaside. Half of the buildings were blocky and brutish, pure utility and the cheapest means of building put to use stone blocks and the builder's trees, which seemed to have been grown into and through buildings rather than used as the buildings were first put together. Of the other half of the buildings, those that weren't made out to be sloping off to one side by optical illusion and the jaunty slant of rooftops were actively working on falling over, with no optical illusion needed. A thick, dark smoke rose from chimneys, a thin spitting of rain came from the clouds above, and the odd occupant of the city had a lantern out or a flickering light on and casting orange light, despite the fact that it was still early in the afternoon. But the capstone, the element of Lug that made people want to drift close enough to see, should they be on a boat, was the impressive sight of the great super-weapon. Or the ex-super-weapon. It had died at sea and drifted inland, or it had died at the coast and languished there. Either way, it was too big to really dispose of, so it had been left to rot. The armored exterior and the skin had proven too resilient for even vermin and disease to eat it, and much of it had calcified over the last decade or two, the remainder falling away. As new buildings and sections of dock had gone up, they had done so under, over, and around the tendrils and tentacles that flowed from the armored carapace. Here and there, wood had been grown and brickwork laid to reinforce the structure. Professor Ebot's mentor created that thing, Jamie remarked. Really? I asked. The waves were heavy in the bay, and the ship rocked this way and that. We were heading for the dock, and it didn't feel like we were slowing down enough to avoid crashing bodily into it. I tensed a little and gripped the railing. They made the project a recurring one, they keep a pack of those things in the water, but the batches are smaller. At a certain point, with size, you're not getting any more effective, you're just showing off, Jamie said. He smiled. I felt like he was making a joke, and I didn't get it. That annoyed me, quite a lot. Was it a short joke? Because I was shorter than most boys my age? Whatever my exact age was. Sure, I said. Sorry, he said, looking out at the city. "'S all right," I said. Even after months, there were still bound to be growing pains. I could take a short joke if it meant things would fit together better than they had been. He leaned over the railing, resting his chin on the back of his folded hands. I went still. Bad, complicated memories were springing to the fore. I swallowed hard, and I looked away, watching as the distance between the boat and the dock dwindled. The crew of the ship were rushing back and forth, seeing to duties. Lillian was further down the ship's port side, crouched over, her arms around Hubris, talking to the dog while she looked at Lug through the posts of the ship's railing. Gordon was below deck. When he pulled away like that, I knew something was troubling him. He'd be trying to rest so he could be in the best shape possible when we hit land again. Talking to Jamie was a good thing, from a strategic standpoint. I couldn't just stick to Lillian and pester Gordon and call it a day. Leaving Jamie out and off to one side wouldn't breed loyalty or develop the firm bonds, and it would leave me in the dark about him and him in the dark about us when it came to knowing how each of us approached things and thought. It was a good thing, but it was so dang hard sometimes. "You've been quiet on the subject of bringing the runaway girl home," I commented. "I don't have strong feelings one way or the other," he said. "Really?" I asked. He raised his head up, which was a bit of a relief. "Really, really?" I asked him. "No," he said. The chin went back down, and he resumed watching the waves break to individual pieces against the rocky outcropping that was the closest thing to Lugga's beach. Leaning forward like that position of head and hands, talking while he scanned the surroundings with his eyes, bearing a part of himself, even with a singular no, it was too painfully familiar. I was tougher than this. The real Jamie wouldn't want me to be stewing in emotion to the point I couldn't function. "You're not a stitched," I said. "You have a brain of your own. We won't bite your head off if you voice an opinion. I know that." I've read the books, cognitively, I understand things. But not cognitively. Not cognitively, he said, breaking a small smile, not cognitively, I feel like an imposter. You are, I said. I saw him flinch. He straightened, stepping back a little from the railing and from me. It dawned on me that the words had actually flowed from my head and out of my mouth. That wasn't what I meant to say, I told him. He looked away. I could see on his expression that I'd hurt him. This situation was a parallel to that one in more ways than how the tableau was set out. Jamie, I said. I can remember, Jamie said, very slowly, as if he was picking his words out, what Mary said, back when we first met. I overheard your conversation with Frey, Mauer, and Percy. You confessed your manipulation of Mary, and she said, I quote, you're really terrible at being honest. I wasn't sure how to respond. We've been made into such warped, stunted people, haven't we, he asked. Fair is foul and foul is fair. I'm someone that was propped up with memories and knowledge, only to be knocked down and forced to pick up the pieces. You've been twisted around, so that it is the lies you tell that are the most just part of you, and the truths you speak are the most unjust. I finished for him. No, he said. Not unjust or unfair. But you're really unkind when it comes to picking them out. If he'd wanted to strike me across the face, it likely would have hurt less. I didn't really mean to be unkind, I said. I know, he said. Like I said, I've read the books he left behind. I know how you operate. I know who and what you are, in nature and personality. I don't think any less of you, I don't blame you, and I don't harbor any negative feelings. That's not. I forgive you, SY, he said. He reached for my shoulder, and I pulled back, without meaning to. His hand froze where it was. After a long second, he resumed moving his hand. He gave me 2 lame pats on the shoulder. I could remember tackling Jamie, the roughhousing, me getting his head under my arm, him getting my head under his arm more frequently. The jabs, no holds barred. This Jamie stood arm's reach away, withdrawing his hand. I'm going to go down and let Gordon know we've arrived. We might need to wrangle the indentured workers you purchased. I nodded. He turned to leave. I looked back at Lillian, wondering if she'd seen, or maybe to look for eye contact, to see someone's eyes with warmth in them, familiarity, genuinely happy to see me. Her attention was divided between hubris and the imminent contact with the doc. I can't seem to do anything right when it comes to you, I said, to Jamie's back. He stopped. Sorry, I said. He glanced back at me. It's all right, SY. I know that feeling very well. Only my white-knuckle grip on the railing kept me from falling over at the unexpected contact with the doc. When I stood straight again, I saw Lillian recovering from the light crash with Huber's help. She stood straight and flashed a smile at me. There it was. That look. I'd needed that. I held out a hand. She almost skipped a little as she hurried to take it. Once she had it, I pulled her close. She didn't let go of my hand until I tugged mine out of the way, so the hug I gave her was a stilted one. Needed that too, if I could admit that much. What's that for? She asked me. I gave her a quick peck on the lips, then reached up. My fingers mussed up her nicely done up hair as I put my hands around her ears. Then I kissed her again, more meaningfully. I'd expected one of the sailors on the ship to comment or jeer. What a grave disappointment that was. I could have made her blush. I broke the kiss. Or that, she asked. Do I need a reason? I asked, moving my hands so she could hear me. You always have a reason, SY. For everything you do. Hubris pushed his head under Lillian's hand. She gave him a scratch. Lillian's hair was messy now, but she was still dressed nice, one button at her collarbone undone. Her cheeks were flushed, her lipstick ever so slightly smudged, and she looked to be more or less in her element and happy, if only for the moment. I wasn't sure she'd ever looked prettier. A reason? Because you almost make an empty and cold part of me feel full and warm, you make me think it's possible to leave old hurt behind and heal this wound, and that has nothing to do with your abilities as a field medic or doctor in training, I thought to myself. Because you're genuinely nice to look at and be with. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, I told her. Probably not, she said. She shot me a look, serious and accusatory. Then she smiled. She linked her arm with mine. Let's get changed. I was going to say something about needing to remove all of that lipstick, first. I was going to already, SY she said. I reached out, put a finger on her chin, and turned her head my way, so I could kiss her again. Oh, she said. There, right there, that was the bright red flush and the flustered look that was all mine to enjoy provoking. Not that we actually have time, I said. And there it is. The letdown after raising me up. Barely, I said. Cut me some slack. And the mission does come first. Except I'm dreading this one, she said. She looked up as a sailor pushed past us, breaking my hold on Lillian. We had to hurry to get out of the way as others were pressing in, wanting to access the cargo below decks. I made sure to keep our arms linked so we wouldn't be separated again, and the two of us headed back to the corner where the others waited with our luggage. I saw Jamie there. I saw him smile at Lillian and I in greeting. When he'd said he'd forgiven me, he'd meant it. I wasn't sure how to parse that. But if it meant keeping the peace and working towards something better, I could do my best to simply take and accept that kind of understanding from him, where I'd never really accepted it from anyone in the past. I was doing that a fair bit these days, trying to make amends by making changes in ways I wasn't sure I could explain to the people in question. The people of Lug were more heavily modified and tattooed than any group of people I'd seen in the past. I tried to avoid staring as we passed a collection of 6 men with roughly identical builds, each with slabs of muscle, hunched-over posture, and arms as thick around as their legs, which were thicker around than I was. Where the next guy could pick up a given maximum weight, these Brunos could carry 2 of those next guys and the weights besides. I knew the type: manual laborers, taking some cheap and freely available option to alter themselves. Radham had 1 or 2 that popped up now and again, but for there to be 6 gathered together, and then more at the docks and some outside the bar down the street, and an eclectic assortment of other types nearby, it made for very interesting people watching. Strategy, Gordon said. How do we handle this? Is it a kidnapping job? Hunt and stalk? Infiltration? Sabotage? I started. Shut up, SY, Gordon said, without malice. I doubted he'd even been sure I'd been replying, the way he was walking ahead of the group with hubris and some of our recruited help. Lillian's answering this one. Someone woke up grumpy, I said. Gordon, Jamie, Lillian, and I had dressed down for our exploration of Lug. Our clothes weren't bad, but they weren't nice enough to stand out. Lillian wore boots, stockings, a dress, and a sweater with a run in the wool. Gordon, Jamie, and I each had simple slacks and muted colors tucked into our individual boots, simple white shirts, and jackets. Gordon had donned a cap. Lillian said. Thinking about it, I'd rather avoid violence. That's not in the cards unless we put it in the cards, I think. Okay, Gordon said. Disappointing, but okay. Who are you? One of the adults we'd recruited asked. You haven't really explained what's going on. Ugh. I wished we hadn't had to bring them to get the kids. The kids were at least willing to shut up and listen and see if they couldn't figure things out for themselves, instead of looking a gift horse in the mouth. When and if they did ask questions, I was betting they'd accept the answers they got. Not so for the parents. We're looking for someone. If we find them, we get paid, Gordon said. That same pay that let us buy you free of your debt. There's a hint in there, if you listen for it, I said. What are we here for then? The man asked. Sylvester had a plan for you, but he mostly wanted to be a nice guy and free you, Lillian said. Lies, balderdash and fucking bullshit, that last part, I said. We'll probably use you to gather information, Sylvester will walk you through it, Lillian said, sticking her elbow into my ribs. Where you need to go and what you need to listen for, or things you need to say. We'll pay for your food and lodging, and when we're done we'll pay you enough that you can get where you need to be, or at least until you can get by. Humph, the man said. He didn't sound happy, but that was an out-and-out lie. I hadn't missed the change in his body language the moment Lillian had said pay you enough. No violence, then, Gordon said. What else? Lillian said. You've been with us long enough to know how we do things, I said. We need to find the target. Girl with horns, not that that's going to help. I could see 2 different girls with horns nearby, and I'd seen a handful since we'd left the harbor behind. The parents didn't give us a name. They did, Jamie said. You weren't listening. Candida Gage. Oh, that poor girl, I said. Lillian, Jamie, and Gordon nodded. Okay, we need to find Candy. I have some ideas about the information gathering, but I don't know which one is best, Lillian said. What do we want, what are we giving? Giving? Lillian asked. Let's say we put the word out, start asking questions. Someone mentions to another someone that some kids and strangers were asking about what share name. Candida, Jamie supplied. What happens next? I asked. She runs, Lillian said. Leaves the city, maybe, or makes herself harder to find, if she can't. I nodded with approval. Question is, can we bait her in, or can we offer something that would make people want to come to us instead of Candida? Saying her parents were hurt. Lillian asked. Then before I could shut her down, she shook her head. No. No, I agreed. The bond isn't strong, and they've manipulated her enough she's watching for it. Family doesn't work, I said. Don't go and give her the answer, Gordon said. I'm not. You are. You have an answer in mind, and you're picking and choosing and subtly pointing the way to that answer. I clapped a hand over my mouth. I bet you can't keep that up for 2 minutes, Gordon said. I pointed at him and winked. Can't be family. Do we push or do we pull? Lillian asked. Rhetorical question. Thinking out loud. You've been spending far too much time around Sylvester, Gordon said. She's going to run if we push, unless it's the right kind of push, but I'm not clever enough to figure out how to do that. I poked her in the arm, hard, my other hand still in place over my mouth. When she looked at me, I wagged my finger at her. You're cleverer than you think, Lillian, Gordon said. I nodded, in a very exaggerated way. I'm a year or 2 older than most of you and I'm still behind you in terms of my ability to pick things up and put them together, Lillian said. And I'm years behind a real, practiced doctor. I know I have my strengths, but let me be self-depreciating when it's accurate, okay? I poked her shoulder again. She swatted at my hand. We disagree on how accurate it is, Jamie said. Then let me be self-depreciating when I think it's accurate, then, Lillian said. I poked her again. She swatted at me, and I grabbed her hand, my other hand still clasped to my mouth. I held her hand and pressed it to her chest, over her heart. Sai's trying to tell you something. Because he just can't resist, Gordon said. I don't get it, Lillian said. She tried to pull her hand free and I held on. In a quieter voice, she said, and you're touching my chest, sy. That was maybe the fourth most important thing going on here. Maybe the fifth. I let her move my hand away, and extended a finger, pointing at her. I had to work against her to extend a single finger and tap it against her chest. Me, Lillian said. She shook her head. I could see her expression changing. The disappointment in herself. I tapped that finger against her heart again. Sai's going to have an aneurysm, Gordon said. Lillian's smile and half-chuckle was more sympathetic for Gordon than anything. I kicked at his leg. Claude. Jerk. Look at her, read her. Understand what she's doing. She's frustrated and you're rubbing it in her face. Me, Lillian mused. What can I do that nobody else can? I was too busy avoiding Gordon's retaliatory kick to give her further guidance. Lillian continued to voice her thoughts out loud. We know they're working on something using the books. What if we tell them the truth? That I know Academy Science, was a student of the Academy. Gordon and I turned our full attention to her. They might want help or details, if they're working with those books. Or we could tap into that, if we make it clear I'm looking for one of the books too. Through that, we could find them. It's a slim chance, but it's brilliant, I said. Gordon said. He smiled triumphantly. Eat your dog shit, Gordon, I said. Wow, he said. I hope you puke it up and you get that thing where it goes out the nose, too. You amaze me sometimes, sy. I ignored him, because he was in a prickly, surly mood, and pointed at Lillian. Good. She smiled, but it was a faltering smile. You ended up leading me to the answer you wanted in the end. I actually was thinking along the lines that you could trade your services for information, at first, I said. And I did jump to the idea you gave, but I was too busy with Gordon kicking me to actively lead you to it. That's sweet, sy, Lillian said. I don't believe you. I sighed. I turned and looked back at the two families and the one stray child that were all following us, in earshot, but far enough away to almost count as a distinct group. They looked so confused and lost. Where are we staying? I asked. Jamie pointed at a building that loomed above the rest. Where there were many buildings here that ranged from the dilapidated to outright shacks, the building Jamie indicated was one of the sturdier ones. I spoke to the families. Pass on word, ex-academy student is looking for the book. If they ask what book it is the student is looking for, they aren't who we're looking for. If you find them, then you get a role in what follows, with a corresponding increase in pay. We meet at that building at dusk if unsuccessful. If successful, you can lead them to us at that building, or just take note of who they are and where they are, we'll handle the rest. I saw a number of uncertain nods. I had my work cut out for me. Start out by saying you're looking for work. Might be you find something for yourselves, which is great. But mention that you have a friend who has academy training, young and not sure what to do. You can say she's heard about a book or say she's looking for a mentor. More uncertain nods. I suspected I could give them a day's worth of lessons about how to handle this, and they would still have doubts. You'll figure it out, I said. Go in groups, Gordon cut in. Oh yeah. Dangerous town, you'll want to be safe, I said. Pairs, trios, or as a family, Gordon said. Keep an eye out for trouble. We got you out of a bad situation. If you do decide to head off to greener pastures, maybe do us the favor of letting us know what you're doing, so we don't waste time looking for you. Less than committal nods. People were so annoying sometimes. Go, Gordon said. The families scattered, staying to their individual family units. One family was black, the other white, and the youngest criminal, independent of either family, immediately went off and ignored Gordon's instructions to stay in groups and left on his own. We'll stay in groups too, Gordon said. Great, I said. Lillian's with me, he said. I opened my mouth to protest, then closed it. If I put you with her, you're going to be distracted. Scurrilous lies, I said. Or you're going to distract her. Damn straight, I said. Lillian swatted my arm. She was so physical like that. I pitied the man who ended up with her, after I was dead and gone. If I take you with me, I'm not sure that pair will have any forward momentum, he said. Which was a fine way to say that a pairing of Jamie and Lillian were liable to get their asses kicked. But, I thought. I could see the look on his face. There would be no negotiating, no please. I looked at Jamie, my new partner. Right-o, I said, after managing to muster up something resembling enthusiasm. Stay out of trouble, he said. Then to Jamie, he said, watch him. I'll try. Best I can ask for, Gordon said. He whistled for hubris. I watched as he and Lillian walked away. Lillian glanced back at me. I looked at Jamie. It made sense, doing things this way. On a technical level, I knew it was for the best. I was doing a lot of those failed, miserable attempts at convincing myself that things were technically for the best too, these days. Bleeding Edge 8.4. Though it was chilly, without even the sun for light, the man had his shirt off, the straps of his overalls tied around his waist. He had virtually no body fat on his frame, and more muscle in his forearm alone than I had in my entire body. Tattoos covered him, his arms and back an artist's doodle pad of fish-tailed goats, mermaids, and other scantily clad women. I watched as he lifted a crate onto the bed of a cart. The crate was filled with metal, and rattled, the cart's end bobbing as it adjusted to the weight. He was a Bruno. While Bruno was slang for a brute, a guy that was more strong than smart, it also was the term used most often to describe the men and the exceedingly rare women who went to back alley clinics and walked out with more muscle than they had when they started. Sometimes it was drugs, sometimes it was a rewriting of their physical makeup, and sometimes it was grafts, from vat-grown sources or from animals. Most did it because the cost of the procedure was low, compared to the added dollars they could make being manual laborers. It meant a year or two to pay off the medical expenses, then a few decades of living like a king. Relatively speaking, anyway, in a place like Lug. But the drugs meant dependency and tolerance. The rewriting of one's makeup always had other consequences in the long run. Grafts from animals meant possible rejection or having to take drugs, and grafts from vat-grown life didn't always last that long, meaning more surgeries and replacements. It amounted to the same thing. A shortened lifespan. Maybe a halved one. Curiosity satisfied, I turned my attention briefly to Jamie. He was studying the man too. When old Jamie had been erased, had that been erased too? All right, the man said. He turned and faced us. First off, sparing you the time you'd need to go buy yourself something, I said. I extended a hand into the bag Jamie had. I held out a massive hunk of fresh-baked bread with stuff crammed between the two halves. Not quite a roll, but too crude to be a sandwich. We'd bought it and a few more like it at a stall further down the street, for maybe half the amount that I would have had to hand the Bruno to get him talking comfortably. Jamie handed me a bottle, and the man took that too. He didn't eat it, but put it on one corner of the cart for later. We're looking for work, I said. The Bruno belted out a laugh. Altered lungs, to go with an altered heart. Adding 17 stone of raw muscle to your frame means needing more oxygen to that muscle, and a heart to push that blood around. I'll give you the rest of my pay for today if you can even lift one corner of the crate over there, he told me. Either of you. We're friends with this girl, she was an academy student. Smart as a whip, I said. We've been helping her out, she owes us one. She's going to find work here, she's going to get us work, helping. We're helping look, to speed up the process. Ah, my boy, the man said. He took a seat on the back of the wagon. Let me tell you, I think you're in for a bit of heartbreak. I think I'm more the heartbreaker type than the heartbroken type, I said. He laughed again, as if the idea of me being a heartbreaker was as ludicrous as me hauling a crate full of machine parts. Jamie moved, beside me, and I glanced at him. But he was just shifting his weight from one foot to the other. He wasn't making a point, reacting to anything, nor was he trying to signal me. The Bruno's laugh quickly became a chuckle. Jamie had reminded me of something pretty dang close to actual heartbreak. I wondered if losing my best friend counted, or if it had to be romance. If heartbreak by way of romance was worse, I wasn't sure how the species had survived this far. Just thinking about Jamie in passing was enough to knock the air out of me. It wasn't hard to put an annoyed expression on my face. The trick was making sure the expression wasn't too severe, or that it didn't slip from annoyance to something else altogether. Girls are trouble, the man said, as he finished chuckling. You're in for disappointment. It sounds like you gave your time and attention to the girl for a while, but nice and sweet as she seems right now, she'll drop you in a heartbeat when someone says they'll pay a fair wage, but they'll take only her. It wasn't so far off from the reality. Lillian would leave. She would work towards her black coat and hopefully being an exemplary professor, one that bettered the world instead of butchering it, but she had that dream she was following, and the lambs would be a distant memory. There was a slim chance she'd leave before the lambs all expired, and with me being last to die, she would inevitably be leaving me. She would be upset to do it, she would consider staying for us, whether us meant Lillian and me or Lillian and the lambs, but she would go one way or the other. Even if I had to make her. It seems like I struck home, the Bruno said. She's nicer than you're making her out to be, I said. He seemed to want to see me as the naive child, so I would play that role. They all are, the Bruno said. Very few people throw themselves into bad situations thinking that person is an utter bastard, or that group is a rotten bunch of you-know-whats. They always make it seem like a good deal at first. I nodded slowly, as if I was taking it all in, then looked up, asking, have you heard about anything that might do? A place where she might have an inn. He didn't sigh or try to shake any sense into me. He did offer me a sympathetic smile. I could see that some of his teeth had been worked on. The color between them was slightly different, some very white, on contrast to his dark brown skin, tanned to darker brown somehow, despite the meager sun in Lug. 100 places where she might have an inn. The only thing worse than not getting an answer to a question was getting too many. She's good, a lot of the critical stuff is fresh in her memory, I said. Do you know anyone good? The whole thing there looks well done. Maybe the doctor who did it. The man smiled, looking down at his chiseled body. I was pretty sure the compliment had struck home, but he didn't show it. No, this isn't top dollar work. I injected just a bit more of a childlike tone into my voice as I spoke, it isn't. But I've seen some people and it looks wrong, the way they fit together. They look ugly. It's not, he said. Okay, I said. Playing at being younger than I was meant I could be more persistent. Could we maybe talk to that doctor anyways, then? I don't know if I want to send trouble to his doorstep. Okay, I said. If I pushed, he might get annoyed. Drat. Sorry, he said. Can you point us in the right direction, at least? Jamie jumped in. Not your doctor, but any one of those 100 places you mentioned. I can. You come in by boat. We nodded. You would have passed the market. Open space between the 4 towers, the ones that. I was raising my fingers, 2 fingers extended on each hand, pointing straight up. 2 towers on each side. Exactly, he said. He reached down, using a thick finger to draw a line between my towers. If this is the road, then you want to go to the back corner here. I nodded. He does back alley work, more in the way of taking away than giving or fixing. For people who need money fast. A few coins for blood or for letting him scrape away some of your body fat, he'll take a slice of your muscle for more. The deals he offers in taking away something more substantial, they sound good at first. I don't want you lads to think letting him work on you is a good idea, alright? That's not why I'm sending you there. We're not stupid, I said, injecting some emotion into my voice. Decrying one's maturity or lack of stupidity was one of the best ways to seed the idea in people's heads. Sure, he said, sounding utterly unconvinced. Listen, if you let him take your blood, and if he thinks he can get away with it, he's going to signal some others in that marketplace. You'll stumble off, lightheaded, not as focused as you should be, and you won't make it where you're going. I let my eyes widen. The reason I recommend him is he's easy to find, and he knows the people around town. Don't trust him, get your girl and any other friends you can find together and don't go unarmed, wherever he sends you. If he's asking you to meet some people tonight or tomorrow or any time that isn't now, assume he's taken all that time to gather his buddies together. This might not be a good idea, I said, while thinking, this is perfect. Might not be, but I'm assuming you don't have people to look after you. I shook my head. Some of the other kids have parents, but, I trailed off, gesturing in no particular way, as if it was too complicated to voice. Yeah, the Bruno said. I understand you. Do you? I asked. Not from experience. For me, it was being born poor, going to war thinking it could get me out of poverty. A woman was bound up in it too. I'm happier to put it all behind me. It's good to be here, knowing that I'm putting food on my own table, sleeping in my own bed, and I know where I work tomorrow. Might be in Lug of all places, but at least here the authorities are very reluctant to try drafting anyone. I don't need to worry about going back out there. I nodded. I'm not a coward, he said. I shook my head. Saying virtually anything might have prickled him, dashing any goodwill we'd built up. Out there, far from a well-lit city, the light from the lanterns only reaches out maybe 30-40 feet and a lot of the time it's so dark you can't see a damn thing beyond that. You know that if a fight starts, which it can, at any moment, then you and your buddies are just about the most vulnerable combatants on the field. Not worth it. Not for the pay, and not for the girl. I started, I know what you mean. About feeling that way, in a dangerous situation. He stared me in the eye, as if challenging that assertion. Then he seemed to accept it. You be safe, he said. And I'm not just talking about giving blood to that rat-faced bloodsucker in the market. You've got to protect yourself from the ideas others have, the ones they push down on you. Life's too short to give years of your life to anyone but you. Not to an army, not to a boss, and not to a girl. So you say, but do you know how many years those muscles you bought are going to take from you? There are no old Brunos. Sometimes there's no choice, I said. He said. Worst of the girls, the armies, the bosses, they'll convince you of that when it's not true. I nodded. I let that go without a response from me. There was a part of me that wanted to play with that toy with my expression, convince him that he'd changed my mind or at least started to. It was the fastest way to win somebody over. People craved making an impact on the world, especially positive ones. But he'd been more than fair. I liked him well enough. When I next met his eyes, it was with my own, no act, no pretense. It wasn't enough of a change to disturb or throw him off, but it was genuine enough. Tell you what, he said. If Ratface tries to screw with you, let me know. I'll set him straight. If he doesn't, maybe keep an eye out for me, alright? Say hi, tell me how it's going with that girl of yours, and that you're alright. Can do, I said. Thank you. What's his name, so we know him when we find him? Jamie asked. Cecil, the Bruno said. And your name? We're Simon and James. Adam, the man said. Thank you, Adam, I said, with my own voice, as I extended a hand. His hand enveloped mine, as he very gently shook it. Jamie and I headed on our way. We left the factory yard behind us. Half of the people present weren't working at all, but were drinking, talking, or playing cards. Many had tattoos, or purely cosmetic changes to their bodies. Gills, changes to their mouths, teeth, and jaws. One had an arm similar to Mauer's, though not so grotesque or non-functional. The branches that stuck out of it were flowering. The attitude seemed to be one where the bosses didn't care, so long as the work got done, and the employees seemed willing to do their share. That was easy, Jamie replied. You didn't even have to manipulate him. I manipulated him lots. But you didn't have to. I shrugged. It's about setting the right context. It's late afternoon, bordering on evening, he's got to be hungry. That animal inside all of us craves basic food, shelter, and comforts. If we meet those needs, we become happy. A man can create a sense of false love in a prisoner he controls by creating that happiness and confusing it. Give a hungry man a sandwich, frame things right, and that's most of the work done already, just have to keep the greased wheels spinning. Jamie gave me a sidelong look. What? What's the real answer? You've known me for maybe half of the 4 months you've... 5 months you've been with us, while we've been shuffling and restructuring teams for whatever missions we wind up doing. I don't think you've known me nearly long enough to be doing that kind of analysis of me. Bullshit identification, you mean? Whatever you want to call it. He said. What's the real answer? You got on with him pretty well there. I shrugged. You can distract the others, and they'll forget to keep a topic going. But I won't forget, SY. I can keep bringing this up. The books have answers and filled me in on each of you, but if there's something I'm missing that makes me feel like I'd understand any of you better, you should know I'm going to go after it until I get answers. But see, there's a cost to doing that, I said. If you're obnoxious, then you'll do irreparable harm to the relationship between yourself and whoever you're interrogating. He raised his eyebrows, looking over his spectacles at me. What? I asked. Think long and hard about what you just said. I beg your pardon, Sir Jamie, but I'm far from being obnoxious. I'm playful, clever, I challenge. He cut me off. You're obnoxious. Sometimes. Very rarely. Often enough, he said. I held out my finger, pointing it at him, ready to retort. He reached out, and pushed my hand gently down. I didn't want to jump away like I had earlier, when he'd tried to pat my shoulder on the ship's deck, and in my recollection of that moment and all the negative emotions that had been bound up in it, I lost the retort I'd been planning. He seized that moment of weakness. What's the answer to my question? What was going on there? I sighed. He smiled. He's like us, I said. Close enough. You're talking about the shortened lifespan, with work of that scale. In part. An excellent doctor won't run into that problem, Jamie said. Before I could make a counter-argument, he provided it himself, but he said it wasn't top-dollar work. I nodded. So he's like us, but not just because of his short lifespan. He talked about the trap he fell into early, being born poor, seeming to only have one path ahead of him, joining the military, but he made it out to be a mistake. That he had a choice and he didn't see the alternative. I don't think that's true. Jamie was silent. The need to feel free is like the need for food, shelter, and companionship, I said. At best, we do what he did, and tell ourselves that we're free. Or we let people convince us. Giving a hungry man a sandwich, Jamie said. Earning his devotion. I nodded. I smiled a little, it's kind of funny. He was treating me like he was the master, teaching the student. Probably thought I was similar to how he was as a naive youngster. But here I am, and I'm thinking he's the one who's a few years too early to realize that while he was complacent, someone else went and built walls around him to enclose him. We turned onto the main road that led down to the market. I saw members of one of the other families. The father was trying half-heartedly to get the attention of a couple walking down the street. I made eye contact with the 2 girls that were with him, one of whom was the one I'd sniffed. I beckoned. Are you trying to convince me or yourself, SY? Jamie asked, quiet. The family started to make their way across the street. With traffic mostly flowing up and down the road that sloped down in the direction of the harbor and the Dead Sea Monster, they had to stop frequently to wait for a chance to pass. It was all the more difficult because they didn't want traffic to cut between them and separate daughter from father or sister from sister. It got more difficult as a coach parked at one spot on the street, the man and the cases stacked on the top blocking light from one of the few street lamps nearby. It wasn't night, but it wasn't easy to track what was happening in the immediate vicinity while also watching one step for puddles, horseshit, and holes. I didn't answer Jamie's question. At least, this time, he seemed willing to let it lie. The family joined us. Father and daughters. It was more numbers, dealing with someone more unscrupulous. He might see us as less vulnerable. Just stick with us for a minute, let me do the talking, I said. The market wasn't far, and it, thankfully, was well lit by the people trying to sell goods. Food was predominant, and much of it was food of a very dubious sort. Slabs of meat were laid out on racks, and meat-like substances laid out on more. The vegetables in particular looked very questionable, handled enough that bruises were omnipresent, and this place was far from any nearby farmland, from the looks of it. There was art, too, and one table of books that saw a surprising amount of attention from the crowd. At 2 stands, in areas that were partially curtained off, artists worked to tattoo people, while others looked on. I passed by the table of books, and I glanced back at Jamie. There was a whole row of dime store novels, and more serious texts. I let my fingers trail the illustrated covers. The Monsters Games. The Red-Haired Girl and the Killer Witch. Mousetrap. I felt like there were a half-dozen conversation starters on the tip of my tongue. But Jamie had no interest in the slightest. His attention, instead, was on the nearest tattoo artist. I wasn't sure why it hit me as hard as it did. I tried to regulate my breathing. Deep breath, exhale. It was such a small thing, so minor. I should be able to deal with it. Damn Gordon, for making me do this with Jamie. I knew his reasons, he liked to brute force solutions. Jam us together, make this work. If it couldn't, it couldn't. But I couldn't breathe. I wiped at one eye, and to make sure it wouldn't look weird, I ran my hands through my hair. The drizzle from the sky was thin, not enough to make my hair wet much faster than it dried on its own. But there was moisture enough to pull my hair back. I stared directly up. Jamie seemed to notice me looking skyward. Getting darker. Yeah, I said. I managed to say it without sounding funny. It was as though there were 3 Sylvesters in one body. One that sounded and acted mostly normal, one that wanted to cry, and a third that wanted to overturn that table of books and do as much damage to as many things in arm's reach as possible. Anger at this situation, that Jamie was gone and yet still here. Anger that I was having a conversation with him and there was no heart in it. Every time we talked it was like he was challenging me, sticking me with the hard questions and situations. As if that last conversation I'd had with old Jamie kept coming back to haunt me. As if he'd never forgotten it. Are you trying to convince me or yourself, SY? I managed to take in and release a breath without a hitch. It wasn't a question of convincing, but it might have been a question of conviction. But there were other things to focus on. Breathe. That part of me that wanted to hurt things lingered, frustrated, latent, looking for an outlet that it would probably find. It wasn't the best way to approach Rat-Face Cecil. The booth was where we'd been told it was. He was in the process of picking bits of chicken off of a bone, while 2 bodyguards stood on either side of him. One bodyguard ate, the other leaned against the base of the squat, blocky tower, his arms folded. The one that was eating looked augmented. He had claws on one hand. This damn city. There was no grace to it. Cecil in particular, looked like the inverse of a proper doctor. His nose was small, his mouth and teeth large, and he didn't seem to have enough forehead between his thick eyebrows and his hairline. That said, I wasn't particularly inclined to like him from the get-go, so my perception of him might have been skewed. Rat-Face choked down his food, scooting his chair forward, eager to see to a customer. My eye roved over the tubes, tools, and syringes that lay on the table behind him. Blessings on you, he said, in a way that came across as very insincere. Religion. Well, it would flourish in a city like Lug, where the academy held less sway. Blessings on you as well, I said. There must have been something in my voice, because I saw Jamie's head turn in my peripheral vision. Well, he said, look at you, look at you. I don't know if you have much to spare, with what I buy. I was hoping to have a talk, I said. So long as we're talking, customers might be keeping their distance. It's a fact of the trade, people don't want it to be widely known they need money, it's why I'm tucked away in this corner, accessible but off the beaten track. Now, if you have a complaint about a friend or family member of yours. No, I said. A business opportunity. I want to sell someone. His eye turned to Jamie. His head cocked. Slightly more substantial, I could draw a bit of blood without worrying about taking it all. Are you a boy or a girl? I'm a boy, Jamie said. And he's not for sale, I said. One of them? All of them? Cecil asked. I'd like to sell an acquaintance. A girl with academy training. She's been asking around, looking for work. If you arrange a buyer for her talents, I'll set her up. Cecil studied me, and his eyes met mine. The anger and frustration was still there, simmering beneath the surface, and I suspected he could see it. To my clients, this would be, how to put it, Cecil said, more economical, because her services wouldn't be paid for on an ongoing basis? Are you old enough to understand what that means? I nodded once. It's possible, he said. As I'd done with Adam, I now spoke to Cecil in Cecil's own language, reflecting the way he most likely saw the world, in terms of opportunity. It wasn't pretty, there were loose ends and issues to cover, but it would get the job done fast and cut straight to the meat of things. We couldn't dig through 100 different back alley doctors and groups to find what we were looking for. I couldn't do that, not like this. Not with moments and things catching me off guard. We'd start at the top, with the most unscrupulous person who had the most money and power, then keep carving away until we found what we were looking for. Bleeding edge 8.5. I tried to avoid being shoved out of the way and lost as I worked my way through a jam of people. A counter stood before me, and I worked to hold on, periodically driving an elbow or shoulder into the side or hip of someone beside me. I smelled food, but it was nearly drowned out by the smell of smoke. Here, I heard. For the little one. Little. I pushed forward, reaching up over the counter. The man at the counter handed me sacks, low-quality cloth with steam pouring out through the weave. Get some money back if you bring the bags and plates on your next visit, he called out, but I was already leaving, pushing to exit as the crowd pressed forward to the counter. The agitation and frustration I'd felt earlier was lingering. I'd been acting on it as I made the plan with Rat-Face, but it hadn't helped. Instead, the knowledge that a situation was imminent was maintaining the feeling and feeding that fire. I made it through the worst of the crowd. Jamie and our recruited family of helpers were waiting, sitting on a set of stairs at the side of a shack. I deposited the sacks on a stair, and then started opening one up while Jamie handled another. The plates and forks were frail enough to break in half with my raw strength, stacked 3 high in each sack, with the food on one plate sticking to the bottom of the plate above it. It made for delicate, difficult handling as we distributed the plates around the group. I ended up with a plate with a clean bottom by serving myself last. Questionable and hard to identify meat was drizzled in an unidentifiable sauce. The vegetables had probably been bought from a vendor, too bruised or manhandled to sell, cut up and grilled until the damage wasn't visible. I grabbed the bone and raised the meat to my mouth, biting in. It was far from being terrible. I was still chewing when I saw the others. They were looking at the plates with skepticism, Jamie included. What is it? Jamie asked. What animal? I shrugged. I put the plate in my lap and forked some vegetables. Those, I winced as I put them in my mouth and chewed. Heapings of salt, but not bad otherwise. Jamie gave the meat a try, starting with a nibble. Question. I gestured. I pointed at the food. His reply wasn't a gesture, but the so wavy motion of the hand. I nodded. Sitting still was hard, even if it was for something as necessary as eating and taking in that necessary fuel. I'd volunteered to grab some food to get away and try to find some space to think. Finding that I could communicate effectively with Jamie, even if it was through gestures, was the first thing to ease that feeling, like I was some war beast in a cage that was too small, throwing myself against the bars. Not to say it was easy. My eyes went to the ground. I was willing to take a minor upturn in our interaction for what it was. Just focus, don't get distracted, don't make this messy. Jamie said. How much do you have on hand? Food. Funds. Why? He indicated the family that was standing off to one side. We should get them food. Food they're willing to eat. It's doable, I said. You're saying that, but you can endure poisons that would put down a horse, your body is actively hostile to parasites, and most diseases won't get traction in you either. You could eat pretty much anything and not worry. Don't blame others if they're a little more picky. I looked at the father and his two daughters. They hadn't touched the food. I quieted that angry, restless part of me that wanted to make comments. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. I fished in a pocket and came out with cash. Littlest one stays with us, I said. The father accepted too quickly, taking the money. It wasn't much, not enough to buy a meal in Radham, but enough to buy a meal here in Lug. Jamie spoke, there was a bakery just down the street. It's hard to screw up bread, and their sandwiches were decent enough, but you should expect a long wait time. Don't come back here. Go to the rendezvous point. The man nodded. I watched him go, one hand between his eldest daughter's shoulders. Jamie said. Before we move forward with this plan, you should tell Lil. I was thinking about that. You should tell her what she's getting herself into. I winced. Was there a way we could just communicate in gestures? The simplest, most bare-bones method of exchanging information, a methodology mostly focused on exchanging basic ideas and communicating actions. On coordination? Could we do that for a few months, and see if the talking thing became easier? Just a few sentences in, and he was pressing me, challenging me, putting me in a no-win situation. Tell Lil, screw up the group dynamic, push, shove, do this, do that, you're wrong, sy. Not that he was saying it outright, but it felt like he was on me like a dog on this haunch of mystery meat, biting deep, hurting, always seeming to communicate, you're wrong and your way of doing things is wrong. That restlessness was growing. I felt much like I did after a dose of the formula, in the days after my appointments. I chewed, while thoughts simmered and burned in my head. I swallowed before answering, maybe. You have to think about things from her perspective. Even for a moment, if you pull this false betrayal, she's going to believe it. It will do irreparable damage, sy. Okay, I said. Does that mean you're going to tell her? Maybe, I said, again. She's a bad actor. It might do more damage if she gives away the show and the lambs get killed and she gets sold into slavery, doing academy stuff until the day she gets worked to death. I'll consider all of the options and make an informed decision. Trust me. An imaginary war beast within me slammed into the cage. Onlookers wondered if the door would hold. Jamie said. You. Jamie, I cut him off. The word was angry and sharp enough that he stopped dead in his tracks. Stop. Please. He drew in a deep breath and sighed. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, then. Do I keep my mouth shut when it comes to the team, the strategy? Lillian did. She hung back, observed, learned how the team works, and she's an honorary lamb now, I said. My emotions were coloring my tone, but I felt like the words were pretty dang reasonable. I know about Lillian, I've read the books, he said. Why even say that? Are you implying I'm not a lamb? That I haven't gone through similar experiences, or that I'm somehow less? That's not what I'm saying, I said. Not in the slightest. From what I've seen, in how the group interacts with Ashton and how the group interacts with me, in how you interact with Ashton and how you interact with me, there are a hell of a lot more accommodations being made for him than for me, sy. My mind was on 5 tracks at once, playing into the conversation from various angles, figuring out what I needed to say to get through to him, and 4 of those 5 tracks were dangerous ones. Ones where I'd say something and immediately regret saying it. No sooner did I banish one than the next popped up. I was practically speaking through grit teeth now, as I tried to stay diplomatic. There's an adjustment period, Jamie. Yes, it's a bigger adjustment with you than with Ashton. He's still a puppy. You're whatever the dog equivalent of spoiled goods are. Jamie asked. A bad memory. No, I said. Yes, but that's not the problem, Jamie. The problem the times when it's hardest to accommodate, it's when you act like you know us. When I know you, you mean. Yes, I said. I've read the books, sy. I've read about the lambs, I've read about the past jobs. I'm in a weird, freaky place where I'm new but not new. I'm like him but not like him. I rationally know what it is I'm supposed to be and do and the role I'm supposed to fill, and somehow that ends up being wrong. It's as if it's impossible to do anything right in your eyes. Our food had been forgotten. The restlessness inside me was too great, and I knew if I got emotive or started gesturing, the plate might fall to the ground. I put it aside. Breathe. There were any number of escape routes, any number of ways I could just end this conversation. Stalk off, cool my head, say something, do something. But I felt cornered. If I walked away I wasn't sure I could bring myself to come back in a time frame that counted. If I said anything more, I wasn't sure there was a way of coming back from that. Out of the 6 or 7 answers that sprung to mind, ways I might answer him, every single one felt like one I might regret. If I couldn't pick the right words, I had to at least say it calmly. Okay, I said, that's a starting point. Speaking slowly. Trying to pace myself. He nodded. He didn't cut in. I know it's hard for you, I said. My voice didn't have any strength in it as I said, it's hard for me. Another nod. I want this to work, I want the team dynamic to be good. I want us to remember his memory in a good way, in a way he'd want to be remembered. Including that part of him that lives on through as you. I worried he would buck, that he'd say something akin to, that's not my responsibility. I wholly agree, Jamie said. I swallowed hard. I had to actually work to unclench my fist, my fingers trembling as I did it. Once I was done, I clasped my hands together, leaning forward, elbows on my knees as I sat on the stair. What you said, about the role you're supposed to fill. The part where I said I know what it is I'm supposed to be and do in the role I'm supposed to fill, and somehow that ends up being wrong. That part, yeah. That's old Jamie. We did without him for a while. You can't be him. We adjusted, we adapted. You tried to fill his shoes and you struggled, Jamie said. No, I said. No, not that. I reached down, and I pulled the ring off my thumb. There's a sketch of that in one of the volumes, Jamie said. I nodded. But you know that. It was one of the books you, borrowed from the office and took to Breckwell. I nodded again. Took it off of someone I killed. She had pictures, a history, an existence. It's a reminder, that the people I'm dealing with, they have existences beyond this one moment we're in. The one crisis we're facing. It's stupid and it's incomplete, but it's one piece of what I've been working on. A piece of a conscience? Building a better SY? I asked. I shrugged and put the ring back on. I can remember exactly what you've said, the order where you've been saying it, but I can't follow your thread of thought. I nodded. I looked down at my hands, and moved the ring around my thumb. More resistance than there used to be. Jamie used to always, I think of it as dancing. Sometimes in step, sometimes not, but complementary. He would keep me in check, and he would back me up when I needed it. I get the feeling you're trying to do the same things, following the cues from your books. Sometimes. But I get the feeling you're imagining me trying to do that when I'm just trying to be a member of this team. I don't need you to be my conscience, Jamie. I don't need you to challenge me or check me or question me, okay? What am I supposed to do, then? When it looks like you're charging into a bad situation, or treating a teammate wrong, I can't speak up. I have to keep my mouth closed, when everyone else is free to do what they want. I can't be a shadow, SY. Not be a shadow, but shadow us. Get to know me before you make assumptions about what I'm doing or how I'm operating. I've changed from the person that appears in the books, and some of the stuff in there isn't as accurate as you think it might be, okay? There are gaps. I know there are gaps, events he didn't write down. Now I was thinking about the day I'd lost Jamie. Our last conversation. My face tried to screw itself up in emotion, I managed to fight it off. Deep breath. He studied me. He was almost as incensed as I was, as his eyes scanned my face. He didn't clench his fists or hold himself like he wanted to throw a punch, but he was tense in a different way. SY, you tried to emulate Jamie. You tried to fill the gap, use improvisation and tricks to be him. You studied those books and tried to use your ability to learn to. I don't know what you had planned, build up your memory retention, at the cost of something else. I shrugged. I would just like you to consider for a moment, that maybe, taken as a whole, the books contain more information than you seem. Fuck the books. I said, lunging to my feet as I said it, bringing my hand down on the nearest available thing, the plate of cooling meat I'd set down on the stair, and sent it spinning skyward. Jamie flinched as it came down a foot behind him, cracking on the step. Jamie set his jaw, clenching his teeth, but he didn't stand. I have changed from the person you got to know from the books. I am changing. And maybe I'm changing slower or I'm more twisted in how I grow than some, I gestured at myself, but don't assume you know me. There's a code, he said. Breathing hard, standing on the stair, I looked down at him. It's not something you'd pick up on 100 reads, unless you had a perfect memory and the ability to pull it all together, or if you were actively looking for it. A letter and number combination in a poem. Words scratched into that scratchy style of drawing he did, that you'd only see if you knew the right place to look. His words to me, spread out over pages, backward and forward. Private thoughts. Filling in details. He knew the Academy would read the texts and there were details he didn't want them to know, about the lambs, questions of loyalty here and there. About him. About you. The anger was dying with every sentence. I felt tears welling up. You borrowed the last book. I know you read it, looking for insight or answers. I shook my head. Read it over and over and over. There's no entry just prior to his death, he didn't have time to write, Jamie said. But I know what he was planning on telling you. I can connect the dots. What you're saying, I understand it. I shook my head again. I wasn't disagreeing, so I didn't know why I was doing it. He wanted to equip me to be a real member of the Lambs. And that's part of why it's so monumentally frustrating that you're holding me back, keeping me at arm's length. I wanted to ask. I didn't trust myself to speak. If the Academy found out, if you decided to use it against me, if something went wrong and anything slipped, it would end the Lambs project. The dirty secrets, the trials and tribulations. I thought I should keep it to myself, compartmentalize it, because it was and is such dangerous knowledge. Now you know. And so does she, I suppose. I turned my head. Down on the lowest step, trying to be as small as possible, was the youngest member of the family I'd sent off to the bakery. Forgot, I thought. I spent months, I said, my voice hollow. Reading the books, studying how he described me, comparing how he wrote about me to how he wrote about the other Lambs. I've agonized over it. Good, Jamie said. The word was like a solid punch to the ribs. You had the answers all along. Since we left Breckwell and I read the books you had. I almost cussed at him right there. Like you said, Jamie told me, you'd changed. I had no way of knowing who you'd become in the months since. If I told you the wrong thing, you might have told the Academy. Or done something else. What were you waiting for? I asked. This, I suppose. This conversation. The point where I could be sure I was talking to the real Sylvester. I was still divided. A part of me was angry again, wanting to cuss at him and throw a punch for holding that back. Another part still wanted to cry. The final part was rational, collected if not calm, capable of putting on a mask. Clever SY. I want you to understand, I have a greater understanding of what's been going on. Angry SY shook his head. Jamie was silent for a moment. Then he said, you want to talk about him. The old Jamie. I floundered. There was nothing to ask. No entry to inquire about. We'd gone from my conversation with Jamie to hunting Avis, to a conversation with the Duke, straight to appointments. I wronged him, I said. My voice sounded simultaneously too loud and very far away. Jamie nodded. I wronged him and then he went away. He had no reason to stay. He had a lot of reasons to stay, Sylvester. But staying got very, very hard. All of the details and knowledge made for a big burden. And a little push. No. The rain was starting to come down hard. Jamie reached over and put 3 of the untouched meals into a sack, tossed his remaining food into the heaped detritus at the side of the stairwell, and put the plate over top of the meals to cover them from the rain. It got very hard to stay. He stayed longer than he might have otherwise. It was time to pass the baton. I shook my head. Comforting lies. One of the last messages, Jamie said. He stood from the stair, flipping up his hood, and walked down to the dirt at the side of the stairs. Below the eye of a cat he'd drawn. Lines scratched out in a crosshatch style to deepen the shadows in the eye socket. One of the more common forms of the code. 5. He drew a line in the dirt. Slanted. Then another, different angle. 7. Then another. Teen. Another, horizontal, 9. What's the message? I asked, impatient. Book 5. Page 17. Line 9. Word 3. Help. I winced. Book 2. Page 2. Line 1, word 3. That would be the early days, I interrupted. Interrupting because I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Your first meeting, he said. Our first meeting? Then. Jamie said, it was one of the very few imperatives he gave me. I think he didn't want to give me too many orders, in case I rebelled. Help Sylvester. I turned my head, staring out across the streets of Lug. More lanterns and lights were being ignited, many set beneath covers and awnings to protect them from the rain. He cared about you. Above all else, you were his best friend. That came first. Whatever you might have said, I think he knew you well enough to know your words or actions didn't come from the heart. They still hurt him. Yep, Jamie said. And you deserve to feel bad about that. But I think you've agonized over it for long enough to do it penance. If my opinion counts for anything. It counts, I said. I'm not convinced, but thank you. He nodded. I watched as more lights went up around Lug. Some clever dickhead had the bright idea of putting a large lamp within the eye socket of the titanic war beast that loomed over the southwest end of the city, so it glowed as it gazed out over us. The rain made the light form halos. The tension was gone. Angry SY, crybaby SY, and clever SY didn't feel like such different creatures, anymore. The girl still sat on the steps, trying not to participate or get caught up in the discussion. She hunched forward, shoulders drawn forward, getting wet. I pulled off my jacket, and I draped it over her. Jamie reached out. He put a hand on my shoulder, and I didn't flinch or pull away. I even found the courage to meet him in the eye. I felt the now familiar pain at seeing Jamie's ghost. The pain and the anger were there, to be sure, the war beast still in its cage. Maybe it was a beast I could tame, now, and grow easy with. We should reunite with the others, Jamie said. It's getting past time to rendezvous. I nodded. Come on, kid. Let's go find your dad and get you something to eat. She gave me a wary look. All of that must have been so confusing, I thought. My thumb touched the ring, a reminder. Sorry, I told her. The wary look remained. You mentioned helping to kill someone, Jamie murmured, as we walked. She heard that. If the girl heard the murmur, she didn't react. Her eyes were fixed forward, her profile still small. Oh, I said. They deserved it though. They always do. If she heard that, then she gave no sign. The others were gathered as we got back to the rendezvous. They were warm and dry, sitting on the covered patio of a stout, sturdy building. A tiny fire blazed on a portable stove between them, little more than akin with firewood in it and a grate over the top. It looked like the others were finishing their meals. The little girl I'd sniffed shucked off her coat, letting it fall to the ground, as she reunited with her sister. Not so much her dad. Look. Gordon asked. I have a plan, I said. Good, Gordon said. Because we chased 5 different leads, and they didn't turn up anything. Sit down, SY, Lillian said, patting the seat on the bench next to her. Warm up and dry off before you catch your death of cold. I did, crossing the distance and plopping myself down. Lillian rested her head on my shoulder. The very top of her head pressed against my cheek. I'm wet, I said. You're going to get wet by proxy, getting clothes like this. I know, she said. She dropped her voice. But I thought you might need it. Her left hand found my right hand and held it. I'm supposed to look after the lambs, she said. Keep them in the best shape possible. I'm expanding my repertoire, when it comes to you. I nodded. Jamie was taking the mystery meat and putting it at the stove's edge to heat up again. You're good at what you do, I said, staring into the fire. She made a happy sound. Hubris was edging closer to the meat on the stove. I'll give you some, Hubris, Jamie said. Don't worry. Hubris relaxed. The plan, I said. I immediately had the attention of the lambs, minus Hubris, who was still keeping an eye on the meat. It puts you at risk, Lillian, front and center. Is it a good plan? Not a polished one, but it's the best one I can figure out to get results. If you don't want to, we'll figure something else out. This is your mission, you take point. She nodded, giving my leg a pat. Okay, SY. How long do we have to figure it out? Till midnight, I said. We're going to sell you into slavery, and I'm fairly sure the guy that's buying has a small army of thugs under his control. But he'll have answers we want. That'll do, Gordon said. He reached forward to tear off a bit of meat and throw it to his dog. Bleeding Edge 8.6. We approached the meeting place. It was down by the water. The head of the mummified sea monster of Lug loomed over us as we made our way down to the warehouses. A short bridge allowed easier passage over a tendril that lay across, between, and through buildings. The smell of the ocean that filled Lug was overpowered by a smell of rotting seaweed and fish. I'd made the mistake of opening my mouth, and the smell became a taste, clinging to my tongue. I wasn't alone, Hubris kept snorting, as if trying to clear his airways. Lanterns lit up a warehouse and a cast of figures. Ratface was there with his bodyguards, standing off to one side, ostensibly the mediator, middleman, and negotiating official. The buyer was there too. I'd briefed the others based on what Ratface had told us. He went by Giles, and he had money to spend. He owned several homes in one of the nicer parts of Lug, up the rocky hills above the sea monster's body, and had refitted several to be labs with dormitory-like setups for the people who worked for him. The placement of the homes was interesting. As far as I could tell, the setup meant that if and when the academy got serious about cleaning up Lug, they had to make their way through the entire city, past Giles' eyes on the street, through the awkward little maze of roots that spilled out beneath the dead warbeast's body. That would get them as far as the foot of the mountain. They still had to climb the steep and winding road to get up the mountain a ways to the houses poised on the rocky edges. By the time they got that far, the homes would be empty of anything incriminating. Making one's way down in a way would be equally troubling. The people who worked for him most likely weren't given the freedom to make day trips to the city. From a tactical standpoint, the little bit of information we'd been able to pick up told us that Giles was known to the local underworld as the Fishmonger. He had a small army of thugs, and a set of modified humans as his elite soldiers. 1/6 of Lug belonged to him, which wasn't as much as some, but his 1/6 included the harbor. Ships that didn't pay the price to the men on the docks ran the risk of expensive collisions and complications. Big bucks. Lil, I murmured, from here on out, I might be a bit of an asshole. You say that like it's new, Gordon said. Ha ha ha, I said, monotone, before turning back to Lillian, a lot of this depends on how well you sell it. She huffed out a sigh. Nervous. I kept my eyes forward and didn't touch her to reassure. Right now, this is an opportunity. Think about how you felt when you were going to meet the Gages. If you're nervous, tap into that. These are scary guys. You're a bit unsure now that you're here. Right. Right, Lillian said, quiet. When they close the net, seize you, whatever it is, you've got to tap into something else. Do you remember the argument in Breckwell? I remember. You really, genuinely thought I wanted to support Frey, ignoring what you were saying about the dangers these books pose. Might be a starting point. Okay. Don't try to fake believing. Let yourself believe. Let the walls down. I think I focus on reality too much to fall into the fantasy like that, Lillian said. Would be easier if Helen was here. She could give you good tips. Here we are. We were getting close enough to be within earshot. The Fishmonger. He was average height for a man, but had a stooped posture and a strange shape about him that made him appear shorter than he was. He was built like a lump, the edges of his chin merging into a thick neck, which merged into narrow shoulders in turn. His fingers were stumpy as they stuck out of his sleeves, his thumbs hooked on the pockets of his coat. His face was heavy, with jowls, a pug nose, and lower eyelids so thick and droopy they looked as though they'd been badly grafted on over his existing pair. His thick coat hung down nearly to his ankles. He didn't look wealthy. The wide-brimmed hat he wore and the coat were the same sorts the poorer people on the street wore. I guessed he was the sort to pinch pennies, except where food was concerned. If I assumed he'd dressed up for this, then he usually looked worse. If he was looking to be incognito, he'd gone the wrong way about it. Of the group of people with him, 4 were heavily modified. 2 had had their skin swapped out for thick scales. 1 was covered in spines, and both spines and skin were a ghastly, unhealthy pallor. The 4th was big, slouching against a wall, a head taller than the tallest of the other 3 beefy, augmented foot soldiers. His skin was oil-slick black and glossy. All 4 wore the same coats the 6 unaltered thugs of the group did, the one with the spines being the only one to buck a trend of heavy raincoats and brimmed hats. Spines wore something more suited to winter weather, puffy, and wore no hat. He didn't look happy, and I wondered if it was solely because of the wet and cold. "Glad you could make it," Ratface said to me. The look he gave me was intended to communicate something. That the plan was still on, probably. I was more focused on Giles the fishmonger. The fishmonger extended a stubby finger, letting it rove over our group. Jamie and Gordon were with us, as was Hubris. 2 of the adults from our recruited group were with as well. Giles' short finger pointed at Lillian. "You're her." "Yes," Lillian said. 15. "Yes sir," she said. "How many years at the academy?" 3, but I took classes at a preparation school before. I was a year and a half ahead of my peers. I guess I still am. Good. But she sounded terrified. Uncertain, to the point where I could imagine Giles calling her a liar, and her reflexively agreeing. "A year and a half ahead," Giles said. "That's a problem." "A problem. Come on, Lil, stay on track here." I would have elbowed her if I could have done it without being seen. Instead, I raised my hand up, well within Lillian's field of view, and fixed my hood. The sudden motion made several of the fishmonger's bozos move their hands in the direction of their waistbands. Fishmonger Giles wasn't watching them, but saw Lillian's reaction. He turned his head and looked at his men. "Don't you worry about them. You're new to Lug, you don't have a grasp of the local politics yet. Trust me, if you end up working for me, then you'll be happy to have protection like them." Happy? That rang out as a lie in my ears. The only protection they would offer would be protecting Giles' investment. "You said there's a problem?" "Please, sir, we really need money. We haven't been able to get much, and it disappears so fast. I'm hungrier than I've ever been in my life. I'm good at what I do. I'm a fast learner, if I don't know something already. You might be too good." "That's not possible," Lillian said. Then she seemed to realize what she'd said. "Sorry, sir, for speaking out of turn. That came across as real, but it was real." It had dug past the act and the moment to prick at the real Lillian, the part of her that likely connected with Mary on a level. She connected with Mary because the both of them believed that there was no such thing as being overqualified, too good, working too hard, knowing too much. Though their paths were very different ones. The fishmonger wagged a finger. Not as a reprimand, but gesticulating. "I'll show you." He gestured, and his altered bodyguards parted, opening a way. Spines pulled a door open as he stepped aside. The fishmonger made his way into the building, raising one hand to beckon us with a finger. "The trap awaits." "Sir?" Lillian asked, "Could you tell me instead?" "We're outnumbered, and—" "It's fine," I said. "That guy there." Ratface gave me a nasty look. "Cecil," Jamie supplied. Cecil said Mr. Giles was trustworthy. "We asked around before we met you at the rendezvous point, and he's popular around town. He's the richest man in the city, which is why he needs bodyguards." All lies, but lies that made sense, built up my end of the scenario, that I'd put her to work. "I understand, but—" I reached out to take her hand. "You promised, Lil. That you would help us out. We've gotten you food, we've kept you safe, don't spoil this now that we've got a chance." Giles watched us out of the corner of his eye, waiting. I squeezed. "Okay," Lillian said. I let go of her hand and gave her a push. "Walk into the trap." The key thing to do here was to keep options open. I could have followed her, but if something happened, or if he had a specialized means of securing her, I didn't want to get caught by it, whether it was a tranquilizer or a net. I needed to be free to move to help her. Instead, I followed her halfway, so she wouldn't walk forward and see us standing still, my pace slowing as she got closer to the door. She reached the doorway, and I saw her hands go to her mouth. She made an incoherent noise. My heart skipped a beat. Against my better judgment, I approached, until I stood right behind her, Spines to one side of me, one of the scaly men to the other. The inside of the warehouse was well lit, but the lights flickered and gave the interior a yellow cast. I could see black things swimming in the liquid of the long light bulbs, long and snake-like. Lying across a table was a man. He was strapped down, and now and again he jerked a limb, straining the leather straps to their limit. His back arched, and I could see his naked torso, where something moved beneath his skin. He got on the wrong side of one of my other people's experiments, Giles said. Don't know how or why, but the poor bastard might have thought he could steal from me. Take in a parasite, make a run for the edge of town, get it out, and sell it. Very valuable, these. The man wasn't breathing. Instead, his back arched, then bucked the other way, as his head rose up as far as he could manage, throat distending. Ratface spoke, right behind me. He might not have been smuggling, might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The fishmonger said. Which would mean security is lacking. Something to think about. The man on the table heaved, to no avail. The thing that wormed its way out of his mouth took its own time, revealing itself by flailing around in the air before wrapping around half of the man's face. Something like a leech or a maggot. It was as big around than his head was, and half again as long, but apparently capable of squeezing through small spaces. The man thrashed, gasping for breath now, his head whipping from left to right, but he failed to dislodge the greasy blob of flesh from his face. Arms pulled against restraints. This was to be your test, little girl. Save him. Preserve the specimen. This is inhuman, Lillian said. I don't believe in humanity, the fishmonger said. I believe in what comes next. It was, in an eerie way, very similar to a sentiment I'd voiced before. Lillian looked back over her shoulder at me, as if reading my mind, or thinking along similar lines. I put a look of wide-eyed horror on my face. No words I could say would help this situation or sell the gambit. The parasite was working its way into the man's ear. Far too large an object for so narrow an aperture, but it was somehow doing it. The man struggled, thrashing, raising his head up and smashing it down, as if he could kill the thing by smashing his own head against it, or swipe it against the table's edge and dislodge it. But, like I said, the fishmonger said, finger raised, a problem. The test might prove too easy, if you're as advanced as you say. Please. Just let me help him. He tried to help himself, you know, the fishmonger said. Took a knife to his own stomach, trying to reach inside and get the thing out. We fixed the damage and got it so he wouldn't die before you got here. He drew a knife. No. Lillian said. I'm severing the sutures, is all. Back to square one, and... Stop. The knife flicked. A spatter of blood sailed through the air. The patient screamed, voice hoarse. Now you have a time limit. Lillian hesitated. The longer you wait, the more he suffers, the fishmonger said. Lillian shook her head. She started rolling up her sleeves, running to the table, her satchel bouncing at her hip. There are tools ready for you. I have my own, Lillian said. Simon, help me. I was surprised she had the presence of mind to call me by my fake name. I hurried to her side. Bag out, on the table, and she was getting her tools out. I'm interested in the fact that you didn't sell those, the fishmonger said, desperate for money as you are. Lillian ignored him. She laid the tools out, and began getting little bottles. The bottles were folded into a set, 2 rows of 3 in half of a box, held in place with ribbons, each box half joined to the next with another ribbon. Made to be bundled together, easily unfolded or stacked without getting lost or separated from one another. She began removing and setting down bottles, one after another. The man thrashed, the thing still working its way into his ear, halfway through now, and his arm struck at the bottles. I was quick enough to catch the 2 that was knocked from the table. I moved the row of bottles to one side, out of reach of the man's arm and hand. What can you tell me about the parasite? Lillian asked. She was cleaning her hands with a solution from a bottle. The fishmonger was silent. Lillian set her jaw. She began cleaning the site of the injury at the man's middle with the same product, ignoring the parasite for the time being. It was a ragged injury, more like a crack in a pane of glass, branching off in every direction, and the edges were marked with the black thread of sutures. If it goes into his ear, where is it going? I asked. Brain. I doubt it, Lillian said. If it went to the brain, the man wouldn't be conscious. There's damage to his other ear. It's already come and gone from there, probably made it through the Eats tube, joins the ear and mouth. There's similar damage around the nose too, and one of his eyes is damaged. I looked. It was hard to tell with how wild-eyed the man was, like a horse frothing at the mouth, too panicked to even see straight, but one of his eyes was indeed slower to move than the other. In and out of the socket? I asked. Or it tried, Lillian said. 3rd bottle. I found and handed her the 3rd bottle. 2nd, I mean. Order got mixed around when he knocked them down. Oh. I'd put it back wrong. She was letting me know I'd screwed up without saying it outright. I handed her a bottle. She drew out a syringe, injecting it. Then she began her work, opening the injury wider, reaching in, and then feeling out the interior. Damage is shallow. No organs damaged, but some bleeds. This is mostly surface damage, made worse by the thing moving beneath and around it, before and after stitches. This was a nasty distraction. We couldn't let the man suffer, but the game plan we'd had laid out was well and truly out of sorts, now. I glanced at Jamie and Gordon, who were hanging further back, watching through the doorway. Escape routes? Most of the windows were placed high, to let sunlight in, and the only one at ground level was boarded up. There was a front door, and if there was a back door, the rows of shelves and stacks of wooden pallets blocked my view of it. I could smell some of the products being traded, so I knew that most of the boxes on the shelves would be full. That said, I doubted I'd find any weapons or tools sharper or more effective than a sweet potato, even if I had the chance to look, which I didn't. 6 regular thugs, 4 altered ones, and the fishmonger himself. Ratface was watching from outside, but he and his 2 bodyguards were more assets arrayed against us. This isn't your first dance, fishmonger. You're experienced, and you've preemptively handled more situations than this one with this heavy-handed brutality and a total lack of humanity. Lillian had tools. Some were sharp. But with all the eyes on us, it would be difficult to get my hands on them. If I messed up in the slightest, I was betting the thugs would be faster to get to their guns than I would be to get to a scalpel. While I surveyed the situation, I caught a glimpse of the fishmonger. There was a look on his face. It was a smile in the technical sense, but there was no happiness to it. I had trouble pinning it down. Because of Lillian? Because of the trap? The idea that Lillian might as well be shackled already, being wrist-deep in her patient? I glanced at the door. The men who'd been on either side of it were now standing with their backs to it, blocking my view. I looked between their legs for a glimpse of Gordon and Jamie's feet, and didn't see them. If Gordon and Jamie had made a move, then the men wouldn't be nearly that relaxed, blocking the door as they were. Gordon and Jamie had been dealt with. In saving this one man, we might have been doomed. Couldn't dwell on that. I was focusing on the work we were doing, handing over tools as Lillian asked for them. I couldn't spare a glance to the fishmonger, but I imagined that look on his face. Setting up something like this, he had a mean streak. The torture this man was going through? No question of malice, here. He also desired power and control, and he was careful about it, setting himself up in the houses on the mountain. Except, was he looking at us with anticipation? The fishmonger had us. He had absolute control. The torture the man was going through was enough to satisfy just about any sadist. The emotional strain Lillian was going through, it was gravy to this lump of a man. What more could he be hungry for? Doing okay? I asked. Trying, Lillian said. Working out in my head how we might do the parasite, while I'm doing the tears inside. There's still a time limit, even after I sew him up. He has only so much strength. That was it. This was too easy. The time limit wasn't enough of a catch. The cut in the man's side didn't do more than delay Lillian in getting to the parasite. That could be a problem unto itself. Lillian being set up to fail. The other possibility was worse. Small scissors, Lillian said. I found and handed her the small scissors. When she went to take them, I held for a moment. My hand was there, one finger extended. Alert. Got it, Lillian said. Can barely hold onto this. Hand wash. I got the hand wash. I held the bottle in a particular way, gesturing as best as I was able while holding something, upending the bottle over her hands. She rubbed them together and shook off the blood. Trap. Don't drop it, she said. Your hands are messy too. I won't, I said. I changed my grip. The gesture this time was for inside, caged, encapsulated. She stopped where she was, her hands poised above the victim. Her hands were trembling. I'd hope a third-year student of the academy could handle some surface wounds to the stomach, the fishmonger said. I watched Lillian as her eyes roved over the man, top to bottom. Then her hands came down, one on either side of the wound. She shoved. The man squirmed, fighting her. The thing at his ear was mostly inside, but for a bulb of flesh at the end, the only part of it that wasn't squeezed into a space as large around as a finger. The flesh was stretched so thin I could see veins standing out against the surface of it. Lillian released. She huffed out a breath. Help. And watch yourself. I put my hands together, one folded over the other, pressing against one side of the wound. She did the same for the other. 3, 2, 1. We shoved simultaneously. Blood gushed out, flooding the site of the injury. I was pretty sure we tore the opening in the skin even wider. Then it lurched out, a second parasite, flailing aimlessly, reaching for us. I pulled my hands away just in time as it slapped out against the victim's lower abdomen. Smaller around and perhaps longer than the other. A second parasite, Lillian said, hands up, stepping away. Is there? What a pleasant surprise, the fishmonger said, sounding entirely too pleased with himself. His lie was such that it would be obvious even to a distracted Lillian. I thought one had escaped. It's good to know it will find its way back to me. It was probably anesthetized, Lillian said. This poor man has some wits, to manage that. A win-win for our sadist. Either the prospective hire has talent, or he gets to see her reaction when the parasite latches onto her. It had been close, too. He'd almost gotten her. If she'd spent any more time rummaging around that particular wound. I had a good imagination. The mental picture was too real. Lillian, with the parasite on her arm. The fishmonger taking action to keep her from using tools or chemicals on it, kicking me away, possibly kicking her to the ground, stepping on her free hand. Watching while she struggled. The begging, the frantic screaming. From my estimation of him, he wouldn't listen. He would let it break her, then put her to work. The damage to her body would be a reminder for the rest of her days, while a threat of a repeat performance would be enough to cow any dissent or rebellion. I'd developed a profound sort of hate for this man in a very short span of time. He would have to die horribly. The parasites were too kind to death. For that to happen, however, we'd first have to get out of this situation. I saw movement and turned my eye to the door. The group from outside were coming in. Jamie, limp, was being dragged in. Then the 2 adults we'd brought with us. And finally Gordon. He was dragged in by one arm. Whatever had happened, he was groggy and sluggish. A knife was embedded in that same shoulder, and each pull on his arm made the blood flow more freely. Lillian didn't even seem to notice. Her eyes were fixed on her patient. 2 points of attachment are making it hard to remove, she murmured. The first, it's a kind of anchor. A tendril or some other form of attachment, reaching forward into a new hole, or reaching backward, into the patient. One at each end, very strong, impossible to access without carving the patient up. Sure, I said. I managed to sound calm, which helped keep Lillian from looking up and seeing the others. The second, it's the grip on the patient's skin. The underside of this thing, or maybe the entirety of it, it's covered in seedy, or something like it. Tiny hairs, providing an absolute grip, like a barnacle to the underside of a ship, but gripping and releasing and moving in a cycle, so it can inch forward. Touch it, and you don't get it free. Short of removing the skin, I said. Lillian nodded. Which is why I could deal with the seedy alone, flay the affected body part. But the anchors mean the thing can just reel itself in or hold itself in place. I could deal with the anchor, cutting deep and surgically prying it free, wherever or however it's latched on. You can't handle both at the same time. I can, but it's messy. How? I asked. Keep her focused. Scalpel. I handed over a fresh scalpel. Okay, she said. She rummaged in her bag. She found a cloth sack for a number of pills. She dumped it out, handing it to me. Then she found another sack. This one had soap in it. Where these? Where? She pulled the soap one over my hand like a mitten. Then she gave me the other. I hope it won't stick to you like this. You hope. I think. Grab it, by the lowest possible point. Haul it up and away. Whatever you do, you have to keep your grip. I huffed out a one-note chuckle. You know I'm not that strong, right? Be strong, she said. Her eyes were somewhat wild as she looked at me. Then she looked down at the patient. Please. I wasn't sure if the please was for me or for a higher power. Or maybe the parasite. I grabbed the parasite. The texture of it was different than I'd expected. It looked slimy, smooth, but it was like the fuzzy sort of leaf, where it had a shocking amount of texture. I nearly lost my makeshift mitten as it flexed. My arms strained as I lifted it up and away. My legs, inner core and arms were tight with exertion as I tried to lift it up and away from the table. If the fishmonger wants to fuck with us, all he has to do is nudge my arm, poke me in my side. Lillian reached down into the wound with the scalpel, bare skin inches away from the parasite. Then she cut. Core went flying from the thing's rear end as it lashed out, flipping around, fighting my grip. It was all I could do to keep it away from Lillian's skin as she pulled away, back out of my field of vision. The more it struggled, the less it held on to the patient. I maintained my grip, praying it wouldn't whip around and find its way to the space of bare skin between jacket sleeve and mitten. Then, all at once, it was free of the patient. I stumbled, nearly losing it, then wasted no time in dropping both mittens and the specimen to the ground. I looked to Lillian, and I saw her with the fishmonger's hand around her throat. She struggled. Catching my balance, I moved to help and a thug grabbed my arms. My struggles were in vain. I told you, the fishmonger said. Preserve the specimen. Lillian couldn't even speak. Her hands clutched at the fishmonger's wrist. I saw that grim smile spread across his face. A look of anticipation, as cold as a crocodile licking its chops pre-meal. He was strong enough to lift Lillian clean off the ground. I saw her scrabble for her collection of tools and come away empty-handed. He wasn't strong enough to keep holding her off the ground, but that wasn't the intent. His leg came forward, and when he brought her back down, it got in the way of her firmly placing her feet under her. She went all the way down to dusty floorboards, hard enough to have the air knocked out of her. Head a matter of a foot from the parasite. It was a still tableau. The parasite writhed in place, the fishmonger held Lillian where she was. I'd already ceased struggling, feeling how futile it was. The fishmonger panted. Then the parasite flipped itself over. It began to crawl in Lillian's direction. For his own enjoyment, or perhaps to see the look on my face, the fishmonger loosened his grip enough to let Lillian voice that scream that had haunted my imagination just moments ago. Bleeding Edge 8.7. Being in a dangerous situation was rarely something that scared me, in itself. It had been the case, once upon a time, when the lambs were new and we didn't even have a medic as part of the team, that a young Sylvester had felt his knees go wobbly and his hands shake, his thoughts falling to pieces as emotion took over. The problem was that kind of thinking was antithetical to efficient thinking. It clogged things up, drove one to run away, escape, do the simplest thing possible to get out of that bad situation. An artifact of our ancestors functioning, before higher thinking had been a thing, according to Wallace. Faced with any number of monsters, thrust into bad situations, I'd adjusted. All of us had, really, with the exception of Helen, who had never experienced true horror and panic as we did. That said, the Wyvern formula had helped me make the adjustment more quickly. I'd helped Gordon and Jamie figure it out, more the latter than the former. Gordon, more than any of us, had always been more comfortable doing things on his own. Even if it was figuring out how to face life or death situations, or how to create those situations for others and follow through at the end of the day. I'd figured it out, counseled, and offered the help I could, a push here and there. Learning to deal with the other lambs being in imminent danger had been harder. But I'd more or less learned. Seeing them hone their abilities, I'd told myself and taught myself that, even when situations looked as bad as they could get, that we would see it through. Years of experience, a full third of my life, teaching myself and training my brain an almost careless disregard for the rules of self-preservation that gripped ordinary people, and the ability to look past the threat to my loved ones to see the solutions to those threats. Years of experience, and yet it was proving awfully hard to do in the midst of this, hearing Lillian screaming. I was caught, Lillian was pinned to the ground, and the others were lying on the ground over by the entrance. We were outnumbered and we were weaker than our adversaries in general physical strength. The parasite was inches from her face, covering an inch every few seconds, periodically stopping, twisting up like a snake in pain, blood spitting out of the wound. The twisting and rolling over moved it horizontally, but not enough to move it away from Lillian. Both of my arms were being held. If the thug had been holding one wrist only, that would have made things harder, not easier, necessitating that I elbow him and clutch at him enough to make him grab me. As it was, I bucked, forcing him to bear my meager weight as I lifted both feet off the ground. Both shoes came down hard on the floor, as I grunted for effect. Test done. Now for the gamble. The best questions to ask were ones where one already knew the answer. Question: how would the fishmonger react? I had no idea. But I didn't like hearing Lillian scream, and the thought of this being some lingering memory of her last moments, so soon after talking to Jamie. I dropped the parasite at my feet. I went limp, dropping as far as I could, legs out and forward. I clamped my feet around it. The screaming stopped. I saw Lillian's eyes, wide, tears in the corners, filling with wonder and a hope that probably wasn't justified. A feeling swelled inside me, and a lot of things that hadn't ever made sense to me suddenly clicked. There was no time to explore that feeling that made me feel twice as big as I really was, making me want to be a hero instead of a bastard. The thing was fighting to get out from between the edges of my shoes. Throwing it at the fishmonger with a kick-out and release maneuver would have been a proper sort of justice, but the clothes he wore and the wide-brimmed hat gave me an awfully small target, the face beneath his hat, or perhaps his hand. Abdomen curling, legs kicking up and off the ground, I let go of the thing. It sailed up and back. If I hit the face of the person holding me, all the better. If we lost it in the mess of shelves and containers, great. But getting it away from Lillian was the critical point. I didn't hit the face of the person holding me. I had no idea if I'd lost the thing. But I achieved my third goal. Brat, the man holding me shouted. Third go. Legs up, off the ground. He dropped me. He'd learned his lesson. But I was already plotting out my next moves. If he held me, I could bring my feet down and back, aiming to strike at his kneecap, or straight down onto the arch of his foot. Being dropped on the ground meant I could get my feet under me, either run or strike back. He was already reacting, moving to grab something from the table, expecting me to run. I struck, muddy shoe soles sliding slightly on hardwood as I raised myself up to a standing position. I didn't get all the way to my feet, my shoulder went up between his legs. Use the opportunity to spot the parasite, see where it went, find something to help Lillian. He grabbed me by the collar. He'd had no reaction to what amounted to one of the most solid blows I was physically able to deliver to his pride, joy, and joy. Or would it be pride, and joy? I only had limited hands-on experience with that. It was all academic at this point. Though he wasn't so severely changed as the four I'd seen earlier, he had been altered. Protected, possibly with everything vital tucked up inside or some measure taken. He heaved me over to the left. My ear, temple, and I met the edge of the table, inches from the patient's feet. My vision didn't blur, my focus didn't waver, but it damn well hurt. I felt blood flow out, producing an audible blorp sound as it momentarily occluded my ear canal. Somewhere in the midst of that, I collapsed onto the ground, maintaining eye contact with Lillian. That big feeling was gone, now. He kicked me in the ribs, punctuating the earlier hit with something more solid. The pain was something I could get past. But an interruption in that nice normal pattern of breathing and heartbeats did take the fight out of me for a few seconds. The net was closing. The thugs from around the room cautiously approached, keeping a moderate distance from the table with the other parasite and victim. The routes I had available to me were narrowing, options dwindling. Where did it go? One of the thugs asked. His prior vantage point hadn't afforded him a view of the full fight. The table with the victim and the adjoining tables with tools on them were an obstruction. Over there, the thug that loomed over me spoke. You can see the slime trail and blood. The fishmonger lurched, pulling himself to a standing position. He twisted Lillian's hair as he forced her to stand as well. Grab him. I was grabbed. One eye stung as blood got in it. I blinked it a few times, trying to get a clearer view, but it only seemed to make it worse. I didn't bother trying to fight against the grip they had on me as I was hauled to my feet, arms held behind me. Get the burrower, the fishmonger said. He was glaring at me, as if I'd somehow wronged him, and the notion that he'd put us in this situation, hurt us, and planned to torture us hadn't even crossed his mind. Well, in a way, he was justified. We'd picked this fight. His irrationality had come full circle in an irrational world. The mook seemed reluctant to follow through. I said, get the burrower. I waited, held firmly, while the fishmonger passed charge of Lillian to another underling. She kept struggling, fighting, staring at me, eyes periodically flickering to my hands, waiting for a signal. I'd had great plans for how this would unfold, before we'd been pressed into saving a life. It was a confluence of bad circumstance that put us here. Any other group configuration, and we might have looked past one life or at least been willing to let it be for as long as the fishmonger took to die. But Lillian and Jamie weren't fighters, and Lillian had a soft heart. Do you know who this is? The fishmonger asked. He put one hand on the chest of the man who lay on the table. He got blank stares and silence in exchange. This is the type of man who doesn't take the initiative, find something with a long handle, and scrape a damn burrow out from under a shelf. The assorted thugs exchanged glances. One man found the courage. He reached up to a high shelf and got a broken broom handle, climbed down to the floor, and poked underneath the shelf. I dearly wished the thing would latch onto his face. But it wasn't that quick. He withdrew from the shelf, poking and prodding the thing with the blunt end of the broom handle. It rolled on its side and flipped over until it was more or less in the fishmonger's vicinity. The man, Giles, reached over to the table, and pulled on gloves. They snapped tight against his wrist. He bent down and collected the thing. I met Lillian's eyes. I knew she was looking to me for answers. I was still panting for breath, I only had one eye open, and I could feel blood running down one side of my face and down one ear, partially obscuring the canal, leaving me half-deaf in one ear. It said a lot that she was looking to me for answers. I could steer her, put her on a course, using my best know-how and some gestures. It wasn't worth it. My plan wasn't that convincing even to myself, and Lillian needed to learn to stand on her own. Not that I wouldn't help. I glanced in the direction of Jamie and Gordon, and felt a bit of worry. They were still motionless, one scale-skinned thug standing over their limp bodies. I tried to convince myself that the fishmonger wouldn't waste life when he could put it to use for profit or amusement. It wasn't an effective enough argument to help the disquiet I felt. I was getting more nervous, feeling more like the Sylvester I was once upon a time. I'd only just fixed things with Jamie, at least starting us on the road to getting to a better place. Or he'd started me on the road. He'd done the work. I couldn't have Lillian die horribly, I couldn't lose Jamie, and I couldn't see this be the circumstances where Gordon's heart finally gave out. No, I had to treat this as a situation where it was up to Lillian and me, and that meant that I couldn't dictate a plan to Lillian, or it might as well be up to me alone. I didn't give her a signal, nor did I give her any directions. The fishmonger held the parasite in two gloved hands. He stood in front of me, displeasure etched on a face that looked like human flesh had been grafted on over a bulldog's. The flesh hung, the eyelids drooped, and though I'd seen something resembling a smile earlier, it was hard to look at him and imagine him grinning or ever appearing happy. This is the point I'm supposed to explain what this does, he said, showing me the wounded parasite. To drive the point home, filling you with horror before I follow through and make that horror real. I wanted so very much to say something to him, a biting comment, offer up a jab, but I didn't want to give away the show. I had to take it. I'm not going to do that, he said. You'll figure out what it does, and that will be worse, as you realize. He reached forward, digging fingertips and thumb tip into my cheeks, forcing them into and between my teeth, prying my mouth open by sheer strength alone. I couldn't close my mouth without biting into the flesh of my own cheeks. He raised the parasite, and the thing waved its head around, left, right, up, down, searching. Tiny legs at the edges of its body clawed at my lip and chin, seeking purchase, and I felt it grip my flesh, the skin pinching where its lower body made contact. The tiny hairs, clinging to my skin with a nigh unbreakable grip. At least my pain tolerance was high. If it came down to it, I could handle this better than Lillian could. Giles the fishmonger stepped back. He was glaring, clearly unhappy. I was supposed to be screaming, fighting the man who held my arms. It probed my lips with its head, and tiny mandibles or thorny bits cut as it searched the aperture. It pushed into the space, and I could taste it. It tasted like something that had, minutes ago, been inside someone's midsection. Blood, feces, and bile. I could keep from screaming, but I couldn't keep from screwing up my face in disgust. It was biting me, taking tiny pieces out, and the more of it that came into contact with my mouth, the more mouths there were doing the biting. Involuntarily, my arms jerked at the pain. The thug held them firm. It recoiled. I felt it jerk. The tail writhed, and the pinching grip on the skin of my face released. The body writhed, attempting to push itself away and drop to the ground, much as it had after it was injured. Before it could drop, I bit. I caught its head in between my teeth. The taste of it overpowered my senses. It continued flopping around, twisting, fighting to get away. The spines and teeth of its head, nigh invisible or retractable, were biting and slicing into my gums. Doesn't like what it's tasting. Some of the poisons that had been injected into my brain had permeated my body to an extent. It had changed the texture of my hair and stunted my growth, among other things. One of the few side benefits was that parasites didn't tend to like me. Not that they didn't tend to filled me with confidence at any point. The hell, someone asked. Second and last chance, SY. I turned my head to the right, then whipped it up and to the left, hard. The body of the parasite whipped out and up, toward the face of the man who had my arms. I was too short for the parasite to make contact, but the sight of a parasite flying toward him, with my last flung parasite fresh in my enemy's memory. He flinched, and he let go of me. They had guns and other weapons. The only way to succeed was to go for the head. I had to do it before they got a clear draw on me. I released the parasite from my teeth. I caught it in my bare hands, and felt the pinch as it tried to grab me. It seemed to recognize me, because it recoiled, fighting to escape my grip. It made for a bad melee weapon as I swung it up at the fishmonger's face. He brought his arm up, shielding his face. He cringed, backing up as I swung again and again, batting at his head, knocking his hat off, aiming to make contact between parasite and flesh. I knew every second counted. The only opening we had available to us was to disable the fishmonger and interrupt his control over his underlings. Put them on the defensive. If their boss went down, screaming and flailing, then it gave us an opening. Lillian could offer to remove the parasite, we could trade the fishmonger for our own, leverage that position for information. But only if I didn't get shot. Move unpredictably, find an opening, not just for the fishmonger. As the fishmonger stooped over, shielding his head, I changed direction, covering the short distance to the man that held Lillian. He let go of her and pushed her toward me, retreating before I even got close. Lillian didn't come to me. She went straight to the table. Syringes, scalpels. Don't move, a thug shouted at me. You little shit. Gun. I was already reaching out for Lillian. I grabbed her and hauled her toward me, making sure to keep the parasite away from her. Positioning was key. The man with the gun adjusted his aim, pointing the gun at Lillian and I, and between our heads, looking a few feet beyond, he saw the fishmonger. Were these men equipped with good guns, or were they equipped with the cheap garbage that sent bullets flying off in random directions, consistently punching holes in the wall behind a dartboard 20 feet away? You have to shoot at your boss to shoot at us. But it was a trick that only worked in a limited way. We were surrounded, the room was full, and other people wouldn't have the same problem getting a clear shot. Their hesitation was for another reason. The fishmonger was still recovering from a beating delivered by a pubescent child. As I closed the distance once more, with Lillian in tow, he backed away. His image was crumbling, I'd made him flinch, and that reflected badly in the eyes of criminals like these. A small part of them, I imagined, would want to see how this unfolded. Hell, given his earlier threats, they probably hated him. Someone would smarten up before long. Realize that the fishmonger would appreciate initiative here, and would recognize the hesitation to act. They would shoot. Had to resolve this. I swung. Had to find an opening. Get him, break him as surely as he threatened to break Lil. The fishmonger's gloved hand slapped at the much-abused parasite. The parasite chose that same moment to squirm. It slipped from my grasp and struck a wall, hard. It didn't move much at all after it slid halfway down the wall and then flopped down to dusty ground. The fishmonger hit me, right in the ear that was already bleeding. I fell. I still couldn't win a fight. Even when it counted. I could make openings, I could improvise, I could bend the rules and make people act in different ways. But I couldn't beat a grown man into submission with a wet noodle of a parasite. The frustration gnawed at me. I felt very real desperation. I wanted to scream, but it was an angry scream. Lillian held her syringes out as if she was holding a knife, threatening the fishmonger with them, keeping her distance while trying not to move too far away from me. You remind me of my wife, the fishmonger said. Don't, Lillian said, her voice tight. I don't even want to think about you being married. You're disgusting. She was an academy student too. She failed out, too. It ate away at her, trying to climb the ranks, working hard, only to fail because of sabotage and the incompetence of others, he said. His tone of voice was a sneering one, and a part of me wondered if it was contempt for the incompetence who failed his wife, or if it was contempt for his wife, as if he didn't believe the explanation. He went on, I offered her money, more than she would have had. She went against the rules of the academy and sold her services to, well, me. Modifying your foot soldiers, and then keeping them loyal to you by holding the maintenance hostage. They're not stupid men. They knew the devil's deal they were making, the fishmonger said. The way he said that, I knew he was calling out anyone who might have claimed they hadn't known as stupid. Nobody would speak up and declare themselves a moron. He was a manipulator. Where's she now? Lillian asked. She was at least keeping him talking, even if she wasn't being overly clever about it. Then again, she had a lot on her mind, what with me, the guns, the fishmonger, needing to position herself right, and trying to track the conversation. She wanted out. But I'm like my pet over there. I don't like to let go of my things. She has a room much like the one I've prepared for you, but more luxurious. When she's good about doing her work, she has the freedom to do whatever she wishes, so long as it is done with escorts or behind locked doors. My ear was ringing from the punch. I tried to open the eye that had blood in it and felt a sharp sting. One working eye, no depth perception. It didn't help matters. I don't suppose you have any young runaways with you? Girls with horns? Lillian asked. I was halfway caught between wanting to cringe at the fact that Lillian had handed over vital data about what we wanted, or being surprised she had the presence of mind to keep the mission in mind. Why? The fishmonger asked. I blinked, started to climb to my feet, and someone stepped on my back forcing me to the ground. A solid 100 pounds pinned me to the ground. She's a friend. The fishmonger nodded slowly, taking it in. A feint, trying to get her to let her guard down. Careful, I said. Lillian checked over her shoulder, then swiftly changed direction, backing away from a man that had been creeping closer. I had a sense of how the fishmonger thought, now. Who he was as a person. That helped. I looked at the man, and I saw myself in a distorted shape, as if personality could be seen through a funhouse mirror. Loathing bubbled inside me like hot bile. Thanks, Simon, Lillian said. Are you okay? About as good as I look, I said. Not very good then. I chuckled, then wished I hadn't. My head pounded and my throat hurt with the effort. Pick the boy up. For the love of all that is holy, watch yourselves this time, the fishmonger said. That's twice now he's tried something. 2 occasions that will be remembered. He gave the evil eye to other thugs in the area. Leave him alone, Lillian said. You wanted me. He doesn't factor in. Neither do the others. She'd spotted them by the entrance. Very loyal, the fishmonger said. Lillian pursed her lips. Does your mind change if I tell you that he sold you? Sold me, Lillian said. She looked dazed. Her eyes fell on me, and I could see an expression on her face. Lost. As if she couldn't believe that, with all that had happened, the mess, the threats, the parasite, that this stupid, minor ruse of ours was still holding. That the fishmonger believed me to be a secret traitor. This is a moment to treasure, Lillian. Hold it in your heart, nurse it. It is something to look forward to, that moment when you realize you have some control and power in the most hopeless, darkest situations. You weren't helping us. I shouted. We backed you. We gave you food, we gave you shelter, we hurt your enemies, and then when it mattered, you didn't ever repay us. So yeah, I sold you, you stupid, ugly bitch. The fishmonger hit me. I went from a standing position to a dangling one, hanging from my wrists as the thug held me. He hit me again, then again, as if I were practice and nothing more. The blows were focused on my head and face, striking where I was already cut and bleeding, with the first and third strike being aimed at my bleeding ear. The final blow was to the midsection, making me double over. The thug's grip on me kept me from keeling over. Pain, I could handle. Only Lillian could handle Lillian, though. My reminiscence of the earliest field work of the lambs had been APT. There were parallels to be drawn between my sharing what I'd learned and my understanding of the world with Jamie and Gordon and what was happening here with Lillian. Lillian marched in my direction. There was a wild look in her eye. Blithely, as if she couldn't even see, she walked right into the reach of the man with the oil-slick skin. She didn't even startle or glance at him. She continued to pull against his grip, trying to approach me. The fishmonger signaled. The man who held Lillian released her, and she stumbled as she took her next step toward me. She recovered, and the fishmonger stood out of her way as she closed in. A fistful of needles in hand, various colors of fluid within each, she stabbed me. She didn't depress the plunger. The needles weren't being used for that. She pulled them out and slashed them against the less injured side of my face, raking me with needle points, one of them breaking off in the process. She was a wild animal, entirely on autopilot, not thinking, only acting. She stabbed me again and again, the same 4 or 5 syringe points penetrating flesh over and over again. Shoulder, shoulder, side, abdomen, arm, chest. The last hit was delivered with both hands. The needles went in as far as they could go. She pressed, and leaned forward in the doing. Her forehead rested against mine. I liked you, she said, quiet but not so quiet the fishmonger couldn't hear. I trusted you. That's your own fault, I said, my voice soft. Enough, the fishmonger said. He grabbed the back of Lillian's collar and pulled her away. She took one step back and sank to her knees. I still had the needles buried in my shoulder. Lillian's hands formed gestures. Poison. Bad. Drug. She'd dug deep and found something, and she'd gone wholly against what her entire purpose in the lambs was, on paper, to keep us healthy and safe. She'd torn into me, presumably avoiding vital areas, to arm me. The fishmonger stepped closer to me, reached out, and touched the syringes. He gripped them, or most of them, and bent them, until they started to break. He left the wreckage in place, fluids dribbling down my front, only 1 or 2 syringes still intact. I think she's realized there's no way out. She'll come with me, she'll work for me. Still kneeling, eyes on the ground, Lillian nodded. I think we'll have to devise a fitting end for you, little boy. You spoiled what was supposed to be a good night, and you killed my pet. I don't get paid. I asked. Keeping up the role. He hit me again. Bastard. I get paid, I hope. Ratface asked. He was off to one side, leaning against a stack of crates. You do, the fishmonger said. 3 bodies and an employee. 3 bodies. Me, Gordon, and Jamie. My eye went toward the front door. Mine wasn't the only one. Jamie still lay there, but Gordon didn't. The man who'd been standing watch over the pair now lay face down on the warehouse floor. It had been a hard lesson to learn. To trust my teammates. I thought you had them sedated, the fishmonger called out. His face was red and a vein stood out on the forehead. I jabbed him, the altered thug with the spines all over his body spoke. He sounded spooked. We were quick about it. Wasted no time, as soon as we got the signal. And somewhere in there you stabbed him. No sir, Spines said. The others will tell yet, crazy little shit stabbed himself partway through the scuffle. Stabbed himself? Entirely without meaning to, we'd given him the distraction he needed. Might as well make the most of it. Bleeding, beaten, stabbed, I managed a chuckle. Then I laughed. Wide eyes to sell the crazed aspect of the laugh. Eyes turned my way. You're right, fishmonger. There is no way out. Then, as if to echo my statement, likely because Gordon heard and was playing along I'd have to buy him a treat later as thanks the lights went out. We were plunged into almost absolute darkness, the only light being that which came from lamps outside the building and across the street. Good boy, I thought, still grinning, but for my own benefit this time. Bleeding edge 8.8. The light that filtered in from outside the warehouse was only barely enough to let me see the fishmonger's movement. A flash of his arm, raised, catching the light, moving. I moved my head in response, just in time to absorb the worst of the hit. The fishmonger's fingers were strong as he gripped my throat and chin, fingertips digging in. "Who are you?" he asked. Then he amended his question. "What are you?" "We're mercenaries," I said. "You cornered a bit too much of the local market, threw your weight around, and some of your enemies banded together to pay our price." "Bullshit," the fishmonger spoke into the darkness. "Business has been good. We've been cooperating more than ever before." "Because of the books?" "No, I don't believe that. You have bodyguards for a reason." Rather than come up with a clever response, I laughed instead. Better to keep his attention on me and off Gordon. It gave Gordon time to move, took focus away from Lillian. I got punched for my trouble. I was a little slower to turn my head, but I went with the blow, absorbing it with the movement of my head. "Would have to be Slim's son," he mused aloud. "The son? He's not a real crook," Ratface could be heard to comment. "If he's doing this, he's real enough," the fishmonger said. Then he seemed to come to a decision, deal with the boy. Less cause for laughter, now. The light from outside drew a faint orange line along one man's head, shoulder, arm, and leg as he approached me. Strategize, think. Jared, Tony, get the one by the door. Bring him in. Or better yet, put a knife in him, then bring him in. York, get a damn light from outside. I want to see what the hell we're doing. I was held by the wrists, arms held straight out behind me. I still had the wreckage of the syringes stuck in my shoulder. I considered trying to rub the broken glass and poison against the man who held me, then decided against it. He wore a coat and multiple layers. "The other one's gone," came the report from by the door. I could see the men standing there. York, the one who'd been sent to get the light, stepped through the doorway, momentarily blocking the little light there was. "Jamie's gone." I could imagine Gordon managing a trick, containing the paralysis or whatever the spines were supposed to do to him to one part of his body. But Jamie? Someone had moved him. The fishmonger was silent. Back to my situation. I couldn't rub broken glass against the man who held me. I bent my head down, grabbed one of the only intact syringes in my teeth, and hauled it out. I had to twist myself to my limits to bring it around and stab the man in the side. "The fuck?" he asked. "What?" the fishmonger asked. "We're in the dark, when you say things like that, without explaining, it's worrisome." Little fuckspit stung me somehow. He didn't let go to check the source of the injury. Damn shame, but being in the dark like this, with barely anything to go by, it also meant he couldn't draw the appropriate conclusions. "Augment?" the fishmonger asked. "You?" He wasn't talking to me. Had to be Lillian. "What is he?" "What are you?" "He's poisonous," Lillian said. "More poisonous with the syringes I jabbed him with." The other one was drawing nearer. My view of the doorway was blocked by the body of a large man. He might have been one of the ones with armored skin. I reached around, twisting, and this time the man who held me fought me, making the act harder. I managed to get my teeth on the syringe, ripping it out. I raised my face skyward, letting gravity hold the syringe in place as I adjusted my grip on it, and twisted again. The one who'd approached to finish me off grabbed me by the throat, probably to make sure he had me in position to cut my throat or put a bullet in the side of my head. I twisted my head up and tilted it, until I could stab at the underside of his wrist with the needle, and wasn't able to hold onto it as he pulled back and away. "Damn it," the man barked. "Stung. What's this?" "Syringe." I went limp, dropping, head down, weight of my body pulling against the hands that held my wrist. "Let me go, let go. Assume I'm dead, that he got my throat, let me go." He didn't let me go. "Poison, like I said," Lillian said. "Probably one of the hyperkalemics. The other poisons would be burning in your veins like fire. Since you aren't screaming, I assume he didn't stick you with one of those." "What the fuck is a hyperkalemic?" "Your cells are becoming porous as we speak. You'll vent potassium into your bloodstream, and you'll feel awful, like you're getting sick. Then you'll feel your muscles go weak. Your heart's one of those muscles. It'll stop, and it'll stop soon." She seemed more coherent, now that she was reciting from a textbook. "Clinical. I didn't actually depress the syringe, though. You have 2 to 5 minutes to live," she said. "I might be able to save you, depending how much he gave you, and if there's any light for me to see my bag. Every second counts, obviously. Stay right where you are, you tell me what the cure is, I'll find it myself," the fishmonger said. "Where the hell is York?" The only sound in response was the noise of the rain pattering down outside. "York," the fishmonger called, voice harsh and loud. No response came. Gordon had to be inside the building, to mess with the lights. If he hadn't circled around to the front, then it had to be hubris. Stealth dog. I continued to hang, limp. I felt the man's grip on my wrists tighten. "Giles," he barked. "You get me that damn antidote." "Both of us," the other said. "Girl. You'd better give it to us, or your little friend here dies." "Someone's holding me," Lillian said. Her voice sounded distant, disaffected. As if it wasn't wholly her speaking. Too calm. "If they let me go, I can try. But if you hurt Simon there, then I won't help you at all. If you're feeling the symptoms, then it might be too late already. Fuck, shut up, stop talking, get the antidote. I'm feeling the effects, the man who held me said, quiet enough that it was probably meant for his fellow poisoning victim. Except I didn't depress the syringe, I thought, again. Stop panicking, the fishmonger said, sounding annoyed more than anything. Jared, Tony, go get some light and find York. Go together. They weren't far from the door, standing by where Jamie had fallen. I saw their outlines as they headed through the doorway, and I saw hubris fly at one of them, a bounding leap, without a snarl or bark to mark the occasion. Stumbling away, the one hubris had attacked fell back against something by the door, a crate or something. The dog, the fishmonger said. It's not really a dog, Lillian said. Not really. Hey, look at that. She actually managed a convincing-ish lie. Call them off. They wouldn't listen if I did. They almost never listen to me. If you're their handler, I just keep them functioning. Or I try. You saw how Simon is. Baiting you, getting himself hurt. Well, that was partially my fault. I wished she hadn't mentioned me. I'd made myself big and noticeable, laughing, doing the talking, drawing attention. Now that I was limp and silent, I was hoping they would assume I was dead. If they gave me more than a moment or two of thought. Giles, the man who held me shouted. I know. Shut up, the fishmonger snarled. I have her bag. I couldn't find it in the dark, Lillian said. I doubt you could find it in the light. It's not conveniently labeled antidote. I hadn't moved a muscle in almost a minute, and still dangled from the man's grip. He didn't think to ask before letting me go, dropping me to the floor of the warehouse. His focus was elsewhere. My chin banged the floor and the broken needles in my chest tapped against the floor, making me feel the jabs and the bits of broken glass that had clung to my shirt and jacket. With barely a sound, I rolled over onto my back, and took a second to pull the bits of syringe out of my shoulder. I collected the needles and broken syringe ends, holding them between my fingers, the broken glass against the heel of my palm. That done, I brought my arms over my head, wincing at the pull against the damage in my shoulder, lifted my butt up off the ground, and rolled forward into a crouching position. I was as blind as any of them, but they were big, I was small, and my footsteps were comparatively quiet in contrast to the big man's. I closed the distance, and slammed the needles out in his direction, slamming them into his side and his back, before dancing back in a way of the retaliatory strike. Motherfucking fuck. Little fuck spittle. Stop doing that, the fishmonger barked. Say why you're swearing, you moron, or it doesn't help. The one you were punching is gone. He just stuck me with the needles. Serves you right for letting go of him, you fucking dunce. He was dead. Playing dead. I loved that they were talking and making noise. It let me locate them. If he got you with more than the one needle then you're definitely dead, Lillian said. I'm sorry. You can blame your boss for that. I would have helped if I could. Shut up, the fishmonger barked. I heard a pained noise from Lillian. I went by limited memory of the battlefield, where the table was, where the crates and shelves were, and I moved between them, heels of my shoes scuffing the floor lightly as I rolled my weight from heel to toe. I didn't make much noise, and being where I was, zigzagging through their ranks, the light sounds were excusable. Light flared through the room, shadows flying forward, then reversing direction to head back. One of the men who'd gone outside had retrieved a light, and was returning inside, victorious, light held high. I was among the now visible details of the room. All eyes present moved to me, with the exception of the eyes belonging to the poor soul on the table. Me, with 2 thugs behind me, 2 thugs between me and the shelves to my right, table with patient to my left and fishmonger, thug and Lillian in front of me. A gunshot sounded from among the shelves at the back of the warehouse. The eyes that had looked my way looked between the source of the sound and the destination, a hole in the wall just beside the lantern holding man's head. Gordon's aim was better on the second shot. The man fell, and the lantern crashed to the floor. It wasn't like the dime store novels. The container didn't shatter and it didn't ignite into a nice distracting fire. I moved, dashing between the table and the fishmonger to get to Lillian's bag. Mutt! I hollered. Get rid of the lantern. I seized Lillian's bag, and I grabbed the tools that Lillian had laid out, the same ones that I'd been handing to her. In the same moment I turned around and made a beeline straight for the man who held Lillian. Hubris snatched up the lantern, carrying it away. The light slid away from the room, plunging things into darkness in a second's time. I went low. My elbow struck out, once, twice. Point of reference enough to get a sense of what and where I was elbowing. He twisted, trying to put Lillian between us, but I was already reaching around the far side of his leg, scalpel in hand. I pulled the blade against the back of his leg. Too shallow a cut. It didn't stop him from driving his knee into my already bruised ribs. Already crouching, I tumbled the short distance to the ground. I rolled forward, going for the ankle this time. I couldn't remember what he'd been wearing on his feet. Boots? Would the scalpel go through? No. Last-minute change of plans. I stabbed for his groin instead. He kicked out, and managed to get me in the hip, right where it joined my bent leg. I was thrown onto my side, my attack never connecting. He was strong. This wasn't working. The leg he'd kicked was slow to move as I asked it to move. His hand grabbed me while I was still trying to get myself moving again. I could have stabbed him, but I didn't. He was on guard against that. Instead, I reached out. My hand touched Lillian. I pressed the scalpel and scissors in my fist flat against her stomach. She took them with her free hand. For the second time, I was thrown hard against the table. I heard a gun cock from his direction. This time, recovering fast was essential. The others were still closing the distance, fumbling around in the dark. No decorum, no strategy. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing as my leg lagged a fraction and my sense of balance went wonky, then I drew close. I still had a sharp instrument. Lillian had one too. I closed the distance, and after feeling out to get a sense of where the man was, a touch of palm to his ribs, I stabbed in a fury, as many times as I could in short succession, going for a quantity of blows over carefully placed ones, trying to find a space between scales. I succeeded on the fourth strike, but in the doing, my makeshift weapon plunged too deep into his side, and my hand slid right off the blood-slick handle. I could only assume he was trying to deal with Lillian, wrestling her to keep her from stabbing him, while she was trying to ruin his aim. He bodily picked her up and shoved her at me. Mission accomplished. We collected ourselves. A gunshot ripped out, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the scene as the man who'd had Lillian. I hoped it was a miss, but there was no telling, and Lillian had the sense to stay quiet, whatever it was. Gordon's returning shot wasn't a miss. The muzzle flash gave away the shooter's location, and Gordon had used it. I wondered if the armored scales would protect against a gunshot. Lillian and I disappeared into the shelves and stacks, me holding her hand, leading the way as best as I was able. It was the same principle I'd espoused earlier. People had needs. Take away something they needed, and their behavior could be controlled. The light was gone. Safety in question. Two men worried they might be dying, and one was so convinced of it that he was imagining symptoms where they didn't exist. The lambs were safe, now. Or as safe as we could get. Jamie had been dragged away by Gordon or Hubris. Hubris was outside the building, ready to go after anyone that ran, and Gordon was somewhere among the shelves and stacks of crates that filled half the warehouse, lurking and waiting for an opportunity. Glass clinked. A flame flared. Another lantern lit. Lillian and I were at the far right of the rows of stacks and shelves. To our left, Gordon fired, aiming at the source of the flame. One shot, then another, then another. I heard swearing from the thug with the lantern, the fishmonger shouted, and the fishmonger's people took cover. Gordon wasn't successful in getting rid of the light source. All right, the fishmonger called out. If you're mercenaries, then I'm paying. Whatever they offered you, I'll pay half again as much. You name and kill the ones who hired you, and give me any of those antidotes for my people, assuming you even poisoned them at all. I'm poisoned, the one who'd held me said. His earlier commentary on the subject meant he had to double down, reaffirm. None of the lambs replied. There wasn't a sound. Lillian and I moved, and I was careful to set my feet down where the feet of the shelving units and the crates already depressed the floorboards. Lillian followed my gestures as I indicated the spots to place each foot, but her footsteps were heavier than mine. I'd have to let her know that at a later point in time. I was giddy with relief that we'd all managed to slip away. We had them in the palm of our hand, now, without the parity of them having the same. The trick was to figure out how to leverage that. My leg hurt where I'd been kicked in the hip, and my side throbbed with every heartbeat. I was mostly operating with just the one eye, the other one had to have a cut on the eyelid, if the eyeball itself wasn't damaged. But I wasn't important, here. I stopped, partially to let my leg rest. Lillian was the other reason. In the dim, I could barely see her. What I could see was that she had a look in her eye. I recognized the look. I'd seen it in Jamie, once. I'd seen it in Gordon, though he'd tried to hide it. The old days. When we'd been more child than lamb. After the worst individual close calls. I could remember those moments, and for Gordon, Jamie, and I, they had been intimate brushes with death. I'd had one with Sub Rosa, different from my first in how easy it had been to surrender to the idea of it. Lillian's brush hadn't been with death. She wasn't a true lamb in that way. It wasn't a reality for her in that way. I wasn't sure what to call it, there wasn't a good word for it. She had confronted the dark side of Academy science when she'd stared down that parasite. In the aftermath of it, she'd been like a different Lillian. She'd been harrowed, if I had to give a name to the process. It was a good word, it was close to the word hollow, and it made me think of a person's very being getting raked over. Was the old Lillian still there, past it all? You. Okay. Question. I gestured. She took her time before giving me a nod. From what I could see of the look in her eye, I wasn't sure I believed her. I reached out and up with my free hand, putting a hand on one side of her face. She flinched slightly at the touch, her hand momentarily clenching my other hand, as if I'd been very cold or had given her a static shock. Then she relaxed, her eyes closing. We stayed like that for a good 10 seconds, my hand on her face. She was as absorbed by the touch as some other people might be by a good hug in different circumstances. She was someone who liked being teased, but what she really craved, deep down, was someone to cling to. Every night that she slept in my bed, she held herself tight against me, clutching me as if she'd fall into a chasm if she didn't. Aside from lengthy sessions of kissing, that was all it ever was, to the point that I suspected she needed it more than I did. Someone to be close. This wasn't that, but it was contact and it helped center her and nourish her, as surely as a sandwich did a hungry man, or light to a blind man. I heard footsteps and tracked their direction. My hand dropped off of her face, and her eyes opened. I pointed in the direction of the man, and she gave me a nod. A little less harrowed than she had been. The fishmonger's people had ignited more lanterns, and the place was brighter, Lillian's features less cast in shadow, the tracks from earlier tears now visible. I could remember that heady feeling from earlier. The look she gave me. A dangerous game, that. I was a terrible truth-teller. I always got things wrong, in timing, in hurting others. Being anything remotely heroic would be worse. No, the best way to go about this would be to play to my strengths, be a bastard. I took the scalpel from her, then gestured in the direction opposite the man. Go. She hesitated just long enough that I wondered if she'd balk. Then she went. I climbed into a space at the lowest shelf of a set, between two crates. I pulled off my coat within the narrow confines, and put it between me and the pathway between shelves I'd just vacated. I took a second to arrange it. The man or men I'd heard would be rounding the corner by now. It was one or two. Doable. It was very possible they'd see a glimmer of Lillian as she got away or found a hiding space. I crouched there, poised, the hood of the coat over most of my face, my one good eye peering past, the angle sufficient to see shadows and movement of light and dark, but not necessarily the details of any people that approached. The back of the coat covered my shoulders, front, and knees. I heard the footsteps, I heard the creak as the man walked on parts of the floor that weren't weighed down by heavy objects. He slowed as he got closer to me. I'd been spotted. A glance over my shoulder confirmed I had an escape route. I waited, let him get closer. A hand grabbed for my neck, aiming to pull me backward and down to the ground. But the coat was misleading. Fingertips grazed the front of my throat. I pushed forward, one hand grabbing the coat and pulling it away. I saw a gun and swiped the coat down, stepping on it, limiting the gun's movements. My other hand went out and forward, scalpel swiping across his throat, before dropping down to help hold down his gun. He struggled to pull back and away, with one hand trapped. Blood flowed out. By the time he pulled free, abandoning his gun beneath the coat, it was too late. Shouts, running footsteps. I climbed back through the other side of the shelves, taking my escape route, then climbed. The lower shelves were mostly crates. Other things were on higher shelves. Lighter things, easier to lift up and down. It was on the upper shelves that I found a box of tools. The shelves swayed with my weight, giving me away and forcing my hand, and I summarily pushed the tools out and over, letting them fall atop the people who had rushed to my victim's side. They swore, gunshots fired, largely blind, and I made a haphazard climb down, free falling more than I actually climbed. Heading over in Gordon's direction, to the back left corner of the warehouse, I found myself moving through more open area, visible from the front door of the warehouse, from the table with the patient, and from scattered thugs, including the fishmonger, the scaled one I'd stabbed and one of the ones I'd poisoned. The light didn't reach far enough to reveal me. The eel black one, the other scaled one and the spiny one would be among the ones in the stacks of crates and the rows of shelves. A cat and mouse game, baiting, trapping, it was doable. But Gordon hadn't been shooting. The last batch of shots had been inaccurate. I had a bad feeling. A game of cat and mouse here, with me hobbled, and Gordon not in fighting shape. We'd done well enough to force them to spread out to find us, to divert resources, and leave their boss less guarded, in a dark warehouse. I took my bundle of raincoat and carefully unfurled it, taking the gun. I found and aimed at the fishmonger, the gun pointed at the lower half of his body. Squeeze, don't pull. Especially don't pull here, knowing that the shot might go higher, into his center mass. The bullet caught him in his thigh. He fell backward, screaming bloody murder, and I dropped to my belly, as best as I was able. With both of his booted feet pointed in my general direction, me lying on the ground, there was an awful lot of leg between the barrel of the gun and anything too vital. I fired again, twice in quick succession. By the time I'd climbed to my feet, they'd found me. They came out of shelves and stacks, approached with lanterns in hand and guns raised. Antidotes if you want them, your boss is down, and we can provide the council to know how to maintain those alterations of yours, I said. This didn't feel good. Not certain. I wasn't sure how they'd act, and I hated forcing situations where that was the case. Your choice, I said, whether you want to get him help or not. They continued to approach. I made eye contact with one of the ones I'd poisoned. Damn. I raised my gun, and 5 or so guns pointed at me in turn. He pressed the barrel of the gun against my forehead. No, he said. You don't want to get him help? That's fine by me. No, we're not dealing with you. My heart sank. Then I watched as the upper half of his face exploded into blood and skull fragments, a bullet shearing him practically from upper temple to upper temple. His body dropped to the floor. Half of the thugs turned, aiming at their new target. He was as good as dead anyway, as far as I figure it, Gordon said, limping out of the shelves, pale, face damp with sweat, 2 handguns pointed at the group of thugs. Lillian did much the same, appearing from the shelves, a rifle in hand. They outnumbered us, but we had them mostly surrounded, Lillian behind them, Gordon to the right of them, and me in front. It was a standoff. It's not worth it, Gordon said. You're going to give us some information, answer some questions, you'll give us the fishmonger, and you can carry on doing what you do. We'll disappear in a day or two, after picking off a few of your enemies. This is about the damn books, isn't it? The eel black man asked. He relented, his gun pointing skyward. Gordon eased up in turn. Yeah, Gordon said. He looked like death, like he'd been the one to get beaten, stabbed, scratched, and beaten some more. Yeah, in a roundabout way, this is about the books. Bleeding Edge 8.9. The fishmonger didn't really have a body type, in the conventional sense. He was shaped like a hump to begin with. Now, with his legs bent at odd angles, belly sticking skyward, in clothing that rendered him even more shapeless, he was something else. He groaned and moaned as he flopped on the floor to the best of his impaired ability. It momentarily interrupted the dialogue. I glanced at Lillian, who didn't move a muscle to rush to the man's aid. Instead, both hands on the borrowed rifle, she walked over to the table with the patient she'd been tending to earlier. She spoke to him in a low voice, laying the gun down so it was still pointing in the general direction of the thugs, before picking up tools. They didn't jump to reach for their guns or give any sign they saw that as an opportunity. That was fine. This was a dominance game, a vicious dogfight followed by the survivors circling one another, teeth bared but with no desire to fight. Each side was obligated to attack if the other showed weakness or a reluctance to play fair, by the rules of this particular arena. They had reputations to maintain, even among one another, and in the eyes of their boss. We had to hold on to the illusion of competence we'd created. If Gordon teetered over and collapsed on the floor now, with Lillian occupied behind the group of thugs, then I suspected they would draw on us again. I hoped he had the strength to at least stand up straight. I eyed Ratface, who had relocated himself to one corner of the warehouse, as far away as he could be from us without ducking out the front doors, and I suspected the only reason he hadn't done that was that 3 people had made their exit, 2 had disappeared by way of mud, and the 3rd had been shot. All right, I said. The thugs were eyeing a bloody Lillian, looking over their shoulders, as she worked at cutting out the parasite that was crawling beneath her patient's skin. Their attention turned back to me. Here's the deal. We're not looking to muscle in on your turf. We're not looking to stay. They were silent, staring us down. Gordon spoke, we're on the hunt. We're going to leave tonight, we're going to get ourselves patched up, and then we're going to look for the distributor of those books. Who or what are you hunting? Doesn't matter, I said. What he said, Gordon said. The thug stared us down. His tone was borderline insolent as he said, don't know much. The tone of his voice, his attitude, it suggested he had very little interest in getting us what we wanted. We could bribe and persuade, but our position was a weak one. It was a fine line here, given the circumstances, between asking and begging. It wasn't possible to beg here and still hold the tenuous control we needed to stand out. Worse, we'd hurt their friends or colleagues, and we'd threatened and shot at the survivors. We were far from being on friendly terms with these guys. If they could screw us or mislead us, they would. Information couldn't be trusted. We had to give them an incentive, then. Like I said, I told them, we aren't planning on staying long. We run this errand, get our hands on the books, and then depending on where things stand, we're going to look for further work. We need to keep ourselves sharp, earn the money we need to keep going. I paused, glancing them over, before I continued, if you're helpful and your information is on target, then we come to you first. Give you a deal if you want to hire us. And if you don't want to pay us, then we'll still think, hey, those guys were helpful. Let's not mess with them. You got to beat us up and threaten us, we returned the favor, Gordon said. I winced a little at the way he'd phrased it, but Gordon being Gordon meant he could get away with it in a way I never could. I would inevitably come across as if I was mocking them, jabbing at them. Gordon shrugged, a very easygoing, languid shrug considering he looked to be on his last legs. We're even enough. The fishmonger interrupted with a groan, trying to move by pushing at the floor with his heels, only to inflict 7 different kinds of agony on himself in the process. His legs wouldn't work without help. Even, as I see it. Now, if you want to help us out on this, maybe you could name a certain someone or someones. People who you hoped might have a bad day. Gordon did a good job of subtly indicating the fishmonger. He was saying what he was saying without making any promises or guarantees. It had always bothered me a little that Gordon had such an easy time of it, while I came under ready suspicion, even when I was being honest. It wasn't even with the important stuff. I could think back and I couldn't remember a time when I'd been legitimately listened to by someone who wasn't a lamb, where I didn't have to try to logic my way to a listening ear or to manipulate to keep that listening ear. Even with Lillian, I wasn't sure it was ever easy. Natural, perhaps, but I could imagine a world where I could spend an entire day with her, from the moment we woke up to the moment we went to sleep, no obligations, no other people. In that world I envisioned, the most common scenario was one where I said or did the wrong thing and made Lillian genuinely upset. The next most likely scenario was one where I got tired from having to censor myself and pick my words, and fail to find time to enjoy myself, end up tired and miserable, or end up sabotaging it, leaving Lillian genuinely upset. Gordon? Gordon just talked. He didn't put special thought in it, he was direct, right to the point. People liked him and listened to him. Gordon could have a nice day. He'd probably already had one at one point. I envied him that. I'm not sure I'm seeing this as even, one thug said. If there's any disparity in casualties suffered, consider it balanced out by the fact that you picked this fight. I might sound younger than I am for saying it, Gordon said, but you started this. You sought us out, the ill black thug said, you planned. No, Gordon said. Not planned. We allowed it to happen, because it led to this us talking. A bit of exercise and practice, too. He smiled. White teeth, a bit of savagery in his eyes, beneath the civilized demeanor. You wanted this. You initiated it, Eel said. He looked at Ratface, right. I don't want to get into the middle of this. Eel snorted. All right, Gordon said. If you want to make this a blame game, you can do that. But we're going to go and see what we can do with the rest of the evening, and you won't see us again. Your boss might be ticked, considering that you'd be making this a loss instead of an opportunity. And you'd be passing up medical assistance. I should be able to patch up the worst of the damage, Lillian said, most of her attention still fixed on her patient, while she periodically glanced up to make sure nothing fishy was happening. If the artery got nicked, though, he's probably going to die. Standing by and letting that happen won't go over very well, either. That too, Gordon said, very casually. The fishmonger groaned. Get me my doctors. Eel glanced back at his boss. I could see him avoiding eye contact with other thugs. I could sense anxiety in him, and yet he only looked to his superior. He wouldn't or couldn't look to the others for advice or counsel. Was he de facto lieutenant? Or did he want to be? You're on the fence, I said. Better to keep changing it up, so we took turns talking. It was a show of power, one where we could suggest an ingrained sort of coordination in how we were collectively on the same page. It also kept them off balance, making it harder for them to get a read on us. I continued, you're weighing the risks versus the rewards. Let me assuage your doubts. We're not looking to cut off the supplier of the books, we're not looking to sully your name. If our plan works out, you won't even see how, the impact on you is so little. We finish our job, we may be stopped by to help you out. Take out an enemy of yours, if you're so inclined, Gordon cut in. And then we're gone. You can return to business as usual, I finished. I saw the thug scowl. My body was sore. I couldn't take the time to rub at my ribs or touch my face without looking weak, so I held the gun with one hand and flexed my other hand, every knuckle cracking and popping. I had a cut on my pinky from stabbing with the scalpel, my hand sliding down the shaft of the tool to let my finger prick on the edge of the blade before I'd found the traction to drive it in. In the midst of that, I gestured. Lie. Question. Yes, was Gordon's response. I saw Lillian giving me a sidelong glance, recognizing what we were communicating. We were lying through our teeth when we said we'd cooperate. Take the deal, Gordon said. It's the best way to get things back to a comfortable normal, I said. Willing the thugs to believe it. If you want power, making a definitive decision now is a way to climb the ranks and look good in front of the fishmonger. You look after Giles, Eel said. Get him some care. Don't stop by to say hi or offer help. You disappear after this. Perfect. I'm done with the parasite, Lillian said. She dropped the thoroughly butchered parasite on the floor. It landed with a splat, not even moving or coiling in response. Dead. I should have been paying more attention to her. This was a dangerous point, one that moved things from the comfort zone we'd established. I was acutely aware of the guns throughout the room. I'll look after your boss, now, Lillian said. Lift him up onto the table. Simon, I'll need my bag. Oh, I still had her bag. The man who'd been laid out on the table sat up, his restraints removed. Thoroughly traumatized, moving with the speed of a 120-year-old man. Lillian gave him a hand in stepping down. This was the sort of maneuver where a particularly bloodthirsty individual might decide to be clever, assuming the other side had let their guard down. Able-bodied thugs, the eel included, went to their boss, while I approached the table from another angle, one hand on my gun, which was pointed at the floor. No, the fishmonger said. His head rolled from left to right and back again. No, you'll give me my doctors. You won't last that long, Lillian said. She sounded eerily calm, but I could see the tremor at her fingertips. You've lost too much blood. I found my place at her side. I put the bag down and began sorting through the contents. If you don't want me to act, I won't, Lillian said. Dangerous question, that. If he said no, out of pure stubbornness, then we were in a bad situation. I gave him an 8 out of 10 chance of saying yes. That 2 out of 10 chance of a no was spooky. Fix me. But I'm watching you. Scissors, Lillian said. Rather than simply hand her the scissors, I pushed it into her hand, holding it there and holding her hand for a moment, before I released it to her custody. Lillian set to cutting the man's pants off. He didn't like that, but to ask Lillian to stop would have sounded petulant. He'd controlled what, a sixth or a fifth of the city? I couldn't remember. But it was a tenuous hold. That hold likely wouldn't last more than a month, now. He'd shown too much weakness in this brutish, broken-down little city on the coast. Here, strength was respected, to the point that a sea monster's corpse was left to loom over the city. You don't need to be standing and gawking. You two, go watch for trouble, you, and you, grab the bodies, all of you stay in earshot. I noted the hesitation before they acted to follow orders. We'll need someone to stay to give us the information, Gordon said. I'm going to go check on the others, if you can wait a minute. Others, the fishmonger gasped. If you ask around, and I imagine you will, Gordon said, you'll hear that a fairly large group of children got off the boat earlier today. We're far from being the only ones present. I watched the fishmonger's expression change. He'd been well aware we'd arrived as a larger contingent. The best lies were those with a grain of truth to them. The lieutenant with the slimy black skin stayed where he was, watching over the scene, while Gordon stepped outside, presumably to look after Jamie. Destroy him? Question. I gestured, now that I was more free to use my hands at the table's edge without the fishmonger's lieutenant seeing. Not entirely free, but more free. Delay. Poison. Question. I stuck the question marks on the end of each statement. I didn't want to push her, but only to let her know what her options were. I didn't want her to regret her decision, whatever she decided, and I didn't want her to resent me as part of that regret. I worried that this was too manipulative as it was. Lillian's hands were occupied. She wasn't able to respond. Maybe, if she weren't as frazzled and post-harrowed as she was, then she might have been able to be clever with how she gave me her next instructions. As it was, she was simply a capable field doctor. Was it too much to ask her to kill? To suggest that option? She'd come dangerously close to being broken in her dealings with this man. I felt like she needed a show of strength, to redeem herself. But death? Was a death by poisoning fitting? Could it be horrible enough to be worth it? No kill. I gestured. Destroy. Question. Remove that option. Take that weight from her shoulders. A kill wasn't appropriate, and no kill I could imagine with the tools we had on hand was fitting, considering what he'd put Lillian through. She finished cutting off the pants. The fishmonger wore underpants that were more like cloth shorts, which I was glad for, but he'd been augmented, in a way that strained credulity to the point of splitting credulity at the seams. Lillian didn't even seem to notice or care. I watched as she set to work, identifying the locations of the bullets, inserting syringe-less needles as markers, and then started cutting, carefully paring away skin and muscle to access the bullets. The human side of Lillian was there was no doubt of that. Her fear, the shake of her hand, the expressions that crossed her face as she worked. But I could also see the big picture. How she was throwing herself into her work, in a way that she had to have done countless times throughout the years. An escape, a concrete, real thing that she could control, excel in and remedy. Ordered. I could see how the other emotions gave way to the problem she was solving, the order of steps, the careful measurement of fluid for syringes, her words as she explained each step to the fishmonger, showed him the bottles. Everyday Lillian was cute, but it was a leap to say she was a beauty in the way Mary was. She was a girl, where Mary was a young woman or even a young lady, even if Lillian was older than her friend. But this Lillian, she was beautiful. In the tension of the moment, focused wholly on her task, face still and fingers working her craft, the girl wasn't there. It was a glimpse of what Lillian might look like if Lillian was an experiment. Or if Lillian was a professor, wearing the black coat she wanted so very badly. Or perhaps the distinction between the two wasn't so fine, between the man-made monster and the man-made monster. She spoke, and I barely heard her voice, as caught up as I was in the scene. She asked for a tool and I handed it to her. Her blood-slick fingertips grazed my fingers, painting them, and I was very aware of the touch, the warmth, the almost immediate cooling where the fluids made contact. Her lips were slightly parted, and she barely seemed to be breathing. I felt like an iron rod stretched from my pelvis up through my stomach and chest, all the way to my brain, and the intensity of this Lillian I was seeing was enough to warm it, radiating heat through me. Then, in the next moment, concern crossed her features. She was Lillian the girl again. A Lillian who nourished a different part of me. The Lillian I wanted to torment, to pull her hair, pinch and kiss her, just to see her squirm and turn red. The Lillian I wanted to hold and be held by. Concern. I touched her hand, startling her a little. I kept my features neutral, I didn't want to bias or manipulate her. Only to let her know she wasn't alone, standing on this threshold. I need some antiseptics, she said, glancing up from the work in progress. Reach into my bag. I did. My finger extended. She watched as I indicated different things in the bag. Left. Up. A little more left. Her hand moved at the scalpel. Poison. My hand buried in the bag, I touched a bottle. Holding it, I used my thumb to pop the clasp and cork top. More left. There. The bottle. Use it to rinse your hands. You want your hands clean. Another gesture from Lillian. Lie. Before you help me here. I'll need you to get your hands deep inside, where the tissues of the thigh are thickest. I could hear Gordon in the background, getting details from the lieutenant. But my focus was here. I showed the fishmonger the bottle, then used the antiseptic to clean my hands, the blood on my fingers came away easily. I was careful to get under my fingernails. Lillian took it and rinsed the wound, before patting it dry. She'd told me not to get my hands clean, but if I were so obvious as to leave my hands filthy and try to give this man an infection, then it could catch attention. This man wasn't a doctor, but he worked closely with them. Put it away, she said. I don't want to lose track of things. Okay, I said. I put the bottle of antiseptic cleaner back through the loop in the side of the bag. My fingers swiped through the container I'd opened. It was granular, like salt. It stuck to my moist fingers, coating them. Put your fingers in deep, where I'm showing you, she said. Hold there. Her fingers trembled as she demonstrated. Is the anesthetic working okay? She asked the fishmonger. I don't feel much, why? Just making sure you're comfortable, she said. It was perhaps the best lie I'd ever heard her tell. I waited patiently while Lillian glued my face back together, where I'd been slammed against the hard table's edge. I kept my head stock still while I adjusted the wet cloth we'd draped over Jamie's forehead. We were in a small bedroom, one with two small beds, a bedside table shared between them, and a closet. Paralytic venom, it seemed, had been injected into Jamie with the spines. Gordon had severed much of his arm from the rest of his body to minimize how well that same venom could transmit, and his particular biology made the translation between sections more halting than it might otherwise be. His enhanced constitution covered the rest. He'd taken the time to recover, bounced back, and then gave himself enough medical care to retain some use of his arm. But the venom had affected his heart. He wouldn't be up to more brawling before his next appointment. Hubris was poised to stop him if he tried any exertion heavier than a walk. The mud had snarled at Gordon for climbing stairs at a walking pace. This would have been so much easier with Mary and Helen. Even Ashton could have changed the way that had gone. Jamie had roused, found his body's movements limited and stiff, and after some reassuring words from Lillian and something to help the muscle cramps, he'd dozed off. It felt strange to be this close to Lillian, her hands on my face, while Jamie was there, sleeping. I stared at her, trying to figure out her expression, while she utterly ignored mine, focused wholly on the damage to my ear, face, and eyelid. Her face was so close to mine I could have kissed her. My instincts told me she was on the verge of collapse. Too much in one night. Disappointments, danger, and trauma, so soon after being worked over by a dilemma regarding a girl she was supposed to rescue, with her career on the line. I wanted to hold her, hug her, give her relief and contact. To kiss her and whisper to her, and I couldn't bring myself to do any of those things while Jamie was there, even when he was deep asleep. If it was any other lamb, it would have been okay. Gordon would have ignored it, Mary would have been happy to see it happen. Helen might have threatened to join in the hug or tried to lick me, I wasn't sure, but her presence wouldn't have held me back. Ashton. Ashton had the effective emotional range of a houseplant at this stage. He wouldn't have cared. With Jamie, it would have felt disrespectful. When Jamie had said we were warped when it came to matters of the heart, was this what he'd meant? Was it something else? How I'd felt about Lillian, seeing her with her hands covered in blood, captured by her work. How I wanted to toy with her. I wanted to do this right, and more than ever, I wasn't even sure that was possible. He's poisonous, she'd said, to paraphrase. I'm poisonous. Sitting on the bedside table, Lillian's eyes level with mine, I reached up and I fixed her collar, where she was a little disheveled. It wasn't not intimate, but it didn't feel like I was crossing a line while sitting in arm's reach of Jamie. It didn't feel disrespectful. I pulled her top straight, where it was ajar, after all the running around. I settled my hands on her hips. What are you thinking? I asked. That you're antsy and you're fiddling with me. You're touching me. What are you really thinking? A pause. I'm worried. Worried that if they knew what I was doing, how I was operating, the sort of medicine I was doing, it might be a strike against me. Against my black coat. I nodded. I'd wondered something similar. I'm worried about the girl. Candida. We're supposed to take her home. Yab. I don't know, she said. We don't know enough about her to even begin to decide on a direction or a plan. We'll figure it out after we've got more information, I said. Until then, we can't worry about it. Can you really do that? Stop worrying. I wanted to say yes. That I'd taught myself a long time ago to ignore pain, to train my mind away from distraction. But we'd lost Jamie, and I hadn't been able to steer my mind away from that. I'd dealt with the stresses since then, the presence of this ghost of my best friend, a boy who wore the same face and shared similar mannerisms, who was very different where it counted. I try, I said. Lillian nodded. I miss Mary, she said. Me too. Helen too, sort of. It's not like we get along, but it's strange, not having her here. Yet. Off balance. Lillian nodded. She rose up on tiptoes and she kissed my forehead. It was chaste enough that I wondered if she had the same sense of weirdness about being close when Jamie was here. There was a light knock on the door. Come in, I said. Lillian turned her body so she faced the door, her rear end resting on the edge of the bedside table, so the side of her body pressed against the side of mine, her cheek resting against the side of my head. My arm went around her waist. This much, it felt natural, if still weird, in the here and now. It was Gordon and hubris. Took a while, I said. She took care of Jamie, fixed the bruises and cut and everything else. I found the guy, Gordon said. Before I get into that, the fishmonger? How was that handled? Do we need to tie up loose ends? Anything I need to be concerned about? I've poisoned him, Lillian said. The character had gone out of her voice. SY did, but I showed him how. Over days, weeks, and months, he'll recover, the wounds will close, and the poison will degrade and spread through his body. And? Gordon asked. Incontinence, urinary and fecal. I saw how concerned he was at being hurt and not wearing pants around his soldiers. I thought, force him to wear a diaper for the rest of his life. It's not an easy thing to fix, if he can even find a doctor good enough. Indigestion, stomach grumbles, acute stomach pain. She trailed off. It works, I said. It works really beautifully, actually. It's not my proudest moment, she said, her voice soft. She actually seemed shamed, in the wake of it. I wasn't sure I got that. He would never bounce back from this loss. He would never be able to fit himself among the upper class, even of a shithole like Lug, or demonstrate power. Even with a more discreet diaper, if what she was saying about stomach problems were true, he would lose the respect of his men. Especially if the symptoms cropped up with any suddenness. Rather than push the issue or try to understand it, I changed the subject. What did you find out, Gordon? The fishmonger, being who he is, offered help in getting the books to the right people. I talked to one of those sub-distributors, and I've got the basic details down. The top distributor is connected to Mauer. Or is Mauer, if you want to take it a step further and assume he's got more than one operation like this. I nodded. And the girl, Candy. Candida, Gordon said. We have a sense of where she is. She's working with a small group that has the books. Mauer is funding them. In exchange for that funding, they're doing some work on a specific project for him. It's the same with other groups and cells. So long as they work on that project, they can do side stuff all they want. What sort of work? Lillian asked. The sort of work you were worried about, Gordon said. New stuff the Academy doesn't touch outside of very controlled circumstances. A dozen, 50, 100 cells, we don't know yet, all working on variants of the same sort of project. Hoping that if enough people try it, one of them is going to stumble on a solution. Lillian asked. Yeah, Gordon said. I felt her posture change. Tension. Concern. But there's an equal chance of this spinning out of control. I asked. Yeah, Gordon said. No, Lillian said. More than equal. It's very likely. How it goes out of control and what it looks like when it does depends on the project. Any idea what it is? I asked Gordon. He shook his head. But finding Candida and investigating what she's working on should turn up solutions. There might be brownie points in this for us, if we can get ahead of the problem before it becomes a problem. I gave Lillian's waist a squeeze. Not so bad, that. Her smile was faltering, not quite convinced. Best thing to do would be to get this done, Gordon said. Jamie's down and out, but we can leave instructions and have the people you hired escort him to a rendezvous point if he's better. We go out right away, before the fishmongers people spread rumors of us and people start getting paranoid or proactive. Before your heart leaves you even weaker than you are now, you mean, I said. Would be nice, Gordon said. I nodded. It made sense. I'd made up with Jamie to a degree, I suspected he would agree with the logic of this decision, to put the mission first. Lillian would give her consent, too. She would play along. Which wasn't the same thing as agreeing. In the morning. I suggested. We can get a few hours rest, let Jamie bounce back, and tackle things before it gets too light out. Gordon nodded. Okay. I nodded. Then we'll rest. I'll be in the next room, let you guys get settled he said. No, I said. No. No. I will take the next room, if that's okay. That's okay, Gordon said. I thought you'd want to keep an eye on Jamie. We need to keep an eye on you, too, I said. And I know exactly what you are going to say. The mutt will keep an eye out. He can keep an eye on Jamie too, can't he? Gordon looked down at Hubris. Yeah. If that's okay. I asked. He nodded. He looked so very tired. Keep an eye on them, okay, mutt Hubris. I asked. The dog only stared at me. But then it paced in a circle and curled up at the foot of the bedside table, eyes fixed on me. Good boy, I said. I led Lillian into the darkened hallway, then into the next room. Before she could say or do anything, I wrapped her in a crushing hug, as tight as I could manage. Too many stubborn idiots among the lambs. People who wouldn't admit their weakness or who would play along even if it cost them. I wasn't sure if this thing between Lillian and I was a good thing, but this gesture, I was sure about. I could read people and I could read Lillian. Never mind concerns about manipulation or whatever else. Never mind that a nice day might forever be out of reach. Forget that until tomorrow. She needed a hug, she needed to rest, after all of that. I was supposed to take care of her and she was supposed to take care of me. That much I could understand. Thank you, she whispered in my ear. Thank you. Bleeding edge 8.10. Coast clear. Gordon asked. Coast clear, Jamie reported. His breath fogged up in the cool morning air. Gordon nodded. He withdrew a set of picks from his pocket, and began working on the lock in the front door, while the rest of us gathered around. If I'd seen this lock up close, I'd know there was something going on, Gordon said. It's better than the usual. Hey, I said. You can't do it. There's a locking bar and a rotating disc. It's the kind of lock you'd find on the front door of the Gage's mansion, not a warehouse like this. This will take a minute, he said. We don't have all that much time, I said. I know, he said. I don't think they'll be up at the crack of dawn, but at a certain point you have to assume they'll stop in. I know, SY, Gordon said. He fiddled with the lock. You'd actually find this interesting if you kept your skills fresh with the lock picking, studied it. Not a priority. I've got you and Mary to help cover that one. If I need to learn it for something, I've got the stuff in my luggage to remind myself how to do it. Other things take priority when it comes to real estate in my head. That exceedingly small amount of real estate, he said. Haha, I said, deadpan. You know, we wouldn't have been so short on time if you and Jamie had actually woken up pre-dawn like Lillian and I did. Sorry I'm dying, SY, Gordon said. I stopped in my tracks. Then I saw the half-smile on his face as he wiggled the push rod. That's dirty, I said. You're being a pest. Nah. Just reminding you that you're slow. He sighed, squinting as something clicked in the lock. Oh, is that pin 1 of 4? 5? 6 pins? Yeah, you're slow. Bite him, Hubris. Hubris opened his mouth, moving toward my hand. You don't want to do that, I told the mutt. I'm poisonous. The dog stopped. I'm disappointed in you, boy, Gordon said. The dog wagged his tail. A movement behind us made us collectively turn our heads. Only a cat, Patchwork, running down the length of the street. Someone's practice making stitched, maybe. I know you like to say so, SY, but you're not that poisonous, Lillian said. It's not like you spit nightshade and pea cyanide. That would be nifty, I said. Lillian rolled her eyes. I caught a smile from Jamie though. You're in a good mood, Jamie observed. He's intolerable, Gordon said, but he didn't look nearly as grumpy as he seemed. Why don't you go for a walk, SY? Jamie and Lillian can keep an eye out here. I glanced at the others. Lillian was rubbing her hands together, hunched over a little, as if ducking her head down a half-inch would make the difference in us being spotted breaking in or not. Getting rid of me. Very much getting rid of you. You're being a pest. Go scout the surroundings, make sure nobody's approaching. Say please. Lillian, Gordon said, hit him. Lillian punched my arm. ET2. She put both arms out, pushing me away. I let her, and when she dropped her hands, I kept walking. I circled around the warehouse. The sun had reached the clouds above, lightening the places where the clouds were thinner, while the thickest parts of the clouds overhead remained particularly dark, a heavy contrast. I could see where I was going without the help of the streetlights, but it remained gloomy. Rain came down, persistent if not quite pouring, and it froze into an icy crust in places where the shadows were deeper. Ice in the alleyways and the base of the buildings, water elsewhere. My fingertips traced wet wooden slats as I walked along the side of the building. It was as nondescript as any warehouse, one of the buildings that was tilting, threatening to fall over, and a few stray shingles had come free, likely pulled down by the poorer weather of summer, dropping onto the street beneath the eaves. It was as though luck was so short on natural life, plants, real trees, and whatever else, that it had forgotten what fall was, and was skipping straight to winter. No leaves to turn colors, just a grim, dark, wet little knot of a town, plopped down on a rocky shore. I ducked into an alley, where I was less visible, still walking around the long building. I looked up, saw a high window, and then cast my eyes around. I spotted a plank, 10 feet long, and propped it up against the wall beneath the window. It was slick with ice and spots, but I shimmied up, and adjusted my weight until I had one foot on the windowsill and one on the end of the plank. I tested the window. Locked. It looked to be a simple turnkey latch on the window itself, and further down, the key embedded partially in the sill. Turned both keys, and the window opened. Annoying to open and close, given how high the window was, but not impossible. There was probably a tool on the end of a pole that people could use should they really want to open the windows. Discreet, private. Reaching into my pocket, being careful to keep my balance, I got some paper and a bit of razor wire. Making a loop with the razor wire, I used the paper to help work the razor wire through a gap in between the top of the window and the window itself. I had to squint to make it out past the dusty glass, within a large, unlit room. I eased it over, and hooked the latch with the loop. A sharp tug lifted it. The one embedded in the windowsill was harder. Twice, I got it in position, only for it to slip free. On the third try, I hooked it over, and twisted the wire until it tightened around the key. Further twisting made it turn at a glacial pace. Come on, come on. No way am I going to mess up here. This is too important. I began exerting some pressure on the window, pressing on it, until a combination of the pressure and the twist of the key made the latch pop the rest of the way open. The window swung wide, and I very nearly toppled through, head and shoulders going through the window, with my ass and legs soon following. I caught myself before facing that indignity. Straddling the windowsill, I found the pole used for the window, and grabbed it, positioning it below me. I started to get in position to slide down it when the front door opened. No. Damn. Gordon and the others strode through. Gordon stared up at me. Come on down, SY. I kept my face dead still as I slid down. 1 minute sooner. What was the plan? Gordon asked. We come in, and there you are, standing in the shadows, already inside and looking smug? Or were you going to try and scare us? Because I'd like to remind you I have a weak heart. The smug thing, I said. I would have looked so smug. Yeah, SY, Gordon said. He gave me a pat on the shoulder. Let's figure out what we can. I nodded, turning my attention to our surroundings. The first thing I noticed was the smell. A slaughterhouse smell, blood and hormones. Not that one could smell hormones, not really, but I felt as though there was a note to the smell to be associated with pain and fear, and that note was here. Subtle, but present. The interior of the place was improvised. We'd seen many a makeshift laboratory, and there was a tendency for them to try to hold to a kind of convention. The snake charmer, for example, had maintained a small library, equipment, tools, all bought or found elsewhere and brought to his lab. He'd had a chalkboard, texts, a proper desk, beakers, and what he couldn't find he'd built. It had been ramshackle, but it had been a lab. This was different. Every piece of equipment seemed to be the wrong sort of thing, bent to scholarly ends. Old crates had been stacked to either side of the desk with open faces out towards us, a makeshift bookcase. The books, however, were disorganized reams of paper, many bound into sections with twine. An old door had been laid out on its side, propped up on stacks of crates, with more paper strewn on top. The hole where the doorknob was meant to be inserted served to hold a cup, presumably serving as an inkwell, if I could draw conclusions from the dark spatter surrounding it. Candles and lanterns were set atop virtually every horizontal surface on that end of the room, the candles melted to stay firmly in place. No organic lighting, but they'd whiled away the evening hours here, going by the state of the candles. That meant it was less likely for them to get up bright and early. Where there were bottles or beakers, most seemed to be old alcohol bottles with the necks shorn off, each containing various fluids, corked with wax plugs, the wax dribbling down sides where a flame had been held to it to form better seals. Shelves took up a good share of the one-room building, but they weren't floor-to-ceiling shelving units like we'd seen in the fishmonger's warehouse. These were built shelving units. Boards, bricks, and stone blocks, stacked so the bricks and blocks held the boards flat, at varying intervals. One shelf would be placed with an end against the wall, the length of the shelf extending toward the far end of the room, a fair gap, and then another haphazard shelf. 1 in 3 shelves held the accumulated detritus that had probably been spread throughout this warehouse prior to the new occupants moving in, another third had the notes and paper, tools, and bottles of various chemicals, and 1 in 3 held the freakier stuff. The freakier stuff consisted of bottles of cloudy fluid. Within a given bottle of fluid there were some limbs of odd shapes and styles, none of them recognizable from any animal species I knew. I saw organs, again, very hard to place or identify, and I saw tissue samples, skin, sections of organ, eyes, jaw with teeth and gums still attached, and fibrous strands that could have been fraying muscle or tendon, collected into bunches. The dim light from some windows reached the bottles at the far end of the building, making them seem to glow from within. Likely why they were so cloudy. The only other thing of interest was what looked to be a metal panel inset into the floor, 3 feet across. Chains stretched through a series of pulleys, into and through that metal grate. To lift it open? I could see the miner's pick they'd used to break through the hard ground, the wooden splinters and stone debris piled in one corner with all the other garbage that the occupants had set to one side, and I knew they'd dug a hole. Then they'd covered it with a very heavy metal lid, and rigged it with more chains than necessary. The lid wasn't that heavy. Half the number of chains would have sufficed to heft it up. Gordon closed the door behind us, locking it. As a group, we advanced further into the room. Jamie went straight to the door table of papers. Lillian started to, then changed her mind and went to the crate shelves which held equipment, makeshift and otherwise. Studying records and methodology, respectively. Gordon's attention was on the grate, while I turned my eyes to the far corner of the room, with all of the interesting things in bottles. It was a lab, but it wasn't a lab. Most labs were centered around something, and all they had here was, what? A grate in the floor? Doesn't feel like a proper lab, I voiced the sentiment aloud. It isn't, Lillian said. She was closest to me. This is eerie. Like children playing at something serious. What are they playing at? Gordon asked. I don't know, Lillian said. Everything here is handmade, though, I said, looking around. My hand reached up to touch a bottle with an organ inside. They'd reserved the clearest bottles and jars for the specimens. It looked like some sort of combination of a heart, but wrapped up in the wrinkly skin of a ballsack, the upper corner knotted together and hardened like a whirl in wood. They came in here, they spent days clearing away the trash, cleaned up, as much as you can clean this sort of place, and then they built the shelves, put together the table, collected paper. It's a labor of love, almost. Weeks of work to get things set up, then weeks or a couple months of time to get all of the rest of this done. Whatever it is, Gordon said. Gordon hadn't moved far from the hatch, though he was probably long since done examining it. One of his hands rested on the chain, the other on Huber's head. He was tired, slower to move, faster to tire. A clock winding down. His color still wasn't good. I tried to ignore that. I'd have to pick on him more later, just to bring things closer to normal. Another organ, one I might have suggested as a mix of a bird's talon and a monkey's paw. 3 fingers, 1 thumb, stretched with gnarled skin, black in color with fibrous strands at the base, almost like feathers or fur. It had been hacked off. The damage to the stump was haphazard, ragged. I reached up to turn the bottle, my eyes on the damage. I froze, watching it sway slightly within its makeshift, wax-corked bottle as the cloudy liquid responded to my movement. My eyes had been on the stump, and I'd only seen it in the corner of my eye, but I could have sworn I'd seen the fingers move, closing slightly in response to the movement. The time it had taken my eyes to move from stump to finger had been enough time for the movement to cease. A trick of the light? A natural movement in response to the movement of the fluid within the bottle? I knocked on the glass of the bottle, hard. Nothing. I moved the bottle again, to no avail. That was annoying. Jamie. Gordon asked. What are you reading? Papers have a lot of various mentions of viability. They're referencing tables on a book or text that we don't have and using shorthand on these tables I'm trying to figure out. I'm not seeing the text on the shelves either. Nope, Lillian said. No text, but lots of tools for surgery. Some big tools, too. Big? I asked, turning. Lillian reached to the top of a stack of crates and hefted a woodcutter's axe. It was heavy enough she almost dropped it. Don't go lopping your toe off, I said. She turned a little red. I like your toes, I said. She turned a little more red. That's stupid. It really kind of is, Gordon commented. Shush, quiet, I'm still figuring this out, I said. He made an amused sound. I remember the cafeteria at Mothmont. You have a better idea of how to woo girls than people twice your age. You're being intentionally dorky. There's blood on the blade, Lillian said, mercifully changing the subject. They're creating life and taking it apart, I said. I turned back to the shelves, walking down the length of it. Some of these bottles were dark brown and green, leaving the contents a mystery. I held one hand up to block out the light and leaned close now and again to peer inside. Hey, can you grab me a lantern or a candle or something? Yeah, Lillian said. She put down the axe, scooping up one glass lamp on her way to me. Her other hand reached under a flap to fish in her bag. She retrieved a box of matches as she walked the long way around a pile of crates with a few blankets draped over top. I might have taken it to be a table for sharing meals but the pile of blankets would have made for an uneven surface. Any ideas? I asked. I'd think they were building a stitched war beast, but no. Testing a poison or pathogen on a variety of parts, maybe. But, these are bizarre. Consistently so, I observed, looking at each specimen. There wasn't a single one that I could point to and properly identify. I held out my hand to partially block the light from the unlit lamp. Careful as you light that. She nodded. The match flared, and she held it to the lamp's end as she turned the dial in the side. The flame ignited, the light not quite reaching the specimens on the shelves. I found one eyeball, floating in the jar, the orb itself a jaundiced yellow, the pupil round and almost human. I stared at it, moving my hand away from the light source to let the light better reach the shelf. I gestured for her to raise it. The pupil at the eye center narrowed. Lillian nearly dropped the lamp as she saw it happen. It's alive, she said, in wonder and horror. All of it is, I said, staring at the bottles. The girl is supposed to be immortal, remember? Her tissues? No. But that same science. I nodded. 30 or 40 jars of very different organs and body parts, no two alike. All independently alive. Two short whistles, barely audible, made our heads whip around. Warning. Lillian reacted by fumbling with the lantern, as I moved to interject my body between it and most of the room. The flame went out as she cranked the dial the other way around. The front door of the building slammed. Footsteps, quick, more than one set, moving with purpose as they crossed to this end of the building. Right for us. My eyes moved quick, surveying the surroundings. The shelves around us were too littered with bottles and other things for there to be a clear escape route through the shelves, like I'd found in the fishmonger's place. It couldn't be easy. The footsteps were closer, a matter of feet away. Lillian spun around. Putting a hand around Lillian's mouth to ensure she remained quiet as I startled her, I hauled her back, stepping into the deepest, darkest corner, where one shelf touched the wall of the building. It wasn't much shadow, so I held her close to me, sandwiching myself between her and the wall. There's our girl, I thought. Candy or whatever her name is. Unlike her parents, Candy looked like she was fit for the aristocracy. A long neck, paler skin, and platinum hair that had been artificially lightened, cut short like a boy's. Everything else about her screamed of an attempt to rebel. She wore a man's overalls and shirt, though the shirt was tied short, so it knotted at her solar plexus, allowing a glimpse of her belly. Tattoos marked her arms, small thorns or horns sprouted from her skin at the one cheekbone I could see, and two curving horns rose from her forehead. I could tell that her eyes had been altered, but not how, not at this distance, in this lighting. The one accessory she had with her, however, that screamed of her rebellion against her parents, was a boy. He was tall, lanky, and probably had as much muscle on his frame as I did, after adjusting for height and proportions. Artificial scales decorated him, mingling with dark, swirling tattoos of indeterminate subject. It was a lot less dramatic and haphazard than what Candy had done to herself. It was as if she'd decorated herself with whatever came at hand, spur of the moment, while he'd done the work on himself with an artist's eye and a goal in mind. She pushed him down onto the stack of crates with blankets, pinning him, and he didn't put up much of a fight at all, even as she opened her mouth, revealing pointed teeth, and bit his shoulder. It was very possible he was even worse at fighting than I was. I felt a kind of pity and camaraderie for the guy. She shifted her position, straddling his torso, then pinning his arms against the surface with her knees, before reaching up to undo the buckles on her overalls. Oh. I revised my opinion. This wrestling match would be a win for both participants. I didn't dare move, my hand over Lillian's mouth, because we were in their peripheral vision, and any movement could tip them off. Heck, if they even turned their heads, they might make us out in the shadows. Lillian's breath was hot against my hand as I continued to cover her mouth. My breath had to have been tickling the back of her neck, as her back and butt pressed against my front. With our present view of the scene, there were only so many things to look at, other than the scene, or the back of Lillian's head, or the skin of her neck, or her shoulder. One of those things was the window I'd opened. Still open, the pole still moved from its original position. They were supposed to be sleeping in, after working late. Gordon said he saw them burning the post-midnight oil. The place was supposed to be empty. I guess Candy and her boy knew it would be. If the young man happened to stop kissing Candy and look up and a little to the left, he would see the open window. We would be found if they took just a moment to look. My back was pressed to the outside wall of the building, and the cold of the fall had seeped into it, now seeping into me, cold, uncomfortable. In contrast, the front of me pressed against Lillian. I wanted them to stop what they were doing, because this was agony. I didn't want them to stop. I felt antsy. They hadn't even properly taken off their clothes. They were saying things I couldn't hear, she was nibbling on him, and they kissed and ran their hands over each other, drawing it out. A part of me was sad, because whatever followed from this, it would be weird, the next time Lillian slept beside me. Candy pulled off the top she'd knotted at her middle, turning around to find a spot to put it. Maybe a place that wasn't too dusty. Her back was defined by muscle, beneath the straps of her brassiere. Lillian chose that same moment to squirm. I was sure we'd be spotted. We weren't. But Candy turned to face the other way, and she paused. Did she see Jamie? Gordon? The window? No. The angle of her head. It was the axe. Lillian had left it lying on the ground. Candy said something to her boy. He responded, curious, starting to sit up. We were done. I pinched Lillian's derriere, my hand still pressed over her mouth, and she huffed, before pulling away enough to let me slide out from behind her. I held my finger to my lips as I faced the pinkest Lillian I'd ever had the pleasure of seeing, before I let go of her mouth. I took a second to smooth out my clothes and fix my belt. By the time I was done, Candy was peering in my direction, squinting. I approached her. Muscles stood out in her shoulders and arms as she craned backward, not even standing as she adjusted from straddling her boy to lunging for the floor. She grabbed the axe from the floor, holding it by the very butt end as she straightened, pointing the axe's blade in my direction. I spread my arms, raising my hands. With a twitch of fingers, I beckoned Lillian to follow. "Hey kid," the scaled boy asked. "No," our quarry replied. "Remember what our patron said? Things and people to watch out for? Children in the wrong place at the wrong time. We're notorious, now," I thought. "Does Mauer just tell that to everyone who he sponsors?" I asked. "Watch out for the odd children." "I don't know who or what that is," Candy said. She was still breathing hard, and not from lunging for the axe. Everything about her, even as the top of her overalls hung free at the waist, seemed feline to me. Fluid in movement, almost liquid, a natural strength, like a tense spring. She was young, too. Only 2 or so years older than Lillian, if I had to guess. "The person who hired you?" I asked. She shook her head. "He's an old soldier. Red hair. Black skin," she said. Either one of Mauer's lieutenants, or Gordon had been misled. "We're not your enemy," I said. "He said you'd lie to me." Even in attitude, she was like a coiled spring. A gun cocked, ready to fire with the twitch of a finger, as reflexes allowed. I was betting her reflexes were better than mine. She hadn't missed a beat in responding, almost as if she'd expected the statement. "The project you're working on, it's a disaster waiting to happen," I said. "You know about the project?" "No," I said, "but I know it's a disaster waiting to happen. If it was this easy to do, the Academy would have done it already. There's a reason they haven't. The reason is that it's a new technology," she said. She glanced at the door. She was going to bolt, and I doubted I could catch her if she did. Lillian approached from behind me. When she spoke, her voice was soft. "It's older than you think." Candy held the axe out, adjusting her posture, so the side of her body faced me, one leg out in front, almost a fencer's pose. She measured her steps, pacing, wary. "Does it matter? The approach you're using here might be new," Lillian said, "but we've seen how it unfolds in the past, and nothing I'm seeing here suggests anything is going to turn out different than it did then." With Candy's posture, I couldn't see the hand she held behind her, but I could see part of the arm. The muscles shifted slightly as she moved her fingers. "Gordon!" I called out. In the same moment Candy's boy leaped from the makeshift bed, running for the door. I'd taken a step forward as I shouted, and Candy moved to intervene, barring my path. Hubris charged to the fore. I watched as the boy bounded over the dog. Hubris coiled, hunching down, then leaped, teeth parting to latch on. He missed by a hand's span. The boy landed and didn't even pause as he ran from the moment his feet touched ground. He caught the door handle, unlocking it and heaving it open. And Gordon was on the other side. I heard a few grunts from clear across the building. Candy's boy fell to the ground, curling up into a ball. Candy glared at me. The coiled spring wound even tighter. "Believe it or not, we're on your side," Jamie said, from behind Candy. She spun to face him, then realized she was surrounded, and couldn't give him her full attention without turning her back to Lillian and me. "You'd be surprised how many people have told me that over the course of my life," Candy said. "The only people who haven't are Drake and my friends here. They know that when someone says that, they're lying." "You're right," I said. "We're on our side first and foremost. You don't even come second, or in the top 10. "Speak for yourself, SY, Lillian murmured, behind me. "I'm speaking for myself, I guess. Lillian, the girl of our group here, she has a soft heart. She's still trying to decide what to do with you." "I was asked to fetch you," Lillian said, her voice soft. "Take you home." My eyebrows arched in surprise as I looked back at Lillian. A part of me expected Candy to bolt as I took my attention off her, but she remained where she was. "You used my full name," she said. "I thought you probably were aiming for more transparency, more honesty." "You'd be right," I said, looking back at Candy. "Nice one." "I'm not going home," Candy said, her voice tight. "I'm not taking you home," Lillian said, her voice pitching higher in her insistence. "I'm not. I was planning on doing it, then I saw you and Drake. I saw you too. I'm sorry. And I thought that was nice and right and good for you, and I can't." Lillian's voice got more halting. I could see Candy's muscles relax a bit. "Candy," I said. The muscles got tenser than I'd seen them yet. The look she shot me was one fit to kill. "Candida," Jamie corrected me. "I hate Candida," she said. I hate Candy more. Sorry, I said. I spoke to her like I was placating a snarling warbeast. Sorry. Really, I am. Her eyes were wary as she studied me. We need to know what exactly it is you are doing, I said. On the other end of the building, Drake got to his feet, wary of the dog and Gordon both. Gordon said something I didn't hear, and Drake responded. Drake crossed the room, returning to his girlfriend's side. After a moment, he walked over to where she'd left her shirt, and tossed it to her. She was busy studying us, even as she pulled it back on. We're not supposed to tell, she said. And I'm supposed to assume anything you do is a lie or an attempt at sabotage. You're the lambs, Jamie said, behind her. He was instinctively doing what we'd done to the fishmonger, speaking in turn, so we took turns, kept her off balance. Perhaps a bad idea, given how skittish she was. You're creating life, Lillian said. Refined life. Candy nodded slowly. You read our notes. Your notes didn't mean anything without the reference material, Jamie said. She intuited that on her own. Because she's an academy student, and she's read about this. Can you open the hatch? Lillian asked. Or is it dangerous? Candy shook her head. It's not viable. Not yet. Small mercies, Lillian said, her voice almost inaudible to me, and she was closer to me than to anyone. Show me. Candy nodded slowly, a frown on her face. She walked over to the chain that was connected to the pulley. There was no crank or winch. She simply hauled down on the chain to haul the hatch up. It was akin to a sewer grate in how it was fit to the floor. Trails of blood and other fluids dripped from the underside and into the hole. The slaughterhouse smell I'd detected earlier increased in intensity 100-fold. The extra chains I'd noted had a purpose, I realized. While many of the chains were attached to the grate, others were attached to the specimen. It was 4 feet across and about 7 feet long, and only vaguely humanoid. It looked like it was made of tumorous flesh, nodules, or a coral reef. Parts fit together and clutched to one another, giving the entirety of it a surface like a human brain, all bumps and valleys. It moved only slightly, without purpose, like a newborn baby, lacking the strength to even raise a heavy limb more than an inch or two. Primordial life, Lillian said. Oh, Jamie said, oh wow. What the heck is that supposed to even be? Gordon asked. SY has talked about the LAMS project, right? Lillian asked. About what we're meant for, in the long run. What he hopes for. A great mind. Gordon nodded. Candy continued to give us wary looks. A better brain, capable of pioneering better brains than their own. If that mind had a body to suit, this would be that body, she said. Bleeding edge 8.11. Can you please put it back? Lillian asked. It's not viable, Candy said. Even if it was, we have metal hooks going through its limbs. Please. Lillian asked. Candy nodded. She let the chain slide through her grip, and the primordial thing descended, disappearing into the hole, with the hatch finally settling down, slightly ajar. Candy walked over and towed at the hatch, until it fell into the space that had been carved out for it. Thank you, Lillian said. It's not viable, Candy said, not for the first or second time. It can't move of its own volition, it isn't strong enough to break good chains. What are we dealing with, Lillian? Gordon asked. Candy looked annoyed, her eyebrows furrowing. Drake had the weapon, but she still clenched her fist, as if violence remained a consideration. Drake put a hand on her shoulder, and she eased up. Your project, and we're deferring to Lillian. It's not going to win you over, I thought to myself. I also noted the anger and frustration. I was getting a better sense of her as a person, where she'd come from and how she'd been shaped by her life circumstance. Primordial life. Most people in positions of power view it as the next big leap in science. They saw it as the next big leap 30 years ago, when they first started working with it, Lillian said. Too many problems, too many disasters, Jamie said. Lillian nodded. Problems? Gordon asked. Look at it this way. We work for the Academy, Lillian said. She looked at Candy and Drake. You two, maybe you don't like or you hate the Academy. The world would be better without it, Drake said, in a wary way that suggested to me that he wasn't sure what we were going for, or the danger we posed. Tempering his response, knowing he was dealing with admitted agents of the Academy. He had a hand pressed to his stomach, where Gordon had hit him, and he now held the axe Candy had picked up and left behind as she'd changed and grabbed the chain, though it wasn't held ready. I'd say I hate the nobility more than I have any feelings about the Academy, Candy said. But I'm not so sure they're that different. Some groups were arguing about the distinction, months ago, but it felt like a distraction, more than anything constructive. And now I'm saying that it's one and not the other, contradicting myself. Lillian had to jump in, because it sounded like Candy was about to get on a topic where she would be hard to interrupt. Okay. You have a sense of the measures the Academy goes to. You know that the Crown has taken over a third or a quarter of the world, and there isn't a community or a region that doesn't feel the Crown's influence in some way or another. I don't think anyone here would disagree that the Crown is very committed to spreading its influence, advancing things wherever possible. They're warmongers, Candy said. And they've caused more misery and pain than anyone else, in the past century. That's a biased way of putting it, Lillian said. Not every war was started by them, not even half the wars, and they. Lil, I said. Candy was getting tense again, ready for a fight that had nothing to do with muscle. Lillian pursed her lips together, paused, then said, I know the crown is far from perfect. Very far from perfect. They're hungry for power. We agree on this. Yes, Candy said, her voice harder than it had been. As hungry for power and advancement as the Academy is, after the first experiments with the primordial life created from scratch and very quickly brought up to speed with current standards, they looked at the results, at the dangers, and they said no. Not yet. Not with the risks involved, Lillian said, her voice as soft as Candy's had been hard. The rain pattered on the roof. As if it knew we were talking about it, the thing beneath the hatch moved. The chain scraped against the narrow opening it had been allotted in the hatch. More likely, it was restless, after having been lifted up into daylight, then taken back down beneath. Woken from sleep? We weren't told about dangers, except that we had to keep it secured, Candy said. We made some headway, we told, the guy during the regular meeting, and then he came by. He checked things, told us what to do, sent some people to help set it up. Now he comes here every week, double-checking. I thought things were safe. Scientists working for the Academy have been more careful than you're being and still been surprised, Lillian said. Back in 1903, Jamie supplied. Thank you. Yes, back in 1903, there was a bad incident. The problem is, once it becomes a problem, it becomes a runaway problem. Not in that it runs away, but that it gets more out of control with every passing moment. What is it? Gordon asked. A colony, Lillian said. 100 or 1,000 individual life forms, operating as a coordinated being. There are some very basic and very complex principles at work here, but once you create a balance, and get it to the point where it's capable of self-advancement while maintaining a stasis where it doesn't destroy itself while doing so. You get life that designs itself, Jamie said. Sometimes very rapidly. Lillian nodded. Right now, it's trying things at random. It barely has any intelligence at all. If something works to any degree, then it's going to keep that, but it's going to keep stuff that doesn't work, that gives it false impressions. It's going to run into dead ends, and it's going to reach the limits of its confines and shed or self-cannibalize parts at random, hoping to discard loose ends. This kind of thing crosses a certain milestone, and then it starts developing with purpose. It starts to recognize the dead ends. And then it's off to the races, I guessed. Lillian nodded. It's already off to the races, like SY said. It's got a kind of nervous system or communication system running through its body, it's developing parts with individual, coherent purpose. It might be inspired on some level by what it's been fed or given. I saw a glimpse of the Lillian I'd seen the night prior, as she worked it out in her head. When you say it isn't viable, what do you mean? Lillian asked, very suddenly, turning to Candy. At this stage, we were collectively standing in a loose circle around the hatch. It can't stand on its own. It's not coordinated. It's weaker than I am, Candy said. Okay, Lillian said. Well, right now, it can't even walk on its own. Maybe. In a week or two, it might be as strong as a war beast from yesteryear. That's bad enough, because you can't be sure how far along it is or what it's capable of. How would you know? You'd have to dissect it, take it to pieces, and research the individual parts. So it might be weaker than a modern war beast, but it'd still be a mystery. Maybe it gives off toxic fumes. Maybe it's just strong and flexible, capable of escaping those chains. Give it another week or two, and it's still a mystery, but it might be scarier than a modern war beast of equivalent size. Give it another month, and it could double in size, or maintain the same size and get more efficient, or it could develop capabilities we haven't yet invented. I nodded, staring at the hatch. The image of the thing was burned into my eyes. It might take longer, Lillian said. It probably would. But there are no guarantees. It could develop the ability to reproduce. Or to think, like we do. And you went and made it immortal. I asked Candy. It was apparently the wrong question to ask. I saw a flash of alarm in Candy's eyes as she looked at me. Her boyfriend doesn't know. Drake's eyebrows went up. Immortal. Not like that, Candy said, too quickly. It can die, we can hurt it. Just like I can be hurt. I can die. The I think was on her lips, left unspoken. What are they talking about? Drake asked. They're using the wrong word. Immortal isn't right. It's the word your parents used, Gordon said. It's not accurate. Candy raised her voice. She looked more wild animal than person for an instant, in the flare of anger. She appeared to try and visibly calm herself down. No. They hired doctors to experiment on me, they extended my lifespan, made me more susceptible to some problems and resistant to others. They're trying to pass it off as something it isn't. Extended it how much? Drake asked. 10 years? 25? 50? 100? I don't know. Candy shouted, wheeling on him. I won't know until I get there. If I get there. The doctor said I might become ugly and said I might lose my mind to a kind of treatment-related dementia before I'm 40 and then in the next breath he said I might live 3. She stopped herself. She remained there, panting for breath. 3. Drake asked. Unless you were misspeaking, and you were going to say 3 years. Candy didn't budge an inch or give an answer. 300, he asked. 3,000. 300, Candy said. At a minimum, the doctor thinks. Probably longer. Maybe 3,000. Maybe 30,000. I don't know. I think the doctor didn't know either, he said one thing to my parents and another to me. I got the impression he didn't care so much about what my parents thought, so long as I outlived them and they never saw if it was real immortality or not. All I know. Her voice hitched. She tried again, all I know is that they did it without asking, and when I said no, they went ahead and did it to me all the same. I'm so sorry, Lillian said, quiet. Candy wouldn't even look at her. She was agitated. The anger she'd been displaying all along, it was fed by a deeper, longer burning rage. One that extended back further than even the treatment she was talking about. Fury without a target to unleash it. The changes she'd had done to her own body looked different, in that light. Less an aimless rebellion, more a frantic attempt to decorate herself with some means of exercising that anger, the pointed teeth, the hooked teeth, the horns, fingernails, the muscle, and whatever else, as if she'd gone for whatever was available for the lowest price at the time, that might still be able to hurt someone or something. I'm not going to give them the only few decades of sanity and memories I have left, she said, to nobody in particular. I was going to do something. Get the money to live well. I thought this was it. One arm started to raise, as if to point at the hatch, then flopped down at her side. I'm sorry, I echoed Lillian. For bringing it up. Candy shook her head. You only ran away a short while ago, I said. Late summer. She nodded. As abjectly miserable as she seemed, she didn't shed a tear. You joined the project late. Metaboy, latched on, then offered a piece of yourself for the project he was working on. Yes, Drake said, apparently recognizing that Candy wasn't willing or able to answer. He put an arm on her shoulder. We distilled the formula from her blood, applied it, and we started to make headway, not long after. Before, we didn't have the stasis. It would develop an individual piece and then that piece would die. 2 aborted attempts, where a nodule dying would spark a chain reaction and kill the entire thing. If I had to guess, that was a success, Lillian said. Well, I mean, it means you're on the right track, but it's not a success, because any success for the project is bad for everyone else. If it was developing a network to communicate with itself and carry over changes, then I'd imagine you were already a few months or years off from getting it off the ground. It would be a question of luck, if the primordial life chanced on a configuration that was viable, one time in 50 or 100. She trailed off. I saw her eyes widen. Luck. Rolls of the dice, looking for triple sixes. A lot easier to stumble on the right combination if one was making a lot of rolls. Yeah, Drake said. Some of the others we talked to said something similar. Not that it mattered, back then. It felt like a pretty massive failure. Others, Gordon said, voice sharp. He was apparently thinking along the same track as Lillian and I. Other people are doing this. Drake nodded. Candy looked up. You're in communication with them. Some. One other group. We use some of the same suppliers for things, we talked shop, realized we were on different versions of the same project, working from similar materials, these texts, and we've kept in touch, kept each other updated. Did you give them any of, whatever she was given? No, Drake said. It was a matter of pride, and because we're going to get rewarded if we succeed here. Money, enough for our entire group to live comfortably for a decade. If we could reproduce the results, then they offered more. Positions in their group, more funding, power. Access to their scientists, Candy said. If they can reproduce results, then you damn well better make sure you keep them happy, Mauer, I thought. Okay, I said. You didn't give Mao the soldier anything from her? He didn't take samples. No, Drake said. We told him, and he didn't seem to care. He was more interested in continued results, and in making sure things were secure enough. That's good news, Lillian said. It sounds macabre, but it's a good thing if that's as far as things have gotten. In scenarios similar to this, according to the Academy, most experiments along these lines will catch their creators off guard and kill them. Then the creation dies, having bitten the hand that feeds it, unable to escape its own confines, lacking the food, water, and resources it needs to continue evolving. There's a chance that might happen here. If things get that far, then the soldier might pay his regular visit and find the creators dead, the beast hungry, and bring another team in to take over, Gordon pointed out. Lillian frowned. Might interrupt some successful projects that haven't gotten to the point of getting regular visits, though, Gordon said. Lillian nodded, but the frown didn't disappear. You know a heck of a lot about these things, I said. Because I thought we'd eventually run into one, Lillian said. And later, because I was trying to think about what I might do for my big project, to get my white coat. A lot of innovations have come about from this sort of thing. It's inspiration, if nothing else. Inspiration incarnate, Jamie said. Priority 1 is killing this thing, Gordon said, indicating the hatch. Fire usually works. It probably would, Lillian said. But we shouldn't. The best thing to do is to leave it down there. Let it weaken and eventually starve. Cut off the food supply, if any, make sure it doesn't have access to light, or even warmth. It's a good thing that winter is on the way. Just like that, Drake said. Lillian turned to look at him. You had to have known. There had to be a moment where you saw the rate at which it was growing or going from being a lump of flesh to having eyes, where you got scared, where it felt too easy. It didn't feel easy at all. I spent 10 or more hours a day here, all summer, most of this fall, he said. Explains how they can come here and mess around like that. They probably don't even notice the smell anymore. Or the weird, I thought, eyeing the jars. Or maybe they do and they like it. I can get some sand, Drake said. Do a pour, through one of the holes in the hatch. Or the samples on the shelves. We can toss those down first, if opening the hatch is okay? Then the sand. Then burn the building, Gordon said. Burn the Drake started. He stopped when he saw the look on Gordon's face. This is a second home to me. To us. Candy nodded. Both of her hands held onto Drake's upper body, but her expression was resolute. Your sponsor pushed you to make these things because he doesn't care about the consequences, I said. To put thousands of lives at risk. I don't think you can stay here. They're going to come looking for you. My thoughts touched on the subject of just who the sponsor was. Mauer was ostensibly the person distributing the books and providing the soldiers, but Frey might well be the one to engineer this plan from the outset. I could somehow imagine Mauer being brazen enough to try, willing to gamble that the Academy could answer the problem, willing to watch as the primordial life did some real damage. It was harder to imagine with Frey. Okay, Drake said. Then, contradicting himself, he said, I don't know where to go. The others, they're going to show up here, expecting to get to work for the day, they're going to need answers, and I'm supposed to tell them they can't stay in Lug. Lie, I said. Tell them something that will scare them. Mix it with something embarrassing. That you were here, together, messing around, naked, when it started to push its way out from under the hatch. That it spoke. Something. Tell them you panicked, that you're out. Or tell them the truth, Lillian said, giving me a look. Because the truth should be enough. This isn't for tampering with. The pair looked so defeated. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. We'll give you funds, I said. We didn't have much on us. We'll hack, what's a nearby city? A day or two of travel away. Tineware, Jamie said. Go to Tineware. The post office, a week and a half from now, will courier you a package. Funds enough to get you all started again, I said. I looked at Jamie. Paper, pen. He provided both, tearing a page out of a small notebook. I wrote down a series of passwords. I reached out, so you know the courier is the real deal. And so nobody else happens to get those funds. Why more than one password? Drake asked, without moving to take the paper. Because the funds come with a condition. You don't settle down in Tineware. You don't resume work, you don't start to wonder if you should start working on this again, because you won't be in one place for long enough to get a lab set up. When the funds arrive, they'll come with another location. If you want more funds, you'll have to relocate again. At least 3 times. And after that, either we'll give you a means of communicating with us, we'll find a way of checking on you, or I'll give you another series of locations. Whatever happens, you'll be together, you'll get a chance to explore the world, experience things. My eyes were locked onto Candy's by the time I'd finished talking. It was a good offer, but somehow, by the time I finished talking, she looked terribly sad. We'll need the book, too. The materials, Gordon said. I expected that to make them buck, fight a little. To ask if this was a trap, second-guess our intentions. But they weren't that. They weren't soldiers or spies. They hadn't raised themselves on a battlefield or anything like that. They were survivors, a little lost, who'd thought they had found direction, something to strive for. Drake reached out for the paper. He didn't take it, hesitating, his fingers almost but not quite making contact with the paper. A buck? Resistance? I should tell you about the others, too, he said. Others? Gordon asked. You said there was the one group. There is. One group we know of, that we've met. But the soldier who comes to check on things, he made comments. He talked about our setup, compared to the others. He was recommending burying the thing, because it was easier to dig a deep, wide hole and trust the surrounding ground than it was to build a container strong enough, and he talked about how the others had gone about it. One of them used a well. The other group did the digging themselves. The stitched we used to do the dig, we got them from that group, he brought them over. 2 groups? Lillian asked. That are this far along? Or farther along? At least 2, Gordon remarked. That's all I know, Drake said. He took the paper from me. I'd tell you more if I knew anything. Because of what you said about pride, about wanting to be the ones to succeed? If you're backing out of this, then they should have to too. I asked. Because it's the right thing to do, he said, giving me a look. Or that, I said. Do you know when he's due to come? The guy who visits? Gordon asked. 5 days from now, Drake said. He arrives in a carriage, sometimes with armed guys who stay in or on the vehicle. Usually later in the evening. Gordon nodded. 5 days. With Gordon in the state he was in, it felt like an eternity. Drake folded the paper carefully and put it into a pocket. Candy, meanwhile, had turned to face Lillian. You came for me, because my parents asked, you said. Lillian nodded. She looked almost ashamed. What are you going to tell them? I don't know, Lillian said. Candy nodded. From her reaction, I suspected any definitive answer would have been met with suspicion, or picked apart. Is he nice? Lillian asked, her voice quiet. Worth spending the next 40 years with. He's the first person who ever listened to me, and I needed someone to listen to me more than anything, Candy said. He could have been the biggest asshole on the planet, and I would have stayed with him just for that alone. Lillian nodded, as if this made all the sense in the world. It's a good thing he's nice, Candy said. She broke into a smile for what might have been the first time since we'd interrupted her moment. I could see the look on Lillian's face. The relief, the joy. It wasn't the right decision, if she wanted that black coat. Committing to a longer-term exchange of mail with fugitives was dangerous for the lambs. I imagined, seeing that smile from Candy, Lillian imagined it was worth it. What's your name? Lillian asked. You gave up the one your parents gave you. Emily. It's dumb, I know. Looking like I do, I should have chosen something tougher. It's nice, Lillian said. It's a good name. There was a brief exchange of plans and expectations. Drake and Emily would be meeting with their group to share the news, to lie or tell the truth, whatever it took to convey how bad an idea it was to stay with the project. We would have to loop back before leaving, to make sure things were done. It was good that it wasn't a very portable experiment. Plans made, we departed. 2 experiments, at the very least, to track down. 5 days could be a dangerous length of time to delay, for Gordon's sake, and because the people in charge could well be invested enough in the project to be watching over the situation, checking in more discreetly. If they caught on before we caught sight of them, then we would be on the back foot. Burning the building was the best way to make it difficult to get to the hole in the ground with the primordial inside and to make it difficult to resurrect the project, but it would get attention. Hopefully the sort of attention we could take advantage of. She's good for you, Gordon said. I looked over, then looked around. I'd been lost in thought, trying to figure out the best way forward. Lillian was hanging back, talking to Jamie. I thought of being crammed in a dark corner. Lillian squished against me. My heart picked up a little. I found myself smiling a little. I felt guilty about it too, as Jamie glanced at me. Just saying, Gordon said, very casually. Sure, I said, equally casually. He ventured, hearing Lillian express just how bad of a situation this is, I'm more worried than usual. Entirely reasonable. We may need to call in help. The others might not be so cooperative, and if Mauer's involved, we can expect resistance. Coordinated resistance. Normally, with the full complement of lambs, I'd say we could manage, but I'm not at my best, and we don't have the full complement of lambs. Which makes things complicated, I said. If we call in that much needed help and they follow up on the most basic leads, which they are, they're going to find Drake and Emily. Yet. Probably. Yet, I said. I looked back at Lillian. I know you've been advocating telling the truth, but if time really is of the essence. If she draws the conclusion on her own, we won't lie to her, Gordon said, firmly. If she doesn't realize that we'd be setting the academy on their heels, we don't tell her. I nodded. She would resist, or even if she didn't, it would poison things. I don't like it, I said. We can hope they get enough of a head start, and maybe make them harder to find, but I don't like it. Yet, Gordon said, me either. Bleeding Edge 8.12. Ratface Cecil was busy eating another bowl of ambiguous slop. He'd tripled down on the bodyguards, but half of those bodyguards were now eating. The rain continued to pour, and even though the sun was supposed to be high in the sky, the intermittent cloud cover and the wind blowing across Lug meant that the water that collected in the darker folds of our clothing was freezing or partially freezing. The lack of light, however, helped to conceal us as we crept along a rooftop, across the street from the man. Lillian, Gordon said, holding out a hand. Lillian fished in her bag, and produced a metal tube. She handed it to me. Rather than hand it to Gordon, I held it up and looked down the length of it, peering at the back of Ratface's head. There were grooves spiraling down the interior. Gordon reached out to take it from me, and the end of the thing poked at my eye socket. Jerk, I said. Let's not waste time, he said. I want to get back. Do you even have the lung capacity to do anything with that? I asked. I looked at Lillian, who had a bottle out, placed on the top of her bag, a syringe already filled with fluid, which she was now packing into a small feathered projectile. Does he? Cardiac and respiratory systems are linked. If he's struggling, then it makes sense that he wouldn't have. I'm fine, Gordon said. Right, hubris. The dog didn't react. Its eyes and ears were focused in the direction of Ratface. Exactly, Gordon said. The fact that you named him hubris is really fitting here, I remarked. And you're a terrible shot, Gordon said. A terrible shot with tiny lungs in a tiny body. Wow, you get so mean when you're dying, I said. His expression was stone still for just long enough to wonder if I'd pushed the wrong button. Then he smirked. If you weren't sure, I could do it, Jamie volunteered. He was holding Lil's bag steady so it didn't fall and slide off the roof. You might be able to, Gordon acknowledged. But you're not sure. No. Right, Gordon said. Lil handed out the dart. I took it and handed it to Gordon. Gordon placed it in the pipe. Well, I'm mostly sure. Worst case scenario, keep your heads down. Wind is predominantly coming from the southeast, Jamie said. You can see the waxed paper by the store next door, a good gauge if you want to get a sense of what the air currents are like down there. Didn't see that, Gordon said. Thanks. He's talking to the guy to his left, I pointed out. Bodyguard number 3, counting from left to right. The guy is doing most of the talking. Either it's a long speech, or he's going to respond. Watch that you don't shoot as he twists around to look at the guy. Is that the sort of thing that goes through your head when you're the one with the blowpipe, or when you're in a fight? It's one of the sorts of things that goes through my mind, I said. You think too much, Gordon said, sighing. He brought the blowpipe to his lips and settled down against the roof. Hubris, beside him, did much the same, mirroring his actions, furry chin on the peak of the roof. Gordon's criticism left me torn. A part of me, of course, was loyal to the mission. We wanted to succeed, do a good job, maintain our reputation, and everything else. But another part of me really wanted him to miss. Extra points if he missed because I was right. Gordon huffed out a sharp breath. The dart disappeared into rain and darkness. Ratface leaped out of his seat, knocking his bowl over the other side of the counter. Bodyguards and bystander alike twisted, staring. Ratface backed away, turning, his head craning. I saw him pull the dart from the back of his shoulder. If he'd twisted around to talk to that bodyguard of his, then Gordon would so have missed. Come on, I said. I pushed away from the peak of the roof. I let myself slide down wet and icy shingles. I had to steer myself a bit to keep on course, as I slid right off the roof, and onto a stack of crates. My feet banged against the top crate. Momentum still carrying me, I skipped down the boxes, and my feet skidded on ice and mud. I managed to keep my footing as I came to a stop. A few people who were standing around stared. I turned around, and I saw that all three of the others, with the exception of Hubris, who now stood on the top crate, were only halfway down the roof, carefully easing their way down. I sighed. While they climbed down, making the uncomfortable 3-foot hop down from the roof's edge to the topmost crate, which was a good 12 feet up off the ground, I circled around the building. Ratface was standing in the middle of the street, showing the dart to his bodyguards, who had surrounded him. His eyes roved as he talked, and they locked onto me. He gestured, and I raised a hand, palm up in a gesture more blatant than the lamb's usual. He said something, then stopped, his bodyguards settling to stand beside him as well. I pointed at him, then beckoned. He was wary, but he approached. By the time he reached me, the other lambs did too. This was you. You had bodyguards, I said. This is more expedient. You could have approached and asked to talk. I shook my head. Your body language was defensive. You were all hunched over that bowl of whatever you were eating. Curry. Whatever it was. Too guarded, and you'd want to flex a bit, which would only get in the way. He gave me an incredulous look. What are you talking about? Oh, I said. I reached under my hood to scratch my head. You got scared last night. Felt powerless. Not a good look, for someone who has to do business in a place like Lug. Given the choice between a cooperative, friendly chat, and retaking that image, that power, you would have taken the second option. Don't tell me you wouldn't. He gave me a long, searching look. You are, he said, the most unpleasant little child I've ever had to deal with. I smiled. So I was right. What do you want? He asked. We're running down leads. A man named Drake. Dark scales, tattoos, he's tall, I know the one. You're the best supplier in the area. You supplied to him. Food, specific materials. Ratface narrowed his eyes. Who else did you supply similar things to? They would have been recurring customers. Sharing details of my clients, some of whom are working outside the confines of the law of the Crown States of America, would be a very good way to lose their business, he said. True, I said. I'm the best supplier in Lug for a reason, he said. Being talkative, isn't it? I nodded. Okay, sorry to bother you. I turned, gesturing at the others. Together, we turned to leave. That dart. What did you shoot me with? Poison, I said. She has the antidote. Like with Giles' men. Like with Giles' men. Except that was a bluff, apparently. The one is alive, still. We poisoned two. You shot one of the two, Ratface said. His face was edged with lines of stress, disgust, and anger. We'll stop in after we follow up on some other leads, I said. You'll be feeling the effects by then, and you'll tell us what we need to know. Control, power. The more I thought about it, the more I came to suspect that Drake and Emily wouldn't have been able to make it in this city, after they'd reached a certain level of status. Strength and the upper hand were too important when it came to speaking the city's language, and they were too soft. The crew of kids that Drake was a part of. Ratface asked. At my nod, he said, I can think of a number of others. 7 hereabouts, all wanting Medusozoa. Jellyfish, Lillian said. For a model nerve net to build off of, probably. I don't ask for details, but it catches the eye when that appears on the order form, Ratface said. 2 or 3 of those groups would have shifted buying patterns, I said. More food, Lillian said. Protein-rich, salts, minerals. Yeah, Ratface said. 4 of the groups are asking for a restock on the jellyfish every month or so, 1 is doing it at a good rate, 2. But 3, like you said, shifted focus. Alfred's group, Old Hardings, and the Ridgewell group. Details, I said. Alfred's group, the one Drake's a part of. Kids, or only a few years past being kids. Half the time, they don't have all the money to pay for what they've ordered, but they scratch together the money in the end, even if it's late. Driven, if distracted half the time by each other. Emotional, heads in the clouds. I see a lot like them. They never last. I nodded. Old Harding, I've been working with that crusty asshole since I started, and he had a decade on me even then. Academy trained, up to a point, got his white coat, tried for a grey one, couldn't find it in him to do it. So he came over here and he set up shop. Tries one thing for 5, 10, or 15 years, whatever he thinks is going to be most profitable, then switches it up. Only barely keeps his head above water. This new project is his current focus. He has people working with him, even, which never used to happen. And they? Ridgewell Group. They're not local. Harding's Group, he pulled that together from a bunch of others who talked work with him over drinks at the pub, probably. Alfred's Group? Same idea, random kids who found each other and decided they'd be stronger as a team than they were alone. But the Ridgewell Group? They showed up in town, their group twice as large as Alfred's, and they all already knew each other. Each of them with a defined role. When they came to buy, they already knew what you had in stock, I said. Yeah, Ratface said. Exactly. All they needed was a place to work unmolested, probably, I said. Everything else was set. I'm willing to bet their lab is nice, too. It should be, Ratface said. They wanted some containers, ones with special seals. Had to go through colleagues of colleagues to track it down. Then they had it sent back twice, once because it had a scratch in the side. Not even a structural issue. Thing would have withstood a hit from a cannon without leaking, but no. No, they wanted it sent back on my dime. Would have told them to go fuck goats if they weren't such good customers otherwise. Where are they? I asked. Am I going to lose them as customers the same way I might lose Giles? Giles' organization is already crumbling to the point even Ratface is aware? I turned to Lillian, let's go. Ratface cut in, I didn't say I wasn't going to tell you. I was asking, you little prick. I raised my eyebrows. If you want an apology for the insult, you can keep waiting. I'll reserve my right to insult you until the day I die. I don't care about that. I just want the answer. Ridgewell is up that way. I never delivered directly to them, but if you go there, you'll see them eventually. They go out in pairs. Always with the long coats. One more militia type, armed, and one academic. The militia protect the eggheads. An old watchis nam. If you're not even going to remember the particulars of what I tell you, why are you even interrogating me? Ratface asked. We'll do the remembering, Jamie said. He twists the knife. I smiled at the imagery. Old Harding is set up in his house. No street names over that way. Find the 2 churches, or ask for directions to them, even the meanest Bruno around Lug won't begrudge you finding your way to church. From there, head due west, you'll find sprawling houses. Harding's has a bunch of hand wagons parked in the front. If you see more than one, his is the biggest. Bought out his neighbor to make room for the rest of the lab space, back when he was garden growing meat. I signaled Lillian. She underhand tossed the antidote at Ratface. Just so you know, I told Ratface, the project that uses the jellyfish. Bad news. He sneered at me. Apparently he didn't need to pay me much mind, now that he had the antidote. There's nothing I could tell you that would convince you. The Academy's done that stuff before. They backed off. What those people are making, the people who are giving them the money and recipe for making it don't expect anything except disaster. The creations will get loose eventually. The Academy will have to mobilize with army and everything else, which is what the project's sponsors want. If the creations don't kill you right off, and if you survive the Academy coming to town, well, Lug will be gone either way, and you'll be unable to conduct business. If I didn't provide the material, someone else would, Ratface said. Probably, but you trade in innocent lives, like you tried to trade with hers. I indicated Lillian. I don't like you, and I wanted you to know that when the sky starts falling, so to speak, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Yeah, he asked. I'll keep that in mind. I nodded. This time, as I signaled the other lambs and walked away, he didn't call out or try to stop me. The rain continued to patter down as we put distance between ourselves and Ratface. Doesn't solve the problem, Gordon remarked. What you said to him, what you did. I know, I said. We can clean things up here and go back home to the Academy, but others are going to crop up. Sooner or later, short of Lug being wiped off the map, someone's going to start up the project again, they're going to get far enough in, and they're going to succeed. Probably, I said. Ratface is right. Ratface? Lillian asked. The guy. Who we were just talking to. He's right. If we take him out, another supplier will fill the void. The floodgate is opened. There's no closing it now. We can tell the Academy, Lillian said. They'll do something. So much faith. I looked at Gordon. We'd exchanged words about needing to keep Lillian in the dark so this all could run smoothly. But... what? Lillian asked, looking at me. Her eyes were large beneath a fringe of brown hair in her hood. She was getting better at reading me. Touch her. Hug her. You know how to distract her. I didn't touch, hug, or distract her. I glanced again at Gordon. What? SY, you're looking concerned. You don't think the Academy can handle this? Or do you not want them to? Because if you don't think the primordial experiments are a danger, then... No, I said. No, it's not that. She punched my arm, then grabbed it. Then what? Seriously, SY. The Academy will handle it, I said. I believe you. Then. They'll bring an army, They'll surround Lug, and they'll hit the city with plague or something equivalent. Soldiers with masks on will march through, scour areas for clues, evidence, and the cats and cockroaches survivors. A place this large, they could spend days or weeks doing it, picking through the bodies. All the while, they'll place gunpowder charges or oil or whatever else. When all is done, they'll torch Lug, burning it down. Then they'll wrap it up by sending in warhounds and warbeasts to find the survivors of that particular purge, and to knock down the buildings that are still standing. No, Lillian said. I wasn't sure if she was disagreeing with me. The bigger a problem gets, the simpler we tend to make the solutions. It's why people gravitate so heavily toward extreme beliefs, or hating whole groups of people. Sometimes we get our heads askew and we stop seeing things straight, so a problem seems too big, and we want to treat it as something very simple. Sometimes, though, the problem just is that big, too complicated to deal with in a smart way, when we're already under a tremendous strain. So we turn to violence. That very thing happened with us and the fishmonger last night. They'd evacuate, Lillian said. And risk that someone sneak out with pages of the material tucked in their underpants? I asked. Or in a metal tube they've jammed up their rear. It's not, it can't work that way. It does, I said. I turned to Gordon. Right. It's not enough you've got to go and be the bad guy, hurt Lillian by telling her all this, you've got to bring me into it. Yeah, I said. He shook his head, closing his eyes before taking a deep breath. I want people's last memories of me to be of me being nice. A good guy. You're as big a prick as I am, Gordon. You just hide it far better. I'll make it my life's work to make sure you're remembered as such. If you insist on playing the I'm gonna die card as often as you are, I'm going to be trying even harder to discredit you post-death. What SY was saying about Lug, Lillian said, cutting in. It's true. There's precedent, Gordon said. For things less serious than what you described with these primordials. Why can't it be easy? Lillian asked. This was supposed to be a nice little reference on my record. A favor owed from people with money and connections to higher society. I gave up on that, and in my head I know it was the right thing to do, and Emily and Drake can have a good future together, but in my heart, I feel nasty. It was the kindest thing to do, Jamie said. You're allowed to feel disappointed. It's not disappointment, it's worse. I hate myself. I'm Jamie. She was on edge, emotionally, lost, her sentences getting shorter until she couldn't string together full ones. In the midst of it, she was turning to Jamie, not me. Jamie, she said. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Can't I logically know that this was a bad move, but at least feel good, in my heart? I don't know, Jamie said. But now you're saying that we're going to walk away, and all the people here, they're going to get killed, the city is going to burn. It's very possible, Jamie said, gently. It didn't feel like enough of a response. Lillian was hurting, and I didn't like that. I spoke. Frey probably talked to Mauer about this, planning it to some extent. I imagine she rationalized it, saying that people getting reckless with the primordial stuff was going to happen sooner or later, she's just speeding it up, accelerating the process. She told Mauer what the Academy would do, what it would have to do, and now he's waiting. His people are facilitating it all, and he's waiting in the wings, ready to take advantage of a situation that would usually be neatly tidied up, point to it as something that started with the Academy and ended with the Academy. Rile up the people. Start something bigger. In the meantime, Frey has the way clear to engineer something else. Something more constructive. Okay, Sylvester, Lillian said, sounding somehow absent. Like she didn't care about the particulars, or the motivation. Lillian wasn't me. In my darkest, most painful moments, I wanted the world to make sense. I wanted to have answers. When I lacked them, I would, well, reread the same diary entries for hours on end. She wanted something else. Sorry, I said. I wanted this to be constructive, she told me. Talking to Drake and Emily, I thought it would be. You gave them hope and a future and I could barely contain myself because I wanted to kiss you right there as the words left your mouth, and I was happy, and then that happiness faded, and I started to think about me again, and my future, and now a whole city, just burned away? Isn't there a way to stop it? Yeah, I said. I saw her stop. The hope in her eyes stung. Maybe, I said. No guarantees. Don't make promises you can't keep, SY, Gordon warned me. No promises, I said. Okay, Lil. Don't take this as a promise. Don't get your hopes up. We have a job to do, and you know, in both that head of yours. I touched her forehead. And in that heart of yours. I touched her chest. That's my boob, she said, quiet. I raised my voice, to be heard over her small protest, you know that the #1 priority is cleaning up this mess. We lay the groundwork we can, and we make sure the primordials in progress are cleaned up, then we take a shot in the dark, to see if we can't engineer a happier ending for this gloomy shitstain of a city. She opened her mouth to respond. I poked her in the chest again. No. Bad. I can see it in your eyes. No getting your hopes up. No being disappointed if this doesn't work. No being disappointed in me, and definitely no being disappointed in yourself. Understand? She reached up and took my hand in both of hers. She held it there, against her chest, where her heartbeat thumped against the back of my hand. I understand, she said, lying through her damned teeth. Then she lied again, I'm happy if we just try. I looked at Gordon, and the look he was giving me. Speak of disappointment. He wasn't one to think things through to the same extent I was, but he'd probably seen this exact situation arising when he'd encouraged me to keep my mouth shut. We should go after the Ridgewells first. They sound better armed, and they sound better organized, Gordon said. Better to hit them while we know what resources we have and the condition we're in, than to wait and find ourselves ill-prepared. Agreed, I said. Then we move on to, dang it, Ratface called him an old crusty asshole and now I can't commit his name to memory. I just think of crusty assholes every time I try. Old Harding, Jamie volunteered. I've heard of him. There's a picture of a student club at Radham mounted in a stairwell, with names on a brass plate underneath it. A quote about him appeared as an inscription in a class yearbook, too. Not much to go on, but I'll recognize his face when I see it. Neat, I said. Based on what he said, this won't be easy, Gordon said. No, I agreed. Jamie, got a job for you. Sure. You have the best handwriting. If any of the rest of us write, we're liable to get sentimental. Pen a letter to Mary. Let her know if she finishes her job early, she should come give us a hand. You can tell her we'll do the same if she wants, but I don't think this job is going to wrap up neat and tidy anytime soon. All right, he said. Should I break off and head back to our rooms, or see if a post office has the materials? No. We're all going back, I said. You can pen the letter while Gordon, Lillian, and I explain the basics to the rest of the would-be slaves I rescued. Extra hands on deck, much as I hate to do it. Even the kids? Gordon asked. For something this dangerous? That's not like you. I pulled my hand away from Lillian, and I jammed it into a pocket. It was colder there, I noticed. The city was so dark, considering it was midday. The frost seemed to stubbornly cling to the edges and the shadows. I could see beyond the low, sloping buildings and make out structures that could be the targets we were going after. In another light, they were all homes of stubborn, stupid people who'd decided to live in a barren, ugly little city like this. People who would probably die to plague and fire, or to the monsters Lillian had described. Wanting Mary, if she's available, wanting the kids and adults, it's my roundabout way of saying we need help, I admitted. Bleeding Edge 8.13. And there we go, Gordon said. Third patrol coming home. I raised my head up to watch as two men in black coats made their way down the street. One had a bag slung over one shoulder, the other had a gun on either side of his hip, and a knife in his tall boots. Both seemed to be roughly the same age, both were of similar builds, and both had their hair cut short beneath brimmed hats. If it weren't for the one having a gun and the other having the bag, I would have considered them interchangeable. Everything about their demeanor suggested a military background, or ex-military. Maur's sort, if not his brothers in arms. Gordon and I ducked our heads back behind cover as the pair looked around, searching for trouble. We'd chosen to hunker down behind a short fence surrounding a pen. It had once served as a home for an animal, very possibly a stitched creature, considering the lack of mess. Our choice had essentially been warm, dry, out of the rain, choose one. We had a little roof, but the water was doing its best to puddle beneath us, and it wasn't very warm either. It was just us three boys, four if we counted the mutt. Lillian was with the hired help. Jamie looked up from his watch. 20 minutes from the last patrol, 15 minutes from the time they left. It's not a regular pattern, Gordon said. Jamie shook his head. Semi-regular. They alternate when they leave and the route they cover, but if 3 data points are enough to go by, the next group steps outside in 5 minutes, and they'll be out and about for 30 minutes. We've seen 3 different pairs, nobody else has entered or left the building, so we know there are at least 4 people inside right now. Likely to be more, Gordon said. It's hard to focus on your work if you are having to stop and go on patrol or get updated on other people's patrols on the regular. The building was one of the sturdier ones in Lug. The city was mostly populated with ramshackle constructions, many of which weren't even set into the rocky ground but poised atop it, leaning as the weight settled. Here and there, however, there were buildings made of proper stone. This was one of them. 2 stories high, solidly built, with doors that looked like they were more metal bracing than they were solid wood. I had the impression Lug tried to revitalize an area and failed, only to forget the idea and wait a few years to a decade before trying again. Ridgewell was a neighborhood that had seen more recent attention. The building constructions weren't great, but they hadn't decayed or fallen to pieces in the same way that other houses throughout the city had. Details and embellishments remained, from trim to decorative wood panels, untouched by rough handling from the weather. Here and there, though, even in the nicest part of the city we'd seen yet, some pieces of wood trim had come undone at one end, and in the strong wind, they knocked a steady rapport against the stones or the other pieces of wood. Windows rattled, and a change in the direction of wind made shutters slam open or closed, where they hadn't been fastened into place. Making our job harder, much as Gordon and Jamie had noted, this particular building had a standing guard within and patrols leaving and returning on the regular. The windows on the first and second floor were painted over. We couldn't see in, and we couldn't get in without running into the soldiers. Was really hoping for a skylight, I mused aloud. Or a good window to peek in. Yeah, Gordon said. These guys were professional once. Something more than your standard soldier. I haven't seen a hint of sloppiness. The touch with the windows struck me as inspired. They know what they're doing, keeping things here as contained as they are. Have to admire that. I gave Gordon a curious look. What? Gordon looked confused. Nothing, I said. No, seriously, what? I dunno, I said. You're weird. How am I weird? Guys, Jamie said. It's cold, it's miserable, we're frustrated, we're getting the equivalent of cabin fever what with you having a hard time sitting still, and you having a bum tick. You pick weird things to focus on, is all, I said. Shipman was one, didn't see what you saw in her at all, but okay, she did good work, fine. Marry the first get. Rah-rah, I've cheered you two on from the beginning. But then you have a note of admiration in your voice when you talk about these guys, and, that's why you're weird. Gordon stared at me, uncomprehending. I refused to take the bait. I shrugged, leaned the back of my head against the little fence in our one-animal paddock, and closed my eyes. My boots were rigid enough that I could prop them up diagonally with toes on the ground and heels against the fence surrounding the little one-animal paddock we were lurking in, resting my rear end on the back of my heels. It wasn't too painful for a long period of sitting, but my toes were in a shallow puddle and the cold was creeping in. Before too long, I'd have to move. For now, I could manage a weird, gargoyle-like pose and manage something approximating comfort. "SY," Gordon said. I don't even know where to begin. I responded, eyes still closed. So many things about you suddenly make so much sense, Gordon remarked. My eyes popped open. I shot him another curious look. Oh boy, Jamie said, under his breath, drawing my attention. He raised his hands defensively. I'm staying out of this. I shook my head. This is about you being queer, Gordon, and having weird standards for admiring others. You're 1 for 3 so far. You do realize, SY, that most people differentiate between respecting someone, admiring someone, and liking someone? There's a whole spectrum of feeling there. Nuance and details, I said. Yet, Gordon said. He didn't sound convinced as he said, okay. You've been weirdly focused about some of the targets we've gone after, so I've wondered. What you said just now, it made me wonder more. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I caught Jamie studying me. Which was weird, and it was uncomfortable, considering my last conversation with Jamie. When I turned his way, he threw up his hands again in that not getting involved way. I felt strangely on the spot, the both sneaking glances, very clearly trying to figure something out. At the building, the door opened. 2 men stepped out, a different pair than the last, this pairing with a dog in tow. Hubris perked up as the other dog woofed out a response to something its master said. It barked once before starting to trot alongside them. Right on schedule, I thought. The schedule is a weakness, but they probably acknowledged it as such. Better to have patrols go out with a semi-regular schedule than to lose track of when you send them out. I settled back down, and realized that the others were still giving me funny looks. Look, I said, exasperated. Frey is pretty, but she's old, so she's out. Mauer isn't a girl, and I like girls, and he's old, and, yet. Don't look at me and pretend I'm going to slobber all over his face or something. I really hope you're not slobbering all over Lillian's face, Gordon said. Haha, I said, you're supposed to be cleverer than that. I was using exaggeration for effect. I could see that first bit about being dumb nettling him. I grinned, which only seemed to nettle him more. Jamie, who'd resolved to stay out of this, got into it. In a hypothetical scenario, where Mauer was a girl, and she was around our age, and everything else was the same, would you be interested? I said. Never mind, he said, looking away. Sorry. His eyes went to his little notebook, so different from Jamie's tomes. For a moment, all the same, I saw old Jamie, and in the wake of that moment, I missed the old Jamie badly. I wanted to know how this conversation would unfold if he was part of it. If I'd feel more comfortable, having my best friend here with me. I shook my head, my gaze boring holes into my knees. Old Jamie would have been more straightforward. He'd known me better than anyone, and when he gave me insights into myself, it was clear. Not this muddled behavior and the weird prying questions that I got from Gordon and Jamie here. Focus on the task at hand, I told myself. It took some doing. We can't see the situation because they've got the windows painted over. We can't step inside without facing down however many armed people inside. Can't act too blindly, because there might be an experiment in there we really don't want to free. Gotta crack the egg lightly, without disturbing the yolks. How much of this was engineered by Mauer? Lug was probably the central base of operations for this particular enterprise. Other areas were possible, but they wouldn't have nearly the same number of resources, the freedom from the academy, nor the able bodies. He wanted to spark a reaction. One he could use. He was putting the academy in checkmate, forcing a move, so he could act and react while knowing exactly what they would do. Mauer was a factor I had to answer, to get what Lillian wanted, a resolution to this problem that didn't see Lug and the innocents within cleansed by plague and fire. I'd made her a promise in this. I could imagine myself sitting across a table from him. Both sides making moves, silent, even though he could do so much with that voice. The thought of Lillian and the thought of Mauer touched together, spurred by Gordon's remarks and Jamie's question. I saw Mauer as a girl, roughly our age. Coppery red hair, a little firebrand, attractive, but despite the sharp nose and fine features. She'd have to have the arm. Her voice would be younger, but she'd still have the skill with it, the rhetoric and the vocal range, the ability to address a proper crowd. You're actually thinking about it, Gordon said, in disbelief. As if it's actually a consideration. What? Hey? No, I lied, ineffectually. He'd been watching me, and something in my expression must have tipped him off. You're bent in the head, he said. The smallest push, and you go right there to fantasizing. I was not fantasizing, stitched Dick. Mauer wanted to shoot Helen, he wanted to hurt us, but no, switch around a few variables, leave the personality intact, you'd actually think about it. You've got your wires crossed in your head, and you enjoy a challenge enough that you can't even distinguish between the people who challenge you and the people you enjoy being around. Hating him, disliking him, it doesn't even cross your mind. And here we were. Gordon in attack mode. He was grumpy, he'd latched onto this, and he was giving no signs of letting up. For years, I'd lived with Gordon. I knew how stubborn he could be. This wasn't an argument I'd win. I dunno, I said. Is this really such an issue? We all approach things from different ways. For the record, Gordon said, without missing a beat. You started this by picking on my tastes. Yep, not going to win. Okay, I said. Fine. Okay. You win. I surrender, and I sincerely beg your pardon. Far be it from me to judge. All right, he said. He relaxed. Thank you. I appreciate you being a gracious winner, I said. Victory comes at a cost, though, he said, smiling like he was enjoying himself too much. I'm going to get the most unpleasant mental pictures the next time I see you making goo-goo eyes at the mastermind of the... I reached out and shoved him a little. He didn't budge. He returned the push, toppling me from my position, pressing against the short fence. My hand went out to catch me and went straight through a paper-thin layer of ice and into freezing cold water. When I pulled it out, it was black from the mud and grit at the bottom of the puddle. Gordon laughed without making noise, far too hard. Red in the face from repressing the laughter, he leaned forward. Jamie was smirking. Stop, Gordon managed. He resumed his silent laughter. Not that funny, I said. So funny, he said, still laughing. My heart. You're literally going to kill me. Supposed to be on stakeout, if they hear. Jamie proffered a handkerchief, which I took, wiping at my hand. Sorry, he said, again. My fault. It really is, I said. We understand you a little better, maybe, which is nice, he said, with a note of hope. I dunno about that, I said. For some people, trust is really important to how they define friendships and romantic attachment. It's not so weird if respect is for you, to a big degree. Talking about who I like and picking apart why is weird, I thought. Especially with you. He nodded, and for a second, I thought he'd done what Gordon had, almost reading my mind, by virtue of knowing me as well as he did. Then he broke that illusion saying, I wonder if Lillian would be flattered or upset, knowing. Both, I said. But what she feels isn't so important. Jamie raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? Nah, I said. It's important, but, it's more about where she is, in relation to me. If I'm pushing her away too much, the direction she's moving, and I have this sense of it in abstracts, and I'm doing a bad job of explaining it. Jamie shook his head. No, he said. I understand. Again, that flicker of old Jamie. Uncomfortable, so familiar, yet making me feel so lonely. I poked my head out from our cover, hoping for a distraction. Lillian's here, I said. Gordon did his best to sober up. Lillian was with the adults of the group I'd recruited in a gang of kids. Two of the adults were pulling a wooden cart, one with 2 wheels and long prongs sticking out in front. Some of the smaller kids sat in the cart. Lillian walked alongside. Lillian looked for us and didn't see us. I raised my head up, moving my arm to get her attention, and then gestured as soon as I had it. Wait. She fidgeted, looking about as conspicuous as was possible without dancing on the spot. One of the adults asked her something and she responded. Let's play a game of second guessing, I thought. Assume the soldiers in the building have eyes on the street. Someone's periodically looking through a gap in the paint they slapped on the window, to keep an eye out for trouble. Maybe 2 someones, and they're playing cards or something. They didn't come out and tell the group of people with the wagon to move along. But if I tell Lillian to come and they're watching, waiting to see what she does, we give away our location and give everything else away along with it. It's just too suspicious. But if we wait, then they stay put longer, there's more definite risk of being seen, and more suspicion. Jamie was gesturing to Lillian, who responded. They bought the alcohol, she has rope and chain, she has sandbags. No doorstops or old-fashioned nails, Jamie said. Not that it matters, Gordon said. The way things are laid out, we can't burn them out without risking freeing the primordial. I nodded. It had been an attempt to go back to the early days, when we'd been more afraid of direct confrontation. Chain the doors shut, stick wedges in the jamb and at the windows to lock them shut, leave the target with few exits, and then start a fire. There weren't many problems in the world that fire couldn't do away with. We'd moved away from that methodology when the Lambs had added Jamie and Hale had started wanting more proof and evidence of what our adversaries were doing. I'd hoped to revisit it. I was thinking, if we take out the ones on patrol. We'll get shot trying, Gordon said. Sorry to say, but you 3 suck when it comes to proper combat, they're more trained and disciplined than the fishmongers people were, and I'm not sure I'm in any shape to have your back. If we didn't get shot, I said. Let's say we took out the pair of people on patrol. How do they respond? Looking at what they're doing right now? Gordon asked. They battened down the hatches and tripled down on security. Going by the numbers Cecil suggested, they have buddies. If the patrols aren't contacting the buddies they have in reserve with each circuit they're doing around the neighborhood. Which they probably are, I commented. Then they might have another means of signaling. One way or another, the reserve force comes stomping in as a proper military unit at an unspecified point in time. Leaves us with a squadron of soldiers and a nigh uncrackable egg to deal with. I studied the building, only my eyes peering over our cover. I signaled Lillian. Group. Play. Noise. Cart. Move. What are you thinking? Jamie asked. Painting a picture, I said. Isolated incident, it draws suspicion. But if we lead into it. Right. Lillian was talking to the kids. They hopped off the cart. The cart set into motion, leaving very concerned parents to glance back, issuing warnings or instructions. The kids fit into lug. They were dressed a little sparse for the weather, but they did have jackets, long sleeves, long pants, and tights under dresses. Lillian had pointed them at some detritus at the base of a building, and they busied themselves kicking a kin around, Lillian more a referee than anything, positioning herself so she could watch them and me both. The kin made a racket, rolling over streets of cobblestone and branches. It established a scene and sound. Side 2, if the soldiers peered out the windows, which they probably would. You. Kids. Run. You. Join. Me. Signal. Yes, was her response. She and the kids were to run at my signal. She would loop around and rejoin us. After a pause, she gestured again. The gesture was a catch-all one for brown, dirt, mess. Question. I signaled back. Hand, she clarified. I looked down. My hand was still several shades darker from the fine silt and muck at the base of the puddle. Dirty hand. I raised my head up enough that my chin rested on the top of the little fence. I let a slow grin spread across my face. She flushed red, gesturing, gross. You. Lillian runs at my signal. Gordon, you up to brief exercise? Depends. What exercise? Put a rock through a window. Or a can, if you're up to it. Their window? Jamie asked. Bunch of kids playing, accidents happen. But a broken window, especially one that's inconvenient to reach and board up, is a window that's going to stay broken. They're going to be alert, Gordon said. Even if they think it's an accident, they're clearly paranoid enough and disciplined enough about being paranoid that the window is going to bother them. They'll keep an eye on it. And I'm going to be careful. All we need is a glimpse. Gordon nodded. He shifted position, getting ready to stand, and I could see the effort it took. He almost failed to stand altogether, before he paused, shifting his grip to the fence. I winced. If you're not up to this. Shut up, sit down, and fantasize about Mauer, he said. A bit more biting than the situation warranted. Then, without the biting tone, he said, let me do this. All right, I said. I made brief eye contact with Jamie. We both knew what Gordon wasn't telling us. That he was in more pain than he was letting on, or he was more stressed. The laughter had been the other side of that same coin. Gordon packed grit into a can, to give it more heft. He shifted position, staying where people at the window wouldn't readily see him. The kids would be drawing attention, too. My mind turned to escape routes and options, just in case, while Gordon weighed the can in his hand. 150 feet or so, from here to the window. The windows aren't large either. Gordon wound up, and I signaled Lillian before the kin was even thrown. She and the kids bolted. The kin shattered glass. I saw the front door fly open in the moment it took me to duck back behind cover. I didn't stay up long enough to see the people step outside. It was awkward, to crouch low enough to peer through the slats in the fence. 4 soldiers with rifles were already standing outside the door. They didn't aim their weapons at the fleeing kids. Shooting would have drawn more negative attention than it promised to take off them. At times, it was nice to have enemies as dedicated to something as these guys were to keeping others' noses out of their business. One ventured out, weapon still at the ready. He walked a ways out, in the direction of Lillian's group, before stopping halfway between the front door and where the kids had been playing. He searched the area, weapon constantly at the ready. I took it as him looking for evidence or something odd, before I saw him turn around, looking at the window from the outside. It wasn't just him looking for evidence. He'd been covering his own back, making sure that nothing waited in a dark corner, and that no ambush would get him in the time he turned his back on everything else and focused on the problem at hand. Then he backtracked, heading back to his fellows, who stood at the ready. I could hear murmurs, voices from inside. They found the can. They saw the kids. Nothing too suspicious. All clear to let your guards down. Come on, come on. Of the 4, 3 went back inside. The one who'd ventured out to survey the scene stayed at the door, weapon in hand, on watch. The window was about 3 feet to his left and 10 feet over his head. Come on. You bastard. Nice try, Gordon murmured, under his breath. Hubris nudged him. He gave the dog a pat. I shook my head. Patience, Jamie said. Yeah, I said. I gestured, and he showed me the watch. 5 minutes and 33 seconds later, and I knew the time because Jamie had handed me the watch after the 20th time I'd pestered him for a look. Lillian turned up, ducking low. I held finger to my lips. Almost got lost, she whispered. I nodded. She settled into a crouch between Gordon and I, her shoulder and arm rubbing mine. In her efforts to keep from getting wet, and in the inches of height she had over me, she had her head poking up a bit too much. Her attention was on Gordon, as she gestured to him, pointing at his heart. Gordon gestured back. I tugged her down. I spotted the back of her skirt dipping toward the puddle, and reached out to grab it and hold it against the back of her thighs, before it was too late. I saw her eyes go wide, before she realized what I was doing. Thank you, she whispered. Her hands went down, taking over the duties of holding her dress up and away from the damp on the ground. I nodded. Cart is parked around the corner. Kids are with the parents. I told the parents to stay close, the older children can go get food if they're hungry. Good, I said. Next part is me climbing that wall to get an eye on what's going on inside. Either looking inside, or going in and seeing what I can find out, depending on layout, intervening obstacles, yada yada. From there, we form a plan and clean up. I'll come too, Jamie said. I had to stop myself before I jumped to a conclusion that was no longer true. Jamie's not supposed to be capable of something like that, is he? Can you climb a wall? I asked. We'll see, he said. If I can look inside and remember what's where better than you can. It might be useful. I frowned. If you'd rather I didn't. I shook my head a little. We'll try it. Worst case scenario, I jump down, you make sure I don't crack my head open as I touch ground, and then we run like figged horses. He nodded. Don't suppose you have anything we could put in a blow dart that could knock a guy out before he could sound the alarm? I asked Lillian. You won't find anything like that outside Jamie's books, she said. "'Es true," Jamie said. Hero of a book I just read had those. Drugs take time to work, Lillian said. Unless you're the right man. I frowned. We wait, Jamie said. It was, fortunately, only a short wait. 5 more minutes passed, with the group engaging in only light discussion, me watching the little clock, before the patrol returned. I turned myself around and watched through the slats as the returning patrol talked with the man on guard. They talked for a good minute. I could only see one half of any given face at a time, given the narrow vertical gap between boards, but they looked intent, serious about what they were doing. Whatever they were talking about was work to them, business. As a trio, they all stepped inside. The door shut, and I was gone, vaulting over the short fence and sprinting almost noiselessly across the street, toward the house. Jamie was right behind me. The exterior wall was rough-hewn stone, fit together like a jigsaw and mortared into place where wood hadn't been grown to knit the stones together. Larger blocks of stone toward the bottom, smaller ones up top, like a castle might have been built. The stone was dark and sharp-edged, the same sort Lug had been situated on top of. Weather had eaten at the mortar, so I favored the areas where there was more mortar than wood. I wedged fingers into gaps more than I gripped anything, and the footholds I found were often 1/5 of an inch, if that. I scaled the building quickly, starting at the corner, where I could better situate my center of gravity, then heading more diagonally up and over, as I made my way to the window. Once I had a grip on the windowsill, not yet raising my head up, I stopped, suppressing my breathing. A glance down below suggested Jamie was only starting the climb. Slower going. He was heavier than I, though his frame was slight, he had several inches on me. He wasn't as nimble, either, nor was he as daring. He had good technique, though, doing the same thing I'd been doing to wedge my fingers in, choosing similar footholds. He made good use of his reach. I remained where I was, listening to the faint, muffled murmur of conversation, and deeper, guttural grunts that might have been human or animal. Every sound was a cue that could suggest someone standing in a room just inside the window. Jamie's boot missed a foothold and scuffed the stone. I froze, tense, waiting, listening. If someone poked their head out, could I grab them and pull them out? I'd have to reach up with one hand, leverage my weight, go down with them. Nothing came of it. There was no alert, no gunman appeared. Shifting my hold on the windowsill to something more blatant, I hauled myself up, finding footholds so I could peek my head over, slow and careful, so as not to draw attention. On the upside, it was largely an open-concept laboratory. I could see everything, from the people inside to the experiment and the ongoing work. 8 soldiers were within, gathered in one corner, talking as a group. A wood fireplace glowed, with a kettle standing atop it, steam billowing from the spout. Mostly forgotten. As Ratface had suggested, the equipment throughout the lab was all top quality. It looked new, not second-hand, all in good repair, everything chosen for a singular purpose and nothing left to go to waste. All placed and built to accommodate the experiment. Even the structure of the building had been turned to the purpose. Chains were set into the stone, run around the iron-reinforced pillars that supported the roof, and converged near the center of the room. The primordial was similar in some ways to the one I'd seen before, in being piecemeal, not quite defined, with too many extraneous growths. That said, my uneducated eye knew at a glance that this thing was further along. The growths were more uniform. The colors fit together more, as did the textures. The shape of the thing was more streamlined, a solid build, not unlike a leopard or another great cat, quadrupedal, with a distinct head instead of a lump. It looked more sleek than clumsy. The design was more apparent. Chains to bind it, to the point it might look ludicrous. Explosive charges were set near it. Panels of what looked to be treated glass surrounded it, with stairs built so handlers could walk up and access a point over the box, which lacked a top. Weapons, equipment, gas masks, and other munitions lay on nearby shelves and tables, waiting for an excuse to be used, but the creature didn't seem to be putting up a fight, it didn't struggle against its bonds. Soldiers who might have specialized in dealing with the worst monsters and biological weapons, now turned toward creating one. Jamie reached the window, and I made room for him to survey the scene. We didn't have a lot of time. Shifting my grip to a one-handed hold on the windowsill, I gestured. Patrol. Jamie wasn't quite brave enough to let go to gesture back, so he nodded. By the soldiers' schedule, the next patrol would be leaving soon. We couldn't be dangling a little ways over above their heads, especially if they were paying extra attention to the window. Gordon had talked about their wariness. Jamie and I edged over, climbing not down, but around the corner. Fingers freezing, we waited there. 5 minutes before the patrol left? I didn't have a watch, but it was definitely more than 5 minutes that passed, with nobody exiting the building. I couldn't hear the words that were spoken, but I could hear the tone. Intent, yet again. They had to be taking drugs, to be this insanely focused on things. Or something is going on, I thought. In the same moment I started to peer around the corner of the building and saw just what that something was. Emily and Drake had told us about the man. Short black hair, black skin, and a black army coat, long, with guns at the hips and a rifle held casually in one hand, the folds of the long coat helping to hide it from plain view. He wasn't alone. He had another complement of soldiers with him. Loyal, each one less uniform and more individual, a luxury afforded more to the higher UPS of an organization. Lieutenants and bodyguards at the same time. The man they were protecting was walking at the center of the group, armed, but with no weapon held at the ready. He had coppery red hair, and wore a heavier coat, one meant to conceal his overlarge, mutated arm. Mauer. Mauer being here meant something. The plan I'd expected, to draw fire for the creation of the primordials, it didn't make sense if the man was here, in the midst of the city as it was cleansed. All of the possibilities that did spring to mind were far, far worse than a city erased with plague and fire. Bleeding Edge 8.14. Frigid water ran down the wall, over my hands, and into my sleeves. The rainwater that the fabric of my sleeves and coat lining didn't absorb ran down my arms to my chest, trickling down back, stomach, and sides, seeking out new and inventive paths. Climbing down was harder than climbing up. If it were me alone, I could have managed it, but I had Jamie with me. We clung to the exterior wall, 20 feet over the ground. Reverend Mauer made his way down the street, accompanied by his retinue. I clung closer to the building, and the rainwater touched my face, using the contact to work its way down my collar. This would be it, then, I heard his voice. They were just outside the door, a matter of 20 or so feet away from me. Yes. They've done good work. A pause. Tim Dancer's men, Mauer said. I respected him, I respected his men, but sometimes people reverse course, when they no longer have authority. Do we need to be careful? The question was echoed by the movements of the lieutenants around him, asserting their grips on their guns. I couldn't see them, but I heard the light rattle and shift of the weapons. Whatever he instilled in them, it kept. Silence. I imagined Mauer nodding. Someone rapped on the door. It took a moment before the door opened, a heavy deadbolt sliding through its housing. My fingers were going numb. The problem was a gap between the gutter and the edge of the roof. Water meant for the gutter was running into the gap and down along the face of the building. I could have found some relief by climbing down a ways, but doing so would make noise and bring me into their field of view. I would have moved over a ways, but again, noise was a concern, and Jamie was occupying the wall to my right. I closed my eyes and kept my ears peeled. I heard the door open. It was heavy enough that there was a lot of weight on the hinges. Even oiled, the movement of the door was accompanied by a faint grinding sound. Mauer. A surprised tone of voice. A shuffling of movement, people standing, chairs scraping against floor. Another man's voice from inside said, "Is there a problem?" Restrained fear. They respected Mauer, even if they presently outnumber him. Just the opposite, Mauer said. I heard the project is coming along well. You're well ahead of the others. I wanted to see, and to have a word about. There was no open-armed welcome here. Doubt existed on both sides. Mauer wasn't immediately familiar with the soldiers, either. A business relationship, perhaps, executed through third parties. Stanley told me you've made enough headway. The primordial experiment is grown, it's coordinated enough to stand on its own 4 feet, and it's aware of its surroundings. The growths are streamlining. Yes. More or less. Then your task is done, the Reverend said. His voice became warmer. Congratulations. Considering the word choice and the tone, it was almost eerie that there was no noise or immediate response. I would be obliged if you gave me a chance to step out of this rain. Doubly so if you offered any tea, Mauer said. We can discuss the money, stipulations, and further steps for even more funding. The kettle is on the stove already, the man at the door said. Come in. I want to hear more about these stipulations you haven't mentioned before. Of course, Mauer said. I had trouble telling if he sounded pleased or pleased with himself. Watch the door. He'd known about the tea. Based on what I'd seen of the room, he shouldn't have been able to see the wood stove, which was inside and off to the left of the door, tucked in the corner. I doubted any of the people inside were holding mugs. A cold guess, perhaps, on a particularly cold day? Or had Mauer's lieutenant with the black skin, Stanley, been observant on past visits? I really wanted to sit down with the man and pick his brain. The numbness in my hands was starting to get to the point where I had to will my hand to keep gripping the edge, and in the midst of a complete lack of sensation, I was gripping it hard enough that I felt pulses of dull pain. The water that had soaked me while I hugged the wall was carrying the chill straight through me, not even through the bone, but past it and out the other side. I couldn't stay here. I signaled Jamie to stay where he was, got a nod, and then eased my way to the corner, peeking. 2 men at the door. They wore brimmed hats, not hoods, and both had cigarettes, one already smoking his, providing cupped, gloved hands to help the other get enough flame to light his. Careful, slow, and with my hands being very stubborn throughout, I climbed around the corner, above the heads of the 2 at the door. Window. I heard the tail end of Maur's question. I froze. Children, a man said. Kicking cans around the street. Children. Were they? Not like you described. All different ages. Only 1 or 2 old enough to be like you said. Some were niggers. Some looked like East Crown. Was a little while ago. We were going to have our tea and then have Osman's patrol get a ladder from the big house. All right, Maur said. All right. I didn't dare poke my head up just yet, so I stayed where I was, thumbs wedged into cracks, fingers balled up in hopes of limiting, even slightly, the amount of body heat I lost. Let's talk money, Maur said. You finished the task. Lug isn't equipped to handle this kind of transaction. I promised you 90,000. You borrowed against this future amount to buy equipment, and Stanley told me you provided the results to justify the borrowed amounts. This is the point where you tell us there was interest on the borrow, and... No, Maur said. Let's forget the loan. I'll give over the promised 90,000. Generous, the soldier replied. Enough to make me suspicious. Maur chuckled. A surprisingly human sound. Don't be. Not of me. I'm very pleased with the work you've done so far, and this forms a very good timeline for me. I still haven't forgotten the stipulations you mentioned. We haven't, another echoed the man. Okay, Maur said. Then I'll get straight to the point. The Academy knows. They're already marshalling their forces, and in less than a day, they'll be collapsing on Lug. They know, a soldier said. No disbelief in his voice, no surprise. Resignation. Based on what I've heard about your time with Tim Dancer, you have more than enough experience in the more devious side of the Academy's approach to war. Overly clever birds that perch on windowsills and then fly home to recite everything that was said, a parasite that crawls inside women to control everything they do. Dangerous children. Not those things specifically, but similar things, yes. They know, Maur said it with finality. I know they know, I have messages coming from the headquarters, keeping me up to date. They're making their move as we speak. I could hear the reaction, the murmurs, the concern, the stress. I couldn't say for certain, listening to Maur, but I'd heard him talk on several occasions, I'd heard him lie and I'd heard him tell the truth, and in each circumstance I'd known the truth. It gave me an edge most lacked when it came to figuring out if he was telling the truth here. Even with that, all I knew was that it wasn't absolutely true. Partially, perhaps, or perhaps an outright lie. He told the Academy. He knew what the Academy was doing because he'd informed them. Now an army was closing in on Lug, and he was getting his ducks in a row, plotting a counterattack. There's a very narrow window of time. My stipulation is this, you use that window of time to leave. You can go to Tineware, my people will find you, and they'll get you set up. If you can prove your ability to reproduce results, then you become more valuable than any of these experiments could be, and you'll be rewarded in kind. Create a problem, provide a solution to the problem. And you? What are you doing? I'm making life as hard as it possibly could be for them. They know what to expect, they have some limited information on where you are, Maur said. I want to set a trap for them. Another man spoke. He was too in sync with the ex-reverend to be anything but Maur's lieutenant. The explosives I had you stockpile in case the experiment went rogue had a second purpose. You're releasing it. At a very specific time, in very specific circumstances. Rest assured, the people of Lug will not be unduly hurt. Fire, plague, and foot soldiers will have chased them to the coast by the time the Academy investigates this site. They'll find explosives in a released primordial. And? If they fail to kill it. They won't. They can't. It's why we're on this path, Maur said. They have to respond so disproportionately that there is no question as to the thing's death. That leaves their forces imbalanced. I will take advantage of that imbalance. But the soldier pressed on. If they fail to kill it, based on what you told us, there's no guarantee you'll be able to. That's my concern, Maur said. My battle to win. That's not good enough. What we've been working for. You know exactly what you've been working on, Maur said. You've leaned on me for funding, for support, people, half of this equipment, for the information you're using. You've given me your trust. A very guarded trust, the man said. You've given me a very guarded trust. Give me that guarded trust in this, too. There is nobody that knows better than I when it comes to the exact elements in play, on our side and on the Academy's. The information I'm using is information I've double and triple checked. I have fought in as many wars as anyone here, and I have fought the Academy for years. You're risking the lives of the people of Lug. Say what you will about them, they're at least people who stand up against tyranny. If you put their lives on the line and you fail, then you're insulting that courage. The people of Lug are the goal, not a means to one. You know my reputation. I have my flaws, but being unkind to my soldiers isn't one. Are the men, women, and children of Lug your soldiers? I didn't hear the response, if it was even spoken. All right, the man who'd been debating with Mauer said. Let's talk about how you'll secure your payment once you get to Tineware, Mauer said. I couldn't keep it up. My fingers were too cold, and I was soaked enough by the freezing rain that I was dripping. All it would take was a chance look to the left from one of the people on watch, an eye catching a larger than normal raindrop catching the light, and I was caught. I wouldn't touch ground before they put a bullet in me. I climbed back around the side of the building. Jamie was already on the ground, standing closer to the back of the building. I made my way down without any noise, then ran to Jamie, jamming my hands into my armpits, so they were closer to the core of my body, where it might be warmer. It wasn't. Miserable fucking weather in this miserable fucking city. We circled around the back of the building, careful to stay out of sight of the men watching the back door. I surveyed the building. Our battlefield. We had to end this now. Somehow. 2 large windows, glass painted over, a back door, and the front door that we couldn't access. What did they say? Jamie whispered. I shook my head. My eyes were wide, as I tried to survey the situation. There were too many things to think about. I shuddered from the chill. Idiot, Jamie said, under his breath. Give me your hands. I did. He took both of my hands in both of his, and I logically knew that his hands were cold, but they felt hot, comparatively. Impatience, anxiety, and a rising discomfort with Jamie being as close as he was made me pull my hands away. I covered up the hasty action by reaching down the inside of my pants leg, at the side, and gathering a loop of razor wire. What are you thinking? He asked. New plan, same as the old plan, I said. I fumbled with the wire. Give, Jamie said. Tell me what you want to do. I gave him the razor wire. He freed a length of it. Windows, I said. Ground floor. If they don't have a ladder, then we can focus on the windows here. There isn't a lot of wire, Jamie said. He turned around, looking at the building. The way they positioned furniture, the way through is barricaded. That window is blocked by a cabinet, filled with sealed containers, vials, chemicals. That window is blocked by a shelving unit, hardwood at the back. They were attached to the wall at the top corners. Rope and hooks. They'll unattach it and pull the furniture away. It's meant to keep people on the outside from getting in, not the other way around, I said. I worked my fingers, trying to give them life. I managed to point at the window closest to us, furthest from the front door. Use the hinges on the shutter there to loop the wire around. Cat's cradle it. Use the last of the wire to bind the other shutter closed. We'll need something for the back door, I'll talk to the others. Jamie nodded. He double-checked the coast was clear, and then set to work, holding one end of the wire and throwing the loop over the shutter. He had to work to get it through the gap between hinge and wall. I wanted to watch, to give counsel. But trust, at the end of the day, was the oil that made our machinations flow most smoothly. Even if it was this Jamie, a relative stranger, someone I had limited experience working with, I couldn't waste the time or harbor the doubts. Pay attention to my route, I said. I'm going to meet the others. He nodded. Mauer thought he had this situation well under control. We had to take that control away. The windows on the ground floor were doable, as targets went. I lost so little by giving up the razor wire, and it was an aspect of the battlefield Mauer thought he controlled, with the furniture placed like it was. Easy. The front door, though, was far from easy. There was no way to easily assault it. Close quarters combat, long-ranged attacks, subterfuge, deceit, I couldn't imagine anything that didn't end up in bullets flying and cries of alarm going out. Think, think. I ran down a side street, watching how my feet fell on the ground so I could minimize the noise I made. Rounding a corner, I found Gordon, Lillian, and the mutt. Where's Jamie? Gordon asked. Preparing. It's Mauer. I saw. What's going on? The academy is attacking, I said. He tipped them off about his own project, but they don't know it's him. They're going to make their move, conduct business as usual, and find traps, a freed primordial experiment and strategic strikes from Mauer's people waiting for them. He said he wants to make this hurt. If we don't act. It's going to get ugly, Gordon said. What sort of shape are you in? I asked him. Bad, he said, blunt. Damn it. Good enough to lend a hand? Even a steady shooting arm. I can shoot. I can't promise accuracy. Okay, I said. I reached under my hood and ran my fingers through long, wet hair. My fingers twitched from stiffness and cold as I lowered my hand. I stared at it. I'm not sure if I know what to do. Lillian reached out and took my hand. She held it. Her breath fogged in the air. Gordon, I said. Ground floor, 2 windows on the north side, there. Jamie's making it harder to get through those. Front door on the west side. 2 men there. Place is packed with Mauer, his lieutenants, and the Ridgewell soldiers. Okay, he said. Can't take them out and set up the fire like we planned without them sounding the alarm. Mauer and his men will come out with guns barking. You're doing it again, SY, Gordon said. I'd be happy to think so, but the longer we wait, the better the chances they reposition those explosives, or either Mauer or the Ridgewell soldiers leave, and we suddenly have to watch our backs or... No, SY. I'm not saying you're rushing. I'm saying you're overthinking it. Missing the forest for the trees. I looked up at him. Hit them hard enough it doesn't matter, he said, calmly. My mind flew through the possibilities. An army? No. All we had were the people I'd recruited, and they weren't capable. We didn't have the guns. A weapon? A cannon, a rocket. My mind made the jump. The wagon, I said. He nodded. Stay here, I told him. Jamie's going to come around this way. Send him to us and get in position. If you can hit your targets when it counts, that would really help. Noted, he said. I started to move, and Gordon's hand went out, catching me around the throat. I stopped. Good luck, he said, his grip shifting to a more friendly grasp of my shoulder. You too, I replied. Don't let your fantasies get fucked, Gordon, I told him. He grinned. Lillian and I made eye contact, and a moment later, without signal or anything else, we were moving. I liked that. Being on the same page. I liked that the hair that hung in front of her ears was wet and clung to the sides of her face. I liked that she knew what she was doing in this moment, in a world where so many seemed to go their whole lives without direction. But Gordon's grasp on my neck lingered in my thoughts. It bothered me, being out of character. Reassuring yet insecure. I couldn't parse it and I was used to being able to parse the lambs. Having Jamie with us was already one stumbling block. Gordon was now a second. Lillian took the lead, slightly, not because she was faster, but because she knew where we were going. She'd parked the wagon. Adults and children had found a porch to sit beneath, covered by a roof with holes in it, drier than most other places. They'd left the wagon parked under overhanging eaves. You know, we've been sitting here for almost an hour, one of the adults said, harsh, lecturing. Shut up, I said. S.Y. Lillian admonished me. Just damn it, I said. The woman spoke, the children are cold, they're confused. The men back there had guns, they said. You threw that rock. My friend did. You all threw that rock and you knew it would stir up trouble. These children could have been shot. I know, I said. Things were too time critical here for me to be having this conversation. My friend here was with them. I knew the risk, I knew they'd be safe. More important things are happening. You're acting high and mighty and telling us what to do because you say you're going to free us from the debtor's chains, but people are going to die. I raised my voice. An army is marching on the city. Another army is gathering inside it. Plague, monsters like you've never imagined, and worse things are coming. We have barely a minute to try and stop those things from happening. We're spending that minute talking to you. The woman closed her mouth. Right, I said. I turned to the wagon. Need dry cloth, or paper, or... I've got my sweater, Lillian said. Is it dry, because the rain? The coat covered me, she said. She pulled off her coat and I held it. She pulled off the sweater, briefly flashing her belly at me, and I reached up to pull it free where it bunched up at her wrists. She pulled her shirt down. Do you need more? One of the children asked. Yes, I said. Thank you. I grabbed the sweater and twisted it, until it was coiled, and then dipped it into one of the buckets of acrid-smelling fluid. By the time I was done, Lillian was halfway through twisting up a linen or cotton shirt with buttons. We placed them all across the front of the wagon. Did you spill anything while loading? I asked. Only barely, Lillian said, the individual words not making a lot of sense. Only barely is enough for you, me, and everything nearby to be toast, I told her. Matches. She handed me a matchbook. Got extras. She nodded, and fished for another. As a pair, we worked to move the wagon. I was aware of the weight of it. The slowness. Friend, Lillian said. When you mentioned me to her, you said. Dumbass, I said. I'm not dumb. I'm the furthest thing from dumb. You're my girlfriend, dum-dum, I said. We were close enough to the corner for me to let go of the wagon handle, so I did, letting the end hit the ground. I reached for her collar and pulled her closer, kissing her. I released her at the sound of Jamie's footsteps. Going to make me weak in the knees, just before we have to do a lot of running and pushing, she murmured. I smiled. Jamie had hubris in tow. Gordon's in position, he said. He said we were using the wagon. We're going to need help pushing, I said. Keep your heads down, keep the wagon straight. Hubris, stay out of the way. The dog stared at me. It would be so much easier if they gave you the ability to talk, I told him. I looked at the others as I grabbed one of the poles that extended out from the front of the wagon. Jamie took hold of one of the others, and Lillian took the middle, gripping the seat at the wagon's front, where the driver might have sat if the wagon was hitched to a horse or mule. I surveyed the situation, then reached out, grabbing Jamie's shoulder, and repositioned him, so he was more inside the embrace of the two long arms of the wagon. It took 2 tries to light a match. I was very careful to throw the match so it landed at the back of the wagon, now the front, with the thing being reversed in direction, and not in the midst of the containers of paint thinner and alcohol. The rags ignited with the match. Not an all-consuming blaze, with the soak being only partial, but more than enough. I worried what might happen if the flames happened to leap the gap to the fluids, or if the fluids slopped. We pushed, and with me being late to grab the handle, the wagon leered right, instead of the left turn we needed to make. Numb, stiff hands worked to maintain my grip as I heaved forward and out, pushing at the wagon. Wheels creaked, and it started into motion. Together, we rounded the corner, the wagon in front of us, the end already blazing. I very quickly realized that it wouldn't be possible to control my end of the thing. Trying meant slowing down too much, which hurt with navigation more than it helped. I put my all into pushing. I felt like it was ineffectual as it was, and it was Jamie, who wasn't all that strong on his own, who pushed harder or eased up to compensate and keep the thing more or less aimed at our target. I could hear the shouts, the calls of alarm. A rifle shot cracked through the rain and overcast darkness. It hit the side of the wagon. Another shot, this one sparking off of the street between the wagon's wheels. They're aiming low. I heaved, pushing. We were still a distance away. The momentum we built was momentum we had to keep. I was already jogging, fighting to maintain my grip and my traction on the road. The jog became a run. Only a short distance now. 2 more shots. Both low. Then a third shot. Off to the side. In my peripheral vision, I saw one of the soldiers stumbling to his feet, where he'd been crouching, moving away from where the third shot had come from, flanking us, getting to where he had a clear shot at me. From behind me, Hubris lunged into action. The soldier's attention switched from me to the mutt, who zigzagged across the distance to him. He backed away, swift, loading his rifle, aimed. The dog changed direction. The shot was so far off it looked like an intentional miss. Another reload, calm, eerily collected, aiming. Gordon's next shot from the sidelines distracted. Or the death of the soldier's partner did. I saw the dark spray of blood, but the wagon being where it was blocked my view. The soldier at our flank glanced briefly in the other direction, returned his attention to the dog, aimed, and fired. That he kept his cool at all was stunning. Hubris, though, was quicker than the man was accurate. He tossed his rifle aside, drawing a knife, meeting the dog as it fainted, then leaped. The two tumbled to the ground together. Both dealt with. Brace for impact and another gunshot. Not Gordon's, but the fallen man. The shot was aimed low, but it wasn't aimed as us. The wagon's wheel splintered. The wagon veered sharply, the long handle to my right whipping in our direction. Jamie abandoned his handle as it dipped more toward the ground, lunging past Lillian to help me with mine. Only a few feet. The wagon's wheel finished coming to pieces. I only barely managed to avoid having my head clubbed by the handle. The little wagon skidded on its side, the contents shifting to the one side. Push! I shouted. As it fell, we shifted our grips and threw ourselves against the thing. It toppled, the contents, the burning rags, and the wood itself all tumbling over to the foot of the front door. Only the fact that the wagon was in front of us and almost beneath us kept the ensuing splash and explosion from scorching us to the bone. Fire rolled up the front face of the building, over stone and the wood that ran between the stones. We backed away as fast as we were humanly able. I signaled Jamie. Left. He was already moving before I made the second gesture. I turned my attention to the soldier Hubris was fighting. The man was holding his own, even against a dog that was pure muscle and efficiency. Hubris bled from multiple slashes. Hubris was on top of him, snarling, and he was sacrificing one arm so he'd have the other available to cut at the dog. Hubris bounded over the man's stomach, twisted and pulled to stay mostly out of range of the blade. I drew my own knife. I didn't approach the man's head or torso, too aware of the blade he held, that he might turn it on me. I went for the legs, avoided the blind kick he threw in my direction, and then stabbed, once, twice. The amount of blood I saw suggested I'd hit the femoral arteries. I backed away, watching his face, lit by the flame at the front of the building, and I saw his expression change, as he realized what had happened, taking in the totality of the situation. The stages of grief, one after the other. Ending in acceptance. He let his guard down, and hubris took his throat. I turned my back from the scene, my finger touching the ring at my thumb, and saw that Jamie and Lillian had handled the other soldier. Gordon had emerged from cover, moving very slowly. Mauer's men were banging on the window with the closed shutters. They'd already broken the glass at the other one, only to find a kind of net in their way. One was hacking at it with a long knife. He stopped as Gordon emptied his gun in his direction. Either he'd seen the danger or he'd been hit. A moment later, there was returning fire from within. Gordon didn't even flinch as he made his way to us. Too tired? The back door, I said. Handled, Jamie said. I took in the situation. They're going to get out, Lillian said. Unless we can stop them. No, I said. But we can screw up his plans. We already got one primordial, I think, and it wasn't that dangerous anyway. If we're lucky, fire and the explosives in this building will get the other, if not Mauer's whole group. I'm not willing to gamble, and I'm not willing to pick this particular fight. If we can't stop the enemy, we stop their plan, Gordon said. Go with Lillian and Hubris, I told him. Old crusty asshole's place. Get the lay of the land, see what you can do. Jamie and I go to Drake and Emily and make sure they buried their project, make sure they get out alive. Then we rendezvous with you. Gordon nodded. And we were off. Bleeding Edge 8.15. The sun was already setting, and the clouds that hung on the horizon meant that it was getting dark especially early, as a result. From dawn to dusk without the kindness of a sunset. Not that Lug was a bright city on even the best of days. The freezing rain was coming down harder, and the clouds were massing, the spots of open sky between them shrinking. Jamie was out of breath, and for once, I wasn't doing much better than him. We stopped where we were, and I turned, taking in the crowds on the road, people keeping to the very edges of the road, where overhanging rooftops provided some shelter from the rain and the cold, the middle of the streets left mostly empty. One of the initial experiments I'd done with Professor Hale had been to focus my mental clarity. I'd had to sit down, and imagine a perfect white rectangle, and draw it as sharply in my mind's eye as if it were real and I was looking at it with my eyes. As the lessons had progressed, I'd had to hold multiple images in my mind, add details, add movement, and more. It was only one of a long and varied series of tests, one that the others had had to try their hands at, and I'd suffered for my lack of short and long-term recall as the images had gotten more complex. That lack of ability to hold things in my mind meant I had to pick and choose what I kept. Certain talents, such as climbing and manipulating people, were things I kept myself up to date on. Keeping clear images in my mind's eye wasn't so important as keeping more than one thought process running at the same time, without the individual trains of thoughts colliding. Still, as I stood there, trying to figure out where we were and where we needed to go, I could see the scene as it might be in anywhere from an hour to 10 hours. Clouds of noxious gas, fire, people running, stumbling over one another, trying to avoid the gunfire. I slowly closed my eyes, cleared the images from my head, and then opened my eyes again. People here and there were laughing, talking, huddling in groups, but mostly they were only trying to get from one place to another. I hadn't committed the location of Drake and What's Her Name's laboratory to memory in the first place. I might have recognized a key object or landmark, but that was getting harder to do. Across the street, a homeowner lit a candle on a little plate that hung from a chain, then set a dingy metal cover over top, the metal raking against the chain before it settled into place. The wind was brutal enough I had to wonder if the candle would even stay in place. The light that reflected off of the metal was a deep orange red. "I'm lost," I said. "I can lead the way," Jamie said, hands on his knees, facing the ground. "Just give me a second." "Not up to running." "Walk?" I asked. He nodded, before pushing his spectacles up his nose. "I was surprised you asked me to go with you, instead of going with Lillian," he said. "Gordon's heart," I said. "If something goes wrong, it's better if she's close. He's working too hard to hide the problem. I think he's trying not to let on how very bothered he is by it." "Yeah," Jamie said. "Not that I know him that well, but I sort of noticed." "Okay, it makes sense. Let's turn this way." I glanced at the street. My memory is bad, but I don't think it's that bad. We haven't gone that way. Or even been in that area. I think. We haven't. Shortcut. I have a sense of how the roads are laid out. When did you see a map? I didn't. But I know these streets and I know those streets, I think I have it figured out. "Hey," I said. I shoved my hands in my pockets, keeping my arms close to my body. He used to have a harder time doing that. It was possible, but it took time, and he couldn't be distracted. "I've been improving," Jamie said. My eyebrows went up. "Hey. Too much time at the academy, wrote lessons to teach me to listen, speak, use my body properly. But what I had in memory retention. Didn't lose that. They made sure I kept that, so things wouldn't slow down too much. I avoided making eye contact, moving my head, or giving any kind of response. I could come to terms with the fact that Jamie was gone, but this treaded into uncomfortable territory. I was already regretting bringing it up. I was inadvertently drawing a mental picture of the scene, not a memory, not accurate, but a good play-by-play of how things might go, if I were back there, hearing the incoherent murmurs about preserving X or losing Y. A scalpel in my hand. I shook my head a little. Jamie was talking. "NT allowed to roam much at first, not with all the soldiers and everything going on with the war being in full swing at Radham. But I'd go out with members of my team of doctors, and we'd go to Claret Hall or somewhere in the tower. I didn't have time to see everything in one go, but I would remember what I did see, and try to figure out what lay in between. Important figures, where they'd been, where they were, places and layout. And people are hardest." I nodded. "People are hard. Sorry, about earlier, being so harsh," he said, skipping to another topic, along a line of thought I could see very clearly. I shook my head. With that, we were back to awkwardness. Jamie raised his hand, pointing at a building. I recognized it. This was it. We hadn't even crossed the street to the building when I heard the arguments and shouting. I signaled for Jamie to stay quiet. The door was open. I pushed it open, careful to stick to the shadows. Most of the lights and lanterns were collected in one portion of the room, surrounding the hatch. I could make out the side of a wheelbarrow, a collection of buckets, and some digging tools. I could, beyond the hatch, closer to the makeshift bed, make out a group of people. There wasn't a single one of them that hadn't stepped beyond the constraints of the human form. Candy's horns, tattoos, and sharp nails, Drake's scales, and now a large man, a Bruno, who either had large patches of scarring or something inserted beneath the skin, and 3 others with heavy tattoos and modification. One had eyes that flashed like an animal's did in the dark. "You were the last one to show up, the first one to leave. You had no authority." "That's not," Drake started. He was shoved, and landed awkwardly on the pile of wooden beams and pallets, his fall only cushioned slightly by the blankets. The girl I'd called Candy grabbed the Bruno's wrist, snarling, "Don't touch him." She'd been augmented with muscle, and even treading the line between adolescent and adult, average height for a woman, Candy was no match for the Bruno. He'd taken the muscle thing all the way, and now that I could see him better, I could see how his skin strained, as if it would split at the extremes. His face was heavily lined, and it looked like he didn't really have lips, or he otherwise struggled to bring his lips together to meet over his grit teeth. His enunciation suffered accordingly as he spoke, "Fuck you." He shoved her, and he did it in a casual way that was reserved for the worst assholes. There were men who didn't see women as people, but some of them at least treated women like they'd treat a pet dog. Of those men, some did levy some physical punishment, but they at least had the decency to feel bad about it after. This guy, though, he treated Candy as if she wasn't even that. Not a person, not an object, but an afterthought. I mentally marked him for the lowest rung on the ladder. Candy went sprawling. I could see her flounder momentarily, trying to figure out which way up was, before she switched right back to a more aggressive mode, teeth bared, looking like she was going to throw herself right back at him. "Christ, Horace," one of the others said. Horace shot them a look. Candy shifted her weight, tensing. "Emily," Drake said, his tone a warning. "Emily, right, that was her name." She relaxed. "It was not your call," the big guy said. "God damn it, you're the stupidest motherfuckers I've had the displeasure to meet. This takes the cake." More or less embraced by the darkness at this end of the warehouse, I was able to draw closer, which made it easier to hear things and to see details. Horace the Bruno had plates of something stuck under his skin, like great big fingernails. The ends stuck up and out, and had been carved, matching the tattoos that covered the back of his neck and spilled out his sweater sleeves to cover meaty hands. His sweater had been cut and tidied up so the plates could jut out, like the back of one of those dinosaurs, or the fins on a fish. More framed his face and hairline. The girl with the glowing eyes was dressed somewhat shabbily, which stood in contrast to an ermine she wore around her neck. It took me a moment to register that the ermine was alive, and not an ermine. The mouth was too pronounced, filled with sharp teeth. She was heavily tattooed, too, with the tattoos of varying age. From the way she positioned herself, near Horace and Emily but not getting in between them, she was probably girlfriend to the former, and friend to the latter. She'd been the one to comment on Horace shoving Emily. The other two guys were larger. I didn't have a good view of them, and wouldn't until they stepped into the light. They seemed to back Horace more than anything. It could have been a long-standing reality, or something new, stemming from Drake's grave crime. I approached the hatch, careful not to put myself between a lantern and the group. Doing so would have cast a long shadow. I glanced back at Jamie, who had stopped halfway to the hatch at the middle of the warehouse. Sand and gravel lay around the hatch, and the hatch cover was ajar. I could smell sharp chemicals, something akin to burned flesh. They'd been thorough. "We talked about it," Drake said. "A few nights ago, a week ago, it's not like it hasn't come up. We drink, and just about every single one of you has expressed doubts." "I have. Emily has." "We talked about it," Horace retorted, "and we decided things were fine. Each and every time, we decided we were in the clear. Stanley knew what he was doing, nothing was outside of the norm, we'd invested too much into it to back out, we stood to gain too much. And I'm saying the risks were no longer. You decided." Horace shouted, voice booming through the warehouse. He lowered his volume a bit, but continued to shout, stabbing a finger at Drake. "Without us. You made the call. You went behind our backs to do this because you knew we wouldn't agree face to face." Horace kicked something, and it broke into pieces. "Horace, that. Fucking stupid idiots," Horace cut him off. "They said there might be trouble. People prying, children, magpies, people with guns appearing around here. But the children did come up. We were told they'd lie. And what happens when they turn up and start telling you things? You buy into it wholesale." "It made more sense than anything and everything Stanley and the books were telling us," Candy said. Horace kicked something. "Of course it made sense, you stupid cunt. You think you're going to get a warning about some child that does a really shitty job of lying." "Calm down," Ermin said. "Because that always worked. Months of work just got doused in corrosive chemicals and buried in sand and gravel," Horace said, not sounding an iota calmer. "The chains we need to bring it up and out are somewhere at the bottom of all that. Now I don't know about you, but I don't think that's something salvageable. Even if we were willing to excavate that thing, which I don't think any of us are, considering the danger of getting too close to it, it's going to take so long the bastard thing is going to dehydrate, if it hasn't already suffocated. These stupid motherfuckers did a pretty thorough fucking job." He kicked the pile of pallets Drake was still sprawled on, and wood gave way. Drake startled as the pile shifted to compensate. "We can recover," one of the other boys said. "You can recover without me and Emily," Drake said. I could see the effort he was going to sum up the courage. "We're out. I tried to tell you why this is such a bad idea," what the kids said. "If you don't want to listen, fine, but we're not about to give you Emily's blood to jumpstart the next trial. Do we need your permission?" Horace asked, no longer shouting. "Horace," Ermin said, her voice soft. "You do need permission." Horace turned to look at her and scowl. He froze, and his head turned, his eye moving over to focus on me. With that, the others noticed too. "This is the kid." "Horace," Emily said. "Shut up. Drake, is this him? You don't want to pick a fight with them." Emily and I tried and we regretted it. Or I did. I saw Vane stand out, even though his expression was calm. He started to stride toward me. I chose not to move. "Horace." Drake called after him. Horace ignored him. I made eye contact with Drake rather than Horace. "Stop." Drake's shout bordered on a shriek. And Horace stopped, mercifully. "You'll die," Drake said. Horace eyed me. With his sheer mass, my head only came up to his belly button. He had to weigh 6 times what I did soaking wet, which I was. You look like something the rain washed in, he said. I smiled. Is that blood on your hand? He asked. I raised my hand. The rain had helped, as had constantly putting my hands in my pockets and rubbing them together for warmth, but there was indeed blood there. I needed to speak Horace's language, and I had only limited data points to go on. I had to trust that he was a true citizen of Lug, and fill in the blanks accordingly. I killed a man, just a short while ago, I said. I drew my fingers along my inner thigh. Cut him here and here. Horace nodded. He didn't take his eyes off me. There's more than just him, Drake said. They're like a wolf pack. 2 of them showed at first, and we ran. You ran. And the others were waiting, Drake finished. If you go after him, they'll be ready for that too, I think. Horace murmured. He was still staring me down. Sorry, Drake said, and the way he pitched his voice suggested he was making sure I heard, more than Horace. We should have told them before we started working, but we talked about it and we agreed it wouldn't go over well. Damn straight, Horace said, with venom. We went ahead and did it though. I know this might mess things up, but I was worried you'd come back and nothing would be done. You did right, I said, without raising my voice. Bullshit, Horace said. You did right, I said, raising my voice only a fraction. I was emulating Mauer a bit, making myself harder to hear so people would listen more. You saved a few thousand lives tonight, at least. Now I've got to ask, do you have weapons? I could see faint confusion on Horace's face. What are you talking about? Emily asked. What we talked about. It's coming to pass. Reverend Mauer, his Lieutenant Stanley, and the Ridgewell soldiers, people who used to work for Tim something or other. Tim Dancer, Jamie spoke, from the shadows. Horace's eyes flicked away from mine, darting this way and that. Thank you, I said. That group. They had plans to release the Ridgewell group's primordial and let it loose in Lug. Had? Drake asked. He finally got himself up off of the pallets and blankets. Emily too had risen to her feet. If we're lucky, they burned alive, I said. I don't think we're going to get that lucky. They probably got free and are on their way here. Or some of them are. Men with guns, professional soldiers like Stanley. They want a primordial. There were only 3 available. You did your job, we did ours, now there's only one. Who? Horace asked, in the same instant Drake asked guns. We need to go, I said. Even if you don't believe me about everything I'm saying, you need to believe that these guys are serious enough that they will kill you if you get on their bad sides. Which you have. I indicated the hatch and the now buried primordial. The others were drawing closer, behind Horace's back. It was as if I had a very physical representation of how much I had them listening to me. We're not going with you, Horace said, cutting straight through that illusion. Then you're going to die, I said. We'll stay out of their way. We have places we can go. I thought of the black-skinned man that Mauer had left in charge here. Somewhere outside of Lug. Right now, if your employers are to be believed, the Academy has an army gathering at the east end of Lug. If you don't get out now, then you won't get the chance. You will die. If you try to get out now and go down the wrong road, or run across your former employer, then you will die. I'm repeating myself because I want to make this absolutely clear. There are no maybes here. Before the night is over, there will be a horrific body count. They are sticking by me, Horace said. I shook my head. I turned to Emily. In a matter of hours, the Academy is going to storm Lug like nothing you've ever believed possible. The guy you were working for? He wanted to let the primordials loose and cross his fingers the things do more damage to the Academy than to all of the innocents and the guilty in this dumpy city. I warned you out of good conscience. Please listen. You listened to the girl I was with earlier, you know she cared. I'm doing this for her, and you should too. Take my word on this, let me get you all as far as Tineware, and everything will be okay. I saw Emily meet Drake's eyes. She looked at Ermin. Then my heart sank, before she even looked my way, or opened her mouth to speak. We'll stick with our friends, Emily said. With that muscle-bound asshole? The one who shoves you around like you're nothing? We can go to the city outskirts, Drake said. More north, there are ways out if it looks like something is happening. I saw Horace tense, ready to start a fight. I was seeing how Emily was as defensive as she was, if she was around this guy on the regular. Let's do this. The project's dead in the water, we lose nothing, Ermin said. We camp out for one night, act wary. Figure out where we're going next. The tension left Horace. He seemed to take a few long seconds to work through his need to argue the point, then simply nodded. Fine. That might not be enough, I said. But whatever. Get there now. We came straight here from Ridgewell, and if Mauer is coming, he won't be far behind us. Don't go to pick up clothes or belongings, don't try to pack up notes. Just leave. You sure like telling us what to do, Horace said. Whatever, I said. I turned to go. I halfway expected him to attack me from behind, and I didn't have the energy to fight or even plot what I'd do if he did. Who did the third project? Horace asked. I almost didn't want to respond, let him wonder. But not having an answer would hurt our credibility. Old crusty asshole, I forget his actual name, started with H, I said without stopping or turning around. Harding, Horace said. That's it. I believe you less than I did, he said, voice almost taunting. I shrugged, for dramatic effect. He reminded me of Rick from Lamb's Bridge. Someone who had a particular view of reality, where everything had its place where it belonged, and he fought tooth and nail against anything that challenged that carefully arranged image. There was no use fighting, because any argument I made to paint a different picture would only lead to more resistance. Jamie was waiting at the door, standing there, keeping an eye on the goings-on outside. We made eye contact, and then passed outside. A paper-thin sheet of ice on a puddle cracked under my boot. We walked down the street until we had a spot to stand in where we were out of the rain and mostly out of sight, should Mauer come marching down the street with soldiers in tow. Old crusty butts? I asked. Know where it is? Jamie nodded. Okay. We're going to need to be careful. Mauer's men could be anywhere between here and there, and it's not just about us getting caught and catching a stray bullet, but Gordon and Lillian are going to be laying low somewhere around there, observing. We don't want to reveal them. Jamie nodded again. He shifted position, stepping deeper into shadow as a group approached. Horace, Emily, Drake, and the others. Ermin saw us in the shadows, and Horace followed her gaze, spotting us. He smirked, where are the rest of you? Looking after old Harding, Jamie said. Horace continued to smirk, shaking his head a little. He looked at Drake, wolves, hey. I turned back to Jamie as the group moved on. The primordial project was cleaned up, they were leaving. It was the best we could hope for. I tried to envision how things would play out, where Mauer would be, based on my rough mental image of the city, and the thoughts weren't as sharp or as clear as I'd thought they would be. The proverbial waters were muddied. I ran my fingers under my hood and through my hair. I need an appointment. You're just tired. You're soaked and you're freezing, we've been running around for half the day. That's part of it, I said. Lead the way. He nodded. As we ventured forth, however, we saw Horace's group, dead in their tracks. My first thought was Mauer. That he'd caught up, and they'd stopped because of guns. But their attention was on Ermin, who had turned her reflective eyes out toward the west. To the water, which was so gloomy and dark as to be impossible to make out. She could see in the dark. What do you see? I asked. She shook her head. Heard something, seeing, the ships out on the water, there aren't many with the weather being what it is, but, they're turning. Turning? The low, dull horn of ships in the water sounded, carrying over the choppy water and up the sloping sprawl that was Lug. The lowing of a dying beast. I used a hand to block out the light, trying to make sense of things. The spots in my vision mixed up with the choppy waves, the spots on the ships which the dim light did catch, and the lanterns on the ships, so far away as to be nearly impossible to make out. Then I saw it. A constellation of spots and blurry patches lurched, then broke apart. Another lowing, shorter, or cut short. The biggest ship on the water, Ermin said. On the docks, people were ringing bells, small ones, a shrill clatter, intent on getting the attention of just about everyone in earshot. She went on to add, something pulled it under. My eyes traveled to the great sea beast of Lug, the corpse of the experiment that now sprawled over a third of the city. Too soon. Too early. Had to be lying in wait already, listening for some signal none of the rest of us can hear. They're coming, and we're already running out of escape routes. Change of plans, I said. Warn as many people as you can. The Academy is coming, and they don't plan for anyone in this city to be alive by the time they leave. Bleeding Edge 8.16. The city had awoken. Lug had been, from the time we arrived, a city in torpor. There hadn't been a person we'd seen yet, with the exception of the fishmongers group, perhaps, who had been bringing their full strength or energy to bear. It was a brutish city, rough-edged and worn thin, but it was one that had been holding back its full strength, fist drawn back but not thrown as a punch, ready for a fight. The alert at the dock was reaching out across the city. Where lanterns had been points of light in the darkness of a stormy evening, more lanterns and candles were lit, now, a false fire spreading across the harbor, first, then along forked streets. The corpse of the sea monster that was draped over a lesser section of the city came alive, too. Not in reality, but the empty eye sockets flared with an orange-red light that caught the mist. A moment later, that flare tripled in intensity, a searchlight mounted within the creature's head passing over us, then turning out toward the water. Half of a kilometer out in the water frothed. The winding limbs of a collection of sea beasts rose up as high as any of the ship's masts, swinging, bending down back to dip into water, feeling out blindly for possible prey. One came down hard against the water's surface, and the crack of the impact reached us disconcerting seconds later. Ahead of us, others were bringing lanterns outside, illuminating what had been a dark street. Look at the group. Who seems most together out of all the people here? Who takes charge when it counts? Not the old. Lug wouldn't be a city where the elderly were revered. I found someone fit, middle-aged, and dressed well enough. He was emerging from his house, looking over one shoulder at his wife or girlfriend. It's the Academy. I called out. All-out attack. Evacuate. In any other city, my words might have been doubted. Radham, Kensford, Whitney, or Westmore, even in Breckwell, the warning bells could have been ringing. I could have told a random citizen that the city was under attack, and there might have been a moment of doubt. Less dramatic a moment for Whitney or Westmore, perhaps, considering how things had stood. But a moment of doubt? All the same, it had been possible and even likely. But in Lug, there was no question. Anyone unfortunate enough to be born and raised here would be born and raised to the knowledge that the people of Lug despised the academy and the crown, and neither academy nor crown had any particular love for Lug. Lug existed in large part because it was too costly to take, and its denizens knew that one day the academy could and would pay that price. The man I'd called to turned back toward his home. He didn't have to ask or give any indication. He reached into the dimly lit abode, and his wife handed him a rifle. A moment later, she emerged, holding another, shoddier rifle, her son, my age, a step behind her. The dad reached to his belt and handed the boy a pistol. It seemed that many matched the grim knowledge that the academy would one day attack with the intention to make the attack as costly as they damn well could. The man ran to the side of a buddy of his family following. The buddy, as it happened, was the one who took charge. Edward Adams. You're with me. Picker. Get the water pump, have it ready in case of fire. Good enough. I paused in my tracks, wheeling around. Jamie stopped a few paces later, watching. Word is they're just forming ranks outside the city, I lied, making my best guess about the situation. If you're going to get out of the city, you'll have to hit them before they get set up. If you're not planning on leaving, you should still hit them before they get prepared to attack. I saw the expression of the family man's buddy change. Concern, confusion. It was information I wasn't supposed to have yet. Whatever. I'd put the knowledge in their heads. They would realize the danger and the need to act and prioritize that, while finding an excuse or justification as to how I'd known. Horace's group was catching up to us. I'd told them to spread out, to give the word, but they'd stuck together, and if they'd hung back to warn others, then they'd done it for a minute and then legged it. I might have been being unkind. The street here was long and narrow, brighter lit with the number of lanterns people were carrying. Going the opposite direction down the street would have meant going down to the harbor, and the harbor didn't have many escape routes. Going down side streets meant getting turned around and delayed in an area that wasn't as brightly lit. I frowned a bit, but I let them find us again. The sloping, slumping nature of the city meant I could see further up the hilly ground to make out other roads and streets. I had a sense of where we were going, and the extent to which the city was mustering its forces. Very few of the lights that illuminated the streets like so many jagged veins of magma were stationary. There was flow. On the eastern end of the city, directly opposite the harbor, someone blew a horn. A different sound from the dying animal wails of the foghorns in the harbor, it was hollow, with a grating note. I wasn't sure you were telling the truth, Drake said. Yep, I said, because I couldn't think of anything better. My own answer and response seemed surreal to me. Because of the primordial experiments. They were looking for an excuse, I said. I was slightly out of breath. Mauer gave them one. Mauer. You keep talking about him. You're going to want to start running in a different direction than we're going soon, or you're going to see him, I said. I don't trust you guys to stay out of sight when it counts, either. I'm very politely telling you to get lost. The hell are you? Drake asked. I wasn't sure what he meant, if it was a question on its own or one he'd cut short. I didn't spare the breath to answer. People were gathering, arming themselves. The family we'd seen earlier had been something of an exception, the man at the head of it wealthier than the average citizen of Lug. 3 out of 4 people we saw had improvised weapons. Mining picks featured heavily among those makeshift weapons. I could see the individual groups, too. Some people had gathered friends and neighbors together, and they'd all supplied themselves with the same kind of weaponry. A group of quarrymen all armed with the picks and mallets, another with knives and cleavers matching a set. I saw a group of Brunos, the big muscular guys, and people who might have been artists or ex-cons, with a dismal assortment of cheap tattoos. I also saw that a great many people on the street were gathering around a central point. The nature of that gathering wasn't clear until we were closer and the crowd had shifted a little. Mauer's soldiers, a pair of them, armed with guns and handing out more weapons. There might have been a crate of those weapons. Cheap rifles and ammo. I got chills from the sheer readiness of it, the ease at which the soldiers were prepared to capitalize on what was going on and the willingness of the people to be capitalized on. Drake, Emily, I said. Horace, too. I want you to stay between me, Jamie and the soldiers. What are you? Please, I said, insistent. They picked up the pace a little, I slowed my own pace, and I let Drake, Emily, and one of Horace's subordinates form a wall to block us out from the soldiers' view. We passed that particular crowd, and they fell back, moving behind us, to keep the wall where it was needed. If those men spotted us and gave an order, we would get lynched. There were too many scared people who wanted to be armed with something better than whatever they had in their homes or workplaces. The most scared of those individuals would be willing to do almost anything to get in the soldiers' good graces. The others would follow. Mauer wasn't even here, and he was setting things up to manipulate the crowd with an expert hand. My ability to direct our temporary allies in Horace's group paled in comparison, and it wasn't likely to be enough. I saw more of Mauer's soldiers. These ones weren't holding weapons, but they were talking to the crowd, gathering people around them. Jamie touched my arm, gesturing. I glanced his way, then followed him into a side street. It wasn't as bright here, but more crowded, equally as alive, and it seemed doubly so with how narrow the street was. Barely wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. People were talking, almost negotiating, in the heat of the moment, trying to figure out what they were doing, how, what they needed. A group of boys were pissing on piles of hand towel-sized rags. A group of men were tying similar, wet rags around the bottom halves of their faces. All were already armed. Like kicking an anthill. The confrontation is going to be just as one-sided, too. We can get partway up the street like this, Jamie said. I nodded. We're close, he said. Another minute or two, we should be at old Harding's lab. Not counting obstacles, I said. Yeah, he said. Where do we go? Drake asked. We tried just a bit earlier, but nobody really listened to us. Should we just run for it? Might be too late, I thought to myself. That street up there, it forks, Jamie said. Goes up through the mountains. You can see the lanterns where some people on the outskirts are already making a run for it. I think they know where they're going. You think? Horace said. I would have been perfectly happy leaving the man behind. Hey, a voice hollered, well behind us. I turned to look, then started sprinting. Soldiers, having stepped out from between two buildings. They were already raising their guns, looking down the sights. You three, get back, one shouted. Not at us, or Horace's group, but another group of improvised local militia, further up the street. I grabbed the upper sleeve of Jamie's jacket, pulling him toward an alleyway. The fact that the soldier had waited for other bystanders to get to cover meant we had time to do the same before the soldiers pulled the triggers. Ermin shrieked at the gunshot, and dropped hard to the ground mid-stride. Drake was turning to round the corner, and as the bullet hit him, he was driven forward, taking too shallow a turn around the corner. The corner of one building caught him between shoulder and neck as he collapsed, and he fell in a weird position. They'd recognized us, seen a glimpse of us, and while they were willing to get bystanders out of the way, Drake's group was too close to us, damned by association. I'd told them to get lost before there was trouble. I felt a frustrated rage at the knowledge that two of them were now dead or injured. After all the hassle we'd gone to in order to rendezvous with them, too. Horace had already reached cover, and was changing direction, going to Drake and Ermin, who was trying and failing to stand, crawling to reach us. Her namesake pet was making all sorts of demonic screeching noises at the injury its master had sustained. Horace, I said, grabbing the man's sleeve. He shrugged me off. I grabbed his arm more firmly. Hey. He turned to look at me. There was a hollow, horrified look in his eyes, even as the rest of his altered face was as set and frozen as stone. We've got to disappear, I said. Or they're going to keep shooting at you in order to get at us. If they ask, you don't know who the fuck we were. Now give us a hand up. Up, he said. In shock, trying to comprehend. But he did comprehend. He grabbed me by the waist, and he lifted me as high as he could. When I was as far as I could go, I brought my feet up, found a foothold on the edge of his palm, and stood straight on his upstretched hands, reaching high in a very similar manner to get a grip on the gutter above me. I climbed onto the roof, and braced myself over the narrow gap between rooftops, so I could reach down and give Jamie a hand. Below us, Horace was going out of his way to avoid looking up at us. The soldiers had drawn close, guns at the ready. One bent down near Ermin, checking her wound. The other was giving an explanation. They didn't look up, and they didn't see us. I pointed. Jamie nodded. Ducking low, we ran across the rooftop. I searched the surroundings, and noted how tall the buildings were, and which rooftops seemed best. Another point, a gesture. As a pair, we leaped across the narrow street to the next rooftop. I slipped on a patch of ice on landing, and Jamie caught me. The slip wasn't like me. I was fatigued, and I wasn't as sharp. The noise of our landing drew the attention of the soldiers, and it took that attention off of Drake's group. Jamie and I carried on, letting them wonder which direction we'd gone. The layout of the buildings and the narrow street didn't give them the ability to stand back and see over top of the buildings, and it was dark enough they wouldn't necessarily have seen us, regardless. Jamie pointed, signaling. Target. I could make out the building with no trouble at all. My heart sank. The reason I could make out the building as easily as I did was that Mauer was already there. His soldiers had gathered around the place in force, and they had artificial lights as well as lanterns. I could see the balding old man with a shaggy beard and lab coat who had to be old crusty asshole. I could see the ragtag band of nobodies standing around Krusty Butt who had to be his employees. Mauer stood back, his soldiers all around him. The overall number of soldiers was significant, easily 30 or 40, and the number didn't include the ones he'd sent out to recruit and gather up an army from among the people of Lug. The number of apparent lieutenants, however, was lower than before. I didn't believe that we'd killed any, but smoke or light burns had to have taken the fight out of them. I motioned for Jamie to get down as we drew closer. The rain was lighter than it had been, but it seemed twice as cold, pattering down on corrugated shingles. Mauer wore his coat more like a cape, over the shoulders and buckled at the collar, but no longer covering his monstrous arm. The arm was partially visible, and a fair portion of it was wrapped in bandages. I could see where bandages were soaked through with blood and clear bodily fluids, burns. I could also see the dark red lines soaking through the bandages where he'd been cut. Glass, perhaps, or razor wire. He'd used the arm to club his way through. He wore no hood or hat, and the light rain ran down his face and through his hair, which caught the ambient light from lanterns and torches. An artificial light gave him an equally artificial halo. His chin raised a fraction. More soldiers than the ones I'd already counted, emerging from Harding's place. 6, bearing taut chains. I was too afraid of being spotted to cuss, but I wanted to. A primordial, resisting as it was dragged along by those chains. Smaller than the Ridgewell groups had been, larger than the 7-foot-tall humanoid that Horace's group had been putting together. It spread membranous wings as far as it could with the chains that encircled it, then made a gurgling cry. It was akin to a headless bird or bat, seemingly all muscle, its mouth a jagged tear, starting at one end of where the neck was supposed to be, slashing over toward the other side, then back over the shoulder. Thin tongue snaked out and pushed against teeth that seemed more randomly placed than logical. Abruptly, it changed direction, no longer pulling back against the chains, but lunging forward. It made it only part of the way. There was a group of 6 more soldiers behind it, each of them now straining to hold it back. The group in front hurried to attach the chains to the side of what seemed to be an armored wagon. They then circled around, giving the creature a wide berth, taking hold of the chains their comrades held, doubling down on their mutual strength. A second wagon was making its way around to the group. The creature would be chained between 2 wagons. Presumably until it was closer to the academy. But something was wrong. Mauer wasn't moving, and the soldiers' attention wasn't on the creature so much as it was on the door they had just come from. The next formation made their exit. More soldiers, more chains. A second primordial. Oh no, I said. Harding made more than one, Jamie whispered. This one, at least, was smaller. 4 soldiers to the front, 3 to the back. The bindings were more secure, and one loop of chain encircled the thing's clawed foot. The soldier with that chain periodically jerked it, taking the creature's balance away with each sharp tug when punishment was needed. The thing seemed more willing to cooperate than the first, less immediately bloodthirsty. It, too, was winged, with a more coherent maw and partial head, and a clawed bird talon of a forelimb it extended out in front of it, to keep itself from falling forward. I saw large eyes on either side of its head looking out, narrowing, observing the immediate surroundings. Mauer's crowd. The third and fourth primordials soon followed, both of equivalent size, both winged. Not as nourished, their strange and awkward skeletal structures apparent. The pair had more severe claws, however. One was vulture-like, 4-limbed and winged, with what looked like a potbelly. The potbelly was distended and packed with what appeared to be intestines turned at a right angle, visible through transparent skin. The other was thin at the waist, all the organs packed into a hunchback and oversized ribcage that pulsed rhythmically. I could see the coherent musculature around limbs and wings, the way they moved with purpose. They knew how to use their bodies to a limited extent, and the way they moved their wings in sync led me to believe they might actually be able to fly. Not necessarily well, not yet, but I wasn't ruling it out. The old asshole had cultivated wings for a reason, and he'd given them the capacity to fly, tying them to a stake or arranging a vertical cage of some sort. He wouldn't have gone to all that trouble and then let them get this far along if they weren't able to actually use those wings. I shook my head slowly. The pair was hooked up to the wagons as the first 2 had been. I'd seen the wagons from multiple angles, now, and from what I could gather, there were iron bars running along the sides of the wagons, just requiring a twist and a pull to be slid free. With the bars pulled free, likely from a safe distance, there would be nothing binding chain to wagon, and the things would be loosed. Stop, I thought. You lunatic. Just stop with this. Tell me you didn't make more than 4. Mauer's head turned back in the direction of the building. The soldiers with guns at the ready didn't take their attention wholly off of the building's interior. I felt chilled. Mauer spoke, an old asshole responded. I could read the tone, even if I couldn't hear much of what they were saying. I could tell that they were referring to something. They made more than the 4. At Mauer's word, soldiers exited the building. They slammed the door on their way out. There's more, but the others aren't viable, I said. Holy fuck, how? 4. Remember what we were told about Harding? Jamie asked me. I shot him a look. I didn't even remember his name was Harding, and you mentioned it a few minutes ago. He was a gardener. Growing crops. Massive building, lots of space. It's how he operates, how he thinks. The examples we were given of his past work, he works with quantity, Jamie whispered. I guess this is his latest crop. Fuck you, Harding, I said. Another series of horns blew from the east side of town. Buildings at the very edge of the city were burning, plumes of smoke spearing skyward. I could hear faint noises from the south, and expected fires to be burning there soon enough. Turning my head, I could see that the city had pretty much reached full capacity. The sea creature's corpse was gazing out over the water with its searchlight eye. The streets of the city were glowing veins, alight with the torches and lanterns the crowd held, not one person left indoors. By that measure, people were retreating from the places where the fires were starting. I looked back Mauer, just in time to see his group mobilizing. I ducked my head down before too many of them turned pale artificial lights our way. Their procession moved at a walking pace. Stitched horses hauled the wagons, sometimes stopping as the primordials resisted the forward movement. Soldiers flanked the group, armed, some riding on the wagons, eyes scanning the surroundings. Mauer rode on the one armored wagon that wasn't home to any primordial, his good hand resting a rifle that lay across his lap. He talked to a lieutenant on the ground who might have been Stanley. There was no tackling that group. Not with only Jamie. Too dangerous, and there were too many of them. I silently watched them as they made their way to the main street. The crowd would see them, the crowd would have to move out of the way, they would be curious, and by both measures they would give Mauer their attention. If I had a proper gun, one that fired straight, would I have tried to shoot Mauer? Knowing that I would have brought all kinds of hell down on our heads? It took somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes before the coast was mostly clear. Jamie and I made our way down from the rooftop. It felt strange to be walking on the street where Mauer had been just moments ago, as if his very presence had left an impression. I worked to stay out of view of any soldiers that happened to round the corner, but yet to make myself visible to those who knew how to look. Gordon, Lillian. You can come out, now. I walked down the length of the street at a brisk pace, glancing at every nook, cranny, and hiding spot. Traveling around the circumference of the building was only slightly less arduous than walking around a city block, with how large it was, 2 stories high in places, otherwise broad and low to the ground, pieced together like 4 buildings with random walls and rooms jammed in between them. I finished the circuit, and spotted Jamie. I'd been too preoccupied looking, and my heart skipped at seeing him, familiarity and a strange relief washing over me at seeing him. Then I remembered it wasn't my friend I was looking at. A friend, possibly. But not the one I'd been thinking. Agitated, I reached up, running my fingers through wet hair, catching it between fingers and letting the fingers tug and pull at it, just enough that it hurt. I would dearly love it if you stopped doing that, Brain, I thought. Jamie was staring into a window, hand cupped to block out the light as he gazed through the glass. He backed away from the window, looking my way. I met his eyes, and shook my head, gesturing a negative for emphasis. I walked another perimeter around the building, not because I thought I'd missed any hiding spots on my first go-round, but because I needed to get away, I needed to think, and I was really hoping that Gordon and Lillian were just dragging their heels, and that they would turn up eventually. I finished the second circuit, and, feeling lost, unsure what else to do, almost began a third. Jamie stopped me. They're not here, he said. I grit my teeth. It doesn't mean anything, he lied. Yeah, I lied back. We can't count on being able to find them, he said. We should go, and make sure we know what he's doing. I wasn't sure what we could do, the 2 of us alone. Besides, Jamie said, it's getting cold. He extended a hand. It took me a second to realize what he was doing. A bit of precipitation had landed on his fingernail. It took a moment to melt, suggesting that Jamie's hands were indeed very cold. Snow, I thought. Without asking or confirming, I started toward the harbor. Jamie was talking, at first, but I only heard noise. The rock and hard place we were faced with Mauer on one side and the academy on the other was part of that noise. The question of what had happened to Gordon and Lillian was another. I'd failed in my promise to Lillian in letting Horace's group get shot at, in being unable to stall this disaster, and I knew it had been a shitty promise with the slimmest of chances, but at the same time I felt as though I'd given her very little in the course of our relationship. A weird, stupid part of me felt like her being absent now was a punishment of my failure to deliver on one of my few commitments to her. That I was alone with Jamie and deeply uncomfortable with that fact now that we lacked a proper mission, another part of the noise. One that made it hard to listen and interact. Jamie seemed to realize and stopped talking. As a pair, we approached the edge of the crowd. I looked for the other lambs first, and earned only disappointment for my trouble. At least here, with so many fires nearby, it was warmer. We eased our way in, careful to look for soldiers in the crowd and stay out of sight. All of the people were gathering as a mob, rank and file, the vast majority of Lugga's people now a single body. More joined it with every moment, making their way south from the mountains to the north, west from the fires, soldiers, and whatever else to the east. Collecting at the harbor, where they had a view of the sea beasts lashing out blind, searching for ships to sink. At the center of it all was Mauer, standing atop a wagon, brightly lit, the fire a complement to his copper hair, making it seem alive. In every other engagement I'd seen him in, he'd capitalized on his humanity. He'd worn his jacket to hide his arm. Not here, not now. Here, his good hand held an exorcist rifle at one side, gripping it by the halfway point, there but not aimed at anything, not held at the ready. His monstrous arm was raised, pointing. The blood was visible, as were the bandages. As if to declare I am like you, you people who have modified yourselves, made your outsides an expression of the anger within you, I have been wounded. His face contorted as he shouted, anger clear on his face. He could let his voice carry when he spoke softly, but he didn't speak softly here. Their faces contorted as they shouted back, cheering. I moved through the crowd, looking, and I saw Adam, the Bruno who'd been so helpful and friendly, cheering as hard as anyone. I saw soldiers who might have been the fishmongers. The fire is to our advantage. Mauer bellowed the words. A large contingent of the crowd cheered in response, hefting torches and lanterns. Mauer seemed momentarily brighter. It is. The fires drove everyone back and away. You knew they would concentrate in one place, I thought. The winds will blow the other way before long. We'll be able to advance as one without the worry of plague clouds, and they'll be blinded by their own smoke. This is when we strike, and my allies in the hills will sweep down and gut their back lines. All we need is your courage, and we will break their back across our knee. A cheer. I continued to move through the crowd. I stopped as I saw Horace and Emily, less enthused as they added their cheers to that of the crowd, but they still did it. What other options did they have at this point? They'd probably rationalized it as necessary, to get medical attention for their friends. It wasn't like they could hide and hope that the academy wouldn't annihilate them like it planned to annihilate everything else in Lug. A hand settled on my shoulder. A part of me thought it was a soldier. But it was too gentle. Jamie, dusted with a smattering of snow. I'd gotten ahead of him in my efforts to take it all in. He didn't have to speak, not that it would have done any good with the cheering around us. No need for gestures either. I nodded agreement. I joined him in making our way out of the mob. As heated as the crowd was, I was cold, and the emotion in the core of me was cold, too. We had work to do. Enemy, Arc 8. I move for transplants of parts A, B, and D between steps 27 and 30. On what basis? Temperature of the transplanted parts is deviating by 0.4% high while they're sitting in the cold rigging. I'm putting it down as risk level 3. Nobody marked anything below 30 with higher risk than that. Convenient. Thanks for the reminder. Putting down step 34 as risk level 2. We can argue about that in a second, you sneaky bastard. Cameron, justify risk level 3. The latest version of Woolstone's recordings, cilia in the trachea are down on IAN's global vulnerability scale as a 33-9, damage to the cilia now would increase maintenance further down the road, and could lead to post-operative infection. We could give him a new trachea if it comes to that. Which is why I argued for 3 atoms. A new trachea has its costs too, which I would argue raises it above a 2 on our crude priority list. Fine. Well argued. I'll second. Thank you. I'll third if you don't give me a hard time about 34, I'm too tired to argue. Good. Let the record keeper take note that I got a nod from Cameron. I might give you a hard time in a second. Put it on the board, nurse. Don't lose track of the numbers as you move everything. Yes, doctor. I know you jokers in black coats are going to insist on blabbing about priorities like a bunch of old hens while I'm elbow deep in vat-grown intestine, but can we please make a rule where the nurses keep quiet? I've gone and forgotten the length of the cut. 450. At least you're good for something, Berg. Sectioning 450. Are you going to be done step 22 in the next minute? Yes, yes. I'm a useless sod, that's why I'm in this room. Nurse, you there. You've been shuffling your weight from foot to foot. Go scrub down, get the good professor here something to eat, scrub up, and hand feed him while he works. He's getting cranky. I'll have step 22 done in 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Out of the way of the stomach cavity. Organs going in. I hope you dunces have been careful about this. If he gets a hernia in 10 years because I had to fumble around for 2 minutes getting your organs in the right places instead of taking the time to set the intestines into place. A voice cut through the conversation, deep and heavy. If my nephew gets a hernia in 10 years because of incompetent work done today, you collectively pay the price. My apologies, my lord. Lord Archduke, sir. My lord, the third voice spoke. My lord, echoed the fourth. Stop with the bowing and scraping. Look after the boy. He's in pieces on 4 separate tables. I would like to see him put back together before the night is over. Aimless formality at this stage is in poor taste. Wet, sucking sounds, squelching, and spatters marked the silence that followed. There was no negotiation, no discussion of scales, ratios, values, or markers. Heavy footfalls drew closer to the table. On the table, the boy, blind, unable to breathe or move anything but the stump of one arm, reached up for his uncle. Further down the table, the hand that was joined to the stump by tubes both real and unnatural opened, fingers splayed, reaching in the wrong direction. The uncle's hand ran along the child's bare scalp. It hurts, doesn't it? The Archduke murmured. The boy opened his mouth, pleading, but the mouth wasn't joined to anything. To this day, I still remember being on tables very similar to these. Different procedures, different advancements. But I remember the agony. A lifetime's worth of pain in one night, at the age of 3. Then another lifetime's worth at the age of 5, and at 7, and one last time at 10, to bring it all together. The hand stroked the boy's head again, large enough that the bottom end of the palm grazed one ear and the fingertips grazed the other. You'll endure tonight, then have 2 more nights like this, and you'll be done. You will be state of the art, and you'll be art, my little duke. The boy tried to move his body, but some pieces weren't connected, and other pieces weren't in the right place. I came to talk to you because I want you to pay attention. Cherish this pain. Come to know it and carve it into that beautiful brain we gave you. You'll choose to inflict pain on others thousands of times in your lifetime. You'll condemn entire cities to agony so dire that people's bodies destroy themselves, their own muscles trying to tear bones from sockets and break their own backs. The boy felt a soft kiss on his forehead. 2 years ago, we gave you a great mind. Now we give you a body to suit. Remember tonight, because it is the last night you are human in any way. From tonight until the day you pass from this world, you look down on them. Another caress of the head, and the hand was taken away. The boy stared in the Archduke's general direction with eyeless sockets, and gawped with a tongueless mouth that lacked wind to make a single utterance. The heavy footsteps retreated. The only noise was the wet sound of guts being arranged in a stomach cavity, the rhythmic knocking and whooshing of machines, and the sound of fluids in narrow spaces. A distant door banged shut. Nurses. Leave the room. Should I? Leave. The room emptied. Over here. The boy can hear. Footsteps retreated. The boy was alone, no longer being handled by 3 people at once. He opened and closed his hand. He could strain and hear the distant conversation with the ears he had been given 2 years ago. The boy is supposed to be in pain. Nobody said anything about that. The Lord Archduke just did. We weren't told in advance, is what I mean. We cornered ourselves. If we continue to apply the nerve controls to minimize the pain and he reports it to the Lord Archduke, we'll be known liars. If we cut it off and the boy remembers, he'll know we could have spared him the pain, and he could seek vengeance at a later date. We should have said something while the Archduke was here. I didn't see you stepping up. I know I didn't want to interrupt that intimate moment. I was too busy shitting myself. Enough bickering. We need to decide what we're doing. We're dead either way. It's a question of whether we want to stay in the boys' good graces and risk the Archduke's wrath, or the reverse. The reverse could see the Archduke wrathful all the same. Enough with the bickering. Your children, all of you. We can't follow the spirit of the Archduke's expectations, but we can follow the letter of them. Disconnect the nerve controls, let the remaining painkillers wear out. It'll be worse with the backswing. Not quite worse. By Wollstone's third ratio, we can expect. Enough bickering, Adams. If anyone asks, the backswing adds to the agony, and compensates for the fact that he's feeling almost nothing right now. He'll get that lifetime's worth of agony. If anyone asks, the fact they're asking means our goose is cooked and we're as good as dead. Yes, well, say what you will, but I think we're in this together from here on out. I don't know about you lads, but I was told that if I bollocks this up in any way shape or form, they would search out every person I cared about, snuff them, and then erase any and every record of us from history. I do have people I care about. We all do. We keep mum on this. Agreed. Agreed, 3 voices spoke in unison. Let's get back to work, then. I want my tracheal transplant bumped up. We spent time talking. I'll help you. Give me a hand with the eyes, leading up to that. The 4 professors returned to the table, now cooperating. The discussion and the noise of the doctors starting work anew came to a sudden stop. Hands that held body parts remained where they were, momentarily frozen. Lord Duke, Berger said, quiet, I know I do far too much in asking anything of you. Let me say only this. If you'll forgive us of this, I will give you a lifetime of service so devoted that other nobles will look on you in envy. Agreed, one of the professors echoed, barely audible. The remaining 2 joined in, echoing him. A switch was flicked. The boy Duke jerked. Painkiller at 3% and ticking down. He's feeling it, but the edges are dulled. We've got about 10 minutes before painkiller is clear. Can the next person with a free moment go fetch the nurses? Lying on the table, the Duke clenched one hand. The Duke gazed out over the city. It sloped, built on hillsides and cliffs, and the buildings sloped in their own individual way. It was as if the city had been caught in a rock slide for the initial moment, and then froze in place. The people in that frozen city were gathering, coordinated, at the other end, the mass of them at the harbor, marked by the torches and lanterns they held. He had seen battlefields since he was 6 years old, and had studied battlefields for just as long. Teachers had posited scenarios and he had been asked to solve them, or to find the best answer if it wasn't solvable. There very rarely was any middle ground between the two, in his experience. They both called for radically different kinds of thinking. With all of his experience, he was still mildly surprised to see how organized the people of this ramshackle city were. I like this moment, Richmond purred. The Duke turned his attention to the Baron, taking his time in doing so. The Baron was a snake of a man, and everything about him completed that particular picture. Straight golden hair swept back from his hairline and straight down the man's back, his checkered scarf conjured scales to mind, and his method of dress was tailored very close to his body, marking a very lithe, sinuous figure, complete with long, jeweled fingers. The teeth, eyes, and jewelry the man wore were designed to draw the eye. When he desired it, he could beguile the unwary, drawing the eye this way, that way, and then lashing out in the next moment. Richmond was as dangerous as a snake too, but that was all the more reason for the Duke to enjoy his company. He imagined it was how ordinary people saw the world. Didn't life seem so much more like life with that breath of danger, where any bystander in the street could be a threat to one's person? A killer, an enemy to the state and its people, looking for a target? Yes, the risk was very low, but a natural wariness kept the mind sharper. That narrow possibility, however very slim it might be, it had to help, didn't it? Before the battle, the tension, imagining possibilities. Do you participate? The Duke asked. Given the chance, Richmond said. I understand that sometimes a particular battle doesn't allow for it. He was asking for permission. We'll see how it unfolds then, the Duke said. Look at how they are clustering there. Fine hairs on the backs of his hands and neck alerted him to movement behind him. He didn't startle, and kept his reaction slow as he looked back at the twins. The baronets were identical in a way twins and even clones rarely were, each in old-fashioned white gowns with fur collars, with pale, straight blonde hair. They sat shoulder to shoulder, one with a hand in the other's lap, caressing, the other with a hand at her sister's chin, tracing the bottom lip with a gloved finger. Both were leaning forward in the chairs that had been set down for them for a view, but not yet standing or intruding. In unison, their eyes flicked up at the Duke. In unison, they smiled, hands going down to their own laps as if they were small children that had been caught doing something naughty. He didn't particularly care. In fact, he would rather they kept to such things if it kept them amused. Their other form of amusement involved payments to families and quiet threats to ensure those families didn't ask any questions about the whereabouts of their loved ones. He didn't have to busy himself with such things, but the people who worked for him did, and it was so much trouble to go to for a pair of bastards. But he liked Richmond and so he tolerated them for the time being. When Richmond was near the time he would go back home, the Duke might bait the sisters into a trap, having them kill someone they shouldn't, just to remove one of them from the equation and see how the other crumbled. If they were as incautious and mad enough to fall into the trap, the family would be better for their removal. Stand. Step closer, and have a look for yourself, the Duke said. They stood. Rather than walk, they seemed to glide, even on the uneven terrain. They found positions on either side of their brother, hands falling on different positions on his body as they gazed out over the landscape of Lug. One raised a finger to her sister's mouth, pressing it against the lips to silence her, before turning to the Duke. So ugly a city. I imagine it'll be uglier by the time we're through with it. The other raised her hand to a matching position as her sister's hand fell away. Of course, we would be the crown. We wouldn't dare assume we'll be allowed to participate. I'll contrive to give you a chance to amuse yourselves, the Duke said. The twins smiled. I've seen too many battlefields in my life. I'm interested in the Duke paused. He picked his words to prick at Richmond's pride without wounding it, not a layman's point of view, but an intelligent, inexpert one. Or three, as the case may be. The flicker of a glance from Richmond was reward enough for the choice of words. The twins raised fingers. After a moment, one let their finger tick over to the side, indicating the other. The other twin then spoke, considering the fires were only just set a little while ago, they're very organized for people in such a disorganized place. Exactly what I was going to say, the first said. They are, the Duke agreed. Organized people for a place that shouldn't breed such. A trap? Richmond asked. It's possible. That said, I'm at a loss in figuring out what they expect to accomplish, the Duke said. His eyes took in the broader picture. For every citizen carrying a torch down below, he had one stitched soldier, and those soldiers were gathering at the periphery of the city now, in tidy rank and file, 25 soldiers to one handler. The soldiers were equipped with uniforms and guns. The citizens wouldn't be. That wasn't counting the crown's rank and file soldiers, either. A 2-to-1 numbers advantage, his forces had the high ground if they were advancing down the slope toward the harbor, and he didn't even need to fight to win much of this conflict. Fire and noxious clouds would flow downhill in advance of his troops and kill or cripple 9 in 10 members of the opposition. 50 war beasts were ready, shackled and caged, ready to assault the city, and to his experienced eye, every one of the war beasts his forces had at their disposal had been born this year or the year before. Newer, better, stronger. The best Radham Academy had to offer. Our enemies can be stupid, Richmond said. They might have underestimated us. They sent us evidence that they know how to create primordial life, with evidence of that life. Stupid people can't do that, the Duke said. Anyone who knows enough about the primordial experiments knows the kind of response they have to bring about. The twins raised their fingers. One deferred to the other. Perhaps it isn't about the battle. Yes, sister. We're on the same page, the other twin said. They sacrifice a city to breed advantages elsewhere. Could this be a diversion? The Duke didn't answer the question. He stared, watching, thinking. Between the sea creatures in the water, his forces here at the east end of the city, his forces at the south end, and the mountains to the north, he had them boxed in. He let his mind take the ideas and let the rest of the world slow down so he could think over everything in detail. He didn't know enough about the mountains. He raised a hand. The hairs on the back of his hands and neck were telling him about the movements all around him, the sway of branches with few leaves, the movement of wind, the movement of the twins, as one reached around Richmond to run a finger up and down her sister's back, and now the approach of a military commander. He moved his fingers slightly, letting his brain interpret the signals, reading the wind. The one with the mustache and thick head of hair beneath his helmet, it seemed. One of the good ones, as the mere humans went. My lord. The Duke extended a long finger. There should be enemies or traps in the mountains to the north of the city. They plan to attack or hit us before the fire reaches too far into the city. It may be a pincer attack, using the people we can see down there and the group in the mountains. Yes, my lord. Shall I spread the word? Do. Have a Versbad figure out the resources we have available in terms of setting our own traps. Then get 1 legion of stitched and 1 legion of soldiers and prepare to assail the mountains. Tell the 1st Legion commander that you see that they're to lead. They stagger out the approach, send in the stitched first, to trigger any traps ahead of you before you send in the living. Report back to me. Yes, my lord. The man didn't hesitate in departing. The twins raised their fingers again. They had to have a system to ensure they didn't talk simultaneously. When and if that happened, well, hearing one's own voice with the wrong timing or cadence could disrupt one's own speech. Problem solved, one asked. Crisis averted. Richmond turned his head toward the Duke. He smiled. No. No, the Duke agreed. How did you know, my friend? You have that look in your eyes that I've only seen when you're in a fight. This is a fight, the Duke said. Parry, thrust, move, counter-move. Fair point. But I meant that you have that look about you that I've only seen on 2 occasions, when you stood in the midst of a sea of corpses. Did he? The Duke wondered, studying his own expression with a calculated measure of where and how his facial muscles were arranged. Even I can learn something new from someone lesser like Richmond, he mused. He wouldn't have expected it, for the battlefield as an abstract to serve the same sort of role that hand-to-hand combat did for him. To inflict pain, to experience it, it was as close to humanity as he got, now. As close to living. He quickly calculated the number of homes in Lug, and estimated the population at 110,000. A full third of that number was scattered, still, too far on the fringes to really feed into the center mass that was organizing so readily. Men and women who worked in quarries and on farms at the outskirts. Some were already being put to gunpoint by the Crown's forces, or their homes were being torched. Was it that more than 80,000 people might die in the next 24 hours, the vast majority on the enemy's side, that woke up his blood and breathing so readily? Death, blood, and pain, if not directly by his hand? Or was it the primordials that had allegedly been created, and the prospect of dealing with them, even personally? The mood was somber as he walked down the length of the hallway. The floor was treated wood, harder than stone, and roughly the same color, though the details were rich and it glowed silver under the light. The walls and ceiling of the hallway were formed of a complex tangle of wood, grown and woven into braids and complex figures, smaller stones worked in between them. Here and there were irregularly shaped glass panes, looking out on rocky cliffs with grass growing atop them. A temple without a god, on an island that few could reach. His body was new, he'd been looked after for the last time, and at 10 years old, he stood taller than the average man. Even with a cane, it was hard to move his new arms and legs without stumbling now and again. The first 3 nights of agony had added to him, or taken away weaknesses. Mind, body, and power. The fourth had made him noble, physically better, and more beautiful. His genetics had been better than some, and he'd been presentable even before the last series of operations. Some weren't so lucky, and were cooped up away from the public eye for a full decade. He walked in the company of his mother, aunt, and 2 of his cousins, Richmond and Geraldine. He wasn't sure what was going on, and instincts bred by 10 years in the court told him he shouldn't ask. More and more, these days, what he was expected to know wasn't told to him, but shown. Nothing about that was new. Every day, he was thrust into situations and others expected him to keep up. A small failure could weaken his standing in the eyes of his extended family, and open him up to a lifetime of sabotage or small abuses. A larger failure could ruin his chance of achieving anything at all before he died. But, for the very first time since he was 3 years old, he was without the quartet of professors that looked after him, the tools they had implanted within him, and the adjustments they had made to his body and mind. He hadn't seen a single non-noble since he had stepped off the boat and onto this island crag. Looking at Richmond or Geraldine could have been construed as an attempt to seek reassurance in an unsure situation. He kept his eyes forward. His aunt stepped forward and pushed open 2 double doors. They passed into another hallway, darker than the last. In the distance, someone screamed, unhinged, and he immediately knew where he was. He relaxed, in one moment, and tensed in the next. Should a noble need to be placed somewhere out of the public eye, they would come here. He, so recently operated on, was a candidate for that placement. Was there something wrong that he didn't know about? When he was 3 years old, his mind had been altered, to allow him to better control how fast he thought, and how he perceived the passage of time. He had only mastered it a few years ago, and controlling it took effort that often left him exhausted at the day's end. Still, he kept up the practice, and his control improved. In this moment, he let his awareness speed up, to better survey things from all of the angles. A part of his thoughts were dedicated to making sure he maintained the same speed and pace. Slowing his pace by a fraction would signal to others that something was wrong. He contemplated how he might go about this, if this prison was indeed intended for him, if he needed to run, or else face imprisonment for the rest of his days, bereft of the doctors who were supposed to tend him, slowly going to pieces over decades. In the end, he decided that he couldn't beat his mother and aunt in a fight. At least, not like this, with his body so new and untested. He was scared. His aunt pushed open the next set of double doors. The next hallway was darker still, windowless, with water behind glass with bioluminescent creatures swimming on the other side, each of them casting out a lazy red glow that only barely lit the hallway. The final set of double doors revealed a crowd. 9 more members of the family, frozen like a tableau. Further, beyond a thick pane of glass, was a man that the young duke recognized as his uncle. As beautiful as the man had been once, he was now broken, twisted, and gnarled. Growths like tumors riddled him, but the tumors had a particular sort of aesthetic to them, sharp-edged, more growth than growth gone wrong. The Archduke howled in pain, rage, and madness, before striking at the thick pane of glass. Not a single person in the room flinched. The young duke, the nephew, joined his aunt, mother, and cousins in joining the frozen tableau, watching the man flail, cavort, and rage, changing his pattern of action from moment to moment. "It's taking his brain," one of the nobles said. It was a strange statement, in timing, and because it was so obvious. The young duke allowed himself to peer over the room, looking at each of the people within. They were sculpted, every one of them altered, set one half step away from ordinary people. But where the trained eye could see the difference in quality of work, like the vast chasm between the duke and his cousin Richmond, it was clear that the room was filled with lower quality nobles. He was starting to understand where things stood. His mother spoke. "Spores from the growths infected no less than 30 people. We're working to find a way to clear them of the spores and the growths that sprout from them, but it appears grim. Life finds a way to breed. Life of this sort, all the more so. It has to be stamped out before it finds its way. Take this as a lesson." The only lesson he was taking was that this was something done with intent. The people infected, they were from Warwick Castle. Yes, his mother said, glancing at him. He could read things in that glance. A warning, a touch of danger. If he considered every noble residing in Warwick Castle a casualty, then every single person in this room had just advanced no less than 12 steps closer to the crown. He himself had ascended from 35 steps away from the crown to a mere 20. A massive power grab for everyone present. That they were all here, gathered, only fed the conspiracy. "Such things are not to be tampered with," said another member of the conspiracy. "Not to be toyed with." The Duke heard the words, and he believed them. He knew the image of his uncle would be burned into his mind forever. 5 years ago, the Archduke had visited him while he was being given his second set of operations. That night 5 years ago, and several times since, the man had showed an almost human kindness. Tempered with a very inhuman cruelty, yes, the Duke remembered the point the man had made about pain, but the kindness was what lingered in the Duke's recollection and left the deepest impression. This meeting and this display was meant to communicate something, he knew, but he took it for something else. A chance to say goodbye to one of the only people who felt something like family. The Duke sensed someone approach the tent, and turned. The Baron and Baronet twins looked over, as well. Lord Duke, a man spoke from outside. Come in. An officer stepped into the tent. My lord. He was so very tired of the formality at this point, even if he understood the necessity of it. Speak. My lord, you asked us to stop any couriers from leaving the city. Forces approaching from neighboring regions stopped a mail courier traveling from Lug, and we searched all correspondence. He handed over a letter. The Duke took the letter, and then read it. A complication, an advantage? More the former than the latter. He voiced his thoughts aloud. The lambs are in the city, on another errand. Interesting that they think their mission important enough to ask for help from another team on another job, but they didn't think to tell their superiors. Or the crown. Did they know about the primordials? Richmond asked. I imagine they did. We'll have to give the order for the fire and plague to stop for the time being. Let it spread on its own, that will be devastating enough. But we want to move carefully here. My lord, the officer made it a question. Just for the time being. Baron Richmond, baronets. You have your wish. I have an errand for you. The Duke took a pen, and drew out a rough sketch, with notes beside it. The Baron Richmond and the twins drew closer, looking. This is one of the lambs. We have a vested interest in them. Find them, and remove them from the city. If you can't, we'll have to consider this a tragic loss. The Baron picked up the paper. He read it, then showed it to the twins, before folding it up and putting it in a pocket. Anyone else, the Duke instructed, anyone that gets in your way, kill them. And the other lambs. Like I said, the Duke spoke, anyone else that gets in your way. The trio nodded, and stepped from the tent. The lambs, and an enemy named in the letter that one group of lambs had sent another, Mauer, who had some talent at battlefield strategy. He'd dealt with Mauer's forces before, and it never failed to be interesting. But the primordial was what lingered in his mind. An enemy that gun and sword couldn't necessarily kill. One that had killed his uncle. He'd taken away a lesson from that day, as intended. He couldn't hold back or underestimate it in the slightest. He had soldiers supposedly prepared for the task, but that might not be enough. He turned to his doctor. Professor Berger, Adams, Cameron. A checkup, if you please. I want to make sure my weapons and body are prepared, if it comes down to it. The loyal professors wasted no time in attending to the task. Counting sheep 9.1. A towel was draped over my head, another over my bare shoulders. I didn't move as I hunched over in front of the stove, eyes moving from the fire glowing within to the window. We'd placed a log within, and the door was closed, with the slots in the door left open. It was a weak, unenthusiastic glow. The only other light inside the building was from outside, as people moved down the street, carrying lights. Not our home, not our fire, not our towels. I was so cold and tired that I felt nauseous. I imagined it as my body feeling almost insulted at the heat and light it had been offered, to the point it was rebuking me. Not enough heat and human comfort, I need more. Nourish me, get answers and find the others so I can stop tying your guts in knots, my body told me. I watched the fire, and I envisioned the city continuing to burn. I tried to imagine the way things might play out, all of the possible moves the Crown and Mauer might make, and how it affected the bigger picture. I kept coming up with ideas that involved the others. Gordon was better when it came to the big battlefield stuff. Lillian would know ways to fake illness or lightly poison me. I already looked like hell, and with a bit of dramatic vomiting or other symptoms, I could lead a section of Mauer's army to think that there were plagues in the air, and give them second thoughts. With some elbow room, I could make other things happen. Maybe. But I didn't have Lillian. I didn't have Gordon. I most definitely didn't have Helen or Mary, or even Ashton, who could be so very useful in these circumstances. I couldn't shake up this situation because it was already as shaken as things could get, and both sides had chosen their courses. The logs in the fire shifted, cracking and spitting out sparks that danced within the stove's confines. Words? Written or spoken? Could I negotiate with the Academy? The goal here was to get out alive, to minimize the loss of life on the Academy's part, and take away Mauer's power. I doubted there was anything I could say that would deter the Academy or give Mauer second thoughts about what he was doing. You were right, Jamie said, behind me. They have someone about our age in the house. I turned to look his way. He had clothes bundled in his arms. He draped them across the kitchen table. Had to dig for a bit to find something in your size. He held up shirts, both a little thread worn, and I pointed at one. He held up a black sweater, and I nodded. He tossed the clothing my way. A fresh pair of pants, too, and socks. Thank you, I said. Jamie smiled. He started pulling on a fresh sweater as well. With anyone but him, this would be so much easier. The shirt he'd given me hung a little weirdly on my narrow shoulders. The sweater prickled, even through the cloth of the shirt. I endured it. Thinking about Gordon and Lillian. Yeah, I said. Me too. I know I'm not as close to them as you are, but I haven't known anyone for all that long. I touched my leg, judging how damp my pants legs were, and found them still a little wet. The pants might be a little large, Jamie said. Want to try? I nodded. He threw the pants my way, and I caught them. I stayed sitting as I wiggled out of the damp pair and pulled the new pair on, briefly lifting my rear end up off the floor. I stood, one hand on the waistband, gauging how likely they were to fall down on me. Suspenders. You're thorough, I said. They'll need adjusting. They're fit for an adult. We took some food, firewood, and left a bit of a mess, so I left some money and a short note behind. I don't know if this place will even be standing, but it felt right. I nodded. Jamie was changing clothes too, now that I was set up. I looked away as he pulled his shirt off. He wasn't quite as abashed about it as old Jamie had been, though he turned partially away. Both sides are completely confident they'll destroy the other, I said, as much to myself as to Jamie. I'm pretty sure they're both right. I think the fight is going to be ugly, and it's going to be too costly, with collateral damage above and beyond what both sides expect. That's a fair summary, he said. He turned my way, now pulling on a sweater that was a bit too big for him. His first attempt to find his glasses nearly knocked them from the table, making my heart jump. The last thing we damn well needed was for Jamie to be blind. You good? I asked, once he'd fixed his glasses. He ran fingers through his damp hair, getting it out of his face. He gave me a nod. I could hear gunshots in the distance. The battle was opening. The only way forward that I can see just yet is to upset the balance. Taking the wind out of Mauer's sails creates a risk, because it means the primordials might get loose, by accident or by deliberation. Jamie's body language changed in a very subtle way. He stared across the room at me. Are you testing me? He asked. Testing. We're in the middle of a war, both sides are a danger to us, we're undermanned and overwhelmed, he said, still staring me down. I'm getting the distinct impression you left that statement unfinished because you're gauging if you can trust me. Ah, I said. I held my hands out toward the fire, letting them warm up. My bones hurt. That's not a yes or a no, he said. He was still staring, his neck and body rigid. We need to upset the balance. Okay. Attacking Mauer means complications, all right. And what you leave unsaid, because you want to see how I say it, is that we could attack the crown, and try to upset the balance in that direction. I stared into the fire. The stove could use another log, but I doubted we were going to be around for that long. He would have been slower about connecting the dots there. He, Jamie said, knew you well enough to see through what you were doing, even without connecting the dots. True, I said. I'm not him, Jamie said. I'm not Jamie. I know, I said. A moment passed. Sorry, I said. You want to attack the crown, Jamie said. I hesitated. I could remember when Jamie had walked into the meeting to discuss the Breckwell incident. He had been the sole member of the Lambs I hadn't been able to predict. I still couldn't predict him, even now. We might have mended fences and left the door open to improve things between us at the outset of this trip, but as far as trusting him? I wasn't sure. It was too easy to let my guard down, to focus on the problem at hand, and give him material he could pass on to Noble and Professor, giving them cause to end the Lambs altogether. I ventured an answer, I'm almost certain it'll be easier to throw a wrench into the works where the Academy is concerned. We already tried setting Mauer on fire, he's on guard against anything else. He'll be watching, because he knows we're around. Treason, Jamie said. Yes, I said. That's what they would call it. We can justify it by saying we have information the Academy doesn't. That they have more primordials than the Academy is aware of. That all of this is a trap. Maybe, he said. There are only so many times we can get called up in front of the metaphorical firing squad before they start wondering why they aren't pulling the trigger. What you're talking about, it's still treason. Treason you think is justified, given the situation, treason you think you might be able to argue was defensible. I stared at him. Here, as in so many other things, he insisted on making things difficult. He wasn't giving me anything, even as he took a hard line. He wanted me to give him an answer, knowing that whatever I picked, I could be screwed. Say no, and I was abandoning a path, committing us to a harder, more dangerous road, because I was agreeing to play things by the book so long as I worked with him. Say yes, and I was putting myself and the Lambs at abject risk. Do you belong to them, in a way that none of the other Lambs do? Yes, I said. I'm advocating treason, here. If we give the Crown reason to hesitate or pull back its forces, we either create an opportunity to communicate with them, we create an opportunity to direct the flow of events, or we put Mauer off his game. Or all three. And if I say no? That I'm not willing to take the risk. Jamie asked me. You said, once, that it was easier to think of ideas when you knew the boundaries you were working within. He wrote that quote down. What if I draw the line in the sand here and tell you that you have to think of something else? More gunshots sounded in the distance. I heard an explosion. My mind whirled. More noise. Frustration, black anger, pain in the midst of that noise. Are you thinking, SY? Jamie asked me. Always, I said. The calm of my voice was at odds with my thoughts. Are you thinking of what you'd do if I say no? Strategies, plans? Or are you trying to think of ways to manipulate me? I put my hands in my pockets, then sighed. The admission was a hard one. I can't manipulate you. He nodded at that. I'm trying to decide if you're pushing on this point because you really want to say no, or if you want me to put my neck on the chopping block, admit outright that I want to commit treason, and let you decide my fate. You think I'm manipulating you? I'm 50-50 on the possibility, I said. I bent down to pick up my coat from the stool by the fire, and pulled it on. You asked me to admit I wanted to commit treason. I did. Maybe now you're asking me to fight for that course of action. That's ugly, he said. Is it untrue? He didn't break eye contact. His stare could have been an accusing one, or it could have been a refusal to budge and admit what he was doing. I couldn't read him, because I couldn't look hard enough at him without seeing Jamie. Uncomfortable, I was the one to turn away. I'm going to push for this course of action. If it comes down to it, and we get in trouble for it, tell them I had no better ideas, the other lambs weren't around, and it was a desperate action. Make sure the other lambs don't get sunk along with me. Okay, he said. That was the best answer I was going to get. No confirmation, no insights. I made my way to the window, pushing the curtain aside to get a better view of what was happening on the street. Jamie pulled on his coat, flipping the hood up. He paused at the stove to close the shutters and replace the screen in front. By the time he made his way to me, I had migrated to the door. I paused there, my hand on the handle. I understand that we're all different. We have our needs, our mental quirks, I said. He didn't respond to that. Which was good. Your brain is architecture, I said. Everything has a place, it's reliable, it's solid work. You struggle more than some do when things are uncertain. He did too, but he handled it by taking slow, steady steps, whatever he was doing. You move faster, and maybe that movement comes with even more uncertainty. I stared at the door. Jamie could have walked away and I wouldn't have known. Easier to talk to wood. I used to think that each of the lambs had another lamb that they didn't work that well with. But he and I were different in that. Because we should have conflicted, but we complemented one another. And that's not the case with you and me. I make things uncertain. Yeah, Jamie said, behind me. But I need to be able to trust you too. The gunshots that sounded beyond the door weren't all that far away. Jamie took his time in responding this time. I understand. We need to find a way to work with one another, or we won't make it through this, I said. We might not make it through this even if we do find a way to work together. I didn't wait to hear his response. Cowardly as it was, I finished my statement by hauling the door open and stepped out into the streets of a city at war. Fire streaked across the sky, before arcing down to strike at rooftops or hit other streets. The house we were in had been at the fringe of Mauer's group, and now it was still at that fringe, but Mauer's group was no longer huddled at the harbor to the east. It was actively fighting to the west, and we were behind the back lines. People here were stragglers, they were the cowards who weren't fighting, and they were the wounded, being carried back and away from the fighting. Smoke was supposed to rise, but all of the light sources around us had halos, fuzzed out by the lingering haze. People who ran this way and that had smudges on their faces, from mingled smoke, particulate, snow, and the rub of the back of a hand. In one or two cases, I could see people who had those same smudges, except the areas around the smudges were raw, blistering, or inflamed. Subtle, but it would be worse by the night's end. As I was about to cross the street, a bullet struck a puddle in the middle of the street, sending ice fragments spraying, the bullet or the bullet fragments ricocheting off toward the harbor. Not aimed at us, or at anything in particular. I gestured, then bolted, running diagonally across the street, with Jamie so close behind me he could have stepped on my heels. The closer we got, the greater the ambient danger was. All it took was one stupid stray bullet, inhaling in the wrong cloud of thick smoke that hung close to the ground, or an unlucky artillery shot. The eye of the great sea creature that overlooked the harbor stared now at the battlefield, red-orange and grim. Above all of us, the sky was alive, roiling with smoke and wind rising from 1,000 different places, glowing with the fires that had ignited across the city. We were venturing into an area with more hot smoke overhead, and here, the snow melted before it reached us, absorbing the smoke. It left black-brown streaks on Jamie's glasses. We reached the back lines of the battle. Here, the number of wounded were thicker, laid out in alleyways and sitting on blankets in the streets, so close to the people at the rear of the fighting that those people could have tripped over them, should they step back with any retreat in mind. A squad of 10 stitched soldiers marched out of an alleyway 40 paces down the road. Those same stitched opened fire on a crowd of people so packed they couldn't crouch, let alone move to either side or seek cover. The makeshift militia returned fire in kind, unloading pistols and rifles. I saw one stitched take what might have been 10 bullets, and keep going. Another took a hit to the forehead, head rocking back, and didn't die or stop shooting. They weren't invulnerable, however. One did fall. It took 20 or so bullets before it collapsed, but it did fall. Meanwhile, every other bullet the stitched fired into the crowd brought a living, breathing person down. A handful of those people weren't even able to collapse to the ground, the crowd was so thick around them that they didn't have room. The shouts, the sound of guns both distant and near, the patter of rain, and the shrill squeal of commanders' whistles became a singular noise. I could see the effect, though. Seeing people die was having an impact on morale. Mauer had to know this would happen. He accounted for it. Even if I tried to take advantage of it, I wouldn't be changing the course of events here. I could imagine Mauer's invisible hand moving. He would make a play here soon, to balance out the losses, and keep this sort of attack from becoming a rout. Stitched soldiers had a weak point. The people who were throwing lanterns and waving torches toward the attackers were years out of date. I gestured at Jamie, then ducked into an alleyway, leaping and skipping over the people who were laid out there, past wounded men who were grabbing for guns, looking in the direction of the new, deafening flurry of gunfire. Mauer's people were at the far end of the alley, huddled there, with crates and bags of trash piled in front of them. The Stitched had to have come from somewhere, and Mauer's people on the next street over were losing the fight. The Crown's forces were now flanking Mauer's. This group at the alley's end were defending the wounded and trying to hold ground against the flank. I hurried up to the makeshift fortifications, peering over it, shoulder to elbow with the soldiers on either side of me. The men looked to be Lug citizens, and looked to be familiar with their guns, even if they didn't have the jackets so many of the ex-military soldiers did. I could see down the length of the street, where the Crown's soldiers were taking every position that even resembled defensive cover. The Stitched alternated between taking cover or brazenly walking toward the defending forces, absorbing bullets without hesitation. Someone grabbed my shoulder. "We need to cut through." I raised my voice. The noise around us was so bad I couldn't even make myself heard. The man beside me forced me to turn to face him. He shouted a question at me. I didn't have the physical strength to free myself from his grip. I didn't need it. I kept my expression stern, raising one hand to backhand his wrist, striking it. Emotion, conviction, and the aura of someone who knew what he was doing was what loosened the man's grip. As part of that same motion, I grabbed a lantern from behind the cover the men had taken. I hurled it further down the street. Glass shattered and a pool of fire spread between us and the enemy. Smoke billowed out. Everyone at our defensive position had to duck down as the enemy opened fire, a bark of a response to our action. "Idiot," the man shouted, seizing me again. His hand forced me down closer to the ground. "You've denied us any chance of a clear shot." Undeterred, I looked at Jamie, who'd hung a bit further back, standing flush against the wall of the alley. He was cleaning his glasses with a handkerchief. I signaled, very clear, obvious gestures. "Soon. Run. Forward." He hurried to put his glasses on, then stepped close, ducking to keep his head out of the line of fire. He put a hand on the militiaman's wrist. The man eased up. Again, I gestured at Jamie. Not for his benefit, but for the man. Conveying that we had a plan, that we knew what we were doing better than he did. Jamie's nod seemed to cinch the deal. He gestured back to me. "Soldier. 4. Attack. Wait. 4. Attack. Wait. Us. Go." I tried to listen for what he was talking about. The gunfire so close to my ears made it so hard to hear. If the Wyvern formula was at full strength, I might have been okay with processing it all. It wasn't, and I wasn't. The listening was hard. They weren't firing like the regimental squads of old had, all firing in the same burst, then reloading as a unit. There was an ebb and flow, though. They fired as fast as they could empty their rifles, then paused. To reload, or to back up and let others take up their position and fire. The Wyvern formula wasn't at full strength, but it wasn't absent either. My mind shifted gears. I could focus on the noise, and vision the soldiers on the far end of the street, 90 or so paces away. I wouldn't be acting to take advantage of a moment where they weren't shooting at all, but I could take advantage of a moment where they were shooting less. I gestured to Jamie, my body tensing. He nodded. I moved a fraction after the worst of the barrage was unleashed, so fast that I momentarily worried I'd be flinging myself headlong into that same barrage. Over the cover the soldiers had positioned at the end of the alley, up the street, moving along the edge at the base of one building, keeping to where the smoke and fire from the lantern masked our movements. We were exposed to potential enemy fire throughout. We were exposed to the enemy's eye for only a moment, as we moved beyond where I'd thrown the lantern, and then turned a sharp corner, circling around the building. To the back of the alley the Stitched had come from. There were 2 men and 10 Stitched within. My hand flew out behind me, gesturing. In that same moment, I shifted how I ran, stumbling, staggering. "Help him!" Jamie shrieked, the cry ragged and desperate. Not as convincing as I might have been, had the roles been reversed, but it wasn't that bad, either. The men with the Stitched were the dogs, the ones who directed the Stitched in the field of battle and kept them operational. They were the weak point. It could be said that a Stitched was too dumb to be manipulated. That my talents didn't lend themselves well to dealing with one, let alone 20. The man hurried to my side, gun at the ready. He aimed at Jamie, who raised his hands. Paranoid. Worried about the local forces using children to deliver a surprise attack. Which they probably would. I writhed on the ground, gasping for breath, hands on my stomach. Crouching beside me, the soldier took hold of my arm, forcing me to flip over. He was, as one who tended to the Stitched, at least somewhat qualified in field medicine. The one at the far end of the alley peeked out in the direction of the fighting, keeping only one eye on the situation here. I reached for my would-be savior, who was still trying to puzzle out what was the matter. Then I brought my armpit down on his rifle, my heels pressing down against the ground as I forced all of my body weight down on it. It brought the weapon down and away from Jamie while pulling the soldier down toward me. My free hand went to his waist, failed to grab the pistol there, but found a knife. Almost as good. The man froze as I put the blade to his throat. I looked up at the situation with Jamie and the other soldier, and saw the man there doubled over. A knife stuck out of his gun arm. He looked as though he might give the order for the Stitched in the alleyway to come after us. Then he saw the knife at his buddy's throat and froze. Jamie hurried to my side, bent down, and took the pistol I'd failed to grab. I extricated myself from the man who had tried to help me, reached to his collar, and found a cord. I pulled the cord free, and tugged the object on the end free where it snagged on his jacket. A commander's whistle. I rubbed it on my pants leg. I blew twice, sharp, and the stitched in the alleyway turned to look at me. Jamie said something, but the noise around us was deafening. He extended his free hand, signaling. A flash of palm, then hand out, extended, for a long moment. I blew. Tweet. Tweet. Twee. The stitched in the alley shuffled, uncomfortable, some standing at attention. The noise of the fighting beyond took on a different tone. The order to retreat had been given. The stitched that were mowing through the crowd was now turning tail. Different squads would have different signals, and for most orders, the stitched would look for their commander. They wouldn't recognize a pair of young teenaged boys as such. If it was that easy to throw them for a loop, then every army would pack whistles. But they were listening for an order from here, at least. I could help turn the tide here. Other opportunities could be created. Jamie held the distant soldier at gunpoint, and divested him of his rifle, pistol, and knife. He handed me the pistol. Once we both had guns, it was easy enough to make the two stitched overseers retreat to the other end of the alley, further from the people they'd been attacking. They turned and ran out into the street we'd approached from, toward their friendly forces. We let them. Once they were gone, I turned my attention to a window. Lug didn't have high security. I opened the latch in a matter of a minute, let myself in, and we made our way through, out into the next alleyway, deeper into the midst of Crown forces. We were just in time for Mauer's plague men to make their move. Unfortunate. Counting sheep 9.2. My first indication that there was something wrong was the corpses. Citizens of Lug lay scattered on the street, skin crimson, blistered, and eyes bugging out. The light shimmered on and around them in a way that made it look as though I was viewing them through a screen or filter, or if they were laying at a riverbed, with silt running over and around them. They were still, and the shadows were alive in a very detailed, particular way that I couldn't define easily from this distance. The second indication was the smoke, which wasn't behaving like the smoke from the fires. It crept close to the ground, heavy, rolling downhill, and the living shadow element was doubly true there. Most telling, however, was that it wasn't hot. There were fires here and there, but the air wasn't heated to the point that smoke-dirted snow was turning into grimy rain. I ventured closer, focusing on the clouds. The image I saw reminded me of hand-cranked projector video that I'd seen in the big presentations with professors and doctors. The silence, the crank and whir, and the image, moving even when the subject was unmoving, showing some war beast or operation at work, behind dancing flecks, flickers, and dust on film strips writ large. I gestured for Jamie's benefit. Plague, was the sign. Disease, sickness. I wasn't sure I was right. It could have been parasite, or, more problematic, an airborne chemical or poison. Whatever it was, some small form of life was moving within the dark smoke and serving as a transmission vector. Where the smoke touched a surface or a person, it left the thin covering of shifting, dancing life painted over that surface. The only men who walked in the midst of the low clouds of smoke were distinct in appearance. They wore black military jackets and heavy boots, and their skin was scarred and pocked. I recognized them as plague men, armed and moving in formation. There were some on either end of the street, effectively trapping us. One fired a gun at a body. The city around us was so chaotic and noisy that I almost couldn't make out the sound of the solitary gunshot. I edged down the alleyway, aiming to get a better view of the situation. I could see modified wagons, with special containers on the backs. Some had been blown up, and others lay askew, with the wheel gone or the stitched beast at the front laying dead. Squadrons of stitched soldiers had been laid low, joining the officers in heavy clothes and masks who had been in charge of them and the plague boxes. Some of the gunfire we'd heard earlier had been from an altercation between the plague men and the academy, apparently. They walked without trouble in the midst of the clouds, periodically stopping to drive a bayonet into a throat or kick at a gun that lay in a twitching hand's grasp, putting the weapon out of the owner's reach. The academy had set up here, using the boxes as both a defensive position and a means of keeping Mauer's people back and away. Clouds of heavy smoke and whatever else that killed, walling off entire sections of the city. Then the plague men had come striding through those same clouds with a viciously effective flanking maneuver and explosives. Now we were surrounded. I'd already jumped down from the window to the foot of the building, and now I didn't have a way out that didn't involve running past a squadron of armed soldiers. Jamie was still at the window, legs dangling, a handkerchief held to his mouth. He gestured. Question. I didn't have an answer. I crept further along the alley, fully aware that if I was spotted, I would be shot. There would be no questions, no hesitation, and no mercy. I couldn't trust my enemies here to make mistakes, like I might hope for with stitched or people who had been ordinary citizens an hour ago, before a gun had been pushed into their hands. As I reached the street, I positioned myself closer to the ground. Newly dry, I still crawled through muck, blood, and water. The crawling smoke provided me some cover from the plague men. There was a body here. A man had fallen, and lay face down in the same large puddle I was crawling through. I searched him, slowly and carefully, investigating pockets and belt. I avoided any fast movements that might tip the soldiers off, and I kept my face pointed toward the ground, the hood of my coat hanging low over my brow. In the gloom, I didn't want them to see the paleness of my face or ears. Pocket knife, I could take. A notebook, I'd take for now. A small medical kit, well worn, I'd hold onto that until I had something else to occupy my hands with. A flask. I could keep that too. Lighter and cigarettes. I kept the former, and left the latter be. I couldn't hear footsteps, but I saw what could have been a shadowy figure moving against shadow, in the midst of smoke. They were vague shapes, ones that could so easily be mistaken for tricks of the light and deceptive play of my eyes and brain. I didn't wait to clarify the image, instead pushing back with the heels of my hand and crawling backward. I backed into garbage, and collapsed into position, curling around a sour-smelling black paper sack of waste. I couldn't see up without raising my head, and my eye was only afforded a view of the slice of street and building, visible between ground and the edge of my hood. If shadowy figure moving against shadow was hard to make out, given the circumstances, then that figure's shadow added another step of obfuscation to the mix. I remained where I was, until I could be reasonably sure that he was gone. I raised my head. 2 more figures were there, but they weren't facing my direction. I remained still, watching and waiting, until they were gone. I got the flask and lighter out, and put them neatly by the pile of trash, waiting at the ready. Then, with the same care as before, I edged closer to the end of the alleyway that opened up onto one of the streets with the plague boxes. My skin prickled. I wasn't in the midst of the smoke, but some of it was touching me. That it prickled made me want to swear. It could have meant something very bad, but it wasn't so bad or so telling that I could be certain about how to move forward. I reached my position from before, by the body. This time, I crawled almost on top of it. The smoke that flowed down the street reached the body, and it collected with more strength along the far end of the corpse. Heavy and close to the ground, it reached the side of his leg, torso, and his armpit, and pooled there. I extended one hand down into the dark smoke. The prickling was roughly 10 times as intense, there. I turned my attention to the body. A crowned soldier. He wore gloves, a turtleneck, a heavy coat, and a metal mask to allow safe breathing in the midst of plague. I had to lift his face up off the ground to get the mask off. With it firmly in hand, I retreated back to the shadows. A series of rapid-fire explosions in the distance suggested that someone had burned an ammunitions cache or a storehouse of something combustible had caught alight. The noise echoed like thunder, and every set of eyes on the street turned in that direction. Back in the shadows and cover of the pile of trash, I looked up for Jamie. He wasn't sitting in the window, but standing back from it, looking down at me. My fingers brushed against the flask, lighter and medical kit. The tingling in my hand had dwindled. An investigation suggested the skin wasn't any puffier, more sensitive, or less sensitive than it had been before. I gave it a long moment, ready to act. Mentally, head to toe, I took measure. My thoughts were clearer, if anything. My breathing and heartbeat were fine. I was hungry and thirsty, but that wasn't anything new. I was cold, but the snow gathering around us was a good indicator of why that was appropriate. I could see the visual noise of whatever was in that crawling smoke, now that it was actually on me. Bugs, individually smaller than the dot left by a sharp pencil on paper, winged and capable of crawling, they were falling off my hand and fleeing to the street instead. They didn't like me, it seemed. No other symptoms. For a weapon of war, if I was going to experience symptoms, it would need to be faster and more comprehensive. There was no ruling out some accumulation of chemical or substance, symptoms appearing later, simply because I had immersed myself in this smoke for too long, but if that was a problem, I suspected even the plague men would be giving it a wider berth. No, this was a weapon meant for culling the weak, cutting down ordinary man and animal. I gestured nothing in specific to get Jamie's attention. He drew closer to the window, glancing left, then right, to make sure nobody had seen us. He gestured back at me, question. Opening the medical kit, I found a bandage. I pulled it out, removing the metal clip that kept it fastened in place, and in a few motions of finger and wrist, wrapped it partially around my hand. I pointed to Jamie, before raising my hand, fingers extended. He nodded. I put the bandage back in the kit. I checked the coast was clear, then tossed the full kit up to the window. He caught it. While he busied himself, I turned my attention to the mask. Lighter and alcohol in hand, using my hunched over body to keep the light of the flame from being seen, I burned the metal surface of the mask that sat in between my crossed legs. The smoke, dirt, and moisture that had accumulated on it made it clear to see where I had burned it. If I squinted, I could even see the metal changing color as it got hot enough. Inside and out, with straps included, I burned the mask as clean of the microscopic bugs as I could get it. I stared at it by lighter light to make sure it was clean enough. When Jamie reappeared in the window, I gestured to him, and then tossed him the mask as well. Hands covered, the bandage even binding the ends of his sleeves to his wrists, jacket zipped up high, with mask on and hood up, cinched close to his head, Jamie hopped down to the foot of the alley where I was. We retraced our steps, my third visit to the alley's end. Further down the street, plague men opened fire. They unloaded a dozen shots, walking rather than running to cover, bending down slightly, and then waited. Whoever or whatever they had been shooting at had been scared off, if their targets weren't outright dead. That small distraction would have to do. Signaling Jamie, I indicated the way. Straight into the crawling smoke. Augmented as they were, their eyes weren't so special that they would see 2 dark figures in the midst of the thickest part of the smoke. I held my breath as I ran, blind, one hand on Jamie's wrist, the other extended out in front of me. I moved my feet and shifted my weight to dissipate the impact of boot on road and move as silently as possible. The noise around the city made it easier, obscuring the sounds I did make, but I didn't want to let my foot come down too hard and sharp in one of the moments where bullets weren't flying and crowds of people weren't hollering to be heard over everyone else. I tried to hold on to a mental image of the scene, where I'd last seen soldiers, where they might be, and what I might do if we were caught. Time spent thinking about that took my thoughts off of the prickling that was now feeling more like a burn. My lungs strained as we ran. The act of running meant bringing my feet down, and as quiet as I was trying to be, every strike of boot on ground was threatening to jar my mouth open, and allow a gulping of air to enter my mouth, to be later swallowed. If it was an airborne threat, I couldn't afford that. My hand touched wood. I stopped running, and ducked low. Jamie was so fast in matching suit that I suspected he'd both been anticipating it and had known where we were. The smoke rolled downhill, and here, under the wagon, we were upwind and above the worst of it. I allowed myself to breathe, and felt the prickling extend inside my mouth as I opened it to gulp in air. Beside me, Jamie crawled into position beside me, and collapsed, making a dangerous amount of noise in the process. One arm was pressed up against his hood. He'd been adding the bulk of the arm to minimize how much might slip through that gap. His breath hissed almost imperceptibly as he breathed through the mask and filter. I watched him, unmoving, unable to act or speak to verify if he was all right. A bandage-wrapped hand grasped at the ground, as if he could find purchase there. The precautions hadn't been enough. I felt cold inside, my stomach knotting. If I had to watch him writhe and die here. I grit my teeth until my jaw hurt. The more the prickling faded from my skin and scalp, the more sick I felt, and that sickness had nothing to do with the crawling smoke. There were soldiers no less than 10 feet from us. The noise he'd made as he collapsed hadn't tipped them off, but they were still there, and our options were few. I couldn't drag Jamie to safety, I couldn't help him. We had no Lillian. I saw him move, fighting to avoid making noise or moving too abruptly, writhing in pain. Behind the tinted lenses of his mask, his eyes were wide and staring. I thought back to the old Jamie, on the day he'd, what even to call it, departed? Reaching to his belt, I patted him down. Nothing in front, on the sides. Behind. The medical kit. I popped it open. Before I'd even looked at the contents, he reached out, pushing the lid closed. He managed a shake of his head, before he squeaked. His hand went out, and touched the underside of the wagon. Fingers extended to move against the surface above us, once, twice. He gestured, and the gesture was worrying. Fingers curled at the first and second knuckle, thumb tucked in. We'd started out with 6 or 7 gestures, and had let the rest evolve organically. The first 6 or 7 were intended to be broad, encompassing a wide range of things. Jamie wasn't one to forget things, or to lose control of his mental faculties. That made the fact that he was being this vague and unclear very troubling. Fingers curled and thumb tucked in was the face. Look, sense, attend, and, in cases, apply our particular talents. I tried the most obvious means, and reached for his mask, ready to pull it off. If it was a problem. He shook his head. He made a small noise of pain. My head turned, eyes searching for the movement of boots, the approach of soldiers. Again, he touched the wagon's underside. Look, I understood. I knew where the soldiers were standing, having just checked a moment ago. I grabbed the wheel of the wagon and hauled myself out from under it. I moved more quickly than quietly, trusting the ambient noise to cover any slip on my part. Think, SY. How do the designers of these wagons think? What's the logic to how this was put together? There has to be a mechanism to open or close the doors for the plague at the front of the box, or something that activates them and makes them start billowing out and forward like this. An outside of wood with metal to catch and stop bullets, so they can function in a war zone and double as cover, and at the back, for the people using that cover, boxes of ammo, things to use to repair the wagon. I reached the back of the wagon, double-checking the coast was clear before climbing within. A team of academy students or doctors put a lot of thought into this, debated it into the ground, presented it to a professor, who tore the concept to shreds and then rebuilt it. This is how the process goes. The sides of the box were doubly reinforced and lined with boxes of ammo and 2 spare rifles. Not what I needed or wanted. In case of an emergency, some rookie gets in the path of the smoke or the wind blows the wrong way, they want to be able to reach the medical supplies quickly. I touched the floor of the wagon, and gauged the dimensions. It was thick. A very deep floor, between what I was standing on and the part the wheels were connected to. I ran my fingers over the surface, and found gaps I could fit my fingers in. I lifted it up. The boards of the wagon's floor doubled as the supplies for fixing anything that took a bullet. Lengths of metal and wood. Beneath those lengths of metal and wood were more kits, each branded with the Academy's symbol. I collected 3 of the kits, checked that the coast was clear, which wasn't too hard given how close the wagon was to the wall, and how the plague men were gradually moving themselves further up the street and then headed down to Jamie. On the last day I'd talked to old Jamie, he had demonstrated some knowledge of Academy tools and procedure. He'd known how to operate, with information gleaned from textbooks. Now, while he was suffering, I was hoping he knew how to treat himself. I opened up the kit, double-checked Jamie, and saw his eyes were closed behind the tinted lenses of the mask. I grabbed his mask and shook his head back and forth until the eyes opened. He saw the kit, and with hands tense, tapped one finger down. I lifted a syringe, pre-filled. I used it, squeezing out a portion, and Jamie extended a finger, pointing to a point on the side of the syringe. I squeezed out more. He touched his heart, and began fumbling with the coat. The pain he was suffering from was making it clumsier than it should have been. All those people the crawling darkness had touched, it seemed, had died in a horrible way. The Academy, it seemed, had wanted to tip the scales of morale in their favor. I pulled at the surgical tape he'd plastered over it to seal it and then undid the coat. I held the needle poised like a dagger over his heart. He nodded and closed his eyes. I stabbed him, then depressed the syringe. It was slow going, and I could see his discomfort. All of this trouble, to just make our way halfway up the street. The soldiers were thinner, and had we both been able-bodied, we could have made a break for it, waiting for them to move to a certain point or turn their attention one way or the other. With Jamie like this, though, parasites, poisons, and diseases didn't affect me like they did most. I'd badly underestimated how they would affect even a covered-up Jamie. I heard shouts. The plague men were moving, taking cover. One hurried to the very wagon we were on, using the front and sides in the same way another soldiers on another battlefield might use sandbags. His voice was muffled, very nearly drowned out. My earlier observations about shadows and tricks of the mind applied to the sounds here. I couldn't hear what he said, or even make out how he said it, but my brain told me that it was an exclamation of confusion and surprise. Now that I was here, crouched under the belly of the wagon, I wasn't entirely sure I had put all of the metal and wood panels away, nor had I stowed all of the emergency treatment kits. I might have, but I might not have. I hadn't been paying attention to it. I really needed the wyvern formula. I shifted position, poising myself beneath the wagon, knife in hand, staring at the soldier's one foot, as it came down to rest on the road behind the wagon. The other would come down, he would stoop down to look under the wagon, and I would cut. If that cut wasn't sharp and effective enough to silence him, or if he, an expert soldier, was quick enough to get out of the way or block my cut, there was nothing more I could do. I heard the clack as something settled into place in the wagon above me, and then, in a lunging movement, the foot went up and away. I could hear the plague man above us shoot his rifle. Like I had, just moments ago, the plague man had more pressing concerns. I turned my head and looked at Jamie, slumped over, trying to breathe, disconnected from everything around him as he tried to deal. It struck me that, but for the clothes he was covered in now, from head to toe, he had looked almost exactly the same the very first time I'd seen him. That same moment that I'd realized my best friend was gone. The realization made me want to jump out of my skin, it was so sharp and uncomfortable. We'd talked yesterday, we'd hashed out our issues, and we'd found a tentative peace, but with the realization, the memory, I felt resentment boil up and over. I knew the resentment was unfair, that he didn't deserve it. I knew he was a lamb, and he deserved, at the very least, the affection I had showed even Yvette, who I had never truly known or talked to. She had been an idea, and I had given her my time and attention. I had slept in her room and talked to her, because she was a lamb. Yet when it came to this Jamie, I couldn't bring myself to extend that. I hated that contradiction in myself, but I equally hated the fact that my brain was like a broken machine, constantly tripping up, failing to learn from its mistake as it drew on familiar impulses and memories, only for logic and reason to kick in and wake me up. It would be so much easier if you died, I thought. Then I could mourn him and be done with it. The thought was real, crystal clear in the same way as any rectangle or scene I might envision, and it was matched by an equal and opposite impulse, that wanted to do right and fairly by him. Because he wasn't a bad person, and he had been thrust into a bad situation. Because Jamie had left him to me as a legacy, and he'd been so kind about the things that mattered, even if he was as challenged by me as I was by him. My mind could run on multiple tracks at once, and it felt like my feelings were doing the same, divided, split, and periodically clashing in uncomfortable ways. Leave him behind, that part of me that I hated told me. You can accomplish more if you do. If he dies in the meantime, it isn't really your fault. The idea sickened me to the point I thought I might vomit in self-revulsion. The other side of me was so uncomfortable with this reminder in close proximity that it hurt to be around him. Both ideas made me want to flee, to take that first step that would set me to running, one foot in front of the other, every step making it harder and harder to change my mind and turn back. I shifted position, moving the kit I'd collected from the wagon into Jamie's reach, laying the syringe on top of it. I turned my back on him, and made my way out from under the wagon, checking if the coast was clear. It was. Twisting, I climbed up onto the back of the wagon. One rifle extended along the side. Gently, I lifted it free, the end and the blade of the bayonet passing beneath the elbow of the plague man a matter of feet in front of me. He knelt behind the wall in the reinforced box at the front of the modified wagon, shooting over the top. Wait, I told myself, aware that a glance from the plague man would alert him to the fact that there was someone right behind him. Wait. I was impatient, the discomfort hadn't gone away as I left Jamie behind. Wait, and take all of that anger and resentment, all of the bad feelings. He finished reloading and started shooting once more. I cocked my rifle, and I aimed it at the back of the plague man's head. And let it go. At least for now. I squeezed the trigger as he finished his burst of shots. Blood sprayed, and he slumped over, collapsing onto the floor of the wagon. That he was dead would be explainable, given he'd been in the midst of a gunfight. If they were clever enough to figure the bullet had come from behind. Well, the risk of that was lower than the risk that he'd comment about the theft of material and presence of nearby enemies, after this current distraction was done with. I exhaled slowly, turning to move to the back of the wagon. Then, with focus and effort, I made my way beneath the wagon once more. Jamie's eyes were open, as if the bullet I'd fired had woken him. He was still slumped over. I shifted the position of the rifle I held, and I gestured. You. Okay. Question. He winced as he leaned forward, shifting position. Fire. Pain. It burned. I nodded. The feelings I'd put into the bullet were only a drop in the bucket. But I could put on a civil face. Us. Run. I signaled. He nodded, moving again. While the plague men were focused on the fight, we slipped away, Jamie moving slower than before. Moving from street to street, we could see how the damage got worse. A city burned, besieged, and littered with bodies. I had no idea who was winning or losing, and the lights and torches that one side or the other held were no longer any indicator of things. The distinctions blurred as things burned. By the placement and nature of some of the fires, I had to wonder if any had been set by Mauer. Looking over my shoulder, I almost missed seeing a group that had no lights at all. Stitched. Jamie elbowed me in the same instant I saw them. I indicated a bit of cover, looked back over my shoulder to make sure we weren't being followed, and that there was enough distance between us and the plague men, and then fumbled in my pocket for a whistle. With the whistle in my mouth, I looked at Jamie, who still wore the mask. The mask helped, I had to admit. He showed me the signal. Short, short, short. I blew. Tweet. 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 We waited, wet snow falling around us, melting as it touched warmer ground, and rain falling, only to freeze or pool over already frozen puddles. The reply came back. Tweet. 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 Jamie nudged me. This was risky. I was holding my breath, and there was no plague smoke here, or anything of the sort. I stepped out of cover, and approached the Stitched. In that same moment, someone else emerged from a place behind the Stitched. Their handler. He looked at me, tensed, and then barked out the order, guns up. The Stitched raised their guns. I raised my hands, Jamie doing the same beside me. Friendly. I called out. We're experiments. He didn't give the order for Stitched to shoot. There are plague men further down this hill. I called out. I thought you should know. There's a lot going on, and we need to talk to your commanding officer. To deter them or to interfere with them as subtly as we can get away with, depending on how cooperative they are, I told myself. Further down that hill was a crew of crown soldiers and plague boxes, holding the line. They got ambushed by plague men. The disease-resistant soldiers. Now the plague men are using the boxes against the crown. Plague men? That's not what we call them, the handler said. The immortals, Jamie called out, voice muffled by his mask. The handler nodded, but he didn't give the order for the Stitch to lower their weapons. They'll have heard the whistles, I said, and they'll have found their buddy that I shot, and might figure out it wasn't a stray bullet from that last firefight. Can we move somewhere out of the rain and potential danger, at least? Something about what I'd said seemed to get through. He nodded. Guns down. Be ready. In unison, the Stitched lowered their rifles, holding them in front of them instead. Come on, he said. I'll reach out to my commander. Thank you, I said. Jamie and I moved past the rank and file of Stitched. I'll tell him you have, what, information to share. Yeah, I said. And we've got comrades somewhere in the midst of the fighting I'd really like to find. He said. Not much chance of that, but I'll mention it. I nodded. Beside me, Jamie pulled off his mask. He reached into a pocket for his glasses, and put them on. The Crown Army was drawing the perimeter inward as they cleared buildings and secured streets. They were a ways into Lug, now. The handler approached another soldier, indicated me, and then gave the order, go tell the Baron that there's a child experiment here who wants to talk to him. Counting sheep 9.3. I prayed for the forces of Lug to attack. A timely assault, a good bombing. Best if it hit the front lines, mostly Stitched, but it would be an excuse to run. The Baron. That meant the Duke was running the show on the Crown's side. It was the equivalent of me trying to deal with plague men instead of ordinary soldiers. Elite, better at what they did, and very, very dangerous. The Baron had less clout than the Duke did, but he had less reason to keep up appearances. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that he could take issue with someone and then slap them down. Could we just run? Bold for safety? I doubted it. It would buy our survival in the short term, but end it in the long term. I stayed where I was, waiting. Off to the side, Jamie was peeling off the bandages and mask. The camp was set where wagons with war beasts could maneuver, at the crossroads of two major roads at the north end of Lug. The long streets provided little to nothing to break the wind as it swept through, stirring up the meager, wet snowflakes. Actual human soldiers were few and far between, with the bulk of the army formed of Stitched, with a small fraction being the handlers for those same Stitched. Dead wood made up the wagons, snow and darkness covered and dimmed any color in the surroundings. The only lights were artificial ones, white, glaring, and flickering, aimed out toward the city. The gathered soldiers didn't talk and play cards, and were little different from the Stitched. It didn't give me the sense that morale was low, so much as it gave me the sense that there wasn't any emotion at all. The living soldiers and handlers were little different from the Stitched, especially with the hooded coats they wore. They weren't as vulnerable to the wet snow as the Stitched were, but they were just as unwilling to get wet, given the climate. A stark contrast to Mauer's camp, which was all life, fire, and energy. Jamie blew on his hands before rubbing them together, and gestured in the process, giving me a sidelong glance. Plan. Question. Wary, I gestured back. I didn't have a better answer. Nobles weren't to be messed with, there weren't many games I could play without risking my life and that of the lambs. Better to ground myself and be ready to play the more diplomatic games that came with any dealing with nobles. They were people. Very strange, unpredictable, powerful people, but people. The usual truisms held. He made his approach, and I had to steel myself. The Baron Richmond didn't look like a person at all. Too tall, his features alien, but not in a way I could pin down. His hair was too fine, Perhaps, moving like gossamer rather than hair, moving in a very ethereal way in the wind. He was dressed for battle, with a cape and pauldrons that wrapped around his upper body, concealing torso and arms, a helmet with gold tracing, and boots with the same. The end of a scabbard was visible below the end of the cape. He moved with a retinue, as if he wasn't imposing enough on his own. On either side of him were the twins. His bastard sisters. I had nothing against bastards, I was probably one myself, but for the nobles, those things mattered. The Baron Richmond was disenfranchised by virtue of his lower status. Too powerful to deal with the common people on any level, too low in status to wield any meaningful power. The bastard twins were below him in status. Were it not for their brother's continued hard work, they might have found an early grave to assassins or other subtleties. They were beautiful, I had to admit, wrapped in heavy coats, though theirs had albino wolf pelts around their otherwise bare shoulders, and were a stark, startling white. Pale skin, pale fur, and white cloth that surrounded them and with the bare shoulders, suggested they weren't even dressed beneath the overcoats. They reminded me of Helen, if I imagined a Helen with more bloodlust, and the inability or an unwillingness to suppress it. Their hands were all over their brother. Lambs, Richmond said. The alarm bells in my head were already ringing, but something about the look in Richmond's eyes and voice struck at those bells with force enough to dash them to pieces. The prey instinct, that part of my mind that unconsciously picked up on the little details, was screaming at me. Trouble. I wanted to hear gunshots behind me, an explosion, 4 bullets to start flying. It would be reason enough to take leave. Lord Baron, I said. I bowed, being very mindful of position and decorum. Not too far, not too exaggerated. I couldn't give him a reason. He wants to hurt the Duke, and the Duke doesn't dislike us. If he can destroy us here and come up with any excuse at all, he will. The prey instinct was probably picking up on signals from the Baron's retinue. The doctors that tended to the Baron and his sisters seemed to be bracing themselves, the sisters seemed too eager, their hands active as they each ran gloved fingers up and down the Baron's arms, watching us with unblinking eyes. The Baron spoke, straighten. What are you doing here? Errand for a friend of the Academy, I said. We were looking for someone in the city when Mauer showed. We tried to burn him alive, and he got away. We caught wind of what he was doing, but by the time we had enough to report on, things were underway. You failed to kill him, the Baron said. The word choice was weighty, fail and kill, not emphasizing but putting them out there, leaving them to float about like snowflakes, for later perhaps, or to seize on at a later moment. My lord, we tried to position against Mauer while he escaped the fire and made his initial moves, we lost our teammates, and made our way in this direction, because we couldn't reach him. We ran into some plague men, picked off what we could between the two of us, Jamie got hurt, and that hobbled us further. We came looking for you to report what we know about Mauer's weapons. The Baron held up a finger. I shut my mouth. 2 things, he said. You. How hurt? I'm recovering, my lord, Jamie said. I've been treated, I'm unsteady on my feet, but I'm ready to serve the crown if needed. The silence that lingered after Jamie's statement was an ominous one. The Baron still held his finger up. He moved his arm, and both sisters pulled their hands away. In an easy, practiced motion that suggested he had performed it several times a day since he was able, he drew his sword. A saber, the blade patterned like Damascus steel. He pointed it at me. Second of all, when I say something, Lamb, I don't expect to be ignored. Mauer's lived, I said, and you went on talking. My apologies, my lord, I said. I meant to expand on my answers, not to ignore you. You failed to kill Mauer. Because of that, he was able to gather people together under his banner, was it? He is the man in charge. Multiple yes or no questions, and I couldn't answer one without answering them all. I doubted the Baron Richmond would let me give a lengthy answer. Yes, my lord. He nodded, took one step to bridge the distance between us, and seized me by the hair. When he lifted, my feet left the ground. They don't value you very highly, Lamb, he hissed in my ear. Not you. I fought to avoid struggling, even as it felt like my scalp might rip off. A struggle could mean accidentally striking the man, which would earn me a less merciful death. Not that mercy was what I wanted either. Mercy was too close to peace, and ever since that run-in with Sub Rosa, I'd been terrified at the idea of a peaceful death. It was worse than even a painful, fit-racked death as the poison took my mind. I wanted to accomplish something as I died, but I didn't want the other lambs to suffer for it. If I struck the Baron, then Jamie would die too. Even if it wasn't my Jamie, I couldn't let that happen. I'd never felt more like a child, faced with authority, unable to act. I hated it, and that hate stirred all of the anger and frustration of earlier, of Jamie, of Gordon and Lillian being missing and the other lambs being so far away. I don't like the look in your eyes, the Baron said, his voice quiet. My AP. The sword pressed against my lips, and the blade stung me as it cut. I felt hot blood run down my chin. SHH, he said. My head throbbed like it was being hit with a hammer from within, with the combined pain in my scalp and the tension. He moved the sword away from my lips, and raised it to my eye. I could see down the length of it to the guard. I didn't see it move so much as my ability to see it was destroyed in a flash of pain, red, and darkness, and the tears that ran down my cheek were overlarge, too thick. Vitreous fluid. My pain tolerance wasn't helping as much as I might have liked. The whole of my focus was on keeping my eye focused straight ahead, at the handle of the weapon. The less I moved my eye, the less damage that would be done. Not that I was sure it mattered. A small sound left my lips, despite me. "SHH, I said," the Baron murmured, "a child unseeing and unheard, is it? You're having all of the fun," one of the twins said. It was all I could do not to look at her. "My prerogative as the older sibling," the Baron said. He turned his attention back to me. "How deep do I need to push this blade in, lamb, before you look at me with the respect that I am due? With your one remaining eye, I mean." "My lord," I said. My voice quavered, and I would have dearly liked to call it an act, but there was so much at stake, and it was already jeopardized by the loss of one eye. The quaver was real. He'd shaken me to my core. Pain and quick thinking went hand in hand where Wyvern was concerned. In the midst of this situation, hurting in a way that counted, I found the words I needed to give him. "My lord, I'm yours." He pulled the blade out of my eye, then dropped me. I landed in a heap, hands and legs on the wet ground, staring with my one eye at the toes of his boots. I could see the fluid slowly trickling free of the eye. Blood and other humors. I remained where I was, prostrate, arms and shoulders tense. "You're ours, I suppose," the Baron said, his voice calm. "I did promise my sisters some amusement." "Yes, my lord," I said, without looking up. My lips were wet with my own blood. I wanted to fight, I wanted to run, and I knew I couldn't do either. Damn him, I could run and never stop or return, if it wasn't for Jamie and the other lambs. "Here," he said. "Let's see." The tip of the sword, freshly wiped clean, appeared in front of me. It touched my chin, then changed angle, lifting my chin up and turning my face up toward him. "Shall I take your other eye?" he asked. "As you will, my lord," I said. "Don't. Please don't. Please." Maybe he saw the fear. He smiled. "I'll leave it be. But that comes with conditions." "Yes, my lord. If you dare to replace that eye, I will have you killed. Don't think you can sneak behind my back. I'll be sure to have others check on you, and servants passing through will pay their visits." "Yes, my lord," I said. "If anyone asks what happened to that eye, and I'll be sure to have my servants and friends ask, I want you to tell them that you lost it because you're an imbecile, understand? No jokes or sarcastic wit, no trickery, none of that nonsense that you lambs seem to busy yourself with, over killing men like Mauer. Make them believe in the utter stupidity that it took to try to gloss over your failure to perform your duties and then dare to look me in the eye afterward." "Yes, my lord," I said. The sword went to its sheath, and my eye went to his boot. I could hear the distant battle. Gunshots, explosions, and the horns in the harbor. "He's ours, you said," one of the twins asked. "Did you mean it?" the other asked. "I meant it," the Baron said. "Do what you will with him. I'm taking the other one back to my tent to question. Don't kill him, my orders about his eye have to stand for at least a few years more. Break him, or take him apart, so long as he can be unbroken and put back together. The doctors are good enough that anything short of plunging a knife into his heart will be fine, I imagine." "Lovely. What a shame that we have to share. I had my hopes up that we could have one each." In the haze of pain, my head still throbbing, I drew a vague series of connections between the thought of the heart, what the twins were saying, the blood that still dripped and trickled from my eye, and the sound of battle. "My lord," I said. "A brave lad, you are," the Baron answered, so quick to utter the words that it was as if he was pouncing on me. "Don't tell me you dare to ask for mercy. We know where the other lambs might be, my lord. Or the general area. We can signal them. But we need soldiers to get that far in. I'd say they might have other information, but I'm not sure. It would, at least." I hesitated. I've been a member of the courts long enough to know when someone is trying to manipulate me. "My lord, it would mean that your noble sisters, miladies, would not have to share. Let's pretend you're not spinning a web of deceit in front of me. What do you want for this?" "Again, little lamb, I stress that we're pretending you're not being Kenny." He was speaking through grit teeth, not because of any emotion, but more as if he was holding himself back. I could imagine him plunging that sword into my back, just for the satisfaction of the act. And all of the stitched soldiers in the area would watch it happen with dead eyes, and the soldiers would look away and tell themselves that I'd done something to deserve it, because that made life easier to live. The Crown and the Academy made monsters like this, and it made rules and hid things that kept these monsters from seeing true justice. "Mercy, my lord. Less, in any event, if you would be so kind. I lost my best friend a year ago, and I just lost my eye. I'm not a fighter, I'm a manipulator who seems to be surrounded more and more by people he can't manipulate, and I manage, I do good work when I'm able, but the drugs I take, I pay for them in agony. I'm so tired of hurting, my lord, please." He didn't answer. "Brother," the twins spoke in unison. "I know what you are going to say. He's play acting, at least in part. I hope you realize that, you too." "I realize," one of the twins said. The other added, "But he's clever enough to make a good offer all the same." Something in the distance screeched. "I think attempting to manipulate a noble warrants the worst sort of punishment," the Baron said. "The Duke of Francis thinks this child's manipulative play is entertaining, and it reminds him of home, but when I'm reminded of home I want to spit." "Do you know what else warrants punishment, dear brother?" one twin asked. "Underestimating a noble. If he thinks he can try something against us, exhausted, soaked through, bleeding and missing an eye, then why don't we oblige him? If he's asking, he doesn't even know what the two of us are." That last sentence sounded so amused that it alarmed me. Despite myself, I looked up, shooting a look at the twins. It was, perhaps, that glance that won the Baron over. He smiled. You two, a regiment of soldiers, and the boy in cuffs. If you two die despite that, I get your estates and holdings, he said. They were yours to begin with, brother. He made a sound, dismissive. I'll keep this one. You take that one, let him try what he will, then round up the other lambs if you can. The twins smiled. I can't find the place on my own, my lord, I said. I looked at Jamie. I need him. The group turned their eyes to Jamie. You're the one with memory, the Baron said. Yes, my lord. I know the area and the layout. I remember where we last saw them and know the locations they might be in. Then he stays, and you go, the Baron said. That caught me off guard. With the pain and distraction, I wasn't thinking straight, and I'd let myself fall into an obvious trap. Baron Richmond wasn't a great contender in the political arena, but he didn't miss anything. I didn't have a ready answer, and I couldn't have voiced it anyway, without it being more manipulation and weaker footing for me and for us. I looked at Jamie. Hesitating too long could. When he said we know where they are, my lord, he was telling the truth, Jamie said. I know the landscape, but he knows the other lambs better than I do. He knows where they'll be, inside that area, how they'll hide, how to signal them. It was a perfect answer, better than any that came readily to my mind, prompt and undeniable. The Baron smiled. As you wish. Both of you in shackles, then. You'll accompany my sisters. If something happens to them, then I'll consider it your responsibility. If one falls to a bullet, then every single orphan in that orphanage you call home, what is it called? Lambsbridge, my lord, Jamie said, without inflection. The Baron dropped to a crouch, still looming over me. He put out a hand, and the hand covered one side of my face. The thumb settled in the ruin of my eyeball. I'll feed those orphans bullets. Try poison, I'll answer with poison, violence with violence, a scratch with a slit throat. If you give me cause to worry for my sister's well-being, then the sweet little doctor in training who you want to rescue will have to sit in a chair and watch her parents die, understand? This game you're playing with me? It's a high-stakes one. Everything and everyone you care about is now on the table. Yes, my lord, I said. How had he known about Lillian? A lot of little things didn't add up in what he knew. Select details, he seemed to have picked up on, like Jamie's memory, and that we had a young lady doctor here, yet he had passed up chances to lord his knowledge of details about me or Jamie. Because we were his eyes into seeing the group. The letter we'd written to Mary. Jamie had asked for my input, what to say, he had done the writing. Everything took on a different tone, in light of that. We were doomed in an entirely different way, if he had that one damning source of information. I'd said so little and yet he had to know we knew about the situation with Mauer. I'd let myself be caught in a lie from the start. I think you do understand, he said, taking my sudden understanding of the current situation to be a very different sort of enlightenment. Give him the care he needs to keep from blacking out, but don't give him new blood. If he's lightheaded and stupid because of the blood he lost, it's his own fault. His doctors descended on me. Gauze, bandage, scalpel, all in the vicinity of my face. They didn't even seem to care that I was alive, as they took turns taking away my eye, sealing it shut with something, and then putting bandage over top. A leather strap crossed my head at a diagonal, holding the pad of bandage in place. It took perhaps 2 minutes. Then, in a moment, they were stepping away, picking up the bits, pieces, and tools, and retreating back into a position behind the Baron. I picked myself up off the ground. I was lightheaded, but not so much so that I couldn't function. The twins had closed the distance, and stood a matter of feet away. One reached out to touch my face, around the bandage. Lead the way, she said. Before I do, my lady, I said, my lord. You should know that the Reverend Mauer has 4 primordial beasts. He has more scattered around lug that are less viable. We disposed of 2 of the worst ones. The 4. I know how things stand, the Baron interrupted me. This is not news to us. I closed my mouth. All you've told me is that you failed to kill 2 out of 3 of the damn things. That kind of behavior makes it much harder to extend you any mercy or leniency at all. Yes, my lord, I said. Then, as gracefully as I could, to make it clear I wasn't snubbing him, I bowed, segued to turn my attention to the twins, and obeyed their instruction. Leading the way. We were stopped at the perimeter, shackles affixed, my hands chained behind me with restraints that a Bruno couldn't crack. A small squadron of soldiers, without any orders that I could hear, fell into step behind our group. The twins were on either side of Jamie and I. Into the city, wading into war. The twins weren't even dressed for a fight, and they didn't seem worried in the slightest. The one to my left caught me by surprise, approaching in the blind spot left by my eye patch, reaching out, and touching my head. Her fingers seemed to find every point my scalp hurt most, where I'd been lifted by my hair. Beside me, Jamie looked my way. The twin to his right was touching him in a similar manner. Very tactile creatures, they were. Ones I had absolutely no read on at all. All I knew about them was that they were low-ranked nobles of the lowest caliber, known for their inclination for sadism, preying on the people in the fringe villages and towns where the crown held less sway, giving the crown control over those places using fear. Swear yourselves to the crown and offer yourself up to the crown's full control, and those nobles will never prey on you again, the unspoken promise seemed to be. Bend the knee, stare at my boot with your one remaining eye, and perhaps we'll leave you in one piece. Perhaps. Jamie's eyes flicked to one side. I followed his gaze, and looked behind him to his hand. Calm, was the gesture. Also the gesture for tranquility, for tranquilizers, for enemies who were vulnerable because their focus was weak. None of those last points applied to me. I was as focused as I'd ever been. It was only in my attempt to calm myself down that I realized I was clenching my fists. Stupid, an obvious tell. I didn't calm down, even breathing deep and turning my thoughts to the task. The anger shifted to a cold anger instead of a hot rage. I had no idea what my two enemies here were, exactly, but they alluded to being something I wouldn't expect. All the same, I knew what I had to do. I was going to go back to Radham with all of the lambs I could salvage. That was priority number 1. In Radham, I was going to get a new eye. That was the second priority. To make that happen, I would have to kill or destroy the Baron Richmond, the twins, and any witnesses. Counting sheep 9.4. My eye didn't hurt as much as I might have anticipated, but the area around it was swollen, and the swelling felt as though it was pressing inward. The mental image of the eyeball in ruins and the eyelids caving in on the resulting depression stuck with me, reinforced with every throb. The throbbing of my head and my eye were out of sync with one another, a quarter second removed. I'd been introduced to the pain scale as one of my very first memories. Agony and I were very long-time acquaintances, and I knew it well enough to be able to think of a dozen memories for any point along that scale, in a variety of flavors. I knew what a 10 felt like. The eye pain was a 3. The alien caving in sensation, the profound discomfort, and the ill-timed throbbing were a good solid 8 on the whole messing with size head scale. We were flanked by the twins and a squad of soldiers. The soldiers I could deal with, if the cards fell down right. The noble twins, however, I wasn't sure how to handle that. I'd drawn them this far using sadism. Now, to look at them, or to look at one of them, since it was too obvious when I looked to the one to my left, I could see an energy in her stride. Her eyes were alert, and she swished more than she had earlier, in her brother's company. The way she moved played with the flow of her coat, and with what must have been a massive weight in fabric, that simple playfulness utilized more strength than Jamie and I had between us, too. The placement of her feet wasn't automatic, but chosen. I'd seen that swish in Mary, and I'd seen the predatory alertness in Helen. Another person in my situation could have taken the same clues and suggestions and ended up with one of a dozen different conclusions, even someone else with more years of studying people under their belt than I'd spent on the Crown's green earth. The less talented ones would have read the added movement as annoyance, dissatisfaction, irritation, ill temper, or drugs. The twins were hard to read, and their expression didn't suggest anything positive or negative, but bias and a few misleading elements like the periodic use of nails as the one caressed my scalp and the tension in her hand could have thrown someone off. The more talented ones would have read it as excitement, childlike enthusiasm, playfulness, or simple restlessness. There were only 3 people I'd ever met who I suspected understood people well enough to guess at something like arousal or hunger. If I hadn't had the benefit of knowing Helen or Mary, I might have been one of them. But I did have the benefit. Putting the two together, that mix of confidence and an aching desire to stretch their muscles and act, with that bizarre mix of hunger and arousal. It wasn't an emotion most humans had any experience with. Bloodlust. It only existed when killing and hurting were an intrinsic part of one's makeup, and the need to exercise it became a need as fundamental as eating and breathing. The rush, the intensity, it left one wanting to feel the sensation again. I'd experienced it, but it was always tempered with a sentiment like, but it's such a pain in the ass to do, killing people. I wasn't good at it, I had to contrive to make it happen, and then there was the issue of finding people who needed to be killed. Once that bar was met, I had to make sure I was allowed to kill them, which was how Rick back at Lambsbridge met the bar and subsequently didn't. By the time things got that far and I found a good position, someone else in the Lambs usually beat me to it. I'd learned the sensation, I could understand how people like to kill, and that was a very useful thing when tracking down killers and monsters, and when plotting how to kill 2 nobles and their entourage while wearing shackles. Knowing what my enemy wanted was one of 2 assets I had at my disposal here. Jamie was the other, and I couldn't communicate with him like this. The twins were too sharp, and it wouldn't take much at all for them to turn that bloodlust toward me. My eye throbbed, and I thought for a moment I could see with it, until I remembered that it was so bandaged and covered up that no light would penetrate to reach my eye, and it wasn't all that bright out despite that. The phantom images of spots of light and literal sparks of pain flashing across the darkness made me think of the Baron, and I could see him standing before me, the sword penetrating my skull only through the eye socket, but even so. I forced myself to unclench my hands, and with communication with Jamie being so limited, not wanting to move my hands so much that the Richmond twins might notice, I could only keep it in one sign. Aggression. It was a sign in the abstract, and while we'd used it for regular activity and for combat and other encounters at the outset, as we'd developed more accurate gestures we'd relegated it mostly for conversation, to encourage someone to take a more in-their-face approach to arguing with someone, to lean on them more, to attack if an opportunity was seen. To sign charge would have been misleading, as would attack or hurt. By avoiding eye contact, leaving the gesture, I was leaving it up to Jamie to read. He had only one task at present, one avenue to act and one reason to speak. Turn right. Main road, my ladies, he said. He pointed us in the direction of the plague men. In the corner of my eye, I saw the twin to my right smile. I could only assume the other one was wearing a matching expression. The reaction was alarming. I wanted them to open their mouths to talk to me, to taunt, and to shed some light on what was happening. It was as if they were well and truly aware of what we were doing. Marching straight for the nearest fight. My heart pounded. I was used to feeling in control. I could count the people who made me feel a lack of that control on one hand. If I cheated a little, the Duke was one, at the periphery of this situation. The twins were another one, a matter of feet away. The Baron, if I was counting by the fingers of one hand, got the middle finger, of course. Jamie, one of the last two, was my fellow prisoner in this situation. The hand on my head moved around down the back of my head to the back of my neck. The fingers seized me. Feeling imbalanced was making it a lot easier to feel afraid, and that wasn't a thing I liked to do. I tried to be analytical, to distract myself. She could have guided me with a single finger, pressing on the back of my head, and demonstrated her power and control over me that way. Someone hungry for relevance would do something like that. Instead, she showed me the immense strength in her hands. Another detail to hold onto, in case it became useful later. We went to one side of the street, half of the soldiers accompanying us. Jamie and the other twin went to the other. My heart rate picked up as we separated. My captor gestured something I couldn't see, and the soldiers took cover, hiding. We were a few streets up from where the wagons had been. The twin that held me had her back to a wall between two houses, and held me close to that same wall. The soldiers were packed into the dark, narrow space. SHH, the twin told me. There was no need for the instruction. Her hand on the back of my throat, she adjusted her grip, and the tips of her long fingers pressed down on my windpipe, blocking off my flow of air. All I could do was endure, let the anger burn in my head, and seek opportunity. Enemies are close, I thought. You're brimming with bloodlust, you want to fight, and you can't do that with us in tow. Not easily. You separated us to make it harder for us to collaborate and break free while you're stepping away to pick a fight. I just had to decide how I could break free while she was gone and if I could get Jamie free. If not this time, then another. If there were clues I could use. Her grip on my neck shifted. Two fingers pulled away from my throat, touched my ear, and traced through my hair on their way to the other side of my throat. Her index and middle fingers, logic told me, moving over to the side of my throat with her thumb. Her ring finger and little finger remained at my throat, still exerting a surprising amount of force. Something was wrong. Two fingers on either side of my throat? The index finger traced my jugular, slow. My coat, she said. Yes, my lady, the man dutifully responded. She let go of my neck. This was my opportunity to run. I knew that. She knew that. It felt like bait, and I didn't bite. The captain of the unit that accompanied us reached back, and caught the bulk of her coat as she slowly shrugged it free, letting it fall. I turned my head to look, and saw her looking down at me from her relatively towering height. All ivory skin. To call it pale would have been a misnomer. She was statuesque, and she was utterly naked beneath her coat. And, like the weaving cut of a jigsaw puzzle or a snake entwining her body, I could see a thread of gold. It moved as she did, more a liquid vein than something more serious, tracing a corkscrew path down each arm, around her back, down one shoulder, and reaching down to short-trimmed pubic hair, before breaking apart to spiral down each leg. As she moved, the line, narrow as it was, broke in two. The two halves of her body separated. Her breast seemed to leap out and down, before wrenching itself to one side, the skull within stretched against skin as it pulled to one side, opening its jaw wide. Half of a head of wet golden hair draped out and down to cover the nipple. The front of the breast was the back of the creature's head, and that breast, however soft it might have looked, was probably hard to the touch. Weighing no more than 80 pounds, the creature pulled away from the twin, leaving her incomplete, nearly half of her body carved away with her none the worse for wear. Half of the flesh of her legs and feet, half of the flesh of her arms, and much of her chest cavity didn't exist. It had simply been a spot for this thing to nestle into, a fit with but one seam. The thread of gold to beautify a singular scar for a monstrous alteration to her body. She arched her back, as if in ecstasy, and the thing reached into the void at one side of her body, grabbing hold of her spine, and withdrew two spikes of metal that ran parallel to it. Like the claws of a praying mantis, the spikes were pointed at one end, sharp-edged, and had knobs of bone at the fatter end. The creature that had pulled away pressed the ends of its upper limbs into the knobs until something clicked in a very solid way. 3 fingers were now at the elbow of a long limb, the spike extending the rest of the way. It moved on all fours, spikes against the ground. It was twisted, gnarled, hunched over at the shoulders, a skeletal gargoyle charcoal in color with strips of ivory flesh winding around it, giving it form and the ability to move, crowned by long golden hair that seemed out of place on the figure, draping one side of its face and running down its back. Were you listening, sister? The twin asked, her voice a mere breath. Did you hear them? The thing rasped out a breath, gurgling. The twin bent down and kissed it on the forehead. That's right. 7. Don't go and leave the 7th alive because you want to be fair. Kill him together. The gargoyle climbed the wall so fast it might as well have flown. Up the space between buildings, touching both walls with overlong arms, onto the roof, and gone. Not 1 second later, I heard the heavy blast of an exorcist rifle, then another. My coat, please, she said, absolutely unconcerned. Why yes, my lady. She'd been slender for a person of her stature, statuesque, and it had made me wonder to see the weight of her coat, the way it moved, and her strength in how she moved even as she wore it. Armor panels within the fabric, I suspected. Plates of steel or iron to catch bullets, perhaps, if not simply for effect. Seeing her now, with perhaps 1/3 or 2/5 of her mass now scampering over rooftops, I was left to watch as she took the weight of the coat, barely sagging under the burden. She reached out to touch my face with an ivory ring and pinky finger, and the two added fingers and a thumb of charcoal-colored bone that had unfolded to extend from the gap. The twins. The name took on a new meaning. Quadruplets, milady? I asked. No, lamb, she said. Our precious younger sisters, she said. She used that still iron grip to usher me out into the street where the approaching plague men were. The 7 men were dead. 2 of the skeletal gargoyle twins were perched amid the carnage, each a mirror to the other, licking blood off of the spikes with long tongues. The younger sisters would have been bastards too. I could imagine how the story went. Their barren father, exasperated, might have decided they should be hidden, that the bitter and biting tongues of nobles talking to nobles couldn't have more fodder. With the other set of twins just 3 years older, ready for their first set of operations. By the time people found out that there were 2 more, the twins would have had a chance to demonstrate their effectiveness. I kicked myself for not considering heavier experimentation a possibility. The Baron Richmond wasn't as impressive as the Duke, because he hadn't had the same clout, power, and money that was needed to get the very best doctors for the very best surgeries and experiments. Richmond had gone the mundane route, and mundane remained very, very impressive, paling only in comparison to the likes of the Duke. The twins had been taken down the experimental route, more monstrous than a self-respecting noble would allow, riskier and more questionable. But still the very best sort of work that was out there. The sort of work I suspected Ibot wanted to do. Fear, respect, and anger mixed in equal quantity as we reunited with the other group, all the while approaching the carnage the golden-haired gargoyle twins had wrought. I could see the holes the spikes had punched in neck, chest, and stomach, and the places where slashing cuts hadn't just torn throats out but had destroyed them. Explosive strength in a small package. One opened its mouth wide, and with only a dark membrane of flesh, there wasn't much to keep that skull face from opening all the way, sharp teeth bared. The tongue stuck out and waggled at me, 2 feet long. The other only huffed for breath, the thin covering of grey-black skin at the 2 nostrils on the noseless face flaring open and closed repeatedly. Neither had been hit by the shots from the advanced rifles. Don't think about the fact that you have 2 more nobles you effectively have to kill, I told myself. Look for the clues. The eyes, if there were any, were small and dark, in eye sockets filled with shadow. No expressions beyond mouth opening and mouth closing, a unique language of gurgles and hisses. Not social creatures. They were killing machines. Fast, strong, with explosive strength. The nobles wanted to show their strength off. She'd held my neck. They had mounted this attack when it wasn't absolutely necessary. Jamie was tense, hunched over a bit, his neck held firmly by the twin that had him, like mine was by the one that had me. I was shorter, so I wasn't forced down, but Jamie had an inch or 2 on me, and because the Richmond twins kept their arms in the same place and at the same angle, Jamie was forced lower. Symmetry, always symmetry. Except for the younger twins. One opening its mouth, waggling its tongue, the other breathing. Keep the anger cold and efficient, I told myself. Being unfocused now could be disastrous. I was already slipping, things falling to pieces around the edges. I could retain memories I focused on and build up a repertoire of facts and observations, and those facts and observations could be the only way to escape, if we were even that lucky. But if I slipped, then I'd lose track, and I'd miss a detail, and I'd find myself kicking myself for it over and over while Jamie and I were fed to the younger twins. In an instant, both sets of twins turned their heads to look in the same direction. 2 sets of eyes and 2 sets of skeletal eye sockets remained pointed in the same direction. A moment later, the younger twins were dashing through the darkness, never in a straight line. We continued our brisk walk, the twin letting go of my neck to keep one hand on my head instead. 3 civilians, dead before we even reached them, still dripping blood painting the road and the faces of buildings on either side of them. The same savage, efficient killing we'd seen with the plague men. On par with dog and catcher, or the hangman, in terms of quality, if not stronger. But there had to be drawbacks. A reason the Richmond twins didn't have the younger twins out at every opportunity. If the Academy could make experiments that dangerous, there had to be a reason there weren't a handful on every battlefield. That kind of explosive strength, perhaps a lack of stamina. Not enough to warrant them being this uncommon. They probably needed a stern hand, too. Or a particularly loving one. Being raised with a sister, it was effectively full-time care with a trainer. One they were dependent on? Were the elder twins a food source? An absolute necessity? We found another pile of bodies that the younger twins had assaulted. More civilians of lug, though these ones had guns. Militants, enemy soldiers that might have fired on us. They hadn't even had a chance to pull a trigger before the 6 of them were cut down. The twin to my right raised a hand, finger extended, then pointed to her sister. Are we close, lambs? The elder sister asked. She pointed to her sister. I'm feeling impatient, the one to my right said. We could amuse ourselves with this one. Break the fingers on one hand, perhaps. We're close, miladies, Jamie said. He turned his head my way. I saw that, the one to my left said. Please do a better job of lying to us in the future. I'd so hate to have to kill you for your bald-faced dishonesty before anything interesting has unfolded. We are close, my lady, Jamie said. They were around here. He was telling the truth. I'll keep an eye out, miladies, I said. And he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were fixed on a point in the distance. I didn't dare look in the same direction, for fear of tipping them off. I waited, continuing to walk. The Duke was my barometer, the yardstick by which I measured and made guesses about the noble's behavior. Holding the Richmond twins against him as a comparison, something rang is off about their impatience, wanting to find the twins sooner than later. Impatience suggested I was right. That the younger twins couldn't be out and about for too long before they needed sustenance, rest, and the security of nestling into their elder sisters. There was a window of opportunity here. Within a few minutes, maybe 5, but no more than 15, the killing spree would end, and so would the elder twins' patience. But with the younger twins called back and put away to rest, all we had to do was figure out a way to deal with the elder twins, their soldiers, and the 2 monsters, while shackled, within that span of time. Enough time had passed. I looked to my left, under the guise of searching the environment. I nearly missed him on the first view. There, under the eaves, lying on his side as though dead, was the body of a dog, partially dusted in snow. Hubris. Dead? He wasn't moving an inch, lying there. His eyes were open, staring, and unblinking. I looked, and I didn't see signs of violence, but not all gunfights would have them. I couldn't see any other hiding places for Lillian and Gordon. Not long ago, I'd been ruminating on how I had to trust the other lambs. I extended that trust, moving my hand in gestures. It was easier because I wasn't signaling Jamie. Wait. Signal. You. Hide. Help. And then I couldn't see him anymore, and he certainly couldn't see me anymore. I hoped his eyes hadn't clouded over an hour ago. We were close, if hubris was there, I told myself. We were close, and there was only so much time to plan. The problem was, it wasn't a plan where I decided the first move. It was reactive, and so much about it was sensitive. I tried to remain aware of where the guns were, which soldiers had guns out and ready, and what things in the environment might provide cover or help us get away. Puddles, ice, trash, crates, lanterns sitting around here and there, abandoned by their owners. Not having peripheral vision was another thing that was ticking the fucking with size head scale up in fractions and increments. The appearance of the younger twins startled me, both landing a matter of feet ahead of us with clack sounds of spike against road top. It was one thing to tell myself to have a plan ready at any moment, but after maintaining a juggling act of keeping my mind focused on immediate cues and useful terrain while simultaneously keeping track of what was coming up and looking for more things to use, I pulled a little too hard on the reins and brought the thought track to a stumbling halt. I needed more wyvern. I needed to get us out of here. This was the window. Dear sister, did you have fun? One twin asked. So pretty, look at you. You've made yourself up, the other spoke. The only makeup I could see was the congealing blood that covered the younger counterpart. Come, the elder twin said, letting go of my head, leaving me for a soldier to grab. Inside me. She spread her arms wide, coat parting, and the younger sister stepped through the gate of fur and heavy cloth, still slick with blood, merging into a single body, other people's blood squeezing out of the golden seam to run down bare skin. Think, SY. A lantern, 2 escape routes. The men with guns looked to be holding the sort that fired 6 shots each. Too many of them were young. Less experienced. Think, and don't make the mistake you always make. Don't overthink, don't put the brakes on as you think of a different plan or track. Any hesitation, and we die. The moment mattered. I watched the transition, waiting, seeing how far along they were, waiting. The man behind me shifted his weight, turning his head. The moment wasn't right, but the fact that this was an opportunity made up for that. Sir, I said, turning around. In that same moment, he grabbed me by the shoulder. The twins both looked at me, heads snapping around. Alert, aware that I was trying something. With that simple fact, the plan had failed. The lantern I wanted was behind me but out of reach of the hands that were shackled there. I couldn't pull away, grab it and make a move all at once, not without him reacting. I didn't have an answer. I gestured. Help. They're communicating, the twins spoke, their voices out of sync. They could barely move while they took in their sisters. They're using their hands. Break their fingers. Yes, miladies, the voices sounded in unison. The ruse was up. I whistled, as loud as I was able. With nothing to lose, Jamie stuck a leg out, kicking the lantern toward me. I gripped the handle at the top, and then dropped, ducking out of the grip the man had on my shoulder. Twisting, I swung the lantern out and as far up as I could manage. The weight of the shackles threatened to dam me, keeping the lantern too low. Glass caught the rifle at the man's side. Glass shattered, and fire made contact with oil. He and his weapon caught fire. I let go of the handle so the remains of the lantern could dance in Jamie's direction. The young soldiers had been grabbing for his wrists to follow the twins' orders. As the burning oil scattered toward their boots, they took a step back, he took a step in the opposite direction, and tore free. The oil was spent by the time the top end of the lantern came to a rolling halt at the edge of the twins' coat. 2 soldiers in the retinue turned their attention to the coat, making sure there wasn't damage and there were no flames. Priorities, when a noble was involved. One twin spoke, the coat doesn't matter. The other spoke, grab the lambs. They were already separating again from their uglier halves, reversing the process. In a minute, we would have the lightning-fast younger twins on our heels. Soldiers moved to cut us off, weapons in hand. They didn't shoot with the nobles behind us, but they did jab the points of bayonets at us, attempting to slow us down so the group could collapse in on us. I'd hoped for more chaos, for the coat to catch the spray of flame and burn. There hadn't been enough oil in the lamp. I'd hoped for a gap in the lines, or a weakness I could exploit. The soldiers had backed up, guns in hand, and were blocking the way. Now I faced having to choose to sacrifice myself to let Jamie go. Except that wasn't allowed. Only if we saved 2 lambs, the rule was. My memory was bad, but I'd stuck to that one. Run, 5 paces to find an opening, before you're running headlong into a bayonet blade. 2 paces. A shadow moved behind the men. A small object rolled between the soldier's legs. He and his comrades backed away once they saw what it was. A grenade. Not an explosive grenade, but still a grenade. One with a pin still in it. At a headlong run, I let myself fall to the ground, rolling over the thing. I didn't manage to grab it with my shackled hands, but I did catch it in between my crossed forearms. Rolling to my feet, I didn't entirely have my balance, and staggered a little to one side as I heaved myself to a standing position. While I'd been on the ground, they'd been aiming at me. The accidental stumble saved my life. Gunshots sounded. I started to think of options, and then remembered. Hesitation could kill. I pulled the pin, and I dropped the grenade so it would fall behind me. That done, I charged forward, using the gap that had opened when the grenade had come rolling down the road. I had to trust Jamie to do the same. I couldn't hold his hand, I couldn't pull him along. I had to extend that lamb's trust that he would be as competent as he needed to. It was the only way this could work, if it could work at all. The grenade detonated. Smoke billowed out. The vision obscuring effect wasn't limited to the smoke itself as it billowed forth, it covered light. The side street was thrust into darkness. I expected to get slashed or stabbed as I charged straight for the soldier who'd stood straight in my way. Instead, I nearly tripped over him. Hubris had him, silent, gripping the man by the throat. I whistled, once, short, and Hubris fell into stride beside me, a blur. Jamie was only a few steps behind. It wasn't over. The danger had only started. I'd estimated 1 minute for the younger sisters to make their appearance. 15 or 20 seconds had already passed. We didn't have long. Hubris pulled ahead. Leading the way. The asymmetry mattered. The tongue sticking out, the nostrils flaring. The symmetry as the group had turned their head, all 4 twins at once. Their senses were altered. They'd been aware of every threat well ahead of time. Taste, smell, with enhanced hearing across the board. We needed a river to wash away the telltale smells. Lug didn't have one. It had gutters. I snapped my fingers to get attention, then gestured. Stop. Jamie and I stopped. Hubris didn't. He turned, and for a second I thought he would bark. I took a moment to bring my arms down, working foot over and scraping shin against the chain of the shackle, until I straddled it. I brought my other leg over. Hubris approached me, tugging on my pants leg. I indicated the gutter. He tugged again. Trust the lambs? He'd given us the smoke grenade. I hoped he could give us something else. I grimaced, and ran, following him again. The younger sisters were already free, they had to be. They would be chasing us. Tired, but with enhanced noses. We made it only a few more houses down that street before Hubris stopped. Immediately, I brought my hands to my face, reaching under bandage and belt. The amount of fluid was daunting and almost unbelievable. I smeared Hubris' side. He watched, his expression placid, huffing a little from the run. Run. I gestured. He ran, carrying the strongest scent we had with him. Jamie and I, meanwhile, headed to the gutter. Fires were burning down the street, and the fire melted the thin ice into water. That water flowed through the gutter at the street's edge, the channel narrow enough that even I had to draw my shoulders together to fit inside the gap. We crawled within, with me convinced the twins would happen upon us at any moment. Water ran over us, beneath us, and soaked us through. I could barely breathe. This was what the twins wanted, I knew. The hunt. The challenge. I would have to answer it. I just had to stay underwater, freezing. It was timeless, the chill, the pull as all warmth and strength inside of me sapped out and disappeared. I felt like I might black out. Maybe I had to black out, to stay under long enough, and if Jamie had more strength, he could haul me out, find the nearest fire. A hand seized me. I rose up out of the water. The cold had sapped the strength from me. It was Jamie, with Lillian beside him. Her hand went out, touching bandage. So warm. Her face so sad, so miserable. From the look on her face, I knew. Go, quick, I gestured with numb hands for the house that Hubris had had us stop at. I could read the hesitation of Lillian's movement. I stumbled into her, pressing my head against her shoulder. With my shackles, I couldn't hug her. She hugged me. As a trio, we made our way inside. The fire was on low, more for comfort than for warmth. Lying on the floor was Gordon. He turned his head to look at me, and I heaved out a heavy, sad sigh. He'd been made comfortable. The bag was open. All the signs were there that she'd dug through it several times over to find things she knew weren't inside it. Or to keep busy during long minutes and hours. We took our seats by the fire, around Gordon. It was clear by context. When we left, he wouldn't be leaving with us. Counting sheep 9.5. Something close to 20 minutes passed, with only a few gestured words passing between us. I hugged Lillian. My shirt was off, a blanket draped over my shoulders. She was sitting with her knees to her chest, and I sat behind her, my legs encircling her butt, chest against her back, cheek against her shoulder, arms around her. For a few minutes now, she'd been holding one of my hands, intense, like she was afraid she was going to fall off a ledge or something. Her other hand clutched at the blanket, inadvertently or intentionally pulling me closer. I think we're probably okay to talk, Jamie ventured. I've been thinking that for about 5 minutes now, I said. But I don't know what to say. Looks like you're dying, Gordon. Sorry, Bud. Lillian drove an elbow back in my direction. You look pretty bad too, Bud. Gordon said. There was no strength in his words. He managed a smile. I have to say, Jamie said, it feels like SY has some unconscious compulsion that drives him to get as cold and wet as humanly possible. The Richmond twins were out of sync only once, and that's when the little one was sniffing at the air, the other one sticking its tongue out, I said. Why not act in sync? I figured it would be letting their guard down, to stretch their tongues at the same time. Why? Senses. My point is, the natural conclusion for you is, obviously, get cold and wet. Mislead with the scent trail. Cause size wet behind the ears, Gordon said, sounding slightly out of it. Hey? I asked. My heart leaped a little, seeing him maybe acting delirious. Wet behind the ears wasn't anything that explained me. I had experience. I'd been doing this for too long. Water, SY. Liquid brain? He's like water, you know? Fluid, adaptable, but doesn't hold. Conforms to the surroundings, or the container he's in. Lillian jerked like she'd been stung, squeezing my hand. It took me a second to realize it was a sudden sob, soundless. I squeezed her hand back, and hugged her harder around the ribs for extra measure. Affinity for water, hey? I asked. That's damn poetic. Sure, Gordon said. He gave me a wan smile. What's Jamie? Stone. Eternal, lasting, reliable. Words etched into tablets. Stone isn't eternal, Jamie said. He was sitting a little further away, and his voice sounded eerie. Stone cracks. It wears down. Yeah, Gordon said. I started thinking about this stuff a long while back, idle thought. It's not important or anything. And Mary? I asked. Steel, Gordon said. Don't think I need to explain that one. That's cheating, I said, hugging Lillian harder. I thought you were doing the classical elements. Earth, air, fire, water. She was a late arrival. I think they incorporate metal into the traditional elements, out east. Yeah, Jamie said. Helen, then? I asked. Ah, he said. He lifted his hands up, taking care to do it, and pretended to strangle himself. Air, I said. Kind of a stretch, he said, letting his hands fall down and out to the side. Lillian broke away from my hug a bit to lean forward, and move Gordon's hands to his side, before moving a blanket over them, so they were covered and warm. She settled back into my grip. And fire, I said. I really thought I'd do more before this particular fire burned out, he said. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling. You're doing well enough, I said. Present tense. Nah, he said. His voice had taken on a strange quality. Nah. I feel like I was just finding my stride. I had the aptitude, I was picking up the skills, but was still too young. If I'd been able to make it a few more years, get to 17 or 18, even 20, I could have kicked proper ass. You kicked ass as part of the lambs, I told him. I belatedly realized I'd switched to past tense. Sure. But doesn't help that feeling, like I was given wings but never got to fly. The regret in his voice was hard to listen to. I couldn't find a response. Things got quiet, but for the low crackle of the fire. The immortal formula that Emily got. A transfusion. No, SY, Gordon said. I nodded. If we got a heart from a primordial. No, SY. Even if it was guaranteed to work, I don't think that would be a good idea. Yeah, I said. But we've taken some bad ideas a ridiculously long way, haven't we? We have, Gordon said. I'm going to use that to gracefully change the topic. The situation out there. Mauer, and you mentioned the twins? Nobles. Gordon asked. We don't have to talk about the mission, Jamie said. We can talk about whatever I goddamn want to talk about, Gordon said. It's bad, I said. Nobles want to finish us off. Maybe to hurt the Duke, maybe because the Duke told them to. Mauer wants to finish us off because we set him on fire. Guns, fire, and experiments are looking to wipe anyone and everyone out, and I don't feel confident that the primordials are handled. They got Drakes. No, I said. They got 4 of old Hardings, though. Lillian squeezed my hand again. Gordon seemed to take the news in a very easy, casual way, as if it didn't surprise him. Sorry. Didn't get that far, hey? I asked. He shook his head slowly. Gordon collapsed, and we went to find a hiding place, Lillian said. I could feel the vibrations of her voice moving through her back and into my chest. He wanted me to leave him, but that would have meant that he'd die alone, and I didn't know exactly where to go or how to handle anything if I even got that far. I was scared I'd run into Mauer. I was scared in general. It's better that you stayed, I said. Way things looked, you would have been caught between Harding's group and Mauer's. I think he brought just about everyone with him to Harding's. Since his lieutenant watches Nam. Stanley. Thank you, Jamie. Stanley would have known how far along Harding was, and that Harding was the better bet. Like I said, it's better that you stayed. If you say so, Lillian said. I say so, I said. It's bad out there. If we had every single lamb here, I'm not so sure we'd be able to crack this thing. As is. My voice trailed off. You sound different, SY, Gordon said. What happened to your eye? Aren't we supposed to be focusing on you? I'm not going to drop dead this very minute, he said. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, and I thought he might really expire in that moment, making himself a liar. His lips moved. Your eye. I glanced at Jamie. Noble. The Baron Richmond. Okay. I didn't tell Jamie outright, but I'm guessing he's put the pieces together. We can't, I mean, there's no way we're going to get out of this okay if we don't deal with the nobles. Those three need to die, Jamie said. It wasn't the words alone that surprised me. They really do, I said. The upside is that I don't think they'd be missed. The downside is that I don't have a clue how I'm going to do it. Jamie said. We're going to do it. I nodded. I really thought we could show up, do an errand for Mr. and Mrs. Gage, and give my future career a little boost, Lillian said. I didn't expect to get caught up in war, I didn't expect SY to lose an eye. I didn't expect. She cut herself off. Going home with less lambs than you started with? Gordon asked. It's okay. You can talk about it. I've been expecting it since before we lost the first Jamie. I hate it, Lillian said. Me too, Gordon said. So much I just want to scream about it, get angry, but that would probably agitate my poor heart too much and tip me over the brink. You're not alone in feeling like that, okay, Lillian. Lillian nodded. What were we talking about? Gordon asked. Nobles, Jamie said. SY. Did you know? Gordon asked. Moment we ran into the Duke in person, my first thought was that you were going to end up at odds with them. With the nobility. I can see that, I said. He nodded. I want in on this mission so badly. I don't even have the words. I've known about my expiration date for a while now, even if I thought it was later. I felt sort of at peace with it, until just earlier tonight, when I collapsed. None of the lambs said anything. We let him talk. It hit me all at once. Boom. Done. Story unfinished. Never get to really do what I was supposed to. All I can do is hope that they pick my project up again, learn from it, and the next Griffin gets to last longer. I'm so frustrated and angry, and when you're talking about going up against the nobles, even if it's those three useless, unimportant bastards, I can't help but want to hurt them for this. I want in so damn bad. Your fault for going and dying on us right in the middle of a mission, I said. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely not your fault, Lillian said, contradicting me. She twisted around in my arms to shoot me an evil, warning look over her shoulder. Sure, Lillian, Gordon said, like he was pacifying her. I felt her squirm momentarily as she settled back into a more relaxed position. She still had a death grip on my hand. Anything I can do? I asked. A favor. Sylvester, you motherfucker, Gordon said, huffing out a laugh. You owe me so many favors at this point, I literally do not think I'm going to live long enough to name all the things you'd have to do for me to balance those scales. Yeah, I said. Really want my dog, he said, staring up at the ceiling. I wasn't sure if his voice had cracked a little there. Hubris is coming back, I said. MK. I could go find him. Nope. You'd get lost or shot, he'd find his way back, and nope, doesn't work. You're right. He's coming back. I'm being stupid. Whatever you think or do at this point is allowed, I think, I said. Old people get away with slinging around things like God bless without getting flack for it, same idea. Okay SY, he said, in a way that suggested he was humoring me and not really listening. Listen, as favors go, do you think I could talk to each of you one-on-one for a bit? Sure, Lillian said. Jamie and I nodded. Gordon had to turn his head all the way to the left to catch my nod, then all the way right to catch Jamie's. Then Lillian first, please, he decided. I extricated myself from the blanket and from Lillian, kissing the crown of her head as I stood and backed away, looking around the dim little house, finding the kitchen, more a room built against the side of the house than an actual part of it, and retreating there. I fidgeted. I really wanted to hit something, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. The part of me that wanted to do something was telling me to rummage in drawers and cabinets and find supplies I could turn to useful ends, but even that threatened to make too much noise. Jamie had crossed from the other side of the little living room, and was a moment later in arriving in the kitchen. He met my eye before leaning against the icebox, arms folded, eyes fixed on the floor. About the nobles, I said. I'm sorry to put you at odds with them like that. He shook his head. You didn't decide that course of action, and I know it's an ugly one, with possible repercussions. No, SY, he said. Like I said, they need to die. I'm just surprised to hear you say it. So am I, he said. It's weird. In my own head, I'm only, what, a year and a few months old? I spent more than 2/3 of that time with the academy. They ran the tests, they fed me the propaganda, they had limited schedules where the doctors were available and had to cram a lot of stuff into 1 or 2 days, sometimes, and didn't feed me or let me sleep enough, and they gave me more tests and more propaganda, when I was more vulnerable to being pushed or pulled, if you know what I mean. I have an idea what you mean, I said. I kept my voice quieter, so our babble wouldn't interrupt Gordon any. It's why I was wary of you. Because I wasn't sure if you were theirs or if you were ours, given the amount of time you'd spent with them. He nodded. His writings, they didn't say anything about it. I think when it was happening to him, he wasn't even aware, or he didn't know it was bad. So he didn't write it down. There were other things to record. Approaching you, I wasn't sure if you remembered that far back, or what your feelings on it would be. I nodded. I could hear Lillian crying in the other room. She would probably cry through the entire sit-down with Gordon. She was probably crying extra hard because she was upset at the fact that she was crying so much. I smiled a little at the thought. It wasn't that I was happy she was sad, or that it was funny, it wasn't. But her feelings were so very real. I was glad that she got to express them. A few years from now, she would be happier looking back on the fact that she'd been able to feel as honestly as she did than to look back and be happy she kept it all bottled up and had a simple conversation with Gordon. What are your feelings, SY? What? I asked, startled. I wondered momentarily if Jamie had read my mind. About the way the academy treated us when we were very young. About what's happening with Gordon. The fact that those two things are linked, and that there's a lot in between. It was so hard to speak with a lump in my throat. I'm more focused on the here and now than I am on the distant past. The fighting, figuring out what to say to Gordon, if I should act like everything's normal when it's not, or highlight how not it is and be super serious or angry or cry or... I raised my hands, gesticulating, just barely restraining myself from extending the random gestures into violently hitting the side of the icebox or the wood-paneled wall. Or something. I let my hands fall down to my sides. I couldn't will myself to put them into my pockets, so I clenched them at my sides. I had tears in my eyes, and I knew that if I looked at Jamie now I would definitely see a glimmer of old Jamie and start outright weeping. It was good that Lillian was having a good cry over something that was definitely worth crying about, but I couldn't let myself do the same and I couldn't begin to explain why I couldn't. Okay, sorry, I'll drop the subject, Jamie said. It was the second most surprising thing he'd said all night. In every interaction since he'd shown up, he'd been so dogged in how he pushed my boundaries and pushed me. I was so immensely grateful to him for going easy here that I almost couldn't find words. Thanks, I managed. Yet. Lillian's conversation with Gordon took another few minutes. I could hear it die down, some brief shuffling, and then Lillian appeared in the kitchen. She buried a very damp face in my shoulder, hugging me, and just as I put my arms around her, pulled away, shaking her head, wiping at her eyes and cheeks. At my confused expression, she said, "He wants to see you." I saw a fresh tear on her cheek, newer than the attempt to wipe her face dry with her palms, put a hand on the back of her neck, and kissed it off. I gave her neck a reassuring squeeze, and headed back to the living room. I pulled my shirt off the line that we'd rigged above the fire and put it on, buttoning it as I let myself collapse into a sitting position not far from Gordon's head. He heaved out a heavy sigh. "Should I look back on this as you being an old friend, a brother, a fellow soldier?" I asked. "I definitely see you as an annoying little brother. And as an old friend and fellow soldier," he said. "Whatever works in the moment, I guess." I nodded. "I know we weren't as close as you and Jamie were, but are you going to fall apart on us like you did then?" "I don't know," I said. "If you'd asked me 30 minutes before we lost Jamie, I would have said that I was expecting to be the strong, prepared one, while the rest of you went to pieces. What we talked about back in Breckwell, how Helen said you were trying to fill the gap Jamie left. Don't try doing that with any gap I leave, okay? But I'm liquid, don't you know? I naturally fill a perceived void. Wise young man once told me that." "Seriously, SY, he said. "You're really bad in a fight. You'll get killed." "I'll be careful," I said. "That sounds a lot to me like you're dodging a straight answer. In fact, it sounds a lot like you're planning on trying it." "I don't know," I said. "I feel like I don't know much of anything right now. I'm going to miss the heck out of you. Everyone is. Make sure Lillian drinks something. She's going to cry herself straight into a hangover without touching a drop of alcohol. Will do. You take care of that girl, SY. Do right by her." "Of course," I said, a little offended. "Seriously. She's a sweetheart and I'm worried we've done enough damage to her already. If you do anything when you're thinking of me, after I'm gone, think about her." I felt a moment of alarm. "You're not sweet on her, are you?" He shook his head. I looked at the fire, lurched to my feet, walked over to the stack of logs off to one side, and placed one in the center. Again, I collapsed more than simply sat, settling into a sitting position. "You and Lillian are the ones who need the most looking after," Gordon said. "Ashton too, at least. Maybe right now. But I don't think your long-term recall is good enough to remember how fast Helen adapted. Ashton will surprise you the next time you see him, I think." I frowned. "You and Lillian are the ones who are most fragile in the end. I'm so glad that you are both enjoying the relationship for what it is, and I'm so terrified about it too. I want to give you a list of instructions or make you make promises to me, but I don't think you'd keep them. You'd want to, but you're you and you." He stopped, drew a deep breath, and resumed. "You'll do what you do." It took me a while to understand that. "So I'm only asking you, do right by her." I nodded. "And forgive Jamie." "Forgive?" I asked. Then I shook my head. "Yet. I'm trying." "Good," he said. He stopped there, seemingly focused on deep breathing. "And Mary? What about Mary? Favors? Requests?" Are you going to run down the lambs and tell me how to deal with each of them, or? No, SY. Like I said, I'm looking after you and Lillian. You forgiving Jamie is for you. I told Lillian to tell Mary some stuff, and I'll have Jamie pass on a more complete message. He'll remember it. I nodded. I asked Lillian to talk to Shipman, too. I think it's better that it's her instead of Jamie. She'll know where to find Shipman and it'll come across with more emotion. I'm definitely not asking you. God, I swear, the look on your face every time she came up. I laughed, one note. Probably in the top 10 best things about seeing her, finally getting near goat, instead of the other way around. You always were as big a bastard as I was, deep down inside. You just hid it better. He smiled. Reminds me. If you want me to leave you tasks, important things to cover, look after the mice and the shims? I've been paying regular visits. You'll have to take over. Say hi, make sure they don't need anything. Let them know I'm gone. Okay, Gordon. We had good times back then, learning the techniques and tricks, me learning to throw a punch, you mostly paying good money to the same guys, only to get your ass beat. Learning cuss words. Yab. Survive tonight and tomorrow, SY? Please? Don't burn the bridges so badly you can't go back and let the mice know how it ended. I'm not sure the bridges aren't completely burned, already Gordon. It's a tall order as it stands. You can do it, he said, while lifting a hand out from under the blankets, and he punched me in the knee. It was so feeble as punches went, to the point that I wanted to laugh and start crying at the same time. He seemed to have the same realization as his eyes fixated on his hand, which now lay across the floor. I think you'd better get Jamie so I can wrap this up. I nodded. I pulled myself to my feet and straightened. I remained there, standing over him as he lay across the floor, covered in blankets, lit by the fire that shone through the grate. I bent down and fixed his hand, putting it back under the blanket. Bye, Gordon. Bye SY. Give him hell, all right. I nodded. I turned my back and headed back to the kitchen. I didn't break stride as I gestured at Jamie, then wrapped my arms around Lillian, burying my face against her hair. I inadvertently did it with the side that had the wounded eye, but after the first moment the pain wasn't too bad. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, hugging, sometimes rocking back and forth. I swore once or twice, and she gave me one-syllable responses. She said something almost incoherent about her parents and I gave a one-syllable response. I only broke away from the hug when I realized I couldn't swallow past the lump in my throat. I stepped away and found 2 glasses, and filled them from the sink. I had to fill them with brown, brackish water twice before the tap water started running clear. Lillian and I drank. She gave her glass, I filled it again, and she drank half of it, handing it back to me. I finished it. Jamie's been in there a while, Lillian whispered. Etching last messages and last instructions into the stone tablet, I said. Of course, she said. Gordon's voice had been getting quieter and quieter, and it wasn't because he was trying to keep the conversation private. I took a step to the side and peeked into the room. I was glad to see that Hubris was back, lying at Gordon's side, chin on Gordon's chest. At some point Jamie had put Gordon's hand on the dog's back. The fingers moved very little, but they did move. Gordon's lips moved, but I didn't even hear the murmur. I heard Jamie's murmurs, but that was all. Lillian moved closer to me, effectively pinning me into position, her head tilted and pressed against mine as she watched. Time passed like that before Jamie finished memorizing a last few sets of instructions, twisted around, and gestured at us. We gathered around, Lillian kneeling where she could hold Gordon's free hand. I remember when we first met, Lillian said. And Helen was so scary, and SY was an absolute bastard. The very first time I saw him, he held the door open for me, and then let it swing closed, and it almost hit me in the nose, except I moved in time and it hit my forehead instead. I had a bruise for a while. I did that? And I was so terrified that I'd signed on for something nightmarish, and then you talked to me, and you were nice, and you made everything make sense. And for a little while there, you were my hero, Gordon, she said. Then, a month later, I watched you take a heated scalpel and you fought a person twice your size with it, and you won, and then you branded his face while Helen held him. SY was the one who told me why he deserved it, and I understood. It wasn't pretty, but that was the moment I first thought I could see this job through to the end. It feels weird thanking you for that, because it's not that nice a thing, but it was important, she whispered. I remember you playing with the younger kids at Lambsbridge, and they were so fond of you. At Mothmont you made friends so easily, and I was a little jealous, but it mostly grew my respect for you. You've always shown, Gordon. You've. At Gordon's chest, Hubris sighed. Yeah, Lillian said. There was a long moment of silence. I put my hand on Gordon's forehead, and pushed the hair further back out of his face. He'd said God and goddamn and hell more times tonight than I'd heard from him ever, which was about 4 times. I hoped he'd found his way. I spoke. I know it's rude to the people who own the house, but I think we should burn it on our way out. Jamie nodded. He had a handkerchief out, under the guise of cleaning his glasses, but I noted it was going to his eyes more than not. When Lillian looked up at me, I elaborated, I don't want anyone getting his body, not to make a stitched or for anything else. And we need to cover our trail. Okay, Lillian said. She was focusing on packing up her things, putting them away in her medical bag. I reached out to touch her hand, and she startled. I gave her hand a squeeze, and she made a face, like she was going to start crying again. She shook her head, instead, and reached up to wipe a lone tear from my cheekbone with her thumb. We need to work, she said. There's a job to do, and things out there are going to get worse. Are you trying to convince us, or to convince yourself? Jamie asked. Myself, Lillian said. I can't visualize myself standing up and walking out there, feeling like this. Then let's start with something easier, that doesn't involve stepping outside. I need a dose of the Wyvern formula. A partial one, maybe. Enough to give me an edge again. I was fuzzy around the edges before Gordon. Right now? I'm more in the same boat with you than you might realize. She put stuff away for another few moments before she found a long metal case. She popped it open. 2 syringes and a bottle, nestled in. The fluid caught the firelight and looked green. She stared down at it, putting a hand on top of it. Hesitation? No. I waited for the question. If I gave you a partial dose, she started. Yes, I said, cutting her off. If you really wanted. I can. Yes. It sucks more than you would believe, even with the smaller dose you'd be taking. You'll struggle at first, but I'm not going to say no, Lillian. She looked at Jamie, as if to double-check. I don't know, Jamie said. That's not me saying no, or expressing doubts. That's me saying I don't know enough about Wyvern or about what it's like. You'd have to trust Sylvester. Lillian nodded. With this heartache I'm feeling, will it make the pain go away, she asked. If anything, it'll make the pain sharper, I said. It'll leave an impression. But it'll be easier to set the pain to one side, where it can hurt all it's going to, while you focus on what you need to focus on. She stared down at the tin, then looked at Gordon and Hubris. Perfect, she said. Counting sheep 9.6. Lillian took her time checking the syringe, cocking it to eject the air in the needle itself. She held it up to the light. Me first? I asked. She seemed to consider for a long while. In the midst of her thought process, her eye fell on Gordon. I could see the hurt in her expression. Or not. I ventured. I was there for your last few doses. Your personality changes. It doesn't, I told her. Her eyebrows went up. Not exactly, I said. The personality is the same. It's just expressed, more clearly, I guess. The way they put it was that you became, quote, an absolute little bastard to deal with. From what I saw, I'm not sure I disagree, sy. Like I said, the personality is the same, I said. The levity felt forced. I didn't get a smile from her or Jamie. I heaved out a heavy sigh. I don't want you to be a bastard to me, sy. And, if this hurts as much as I'm expecting it to, I kind of want you with me. Not an altered you. It is me, fresh on Wyvern, or now. The change isn't. Sy, Jamie said, cutting in with a soft-spoken word. I twisted around to look at him. Listen to what she's really saying, and stop being contrary, okay? I looked at Lillian, sighed, and nodded. Thank you, she said. The solution in the syringe is sterile, and I can't portion it out without putting it somewhere and then taking it back out. I don't want to do that, given where we're injecting. The stuff will kill pretty much anything, though, I thought. I didn't say it out loud, out of concern that it would be contrary. I nodded. She was quiet, talking to herself as much as she talked to me. I need you to depress the syringe when it's in place. I'm doing the ratios and numbers in my head, going by my body weight, 7.8 stone. I made a sound, then immediately realized my mistake. I might have expected the glare of death from Lillian, but no. It was Jamie who gave me the glare of death. Lillian only stared at me like she might stare at a great war beast that was about to trample her. Terrified more than anything. Too vulnerable. Her defenses were down, her emotions raw with a friend and near family member lying dead a matter of feet away. She might have felt like any sort of emotional hit right now could have shattered her to pieces. One from me doubly so. I shook my head. No, Lillian. Not like that. She didn't move or respond. Still in a precarious position, feeling too fragile. Don't lie about your weight, okay? I said. In trying to keep up the little lie, you could hold the wrong numbers in your head, do the ratios wrong in your head, and you'll end up hurting yourself. I stopped there, leaving room for a response. When I didn't get one, I went on, most girls lie and lower their weight when they talk about it, just like boys add an inch or a half inch to their height. I don't know why you're pretending you're heavier than you are, but, take a third of a stone or a half stone off that. She gave me a very strange look. Did you read my medical records, sy? I shook my head. But I pay attention to you. She looked uncomfortable, but she was flushed. It would be bad to tell her that I was 95% certain I knew her measurements as well, height, leg, hip, waist, chest, and arm. Around the winter holidays, I'd been looking to get her a present, and the thought of getting her something nice and more current to wear had crossed my mind. I'd realized I hadn't known enough to buy her clothes and made it a personal challenge to figure it out. Somewhere along the line it stopped being about the present. I'd brought her to happy tears with what I had bought her, which was good. A wooden box for jewelry and other personal effects, with 3 very different pieces of jewelry and a tiny notebook, 3 inches by 2 inches, with some thoughts in it. Some memories and thoughts about us for the past, the jewelry she could wear and use in the now, and something to fill out over the course of the future. Gordon had called it the latest and possibly greatest case of Sylvester's overthinking. I'd said something about how girls deserved overthinking about, except I was pretty sure I'd bungled the explanation. He'd teased me about it. Gordon. My eye went to my friend and brother. His dog hadn't moved away from the body, and his open eyes reflected the light from the fire. Custom called for the eyes to be closed, fingers drawing the eyelids shut. That didn't really work. Everyone here had enough experience with bodies to know. Lillian's eyes were on the needle. 7.2. I asked. 7.3 stone, she said. Don't know why I try to hide anything from you. That translates to 339, then I think of Damien's second chart, and I waited patiently. 21, she said. She showed me the syringe, thumbnail at one of the lines etched into the glass. Up to this point, for a safe dosage, for me. The rest goes to you. Okay, I said. 80% of a dose for me, about. Lillian turned the dial at the side of the syringe. The needle extended. She aimed the point at her nose. Don't sneeze, I said. I'm not sure if you are trying to be funny or not, she told me. I'm serious, I said. And you're going to need something to bite on, and I don't have a belt. Jamie stood, and began pulling his belt free. He extended a hand with the folded belt held in our direction, and I took it. I folded it again, then placed it in Lillian's open mouth. What else can I do? Jamie asked. Stand a little closer. Brace her shoulders. Don't let her tip over backward, I said. I scooted closer, then wrapped my legs around her middle, sitting a bit on her feet and ankles, her legs and feet forming something of a diamond around me. I could see how hard she was breathing. Let me, I said, taking the needle. Hold on to me. She reached up to pull the belt free, then said, the moment there's any resistance, you stop. I know, I said. I helped put the belt back, pressing it together so she could get her teeth around it. The needle went up the left nostril. Up, along the cavity, at a 30-degree angle, more back than up. How strange, to be on the other side of this. I worked purely by touch, knowing that the needle would be deceptive, it was so sharp. With my hands occupied, I was left to stare into Lillian's eyes. I want to take care of that girl. There. A change in the resistance of what I was pushing the needle through. I stopped. I could feel her pounding heartbeat vibrating through her body, down the needle, to my fingers. I undid the safety bar and pressed the lever of the syringe. Of everything we'd done so far, it was the press of the syringe that caught me off guard. I'd expected more resistance. 21%. I hurried to finish, and then withdrew the needle as fast as I could without lacerating her brain or the inside of her nose. I put the syringe out of reach. She leaned forward, making a pained sound, and Jamie stopped her. I gestured, and he let her. She leaned heavily into me, her face against my shoulder, clutching me. I held her as she screamed into the belt, already biting down hard enough that her neck and arms were trembling. A part of me wished I'd been able to get the first dose. It would have distracted me, and it would have freed me to focus on the mission over anything else. Now I was here, holding Lillian as she endured the worst pain of her life, fighting to keep her from throwing herself back and away and cracking her head on the floor, her fingernails digging into my ribs. Dwelling on her in this much pain was miserable. Looking at Jamie was too painful after any length of time. What did it say that staring at Hubris and Gordon was the least painful of the three options available to me? What was it he'd asked me to do? Look after Lillian? A part of me felt like I'd betrayed that request. Another part of me felt like this was necessary. So many parts of this sucked, and the only redeeming thing about it was that, at least with Lillian going first, she wasn't having to endure the suck while I got the dose. I felt a gurgling move through Lillian's torso. I gestured at Jamie as best as I could without letting her thrash. A moment later, I had a bowl in hand. I twisted around to get it in position, while Lillian heaved her stomach's contents out, spitting out the belt in the process. Jamie took the bowl, so I didn't have to contort myself to find a position where I could set it down without spilling it. It had been a while since I'd had that violent a reaction. Pain so severe the body reacted. She couldn't quite draw in a breath, and yet she tried to scream, and the sound she produced was closer to a high, strained keening. Hubris' ears went up, even though he didn't lift his chin from Gordon's chest. It took a long time for the keening to stop, and for Lillian to suck in a shuddering breath. She started to sob, and her breathing normalized. I rubbed her back. Her chin was now hooked over my shoulder. Done? Jamie asked. I nodded. The pain would last for a while, though. Lillian, I whispered. No response. There's a part of you that's used to crying and not being able to stop, because your emotions have gotten away from you. That part doesn't have the same hold it did. All of the patterns and habits you used to have are gone, okay? Take in a deep breath, and as you exhale, let that part of you just go out with the rhythm. It won't go away, but let it go. I could feel her chest against mine as she drew in a deep breath, hitching as she sobbed, and then exhaled. It took her 3 tries. Then the sobbing stopped. She was still breathing hard. I rubbed her back some more. Even if she was in a different place, the same Lillian was there, still hurting just as much, still as upset and scared deep down inside. Now the pain in your head. I know it seems insurmountable, but take your time. Instead of trying to separate from it, just do it little by little. If there's a part of you that thinks it's making a difference with the pain, believe it, and work with it. She offered more deep breaths. It took a while before she nodded. I want you to think of the night we were at the fishmonger's. You worked to save that patient. You did good work. Do you remember? A nod, her ear rubbing against mine. Think of that moment, recall that rush, the tension, all of the good parts, like how glad you were that you studied this or that. Okay. I murmured. Think of the best parts of yourself. The days you were on fricking point with your studies. The part that Mary respects, that I respect, that makes you an integral part of the lambs. That made Hale sit up and take notice by being an excellent student. I looked up at Jamie, then away, down at Gordon. Your memories are going to feel a lot more raw, open, and vivid. I tried so hard to dig into the memories for the talents and the tricks, the moments where you executed things, the so-called muscle memory, the manipulations. I let the other things get mudded up. If you were like me and you did that for a long time, you'd let the whole foundation go, I whispered to her. Don't do that. Don't do any of that. It's unnecessary. She nodded again. The Lillian I know has the ability. There's nothing to dredge up or try to hold onto. She also has doubts, she holds back, and she worries. Part of that is what makes her a good doctor. Don't hurry to get rid of it all. But let go of the stuff you already know is holding you back, that you're holding onto only because it's safe. I want the Lillian who is in the moment. The Lillian who is doing good work, starting at the time between when she lets go of the doubts and plunges elbow deep into someone's chest cavity and ending at the time the procedure is done. She took in a deep breath, and exhaled. You won't be able to make the changes all at once. But know what you want, and be conscious of what you are taking and what you are giving up. Do it in measures, like you are using a scalpel. Move on to the pain of losing Gordon. Her fingernails dug into my ribs again, her chin dug into my shoulder blade. And set it aside. Respect it, don't squash it, but remove it from the part of yourself that is functioning right now. Another deep breath, another slow exhalation. I let her take her time with that, and let her take her time to work things out on her own, exploring her own head, and see what it was like when she could make her thoughts, feelings, and instincts do what she wanted them to. She moved her hands from my abused ribs and put them on my shoulders, pulling away. I could see her face. Her eyes were red around the edges and a little swollen, her nose was pink from sniffling and mashing it against my shoulder, and she was pale, glistening with sweat. But the look in her eyes was different, as was her expression. Halfway between the Lillian I'd been sitting across from, needle in hand, and the elemental Lillian I'd seen at the fishmonger's, with a dash of exhaustion. Her eyes were half-lidded. She twisted around and looked up at Jamie. Water. Of course. Lillian looked back my way, and put a hand out, against my chest, over my heart. A strange, un-Lillian-like gesture. We remained like that until Jamie returned from the kitchen. He handed her a glass of water, and she drank deep, paused, swished it around her mouth, and then swallowed. She repeated the process a few times. This, too, was a little strange. When the tall glass of water was done with, she leaned forward and gave me a light kiss on the lips. I leaned back and away. I looked at Gordon. This wasn't the time or the place. Thank you, she said, for being so gentle with me. I nodded. I need to clean the syringe, she said. She touched the side of my face, then pulled away, extricating herself from me. She moved differently, as she crossed the room to where she'd left the medical kit. She picked her way through it, lapsing back into more Lillian-like expressions and behavior in the meantime. Making her way back, she let her hand reach down to run fingers through my hair, before stooping down to pick up the mechanical syringe I'd set aside. I didn't break eye contact with Jamie for the duration. Lillian, I said. While you're adjusting the thoughtscape up there, maybe remember we don't want or need drunk Lillian. I'm not drunk, she said. Her voice was different too, the words more clearly formed without being over-enunciated. I feel very balanced, I can actually make my hands stop trembling. I'm focused. I feel like I've been drunk for a long time and now I'm sober. It seems as if your inhibitions are gone, I said. She shook her head. She shot me a smile, and I saw more of that elemental Lillian lurking in the expression. Not my inhibitions. But I feel like I'm a brand new me in Lillian's body and brain, and I'm seeing everything fresh for the first time. I see the walls I put up, and I'm setting some aside. Yeah, I said. Now that we have this shared experience, I feel closer to you, she said. Something about the way she was now was exciting, in a way that made my body feel more alive, ready to do things in a way that was very ready and very non-specific and indiscriminate about what those things were. But she had said she felt closer to me, and my head was recognizing that I felt oddly distanced from her. I found myself disagreeing with the Sylvester of 20 minutes ago, who had argued with Lillian about the personality after Wyvern. She'd been right. This didn't quite feel like the Lillian I knew. The mind and body warred with one another, and in the midst of that war, Gordon was the tiebreaker. I felt repulsed by my reaction to Lillian, and that let the mind take the helm. I'm glad, I said, noncommittally. Jamie spoke, be careful about the changes you make, Lillian. They'll revert over time, but a small fraction of it will be permanent. It's through the prolonged use that bigger changes are made. You know more than you let on. I thought you said you didn't know enough about the Wyvern formula to say anything. Lillian asked. I was being polite. Saying anything would have been getting between you and SY, and if you both agree we need this to tackle the situation outside, I'm not going to slow things down by arguing. You're too nice sometimes, Jamie, Lillian said. She finished cleaning the syringe. She adjusted it, then dropped into position, straddling my lap. My back was to the front of an armchair. She locked her eyes to mine. Ready? Yeah, I said. She was more sure about it than I was, the insertion of the needle sure and straight. I felt the needle balk as it hit the scar, even though I didn't feel the hit myself. It wasn't scar tissue, exactly, but more a lesion, an accumulation of minerals and byproducts. Then the push through. A moment of fear. And the flood of wyvern, across the membrane at the exterior of the brain, then seeping into the brain itself, my senses screaming at me, my body rebelling. Vertigo, a paralyzing series of moments where time had no meaning, where my body didn't listen, where I couldn't think in words. All before the pain swept in, not gradually but as sudden as the drop of a guillotine blade, and just as capable of obliterating all function. 10 out of 10, on the scale. 10 out of 10, for how uncomfortable it was, if I separated all other parts of it from the pain. I wanted to throw up, to wrench muscles from sockets, claw into flesh, shit, piss, scream, anything that separated me from this. In the incoherent thoughts and observations I sensed, I noted the girl hugging me, Jamie looming over me, my vision unfocusing, seeing Jamie blurred, one figure and one shadow against the wall, now two people side by side. Gordon lying dead, and a pattern of firelight against the wall I couldn't even begin to convince myself wasn't another, phantasmal Gordon, watching. I looked away from it all, and I endured, my fingers digging into my knees. I'd been here before, or somewhere very like it. My senses came back first, and I felt like I was going to go blind, crawl out of my skin, and throw up in the same moment. Time and place followed. Reality clarified around me. I pushed away the image of Gordon on the wall, recognizing it for what it was. Jamie was one person. Slowly, everything else sorted out. I was left with only a crippling headache and a nosebleed of blood diluted with clear fluid. Lillian dutifully plugged the nostril with a bit of cotton. The pain had a bitterness to it, and it colored my thoughts, mingled with the knowledge that it would come again and again, that pain. A small part of me felt like I was holding on to something ancient, dating back to the very first time I'd received the formula, but I didn't know how to let go of it, as if I was trying to paint the ground I stood on. That bitterness redoubled with the memory of where we were, and the recollection of the fact that Gordon was dead. The walls weren't up, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. The raw surprise of a feeling almost perfectly mirrored a memory of how I'd stumbled onto Jamie, lost to us, and I thought I might break in a permanent way. I was staring up at the ceiling, and tears started streaming down my face. I can't feel this. I can't. A hand touched my face and I flinched. I stood up, pushing Lillian off me in the process, and backed away. Lillian who wasn't Lillian and Jamie who wasn't Jamie and Gordon who was just a body. My hands went to my hair, my arms vertical bars in my field of vision, walling me off from reality, from empty shells, lies, fakes. Stay with us, SY, the fake Jamie said. Deep breaths, like you said, the fake Lillian told me. Put everything in its place. You know how to handle this? I know how to handle this, I thought. The thoughts themselves were so crystal clear that the edges of them were sharp and painful to experience. This is the world I live in, with primordials and shells both empty and filled with the wrong things, with war and violence and things I should be more scared of, but I buried those things a long, long time ago, with the worst of the pain. This isn't the problem. This is something I can deal with, and I've been dealing with it for a long time. I couldn't leave this world behind if I tried. But the memories of Gordon came to me, hitting me, and flowed like the tears did. If I so much as looked in the wrong direction or paid attention to the wrong memory in the torrent, then I thought of Jamie, and that was a flood of memories and gut-wrenching impacts that was worse. I felt like I was going to lose my mind, but I couldn't fix the problem without risking burying those things and too many important things with them. No, the problem was that I was looking at my mental and emotional makeup with pure, perfect clarity, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to handle the loss of another lamb, and I knew it would inevitably happen, and so what was there even to stop me from just accepting that loss and rolling with the consequence? All I had to do was let go, feel that grief for someone who hadn't yet died, on top of everything else, and I could lose my mind. Or I could take the grief, bury it like I'd changed my mind in so many different ways already, and lose something precious in the transaction. Stay with us, Jamie said. I was a problem solver, and it was a problem without an answer. But there were problems to answer. My hand went up to touch the eye patch. I felt anger, contempt, black bile roiling inside me. I always had to claw my way up from a dark place, post-dosage. This time, well, it wasn't so deep a fall, with only 80% of the formula, sparing me the dip into things I'd cast off and tried to lose when I was half the age I was now. Not so deep a fall, but it felt like an especially steep climb, this time around. I kept a little of that darkness with me as I surfaced. I let the tears stop. I looked at Lillian, who was disheveled, her eyes intense and wide, and at Jamie, his face in shadow, the lenses catching a bit of the firelight. Sorry, I said. I embraced the emotions, and was glad that they listened to me. I was filled to the brim with rage and loss, and there were abundant enemies in this city who I wanted to direct them at. I think I'm ready now. Burn the building on the way out, you said, Jamie told me. Okay, I said. It didn't take long to set up. There were oils in the kitchen, and the stove was already burning. We poured out the chemicals, letting them pool around the base of the stove, before we drew the connection to let the fire stretch along a stripe of oil and touch-soaked floorboards. We backed away, leaving Gordon where he was. A warrior's funeral, I thought. I pushed down all the parts of me that wanted to scream and cry. Lillian whistled, and hubris finally left the body, hurrying to her side. The four of us ducked out of the building and into the streets of shadow and fire. Tonight we started with a game of cat and mouse where the mice had no choice but to fight. Counting sheep 9.7. The city had a surreal edge, viewed through the lens of the Wyvern formula. The haze of smoke, the glow of fires both near and distant, the echoing pop of distant gunshots and shells, and the screeches of war beasts served to disconnect me from the immediate surroundings. I took it in, and I put pieces together. They're setting the city on fire, but not everywhere. There's a gap there, where the Crown forces are. The Crown's camp was thereabouts, but we've been hearing shots from that direction, and the squads the twins tore apart were running from there to there. They have to have moved further up. Where are the twins? If we run into the twins now? I couldn't think of any good options. I could have shifted my focus, turned my thoughts to analyzing them, figuring out a set of tactics that might have worked, but I felt like it was a big investment of focus, and there was nothing to guarantee it would be the twins we ran into. Lillian, I said. She turned to look at me, her eyes wide. I saw more of the elemental Lillian I'd seen at the fishmonger's, now. Twins. We need a countermeasure. Think about it. Jamie, explain the twins. They smelled you, she said. The words came across as abrupt. I was anticipating a certain pacing and pattern to her speech. I'd had years to get used to the measure of time she took to take things in, to wait to see if any of us spoke before adding her opinion. It didn't surprise me that she spoke, but it did catch me off guard. Enhanced hearing and smell was size take, yeah, Jamie said. Small, black, recessed eyes that they didn't seem to rely on. They interlock with their older sisters to form one complete, adult body. What color are they? Abrupt. Black, Jamie said. Charcoal black, I clarified. Dull, not glossy. Except for the parts where you see the skin, from the interlock, Jamie added. Lillian nodded, taking in the words, even while her thoughts were somewhere else. Is that important? Jamie asked. Maybe. How much did their chests move when they stood still? Did they stand still? They breathed harder than seemed necessary, Jamie said. Had they? I hadn't noticed. Hubris' ears perked up, his head turning, nose catching Lillian at the knee. She barely seemed to notice, but I did. I put my hands out, stopping them, then gestured. The group of us moved closer to a wall, huddling down. I drew one of the knives I'd collected from the kitchen in the now burning house, and tucked it into the top of my boot as I heard the footsteps. 5 people, at least, running. Disorganized. Definitely not the twins. Probably residents of Lug, not Crown soldiers. I gestured come behind my back. I'd expected Lillian, but Hubris was the one who came. Almost as good. He approached steadily as I kept the gesture up, until his shoulder was flush against my side. I hugged him. The next part was to act. It really didn't take much digging to get to the emotion I wanted. Breathe harder, as if I was panicking, let emotions well up, my face contorting. All the while, my hand flew through gestures, letting the other two know what to expect. The group stepped out from around the corner. 5 civilians, armed with improvised weapons. It was the one at the tail end of the group who turned his head, looking for trouble, and spotted us. He yelled out, "Oi!" The others stopped in their tracks, turning, weapons at the ready. They looked scared, but they let their guards down as they spotted us, 3 youths, with the one closest to their group fiercely hugging his dog, clearly upset. I didn't turn to look, but I knew that if Lillian's expression was even remotely the same as it had been the last time I'd looked, she might have looked shell-shocked. Jamie I didn't actually know, but 2 data points would work well enough. Shit, the one at the tail said. What are you doing here? No response was as good as a non-response in a situation like this. Let them fill in the gaps. More footsteps were still approaching. It didn't seem to be a threat or a chase, by the reaction of the group in front of us. No, they were looking to the individuals. I reached out to put my hand on the wall by Hubris' head, as if to keep my balance, fingers in a specific position. The hand was only a foot from my boot with the knife. Alert, the sign was. Be ready, the intent was. I felt Hubris tense under my other arm. The pairing who followed up the rear of the initial group was composed of one more Lug civilian, armed with a long-handled axe, and one of Mauer's soldiers, with a rifle and bayonet. I watched as he tracked the group's gaze, and I saw the flicker of recognition. The recognition was followed by alarm, but I was already pushing out with the arm I had around Hubris' shoulders, rising to my feet and drawing the knife in the same motion. Before the soldier could bring his weapon around to point it at us or slash at Hubris, the mutt was on him, tearing at one wrist, making it impossible to handle the gun, pulling him toward the ground. I slammed the knife into the side of his neck, nearly lost my grip on it as I hauled it back and out, and then drove it into his neck again, closer to the front. He collapsed, Hubris dancing out to keep from being caught under him, teeth going for the gun. 4 grown, armed men stood within 2.5 meters of me. We'd just beheaded the leadership of their group, but the rest remained a threat. I opened my eyes wider, and I hissed at them. Showing absolute confidence here was essential. Behind and to the side of me, I heard Lillian echo the sound, followed by an amused noise. She'd said she wasn't drunk on the Wyvern formula's effects, but she was doing a horrible job of selling the argument. Still, the group retreated rather than advance. Don't the soldier on the ground spoke, blood in mouth and throat muddling the word. He spat, coughed and then tried to finish the sentence, hold. I plunged the knife into his throat for the third time. People were so hard to kill, even with stabs to an important area like the throat. The blood that had splashed up and the moisture from the rain made it hard to get the knife out. Rather than try and fail, I let my hand slip off as if I'd intended to do it, and straightened. The group turned, starting to run. We were back in that direction. We came this way. The twins would have come this way before losing our trail, with hubris running that way. Odds were better than not that the group was running in the direction the twins had gone, off to our left. 60% chance, if I had to put a number to it. 30% they were down the street I and the other lambs had been walking down, 10% chance the twins were back the way we'd come. I bent down, reaching for the rifle hubris had secured. I aimed and fired. The group of men ducked their heads, stopped, and looked for cover. Not that there was much point, I'd fired well over their heads. That way, I called out, moving the rifle and bayonet to indicate the road we'd already been traveling down. Those particular exorcist rifles have to be reloaded between shots, Jamie said, quiet enough the people wouldn't hear. Got it, I murmured. I bent down, not taking my eyes off of the people peeking around cover, and reached down to pat at the still dying soldier. He grasped weakly at my wrist, and I shook him off. In the corner of my vision, I saw Gordon's face being framed by a dark pool of blood, rather than the soldier's mug. I ignored it, keeping my vision on the possible threats, while continuing to feel around for where the soldier had the ammo stored. Patiently, Hubris stopped sniffing loudly at the man's side and used his nose to nudge my hand to the right location. I dug into the pocket and found ammo. I reloaded the exorcist. That way, I said, with more force. If you go that way, you're going to die, and it won't be because I shot you. They were lost, rudderless, and by the small numbers and lack of guns among the group, I was guessing they were a smaller splinter of a larger faction. They turned, and then ran the way I'd indicated, toward the harbor and the bulk of Maur's forces. It wasn't a hard sell, even coming from someone who had stabbed their group's leader. My vision of how things stood in Lug was an abstract painting, broad strokes with little detail and a lot of blurred lines and fuzziness where I wasn't absolutely sure of details. Every gunshot, particularly the duller booms of exorcists and the bursts of fire from multiple stitched soldiers firing in unison, served as another stroke or dab on the greater picture. I mentally revised my mental picture of where things stood, moving the academy forward. Maur's front line was getting torn to shreds, and it was probably somewhat worse than he'd anticipated. 4 nobles came with more than the usual amount of firepower. 2 of those nobles were on the periphery of the front lines, picking off stragglers, scouting groups, and flanking attacks. The group I'd redirected ran down the street, keeping to cover where cover was available. I watched them go, giving them a head start, so we wouldn't be right on their heels if they ran into trouble and wound up cornered. I relieved the now dead soldier of the bullets. My finger touched the ring at my thumb, rotating it around a little bit of resistance, with the fit being tighter. Sorry, I told him. I wasn't sure if I was, but I felt like I had to say something. Our trio moved at a brisk walk down the same road the group of militia had fled down. And bony pincers instead of arms. They were attached after the fact, Jamie was saying. Right back onto the subject of the twins. That's interesting. Were the legs okay? Flexible. The legs moved, Jamie said. They were fast. But the feet? How was the mobility in the feet? Feet were straight out, almost one solid piece from knee to the end of the foot, maybe 15 degrees of movement at the knee and at the ankle, with toes giving them traction. Did the toes wiggle? Or did they look like metal, or bone, or... I didn't see puddles, and I wasn't focused on the feet when there weren't puddles. I'm getting this mental picture, but I'm not sure if my imagination is running away with me, Lillian said. Her voice was breathy, like she hadn't taken in a full proper lungful of air before leaping into the thought. She took in a partial breath, then cut it off to say, it's really hard to tell if I'm imagining it or understanding it. What are you thinking? I asked. I'm imagining a problem with oxygen. The integration would take time to get right, they've got very contained physiologies with very dense bone, blood flow is low, redirected, or they went with another means of oxygen absorption altogether. It would take time to get right, and it could go wrong easily, with catastrophic consequences. The extremities nearly withered away, and in the case of the arms, weren't salvageable enough. Chop them off, give them weapons. Legs with the thicker bones were salvaged, and or they rely on strength and flexibility in the hip over the legs. Okay, I said. How can we use that? That they made it work at all is incredible. They can probably take any bullet that isn't from an exorcist, with minimal damage. No vital areas, fast, strong, with big bursts of energy. When they plug into their sisters, they borrow blood flow. Lillian, I said, voice sharper. How can we use that? She said. Then she was lost in her little world again. I glanced at Jamie. You were just as bad at the start, Jamie said. The book said so. What? Lillian asked, focusing on us again. Never mind, Jamie said. Focus on your thing. You're doing a good job. She lowered her head, pulling her bag around so it was in front of her, and began digging through it. She spent a minute doing it. It felt disorganized, the way she moved stuff aside, then had to move it the other way to search a different corner. Do you have a silver bullet for us? I asked, gently, so as not to disturb her too much. No, she said. Just a bullet, and I have to put it together. And I have one idea, but I don't have the things for it. Okay, I said. A bullet is good. And you think this thing will work? No, she said. She looked up, and met my eyes with her own. Elemental Lillian had a look on her face like I'd just said something crazy. Your aim sucks. Ouch. Seeing this Lillian at work, I was struck by a thought. Yvette. She'd never had a first incarnation, nor a second. The idea had been floated, but it had been Ashton we got in the end. The idea had been to have Yvette as the group's problem solver. A floating element, not for combat, but for the background. To equip us against threats, and to devise very specific solutions. Of all of the lambs, she would have had access to academy knowledge. The rest of us would have been forbidden. I didn't know what Yvette would have looked like in the end, or what her personality would have been, but I imagined she would have existed with the academy maintaining a tighter, firmer hold on her. Having her with us would likely have meant an adult chaperone at all times, to rein her in and watch over her. In darker moments, and today was a darker moment, I allowed myself to muse on the fact that her project had been allowed to fail. That they had decided it was too much trouble, that the lambs couldn't have access to that knowledge. Easier to give us a conventional medic and not worry about losing control. 2 now, if I counted Duncan. We'd lost Gordon, and yet I felt like he was still with us, in hubris, and in spirit. As for Jamie, I'd always seen in the corner of my eye, in the movement of curtains and tricks of the light, and he was with us in a very concrete way. Yvette, well, we'd lost her before we'd even started. I had the sense that she was with us, lending a hand, all of the key traits and points now manifesting through a possessed Lillian. I could very well picturing her acting like Lillian was now. Eccentric, no holds barred, plain spoken, and needing careful watching over. It made for a shifting of mental gears, but I suddenly felt a lot more comfortable with Lillian acting as different as she was. I could almost see it as a game, to test how I might work with her. Lillian was so focused on digging through her bag that she was losing track of where she was walking. Jamie had to slow down to avoid being cut off by her. I reached out and grabbed her upper arm, aiming to steer her. Like lightning, sudden and startling, she whipped her head around to look at me. Confusion, then recognition, and then a smile and a flush of the cheeks. Now I was the one that was confused. Thank you, she said, with a hair more emphasis than was needed. I nodded once. No response was as good as a non-response in a situation like this. I could feel the muscles of her arm move as she emptied a bottle into a jar that already had fluid inside, then screwed on the cap. She shook the bottle, a thumb over the lid. She handed it to me. I had to let go of her arm to take it. What is it? Stink. It's going to wipe out our ability to smell anything when the time comes, and hubris will hate it, but if they use their noses like you think, it'll hurt them more. I tested the weight of the jar of urine-colored fluid, then extended the rifle past Lillian's front, to Jamie. I'm shooting, he asked. They might be quick and durable, I said, but if we can throw them for a loop with this, you might get a chance to land a shot. You saw how fast they are. By the time we see them, it might be too late. Yeah, I said. This is good, Lil. Good line of thinking. She looked up from her bag. Never mind. Do you know what I should do? She asked, eyes going back to the bag. Take the stuff I use most, and just stick it on the outside of a coat. Jars, needles, tools. That wouldn't be very discreet, I pointed out. She looked up, processed that, then nodded, eyes going back to the bag. Students take Wyvern on the regular, don't they? I asked. Some, Lillian said. The academy lies. They say the stuff will kill you if you overdo it, so most only take a small amount. Anything kills you if you take too much, Jamie said. Even water. Lillian smiled at that. Yeah. You know what I mean. How much more than the usual dose did you take? I asked. I took a safe amount, she said. How much more? 10 times more than them. The same amount you took when you first started, she said. Before tolerances. Right, I said. The little things were adding up. Looking for clues, piecing together a mental image of how the city was doing, anticipating the twins, the Crown Army, and Mauer, keeping an eye on hubris in case a twitch of the ear indicated something noteworthy, and now that I had the jar tucked under one arm, my other arm was once again steering a preoccupied Lillian. I could focus on more things at once, and my thoughts were clearer and more effective, but I still had a limit and I was approaching it. Actually trying to figure out what I was really wanting to ask her about with the formula and carrying on a conversation would detract from more important matters. I told myself I'd think on it at a future date, and I knew I'd forget before I did. Her posture was weird. I had a grip on her upper arm, but she was pinning my hand in place between her arm and her side, her elbow pressed against the side of her stomach. That was distracting too, both in the sense that I wanted to piece together what she was doing and the thought process at work, and the fact that the knuckles of my hand were grazing certain aspects of her anatomy. She liked me. I'd known that was the case, in an analytical way, but Lillian had always been reactive, passive, shy, and indirect about her feelings. I could put all of the pieces together, and still, I could invent reasons it was just an act. She was the type who needed someone close to them. She was at that age, and propinquity made her think she liked me. Hormones and the fact that she saw my face as often as she did. To actually have her show interest in this bizarre, minor way was both rewarding and very very distracting. Jamie said. Case in point. There was a situation. A body, a recent death. The corpse had been demolished, pieces of skull scattered across road, with massive puncture wounds I could have thrust a hand into. The twins, Jamie said. Oh no, Lillian said. Strange to hear her speak when I expected Lillian to be horrified into silence. Came from the east, I said. Sudden attack, only one dead. Could be tired, Jamie said. He looked to Lillian. They probably are. If they plug into their sisters for the sake of borrowing blood flow and reoxygenating, then they. Or it's bait, I said, cutting her off only because I suspected she would ramble. I wheeled around, eyes scanning nearby buildings and surfaces. I held the jar higher. They smelled us on the people we sent running, now they're hunting us, and a body lying in our path slows us down, buys a chance to get in position and pounce. I spun around again, now facing what had been our rear. I have another idea, Lillian said. Is it one we can put into effect right now? I asked her. No. I'd need a lab, I think. Then keep it in mind, but let's focus on what we need to focus on. I think we're surrounded. Can you even be surrounded by two people? Jamie asked. When they're the twins. Yet? I asked. My eyes scanned the surroundings. Wood piles, a shed, the eaves of a rooftop. The shadows played tricks with my eyes. Lillian's comment about imagination playing tricks with the mind was an accurate one. I was seeing the shadows pull themselves into configurations resembling skulls, bones, and praying mantis-like spikes at the end of their forelimbs. I'd done the tests for Hale that involved drawing the perfect, clean white rectangle in my mind's eye. The trick for focusing my senses was similar. I had to sort the visual information, look for the flow of things. The way buildings were constructed had a sense to them. The things that littered the ground were the same. There was a reasoning at play. Once I had that mental image, I could see more distinctly. My brain was rapidly catching up with what I was trying to see, the bits of visual noise and dancing shadow fewer and farther between. I could recognize the spots in my vision for what they were. Within an attic window that overlooked the streets, I saw the younger twins. They were interlocked in their own way, both at a small window, one practically hanging off of the other so it could occupy the narrow space, dark skull faces surrounded by darkness, peering through. Could they see after all, or were they simply there because it positioned them well to attack? They were 30 meters out, across the street and 2 houses down, and if they wanted to attack, they could charge through the glass, run, and hit us within a few seconds. If they wanted to be subtle about it, I was sure even their limited limbs could open the window, allowing them to slip out and close the distance while we meandered on, unaware, or focused on the body. My heart was pounding. I gestured for silence, and indicated the direction of the twins. The twins in the window didn't move. Slowly, surely, Jamie raised the rifle to his shoulder, aiming. In the blink of an eye, the twins in the window were gone. They hadn't exited through the window, they were moving through the home. That put them on the street level, and it gave us zero idea of which direction they would come from. Run! I shouted, grabbing Lillian's arm, hauling her with me. Have to get to a better position. We ran, boots clunking on a road dusted with a mix of snow and ash. We made our way further down the road, to find the remainder of the group I'd sent down the road. Citizens of Lug, not ill-intentioned, who didn't deserve to die, torn to shreds by the nobles. 30% chance, I thought. But from the direction Jamie had said they'd attacked from, the 60% route wouldn't have been much safer. They would have been to the left of the 4 twins, rather than the right. Twins the younger behind us and to our right, twins the elder ahead of us and to the left, with a contingent of armed men. The stink bomb only served to incapacitate for a short while, at best, and maybe bought us a chance to shoot one. It wasn't enough. I was already going to be violating my promise to Gordon. A fight was inevitable, it was going to be ugly, and it wasn't going to favor the lambs in that ugliness. Counting sheep 9.8. 2 enemies. Faster than us, better coordinated, stealthier, stronger, and more aware of our environment. For every meter of terrain we crossed, I had to imagine they crossed 5 or 6. They weren't the type to play with their food. Only a couple of seconds to decide where we were going to hold our ground. Fire, I said, will it work? Yes, Lillian said. Then, no. Too late. I was already leading her and Jamie over to the corner of one street, where the rubble at the foot of one building burned like a bonfire, not yet spread to the building proper. I had the jar. The contents could distract enough that Jamie could theoretically get a clean shot. Then what? The 4 of us stopped, standing near the burning rubble. The light the fire cast was uneven and sporadic, with the rubble in and around it casting very misleading shadows. My senses were already primed to pick the twins out of the background, but it was far from easy. The road formed an intersection here. The far sides of the street had short walls and parked wagons, crates and fences. There was far too much cover, but at least the roads were clear and open. We stood on one corner, just beyond the sidewalk, with the bonfire roaring to one side, the damaged building looming high above us. One of the less sturdy, sloping buildings, a tenement. They won't want to get burned, the pale flesh on the outside will be vulnerable, Lillian said, finishing the thought she'd nearly dropped altogether. Alcohol, I said, interrupting her, my hand out. My eye scanned the shadows around us. The younger twins should have caught up with us already. A bottle was pressed into my hand. I had to work to keep the jar in place under my arm while I unstoppered it. But if they really want to kill us, Lillian continued, the fire won't really slow them down. They'll get burned and they'll get patched up later. The fire still worked, then. At least until we upped the stakes. The twins were vain, and that had to extend to the younger twins. The older ones wouldn't use them like this if they were going to turn around and go back to their brother with scars and scratches still needing serious attention. They would avoid it where possible. Hubris noticed the movement before I did. I didn't wait to verify with my own eye, hurling the bottle into the edge of the flame. A roll of fire erupted, illuminating the twin, who leaped back and away. The spot in my vision that followed after the brighter light made it easier to lose track of the skeletal form as she disappeared into shadow. In my peripheral vision, I saw Lillian's head turn. No. I said. Keep eyes in all directions. Jamie had turned to look too. He turned his head to look the other way, leveling the rifle, aiming, and I could see the change in his posture as he spotted the other twin making her approach. Another second, and she would have impaled him. As it was, she threw herself back from where the executioner's barrel pointed, landed with arm spikes and feet on the ground, a belly that was a knot of organs and desiccate flesh wrapped around a spine now facing the sky, and a moment later had bounded off to one side, without even flipping herself the right way around. And the fact that I was looking meant. I turned. No, the first one wouldn't come from the same direction she had. The side? Too obvious. The fire? I put my hand out, gesturing to Hubris to watch my back, as I turned my attention away from the most likely directions the first twin might have used to approach. Peering past the thick smoke that rose from the fire, I could see the twin scaling the wall, 20 feet above our heads. Above our heads, I said. I didn't want to take my eye off her, but if there was a remote possibility of her throwing herself off the side of the building, over the flames and onto us, I needed to be able to do something. I turned my attention to the rebel, reaching close enough to the flame that I thought my clothes might catch. I found a length of wood and hauled on it, lifting. She's moving. Lillian cried out, voice going higher. My gaze went up, even while I still hauled on the wood. Too long to be a proper weapon, thin and supple, it was a baseboard from the house, or a long, grown piece of floorboard. The end of it traced a half circle on the road to my right as I pointed the thing in a different direction. Still, I was able to haul the end of it up, pointed toward the twin. Not even a pointed length of wood. There was a 1 in 5 chance, if she leaped, that I'd be able to put the end of the length of wood between her and her target. The wood wouldn't survive, but she would be knocked to the ground or knocked back into the fire. The twin on the surface of the building did move, and my heart leaped as I tried to track the potential angle of the jump, with zero depth perception to go by. Instead, she put her claws up onto a windowsill and climbed through. They're not moving as fast as they were, Jamie said. They're tired. They're still moving pretty fricking fast, I said. Yeah, Jamie said. They're being careful. This one over here has a second sense about my gun. I start to move the gun to aim at her and she slips away, disappears. Looking for a hole. I raised a foot, and kicked at the length of wood I was holding up and out, aiming to break it. I failed. I tried again, and didn't achieve anything except giving myself a nasty splinter. A large form appeared beside me, crashing down into and through the wood, scaring the living daylights out of me. My hand, still impaled with a splinter an inch long, went to the knife at my hip, drawing it. The jar dropped to the ground and didn't break. It was only Lillian. Trying to help. I didn't have time to yell at her. Both of us were focused on each other for the moment, and that left us open. I elbowed her aside so I was free to move the now broken length of wood, keeping it pointed up at an angle, looking. Once I was sure the twin wasn't about to pounce on me, I allowed myself to divert my attention and use one foot to draw the jar closer, so it wouldn't roll away. Sorry, she said. Impulsive, acting where she would usually second-guess herself. She wanted to help. But that stunt could have killed all of us, if the twins had been in a different position. Yeah, Lil, I said. My heart rate was out of control, while the rest of me felt cold, coiled like a spring. Got eyes on one, Jamie murmured. I don't know where the other is, I said. Hubris didn't seem to know either. She's upstairs, Jamie said. She opened a window. She could come jumping through, or she's trying to draw the eye while she approaches from another direction. Right, I said. Good. They were going to circle us independently and attack the moment they saw an opportunity, and we would lose one of the lambs. I couldn't think of a scenario where that wasn't the case. If anyone happened across us, Crown or Rebellion, then the distraction would probably kill us. If the elder twins happened across us, then we would be as good as dead. I could break the jar of stink, but again, I had to ask myself what followed that. The enemy would be distracted, Jamie would get one shot off, and we'd have another twin or another in our midst. All 4 of us would die. It was like a rhyme or litany in my head. Every time I followed a train of thought, it led to the same line. An echoing refrain of doom, gloom, and the end of this particular group of lambs. I had a half-formed thought, one that started to reach for a conclusion, then stopped short. Hubris would lose his sense of smell, too, and we would close other doors? What other doors were there? Lillian, I said, careful not to raise or lower my voice, you had another idea. You mentioned it a moment ago. A way to counteract how the twins work. Yes, she said, too intense. I think. But I was ready for the but, and cut her off. What is it? They need to have a way to open themselves up to their sisters. She stopped as Jamie startled, jerking his rifle a distance to his right. Keep going. I ordered. They probably have sphincters or other controls that allow blood to come in from the connection to their sisters. A chemical reaction. If I had a chance to try a catch-all means of getting them to open themselves up, maybe their bodies would open the doors, with blood pouring out, or it would hamper their ability to reconnect with their sisters. But make it, I said, still ready to cut her short at the butt. Now, here, we'll watch your back. My hand went to my face. A gesture. Fake. Okay, she said. It wasn't an answer. As thought processes went, it wasn't even a good one, because we were committing to staying here, two monsters prowling around us, looking for an opening. Any distraction could end us. If they had good hearing, then they heard Lillian and I. If they had good noses, the smell of the concoction might be one of the very few things that could scare them. It was a bluff, one more thing to keep them at bay. That same bluff came at a cost, because it drove them to attack sooner than later. The attack was an unexpected one. I didn't even see the twin at the window. There was only the object, briefly lit by the flames as it whipped top over bottom. Jamie, move. I called out, grabbing Lillian, hauling her to one side. Jamie took a step forward. A vase bigger than my head crashed onto the street in the midst of the group. There was still water in it. Off balance from having to get out of the way, Jamie was slow to move the rifle to track the one on the ground. It threw itself to one side, then closed the distance. My lack of depth perception wasn't wholly responsible for the sensation that it simply appeared. It was fast, and it was a hell of a lot faster when it was lunging right for us. Jamie tried to put the rifle's bayonet blade between himself and the twin. The long spike of bone that jutted from its one arm struck the rifle to one side, nearly disarming Jamie. I was already swinging my broken length of wood towards the twin. The attack was inevitable, I just needed to stop the follow-up. Each twin had two spikes of bone, and the other spike would be stabbing right for Jamie's heart. My stick swung through to hit empty air, the very end splintering against the road. The twin was retreating, dancing out of the way before Jamie could reassert his grip on the rifle. There was no real expression on its face. Shadow-colored flesh formed a thin, gnarled veneer over the bone, with barely any visible musculature. The eye sockets were empty and dark, hiding eyes half the normal size, eyes that were probably mostly blind. Yet I had the sense that it was laughing at me, mocking, and that sense coincided with a sinking feeling I knew all too well. I'd taken Wyvern to make my brain easier to mold. I had taught myself new patterns, but it came with a drawback. One of the patterns I learned was that I could rely on others to handle the fighting. At best, I could do the ambushes and sneak attacks. Catch the enemy off guard, make sure they didn't have the chance to fight, and I was fine. Give them a chance, and I felt this sinking feeling, that things were now out of my control, and I was at the mercy of our enemies. I turned my attention up toward the building where the vase had come from. In that same moment, hubris growled, lunging. The other twin, in the time it had taken me to turn to my left, swing my stick and turn back to my right, had dropped down 2 stories, moved around behind me, and lunged. Hubris caught the spike of bone that was meant for Lillian's throat, clamping it in his teeth, his weight pulling the spike down and away, the spike's forward momentum continuing, so that Hubris slammed into Lillian. But, as I'd observed in the moment Jamie had nearly been disarmed, each twin had 2 spikes. Neat, precise, and so fast I didn't even see it, the same twin threaded its other spike of bone through Hubris' middle and into Lillian. Time seemed to stand still. One moment, and I'd broken so many promises and let so many people down. Gordon, who'd asked me not to try fighting. Lillian, on so many different levels. Just a few seconds ago, I'd pledged to protect her while she worked. But that wasn't even the last of it. I'd told myself that she would be the one to live, to carry on our legacy. I'd told myself that I couldn't see another lamb die without losing my mind. A tearing, agonized noise ripped itself from my throat as I brought the edge of the stick around, point aimed at the twin's throat and collarbone. She tried to move, but Hubris still held one limb, and the other was stick inside the pair of dog and girl. The point hit dead on, all of the force I could humanly bring to bear driven into a vital area. The broken end of the point splintered, and the splinters raked across the twisted black-gray flesh that covered her spine. No damage. It was like she was skin and skeleton, and all of my effort couldn't even break the skin in any meaningful way. She pulled a point free of both Hubris and Lillian, and I could hear Lillian make a pained sound. A backhand slap with the bone spike broke the middle of my stick, and I only barely kept it from catching me in the chin, point bisecting the skin of my face. I floundered, off balance, stepping back to catch my footing, arms moving out to the sides, not even sure what I could do if I was armed and the twin was standing still to let me hit her. Not that she was. The limb she'd brought up to break my stick and nearly cleave my face in half was still in the air, poised, point aimed at me. She moved forward, bringing it down. My balance was such that I could have regained my footing, but I would stop backpedaling in the process, and the spike would strike home. I chose the other option, losing my balance while still moving back. The point struck the road between my knees as I fell. She moved the point to one side, and I was too slow to move my leg back and out of the way. The point of the spike limb cut the meat of my calf. She took a step toward me, raising the limb to bring it down again, then stopped. Her head turned, attention turning to Hubris, who still held her other limb, holding her back, even though his hind legs no longer worked. She stabbed him again with her other limb, and he used his forelimbs to heave himself to one side. The movement was small, but it meant that the lance of bone caught him at one side of his head and the ruff of his neck and shoulder instead of between the eyes. No. I heard the shout. No. Lillian made a throwing motion, but she didn't actually throw anything. The motion was meant to shake out the contents of a bottle, except it was a weak motion, the contents not flying far enough. The twin danced back and away, about 3 long paces, before swinging its arm out. Hubris was thrown loose, body sailing through the air to hit a wall, hard. A moment later, the twin was gone, retreating. Lillian was alive. She'd even pulled off the bluff. Something that smelled like something the twins should fear. A small mercy Lillian had lacked the strength to successfully get the stuff on the twin. If she'd hit, the twin would have realized the ruse. I flipped over onto my stomach and moved to Lillian's side. She was clutching her bag with one arm, and the little bottle with another. The bag had traces of blood on it from where the spike had penetrated Hubris and hit the bag. It had absorbed the blow. Gently, gingerly, Lillian pulled the bag to one side, looking down, before wincing. There was more blood, and that creative, flexible part of my brain went to great lengths to envision how the blood had run down the spike, through the bag, and pooled there. But no, the spike had gone right through the satchel and into her midsection. Lillian stared down at it, then let her head fall down, short brown hair getting mussed up with snow, wet, and ash. "Vital," she said. I reached down to touch the wound. For the moment, I didn't even care that the twin was somewhere behind me, getting in position, assessing the chance to move. "She's hurt?" Jamie asked, his voice tight with stress. He wasn't willing to turn around, even, his eyes on our rear and the twin that was staying out of the way of the gun. I could see the shadow of it weaving in and out of cover, pacing around us. "Hurt," Lillian said, sounding oddly disconnected. In the same moment I said, "Yes," sounding far from disconnected. "We lost Hubris," I said, and the words felt heavy. I allowed myself to turn away from Lillian to look. The dog wasn't moving, and I couldn't see a trace of the twin. I had to abandon Lillian yet again to scramble over to where the jar was. "I was supposed to look after him," Lillian said, sounding lost and hurt. "He was supposed to look after me, and he did, but now he's dead." Hubris. I wasn't the only one who felt like they had broken a very fresh promise. Was this going to be how we remembered Gordon? Going against what he'd asked us so soon after we'd lost him? I clenched my teeth. The cut on my leg was just deep enough I worried my leg wouldn't function right. I still managed to find my feet. "Keep looking. You have one eye left. Use it." Wagons, short fences, all gave the twin freedom to move without being seen. If she hurtled over one piece of cover, or slid out from under one wagon, if she hurled something at us this time, something Lillian couldn't dodge while she lay on the ground with a hole in her middle, I needed to be able to react right away. I wasn't even sure if I was looking in the right general direction. She could have been scaling the outside of the building that loomed behind me, ready to pounce. Land with points down, impaling Lillian, then lunge forward to finish me before turning to Jamie, if the other twin didn't use Jamie's surprise to close the distance and finish him. I could hear the gunshots and cannons in the distance. I found myself adjusting my mental picture of where the battle lines were. The Crown continued to advance, relentless. Nobody would be stumbling onto the scene and helping us. I continued to hold the jar aloft. My neck and arms were so tense with the readiness to throw and react I thought something might give. The twin moved in my peripheral vision, so far off to the side that I thought it was Jamie's. Ducking low, moving through the longest and deepest shadows, soundless. I threw the jar. The lunge was a feint, because the twin changed course the moment I let go. But she seemed to expect that it was something else, the liquid Lillian had had. When the jar crashed against the road, the contents spilling out, the twin was far and away from the splash of liquid and broken glass. From the smell, though, no. It changed course, recoiling. Jamie turned, aiming. "Don't!" I called out. He was already pulling the trigger by the time I'd finished speaking, and the twin was already moving in the same moment I'd reacted. Jamie's shot didn't connect. The threat of the bullet had been the only thing keeping the second twin at bay. In the time it took him to reload, we were completely and utterly vulnerable. The twins didn't attack. Wet snow continued to fall around us, stirred by violent wind. Gunshots sounded in the distance. "Gone," Jamie said, not taking his eyes off the landscape. "You've lost track." "No," he said. "Yes. But I think they're well and truly gone. We did it. I think." It didn't feel that way. I turned my attention back to Lillian. That's what we were striving for, wasn't it? To hold out until they went back to their elder sisters to recoup? Reoxygenate. I was just trying to make sure the lambs survive from moment to moment, I thought. My attention was on Lillian, on Hubris. 3 out of 4? Or was it going to become 2 out of 4 shortly? I could have put most of my hand inside the hole in her stomach. It might have gone clean through her. She was already doing what she could to plug the wound. She had the Lillian but not Lillian look to her eyes as she focused on the task, face contorted in pain. "Vital," Jamie echoed Lillian's statement from earlier, with nearly the same cadence. "I won't last half an hour without good medical attention," she said. She forced a smile. "Possibly not even half that long. Or with attention. I could try giving myself surgery, but haha, hard to get the right angles, I think. Maybe you could help, Jamie? You helped before." "Maybe," Jamie said. The look on his face and the sound of his voice perfectly matched how I felt. Medical attention? They won't give us the chance. I couldn't watch another lamb die. This wasn't where my talents lay. Strategy, ambush, fine, but being faced with superior strategy and ambushes? A scenario where we were outmatched in virtually every capacity? Our only advantage, if it could be called that, was that our enemies had a healthy sense of self-preservation and an accurate sense of what they were capable of. Can you stand? I asked. Yes, she said. But where are we going to go? I'm not sure, I said. But staying here doesn't work either. Okay, she said. She sounded so unaffected by the horrific wound to her middle. But, just saying, every minute I spend moving is 2 minutes less. Noted, I said, my voice tight. 15 minutes to half an hour, she thought, before she bled out or suffered total system failure. 5 to 10 minutes, if we spent the time moving. It's nice, to be able to put the pain in a box and put the box away, she said, her voice small. I helped her to her feet. Except it's not exactly like that. It's a very noisy, bright, awful box that I can't stop paying attention to. Keep paying attention to it, Lil. It's telling you important things you might need to use. We had so little time. The younger twins would go to their older sisters and communicate where we were. The older twins would move on our position, with a squad of armed soldiers. After a short period of rest, the younger twins would mobilize again. We'd be slower, 2 people down, and they would have a coordinated plan to get around our trump card. Still have the bottle? I asked Lillian. Vitamin water, Lillian said. Our trump card. So little time. Agitated, I started to move, to talk, and stopped both motions. I looked over my shoulder. SY Jamie started. One moment, I said. I used some of that limited time to hurry over to where Hubris had fallen. I bent down by the dog, and put a hand to his throat. He heaved out a sigh. I knew you were made of tough stuff, I said. Another sigh. He weighed about a third to half what I did. It was hard to say he was dense, all muscle. The opposite of the twins. Pulling him into my arms was a task unto itself. Okay? I asked. You did good, boy. We're going to help Lillian and we're going to help you. I felt him sigh again, huffing a breath against my ear. Yeah, I said. Good dog, good dog. The cut in my leg roared with pain as I hauled Hubris over to the others. Let's go. Lillian put a hand out, touching Hubris' damaged face. She leaned close, whispering, thank you. Once she was done, I started to move. Jamie put himself between me and the direction I wanted to go. SY, he said. We need to go, I said. The burden is going to hold us back. He saved me. He saved Lillian, which is more important. He's gone, SY. I held the dog, briefly stunned. I waited, wanting to feel the chest expand with another sigh, another breath. Just let him down. Okay? He was Gordon's, in the end. Not ours. Gordon went, he did his job one last time, and then he followed his master, all right. I had to look to Lillian for confirmation. I saw the look in her eyes. It took some doing, but I managed to crouch down, and set the dog down on the road. Right, I said. Good man, he said. I shook my head. I moved to Lillian's side, helping to support her as we moved. I was such an asshole to that dog, always calling him Mutt, instead of his name. Yeah, Jamie said. You really were. But Hubris was such a pretentious name. Yeah, SY. We need you to focus. Where are we going? We need a plan, because they're going to catch their breath and come right for us. Mauer, I said. Mauer. I don't even know, I said. But if we time it right, maybe he'll take the opportunity to go after nobles instead of finishing us off. Counting sheep 9.9. I like when you hold me, Lillian said. And when you pull my hair, and pinch me. I'm not sure this is the time or place for that, Lil, I said. I know you overthink sometimes, and I worry that you'll stay up nights thinking, and you'll second-guess yourself, and I really don't want you to second-guess yourself when it comes to me, okay? I don't and I won't, I said. Because you'll communicate the good and bad to me, and you'll keep me pointed in the right direction. That's not what I mean, she said. I know what you mean, I said. I'm deftly avoiding that particular subject and denying the possibility. On the other side of Lillian, Jamie shot me a look. I might die, SY, Lillian said. And it really scares me that I might fade away when I'm not in my right mind. And it scares me more that you might be upset and get everything twisted around in that head of yours, and it scares me most of all that you might not even care at all. I'd care, and you're not going to die, I told her. You're so lovely when you're being lovely, she said, and when you're being mean that's still lovely in its little way, but I think that's because I'm twisted, myself. When you're pinching and poking fun at me the bad isn't as bad as the attention is nice. I get all mixed up in you like that, don't you understand? I understand, I said, I understood it well before you admitted it to yourself. She lowered her voice, like she was saying something confidential. The only reason I'm not screaming and wailing about Gordon and about Hubris, and about this hole in my middle and about dying, I'm playing tricks with myself. I'm reminding myself of the bittersweet moments you're so good at, putting myself in that frame of mind. That makes sense, I said, very gently. But if I start to go, shake me out of it. Please? I don't want to, she said, stopping. You don't even need to ask, Lil, okay? I said. I've looked death in the eye and I politely asked people who were going to kill me for the exact same thing, okay? Not to let the poison be what takes me down into oblivion. Not letting it be my passenger, or the horse I ride on. She reached up to touch my cheek. Mary told me. At a sleepover, sharing a pillow, foreheads touching, whispering about things only best friends can talk about. She said she pointed a gun at your head, and you asked her. That was the moment she saw you as something more complicated than an enemy. If and when the time comes, and it's not coming today, I'll make sure that you don't even have to worry, okay? I'd be there for you. I wasn't sure if it was the blood loss or the fact that she was deliberately disconnecting herself, but she had a sleepy look on her face and the movements of her head. Her eyes retained the intensity from before, but it was turned inward. It's not even a concern today, because you're going to be fine, got it? She said. Keep lying to me, SY. I have Jamie over here to tell me straight, when I need the blunt truth. I looked Jamie in the eye. You're going to live, Lillian, Jamie said. She looked surprised at that. The surprise gave way to a sudden, sharp change in emotion, her face twisting up, before she pulled herself together. Now I don't know what to think, she whispered. Jamie indicated a turn. I shook my head. It would put us too close to the fighting. I'm so sorry, Lillian said, still whispering. You've nothing to be sorry about, I said. I asked for this job, I talked to Hale, I asked to come here, I thought it would be such a good thing, and then it wasn't, and then it really wasn't. None of that is your fault. My mom. Again, that flicker of emotion, pushed away. Your mom? I asked, gently. She was saying, I didn't need to hurry. I didn't have to work so hard. I'm too young to be so focused on my career, she said. I should live a little, stop and smell the roses. I told her that I hadn't ever seen a proper, real, grown-in garden rose since I came to Radham. The ones you do see are altered, or they're weaponized, or everything looks normal, but the origins aren't. Everything's moving and everything's turned on its head, and if you stop to smell the roses in a place like Radham, then you'll only make yourself look like a fool. The look on her face. I think she thought I was calling her a fool. I didn't mean to. There are real roses in Radham, Jamie said. Are there? Lillian said. I'll show you sometime, Jamie said. After we get through this. I felt an immense gratitude toward him, not for the first time in these couple of days, that he was so willing to play along. Lillian said, halting. Before we left, before I even went to talk to Professor Hale about doing this and bringing the lambs, I thought, this is my chance. Just stop. Things have been so hard, the other lambs are gone, I miss Mary, and it would be nice to spend time with Sylvester. Wouldn't it be nice to get milkshakes and do something together, and be at Radham when the other lambs finished and got back? Talk to Mary about everything stupid and minor and lovely that happened? But I made the choice, for my career. Now Gordon is dead and Hubris is dead, and I might die. You took too much, Wyvern, you crybaby. You definitely got the pathological lying thing down, I said. It's not your fault, and you're not going to die today. She offered a half-hearted, one-note laugh. If I die. You're not going to die, you dunce. Then pay a visit to my mom and dad? You'd have to do it, SY. Lie to her face, about how things went. If I say yes, will you shut up about dying and focus on the living part? Yes. Then sure. I promise. Jamie will hold me to it. Lillian nodded slowly, her eyes drifting shut. I jostled her. Her eyes popped open. I wasn't, she said. It wasn't that. I just felt very peaceful and at ease. I like being able to put all of my trust into your hands, SY. Okay, Lil. Her head was hanging. Above and over her field of view, Jamie raised a hand, gesturing. Slow. Feet. It was true, now that I paid attention. Lillian had one arm over my shoulder, one over Jamie's. I had one arm around her back, a hand on her chest, so I could maybe stop her from falling forward if she stumbled. She was leaning on us more, her feet were dragging and scuffing the ground, and we were moving slower than we had been a matter of minutes ago. Think. Could we muscle our way to victory? Were there any hostages we could take that would matter, enabling us to turn Mauer to our ends, or at least getting him to the point where he might listen to us for long enough for me to say what mattered? Evasion. Could we make our way through into the other end of his camp and somehow trip up the twins, ensuring they tangled? Deception, misleading? Instead of moving ourselves in a better way, could we lead the twins in the wrong direction? Draw on any of our individual talents? We had Jamie's memory, but I wasn't sure how we could use that. Gordon was dead, or we might have been able to use his sense of tactics. Not necessarily to put together a plan, but to at least feel better about whatever plan he chose. Hubris was a defensive tool, able to let us know when the twins were coming, and we didn't have him either. I could hear the noise of the crowd, mingled with gunfire and noise. The crowd had a light, too, and further down the street, 250 meters down, past two intersections, that glow was bleeding out into the road ahead of us. We were close to Mauer's camp. If we found a way past the perimeter and mingled with the people in the crowd. No. Every idea I came up with met with a firm no. I was sharper on Wyvern, but I couldn't see a solution. I had emulated Jamie in the past, and I'd done a shitty job. Could I be a Mary, and rig an ambush that would buy Lillian time to perform surgery on herself? I would have to emphasize the ambush over the actual fighting to accomplish anything, because I couldn't fight. Could I play Helen, and act? Or be the Helen behind the mask, the monster, and catch my enemy in a position where they couldn't fight back? My mind was pulling the characters into existence, so real in my mind's eye I could almost see them. Gordon, standing in my peripheral vision, the light from a side street catching the moisture in the corner of one eye. The movement of Lillian's dress was hubris. At our feet, a shadow atop the fence was Helen. The blade of the bayonet Jamie had across his back was Mary's, as she walked beside us, on the far side of Jamie, stretching her arms over her head. It would be so easy to lose my mind. To give the images a power they don't yet have. I stared into the light, further down the street. I imagined a copper-haired Mauer, staring me down. Staring us down. Just Mauer, as an abstract picture, without particular weapons or clothing, just the intense eyes, the sharp nose, the hair, the fire and light and noises of the crowd around him. A lopsided silhouette. No actual crowd, however. The mental image stood alone. Jamie, I said. What is it? Stay behind. No. If the twins have any sense of smell, they'll go for the most obvious scent. Blood. Lillian's. You back off, stay on the periphery. If there's a way to do this, maybe we can disappear into the crowd. In the chaos of Mauer's camp, 2 kids, maybe she and I can find a way to get her medical attention. Get to a place where we're safe enough to get her surgery. An added body is a chance we get noticed. If we fail, it's another dead lamb. You, at least, you could live through this, let the others know how it happened. Vital organs, Lillian said, voice soft. Need a transplant. Nobody in that camp is going to be good enough to do it. This isn't going to work. Frustration welled, with that same wild wanting to hit something rage. I swallowed it and buried it. We'll figure it out, I said. I'll come, Jamie said. Even if it means a higher chance we get spotted, I think I have to come. No, I said. Yes, Lillian said. If I pass out, maybe he can finish. But I've got to do the surgery myself. At least at the start. That doesn't work at all. Jamie added his argument to hers, and if I leave you, then I feel like either I won't make it, or you two won't. I shook my head. He wasn't wrong, but he was 100% wrong. I knew I was contradicting myself, and I knew the contradiction was because a small, dark corner of my mind had turned itself to the task of cutting losses. Okay, I finally said. Not okay, Lillian said. She was slurring her words a little. I didn't need gestures from Jamie to notice that. Remember the rule? Can't sacrifice 1 lamb for 1. Have to save 2. Definitely most definitely can't sacrifice 3 for a chance of saving 1 of the 3. Dumb. I didn't answer her, and she didn't resist. As we drew closer, she didn't even add more words of protest. The lights of the fires were bright. Torches, lanterns, stacks of crates and pallets that had been set off to the sides and set on fire, to better shed light on the surroundings. The people milled this way and that. In Mauer's orbit, they were focused, moving with purpose, gathering together in groups. Mauer's lieutenants were organizing them, giving direction where there wasn't any. Now that we were here, I was feeling how slow Lillian was moving. For every minute we spend moving, she loses 3. We weren't going to be able to make it through the entire camp. We weren't going to make it, waiting at the periphery until the twins came for us. Maybe this is better. I gestured, then led Lillian over to the corner of one building, near a fire. The 3 of us leaned against a wall, my shoulders tense and knotted with the work of bearing a share of her weight. A burly man with a gun and arms black from fingertip to elbow looked our way, concern etched on his face. I extended an arm, hand pointed at him, then, using my whole arm, gestured. I closed my eye, willing him to listen, willing this to work, to all come together. The wrong person at the wrong time, the attention of bystanders moving faster than this man and words could, it could end us. But the alternative was seeing another lamb die, and very possibly dying myself. He approached, wary, slow. I opened my eye, watched as his eyes moved. He saw the blood on Lillian's shirt front, dripping down her dress and stockings, and picked up the pace. His voice was inaudible in the commotion that was Mauer's army. I had to raise my own voice. The nobles are here. Spread the word. Confusion crossed his features. He indicated Lillian. I thought the words he uttered were something like, what about her, but I couldn't be sure. Spread the word. I repeated, clenching my fist. My other fist held Lillian's hand. Nobles. Jamie was looking at me like I was crazy. When I'd imagined Mauer, I'd imagined him standing alone. That was the trick. To frame things in such a way that I was confronting him, not his army. There were other hurdles to cross, to actually attempt to communicate with a man who we had attempted to burn alive just hours ago, before he communicated with us by way of gun and bullet. We'd sicked the Breckwell beast on him too. I wasn't sure if he knew enough to blame us for that. We'd killed his buddy and ally Percy. We'd dismantled his plans in Radham. He was a good orator, but a gun was louder and better at getting the last word in. In this, I was using his army to reach out to him, to communicate the message I so dearly wanted him to recognize before he could pull that trigger. I clenched Lillian's hand harder. I was aware of the attention we were getting. Putting a hand out, I gestured. Eyes. Dark. Close your eyes. I closed my eye and bowed my head. Lillian had talked about this. About liking it. Surrender. I detested it. My eye closed, my other eye blinded, I relied on my hearing, listening to what Mauer must hear so often. The ebb and flow, the nuance, the sentiments, the directions that people were moving, even when they stood still. I could hear the quiet as if it were a physical thing, as voices lowered, as attention shifted away from dialogues and to him, to Mauer, or to his lieutenants. If he was placed differently, if the lieutenants were faster to arrive, they might well obey his orders and put bullets in us. The lowered volume was more powerful in this climate than any roar of an explosion or dull crack of a rifle could be. I listened, my altered awareness moving to my senses, drawing a complete picture of the crowd. I could feel the chill as wet snowflakes settled on my forehead and nose. He was standing in front of us, watching. The crowd watched both us and the man who led them. You tried to burn me alive, he said, his voice carrying. Good soldiers died in that fire. Good work was undone. I opened my eye. I met his gaze. Every inch of me wanted to reply, to retort, to engage him in a duel of words. Silence, though, had its own power. Every time I see you, people die, things fall to pieces, and the old order falls back into place, he said. Silence. I couldn't reply now. If it came down to an exchange of words, I would lose. I knew that. The manipulative snake, the boy with the perfect memory, and the Academy's pet who keeps the monsters alive. There are more, I know. Are they circling around, trying to free the primordial war beasts? His voice had such power to it, it sounded like it belonged here, amid the noise of the crowd, the distant shouts, the crackle of fire, the gunshots. Dead, I said. My voice had none of that power. My friend and brother. The dog that worked with him. The others are in another city. He stared me down, trying to find the lie. The blonde one, he said. I nodded once. Good. I couldn't maintain the eye contact, hearing that word from his lips. I clenched one hand. The nobles, you said. Yes, I said. Explain. They're out there. They're probably even listening to this dialogue between us. They're that close. And you want to work with us to stop them? Shall I commit some of my best soldiers to hunting down this phantom enemy and expect them to return alive with the heads of the nobles? Or should I learn from past mistakes and assume this is a trap? There were so many loaded guns pointed in our direction, but they were Maur's men. The civilians were watching, taking it in. So many of them were altered. Framed by the fires, they looked like the legions of hell in raincoats and the thick, coarse clothing of sailors and laborers. I felt Lillian's grip get weaker by the moment. I'm expecting that you'll kill me. I'm hoping, I'm counting on the fact that you'll spare her, spare Lillian because she's human, because she has parents to go back to. Take her, keep her prisoner, but let her live. And the other one? The other one, Jamie, the nobles let him live. They took my damn eye. They killed our dog. They left her dying and almost killed me, but they didn't act against him. When he was going to come with us, they tried to keep him. You can probably keep him prisoner and barter him back to the Academy. Or use him against them. Me? I'm not that valuable. And the blonde one? You left that out. The Academy killed him, I said. Not the nobles. In the midst of all of this, his heart gave out. There were distant shouts. Maur turned to a lieutenant, giving a set of short orders that I couldn't make out with the distance between us. You're willing to die, but you want me to save those two, he said, returning his focus to me. Again, there was no answer as good as silence. Surrender. It doesn't add up, he said. Still, silence. I couldn't respond. Maur approached, gun in hand. Let's hear from you, instead. The one with the glasses. You, be quiet. I shut my mouth. Yes, sir, Jamie said. His voice sounded hollow. When I kill him, am I supposed to believe you'll be okay with it? Maur's words had such a ring of finality to them. That you'll cooperate. Okay? No, never. But that's the deal we made. That we can only sacrifice ourselves if it saves two others. I know our history, Reverend. I won't hold a grudge if you do it. It'll hurt, I'll remember it all perfectly, but I won't hold a grudge. Maur drew closer to me, pressing the gun to my chest. The situation was so desperate that he could shoot all three of us, and the crowd would forgive it, because Maur gave them a chance. He was weighing the odds, trying to discern the ruse. Yet I'd never been more honest. It doesn't add up, Maur said, to me, not to the crowd. I wasn't sure they could even hear. They took my eye, they killed our dog, they hurt her. I don't have a way to save her. I don't have a means of retaliating against them. Standing here with you and your army pointing guns at us gives us better odds than being out there, free, not a gun in sight, with them. Shoot me, seal our blood pact so you get your justice and I get to save those two. Jamie will tell you the particulars of the enemy you're facing. The twins, Jamie said. The Baron Richmond, too. The Duke is your enemy on this battlefield. I knew that already, Maur said. His eyes were so dark, with the angle of his head keeping the light of the fires from reaching them. My voice was keyed low, for Maur to hear, not for the crowd. Hurt them. Make it bad. Unleash the primordials if you have to make it as vicious and costly a fight as you can. What changed? Maur asked. If I told you, it would sound manipulative, I told him. It would hurt my cause more than it helped. Please save her. We're running out of time. I know you're running out of time, Maur said. If she expires naturally, I don't have to shoot her. A full body chill took me. He went on, voice a purr, it makes the remainder palatable. Doesn't this move the conversation along, add to the pressure? I want you to tell me the truth. Tell me why you're really here. I couldn't answer. If I told him, he would laugh in my face. Too transparent, too obvious a manipulation. Worse, it was honest, and honesty was the shovel I used to dig my own grave, every time. I clenched my jaw and averted my eyes. I'd made a bad gamble. This was it. Maybe the other lambs would find out from rumor and hearsay, piece together our history. She's dying, he said. My eye inadvertently went to Lillian. She was leaning against the wall, nodding off. She'd stopped talking some time ago. Only Jamie's support kept her from collapsing altogether. The barrel still pressed against my chest, over my heart. Shoot me, I willed him. The crowd will see. Then, at least, there's a chance you'll spare the others. You have reasons to. The others have heard those reasons, and the danger they pose is so minor, the possible advantages to be gained too great. Be a hero, save the dying girl. Use Jamie to get information on the enemy. Shoot me. With that final thought, I reached for the gun he held to my heart, for the finger on the trigger. He was faster than I was. The gun pulled away, then struck me in the eye socket that was still swollen from the loss of one eye. I fell, my wits dashed, and he took advantage of me being stunned to reach down with his monstrous hand. It was supposed to be useless, but I supposed he'd surrounded himself with doctors, giving him some limited mobility and strength. He lifted me clear off the ground, my legs dangling. Like that, he held me so the bonfire was a matter of feet behind me. The truth, he said. I can't, I managed, voice straining with the pressure on my throat. The truth, he said again. Please. Save her. Spare him. Last chance. I can't, I said, again, working to get the words out. With the words, I felt all of the thoughts and emotions I'd been burying emerging, tumbling out, too real and too sharp. Can't watch another lamb die. His grip shifted so I could breathe. His eyes stared through me, now reflecting the flames where they'd been so dark. The heat of the fire roasted my legs, made the cut in my calf prickle, my shoes too hot. Literally held over the fire. I went on, and I know it sounds manipulative, because I know you saw your comrades die and it's why you fight now. I know it sounds bad, to say it's about faith, that I believe in your humanity more than I believe in them, now, when you used to call yourself the Reverend. Frey said you were almost ready to turn on the academy that made you, Mauer said. The people closest to us in the crowd could hear. Are you? Say yes. One word. I turned to silence instead. He stared at me, uncomprehending. Why not? He asked. The leash has been loosened, the people at the top have betrayed you, taken your eye and your pet, wounded your teammate and are now actively after your life. The people who made you have thrown away your lives for the sake of advancement. They perverted you, made you something dark and twisted. Why wouldn't you turn your back to them? The fire burned hotter beneath me. Take away what they gave me, what they made me into, every place I really know, the people I love and the people I hate, and I'm not sure what's left, I said. He moved me to the side, and let go, dropping me to the ground by the bonfire. He could have said so many things, explaining the decision, driving a poignant word home. He had the ability to control what he said and how he said in so many masterful ways. He chose the damning silence instead. Counting sheep 9.10. The blades of bayonets prodded me, keeping me in a place where I couldn't reach anyone or anything. If I moved too slowly, I got jabbed. If I moved too fast, I got jabbed. Let my elbows drop any lower than my shoulders, and I got a sharp prod in the armpit or the more sensitive flesh of the upper arm. At least 2 of the prods had been sharp enough to pass through my raincoat and clothing. I could tell I was bleeding. One of the slices was near the elbow of a raised arm, running down to my side. A little to one side and they might have jabbed the artery. I was led past the gauntlet of onlookers and soldiers, past fire and rubble and shadows shaped like people. Some of the onlookers' faces were familiar or familiar-ish, but my thoughts were nowhere near the state where I was going to come up with names and identities. Jamie was in front of me. Lillian was being carried or held somewhere behind me. Not that I was allowed to turn around to check. Mauer had circled the wagons, literally. The wagons were heavy constructions, solid and reinforced enough to take a hit from a small bomb. The chains that stretched between them bound the primordial creatures that the crusty old asshole had put together. I wasn't sure if it was imagination or not, but they seemed bigger than I remembered them being, and all of them were occupied devouring the bodies of cattle that had been supplied to them. Beaks and gaping mouths cracked bone, tearing and sucking at meat. The crowd that was still getting outfitted and ready to push into the crowd and join the front line was gawking and staring from a distance. Mauer's war camp was in the dead center of the circled wagons and primordials, which were in turn surrounded by the bulk of his actual soldiers, not the simple rabble of lug that he had conscripted, but people with proper guns and the dated uniforms, dyed black with all crown and academy affiliations stripped off. The shepherd walked well ahead of Jamie, approaching a group of soldiers, leaning close to give orders that could be heard over the hubbub of the camp. All confidence, without a trace of fear apparent in his body language. Soldiers broke away from the perimeter around the primordials, hurrying to manage the tasks they'd been given. The soldier in front of me who had his bayonet sticking back in my direction stopped. I stopped a fraction of a second later, and felt the blade tip prick my sternum. Jamie was just in front of me and to my left, handspan out of reach, or he would be if I was allowed to stick my arm out instead of holding my hands above my head. Mauer turned back to face us, as if we'd been an afterthought until now. There were hundreds of people in the streets around us, but a natural clearing had formed around Mauer's encampment, thanks to the creatures that had been chained up between the wagons. Each of the hundreds of people were raising their voices, trying to communicate with one another by speaking louder than the rest. The fires were too bright compared to the darkness, and anywhere I looked, there were people being carried back and away from the fighting, bloody and injured to gruesome degrees, and there were others who were summoning the courage to go fight. In the midst of the chaos, Mauer was very still and poised. In the midst of the noise, it didn't even feel like he raised his voice to be heard. Take the girl back. Ensure she gets prompt attention from our best, Mauer said. I saw only a glimpse of Lillian being carried past me. You were willing to die for them. I'm going to assume that as long as we have her, I don't need to worry too much about you. Mauer asked. I shook my head. I need a proper answer. I spoke, and the noise around us swallowed up my voice. I had to raise my voice to be heard. I won't do anything. Go back to the front, Mauer instructed the men who ringed Jamie and I. Look for the places where courage is failing, give them purpose. Don't retreat, that will look bad. Take them out to either side of the battlefront. Scout, see if there are any positions we can hold. The twins, I said. Again, I had to raise my voice. It was somehow hard to put words together. I felt emotionally shaken, and while I could use Wyvern to center myself and bring myself to a point where I felt like the usual Sylvester, it bothered me that I had to. The more I looked at Mauer, the harder it was. Still, I managed. We were running from them. The twins have pet weapons that are fast, they stalk, pick off the weak or tear through an entire squad, and then they leave. They're accompanied by crown soldiers, and they're absolutely, 100% confident that they can take what you throw at them. If you send your men out to the northeast, Jamie said, pointing. Then those men are going to run into the twins, and they are going to die. Mauer took that in, I could see him processing the information. Then he spoke again to the soldiers, crisp, authoritative, we'll believe them. Triple down on the soldiers you take with you. Nobody even urinates without 5 others watching their backs and flanks. Make it clear what they're up against, that it's a hunting the hunter scenario, and anyone who puts a bullet through a noble or a noble's monster will earn 5 years' worth of wages, paid from my pocket to their hand. That does include you. He was referring to his uniformed soldiers. The men nodded, not even cracking smiles at the prospect of the money before they hurried off. I no longer had blades pointed at me from every direction. Stanley, Jean, with me, Mauer said. Bring those two. A hand seized one of my shoulders. Better than being led by a blade. The door of one wagon slid open on rollers, running along the side of the wagon. The far side was already open. It served as a kind of gate by which we passed between 2 of the chained primordials, each kept a fairly healthy distance away by the chains and the meals they'd been given. The inside of the wagon, I noted, was packed with weapons. Nothing explosive, the ammo seemed to be stored elsewhere, but there were whole stacks of rifles that hadn't been provided to the people on the front. He was such a callous asshole. To have people fighting with what they could scrounge up, some with sticks and hatchets, against people with guns, when he could have armed them. He was so capable when it came to raising morale, inflaming passions, and speaking to the heart, but that belied a terrible coldness. Tactically, there were probably reasons, but in terms of decency, I had to wonder. I very much suspected that the only true glimpse I'd had of the man had been when he'd been holding me over the fire, challenging me to give him an honest answer. We passed through the wagon gate to the interior of the ring. Makeshift walls and crisscrossing chains kept the primordials from moving in this direction or even seeing within. It served as a sanctuary, almost. The only light came from lanterns and flowed under wagons and through the wood and metal slats of the erected walls. The noise of the crowd was muted slightly, the hard edges of words blurring into a more general noise. In the center was another wagon, with steel plates held in place by grown wood branches. We approached, and a shape moved. Primordial, I thought, my heart nearly stopping, before I saw the shape more clearly. White, large, and composed almost entirely of thin white spines, it had the grace of a cat, but it was headless, only a blunt, rounded end at the front. It peered around the edge of the wagon at the center of the clearing before settling down. What did we call it, again? I asked myself. It took a moment for the name to come to me. Whiskers. He still has it. Mauer ignored the creature and led us within the wagon, taking a seat at the far side of a table at the wagon's center. I'd expected to see a map, but it was littered with papers marked with handwriting. Stanley and Jean pushed us, so that Jamie and I were positioned in the wagon. Me at a seat just inside and to the left of the door, Jamie taking a seat just inside and to the right of the door. The 2 soldiers stood in the doorway. The people who obey orders well have already formed groups and are nervously waiting their turn at the front. The ones who didn't or couldn't sort themselves into groups as they were instructed to do have formed, only rabble. They're the ones doing the fighting right now. Anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour from now, that front line will break, Mauer said. Stanley, Jean, and the other soldiers I'm on a first-name basis with know this. Cold, I thought again. When our front line breaks, the mass of people between this position and the enemy front line will disappear, and we will simultaneously drive the primordials forward, into enemy lines. The stitched who have been fighting are running hot, the people giving them orders are tired, less focused, and less organized. The primordials will tear into their lines, as any good war beast might. The difference here is that the primordials mandate a specific, overwhelming response. Ordinary bullets and weapons shouldn't put them down. He was telling us his strategy? He didn't expect to let us go before it mattered. Even if we ran or had absolute free rein to act as we wanted from this moment onward, I doubted there was much we could do, except maybe keep the primordials from being set free, or set them free earlier. None of those scenarios boded well for Jamie, Lillian, and me. Lillian could tell you how dangerous this is. You're playing with fire, using the primordial life like this. I'm aware of the dangers, Mauer said. I've worked with it before. On both sides of the conflict. I frowned. It was so strange to see him in this context. Outside of Breckwell, maybe, and the time we'd had tea with him on first meeting, I'd never seen him simply conversing. In both of those places, he'd been acting. Had he reached his limit, was he catching his breath from the command of a city-sized rebellion, here in this sanctuary, where the walls and heavy wagons blocked out some of the outside noise? The Battle of Foster, Jamie said. You were there when the small academy was studying primordials. Yes, Mauer said. He turned, and cranked a knob on a tank below a kettle, before reaching for matches. He lit the tiny gas stove, then started filling a kettle. When we're children, we believe our parents are invincible, capable of anything. Then reality hits, we see their flaws. Foster was when reality first came knocking. For me, the Academy and Crown were like parents to me. Foster was a schism between Crown and Academy. Well, a subset of academies. 2 months of lead up, and it ended very quickly. What happened? Jamie asked. A kettle, now filled, was perched on the stove. That doesn't matter. But I was there for the duration. It wasn't what broke my loyalty to the Academy and the Crown. That came later, after I saw the incidents repeat and become a pattern. Even now, in these close confines, with no need or pressure to manipulate or win us over, taking a break from rallying the crowds and commanding a small army, he still modulated his voice, chose his words with care, suggesting just how natural his skill with it all was. I was getting wrapped up in the words, craving to know more about Foster and his origins, pulled into his spell. But with the word pattern, I thought of my best friend Jamie, of Gordon, of Hubris, of Lillian. I could see the pattern emerging, I could see where it went, and that thought kept me from getting cozy. A pattern punctuated by what they did to your arm? I asked. Something always brings it home, Mauer said, meeting my eye. The look and the words made me want to get up out of my seat and leave. As a prisoner of war, I didn't have that option. Frey tasked me with looking after the primordial creatures for a reason, Mauer said, leaning back. The nobles, assuming you are telling the truth, pose a greater threat. I've seen others on the battlefield. I anticipated meeting one at most, not 4, Jamie said. 6 if you count the twins as 2 pairs, I said. If we ignore the ones who were chasing you, what do you expect will happen? He asked. They infiltrate your lines, they kill us, your lieutenants, or you, if not everyone, I said. Given the chance, they might even make it look easy. He didn't even blink at that. What does it take to kill them? Lillian knows, Jamie said, but she's in the care of your doctors. In terms of men with guns, then, Mauer said. How many? 40, at the very least, I said. Might give you good odds, if they know what they're doing. But if things go south, I don't think there's a nice middle ground where half the men die and you hurt the nobles. If your men start dying, they all die, toppling like dominoes. Those creatures are like bolts of lightning, they'll strike one target and carry on through while the rest are still getting their footing. I'm not going to give you good soldiers, Mauer said. Give us? I'm not going to give you 40 men, either. He was turning us back around and sending us into open combat with the twins, damn him. I might have resisted, but I couldn't bring myself to. I'd been willing to get shot to buy Lillian and Jamie a chance. This was something similar, but it was a killing deferred, out of view of the crowd. Win-win for you, I said. You keep Lillian, so you have us on a leash if we succeed, and if we fail, then the twins are at least distracted and the lambs are removed as a threat. Is that a problem? I shook my head. When I looked up from the table, he was staring at me, scrutinizing me. It's not a problem, I said, in case he was waiting for a verbal answer. You're so resigned to it, he said. At an age when you should be playing ball in the streets, fawning over girls, sneaking drink from your parents' cabinets to share with your friends, and counting change to buy candy from the store. My girl has a hole through her stomach, and she's lying in your medical tent or wherever, I said. My best friend is gone forever, and someone wearing his face is sitting 3 feet to my left. My other friends are hours away, or are lying dead in a house a short distance away, being cremated as the house burns up around them. Why am I telling him this? Why is he even showing an interest? I know soldiers who couldn't put the gun away, even after it left their hands, Mauer said. I could be one of them. So many men who couldn't stop fighting, or who were afraid to. Prisoners? Same thing. Finally freed, somehow escaping getting netted by the academies and subjected to one torture or another in the name of advancement, they don't know themselves without the stained, black and white striped prisoner's tunic. I've seen it with parents, the ones with hard children, where the child takes so much attention that whole days pass where the mother or father don't think for themselves. Only for the job. The child grows up, the job is no longer needed, and the parent, like the prisoner or the soldier is. A shell, Jamie said. Mauer took the kettle, a small jar, and a mug from spaces to his right, putting loose leaf tea into the mug before pouring himself a cup. I knew a lot of tea drinkers, and the fact that he hadn't served or even offered us any tea was as good as a cardinal sin. I couldn't think of a better, more vulgar way to give the two of us the middle finger and say we are not friends, here. Don't think that you're something special, or that any connection exists between us, Mauer said. I've seen so many others walk this path, I have no sympathy for you any more than I have sympathy for them. There it is. He'd been telling the truth, that he'd asked the same questions, he'd been a soldier, he'd lost his identity, and he had rebuilt it. He'd climbed the mountain, and now he was looking down on others who were still climbing and faulting them for not having the strength he did. You still spared me, I said. The anger is there. Genevieve Frey talked about it. You've already made the decision to turn your back on the academy and crown, I think. You don't really want to hurt me. If I turn you loose, what happens? A high chance you die. If you cross that hurdle, there's a high chance you get that last, tiny push, and you turn on them. If I can climb the mountain. He finished, and a small chance you turn on me. Can I roll those dice? Should I? You did, I said. And something tells me there's more to it. He smiled, sipping his scalding tea. The look in his eyes, though, was back to that darkness, without the light of fire reflecting in the orbs. I well and truly believed he didn't give a damn whether we lived or died. He wasn't going to share. 10 men, he told us. You'll get the equipment you need and want. Stanley will take you out to the fringe of the battlefront. The men I sent out to recruit with orders to hunt the nobles are going to have heard about the bounty I offered, or they'll want away from the front line. Whatever their reason, you'll ask for help, and they'll offer it. You'll find tired men, dregs, and drunks, some less capable of following orders than dogs. I'll assume the twins will be waiting for you. I nodded. Do what you can with the nobles. When you come back, don't come straight back or retrace your steps. By the time you're done, the primordial beasts will be loose. If you head straight back, you may run headlong into their mouths. Your Lillian should be waiting for you, and you can see how she is. I nodded once again, glancing at Jamie. The prospect of going up against the twins again spooked me. I was willing to admit that to myself. Fear and pain were things I could master and mold with wyvern flowing through the capillaries of my brain. But, as with my inability to fight, as with the lies, there was always the possibility that an external force or ingrained habit could do the molding for me, leaving a deep, powerful impression. Death looks over everyone's shoulder, Mauer said. One eye on what they're doing, one eye on his watch. There's nothing special about your death. Yet you let it rule your life. You'll find yourself so free once you realize how little power it has. That's a pretty goddamn shitty thing to say to someone whose friend just died, I said. Mauer's eyes were still dark and penetrating as he stared at me, unflinching. How many of my friends and colleagues do you think died tonight, Sylvester? Some at mine, indirectly. Some at your hands, directly. Some at the nobles. And it doesn't bother you. I've been bothered for so long and to such depth that even those deaths can't be put into perspective, he said, and his voice was cool, cold, and disaffected. I could kill every last noble and every last demented doctor who perverts something that should be good, and I don't think it would be any better than a drop of water to a man dying of thirst. I could keep fighting until every last soldier is dead and my weapons broken to pieces, and I would claw at my enemies with my fingers, until those fingers were worn down to nubs. That sounds like madness, not greatness, I told him. The difference between the two, Sylvester, is that if it were madness, I would have to, and I would be remembered for it. But I don't have to. This war can be won, and if I see my way to the end of the fight, then I will be remembered as great. He paused, holding up his steaming mug, before continuing, the academy is big, and fighting it requires a character that is incapable of giving up the fight. I have the character. A small part of the reason I spared you is that I think you have it too. If you're willing to recognize it. I wasn't sure how to respond. It felt like a compliment and an insult at the same time, and he'd delivered it with conviction. Not in the way he'd addressed a crowd, but to me as an individual. His words rang in my ear as I turned away, leaving the wagon with our soldier escort. Jamie fell into step beside me, glancing my way. Don't let him get to you, Jamie said. He already did, I said. After we arrived at the camp, before he took us to his wagon. Don't give any more ground, then, Jamie said. I nodded. The soldier led us forward, one hand on each of our shoulders, steering us as we navigated a crowd that got thicker with every few steps. I could smell sweat and fear, mingling with smoke. The heat of the crowd and torches melted the precipitation that was still at the razor's edge between snow and rain. Jamie and I were steered into an alley, where soldiers were sitting against the wall, staring at the ground between their feet, weapons propped up around them or sitting across their laps. Men and women, people with body modifications, Brunos, and people with barely any physical changes at all. We need soldiers for a special mission, Jean said. His voice had a ragged edge to it, as if his throat had been damaged at some point in the past. There's a bounty. 5 years' worth of pay, Mauer says. Heads raised. I could see interest in eyes. Hand up if you are interested, Jean said. Chance to get away from this. You're hunting through territory that was deemed safe with past patrols, looking for a single unit. Slowly, one by one, they raised their hands. Nobles, I said, loud enough to be heard. 2 of them. I saw the reaction. Hands dropped. Others flinched in surprise. The children are coming with us. Shush. That was the boy Mauer was talking to, 10 minutes ago. I thought he was an enemy. He was an enemy, right? They were, Jean said. Mauer turned them around. We get help finding who we're looking for and taking them out, in exchange for healing the kid's friend. I could hear the commotion, and a part of me registered it, taking note of particulars. Another part of me was thinking on another level. Adam, who I'd met yesterday, was here. The Bruno who'd actually been decent to me. He was looking at me as if I was something alien. Pick 10, I thought, looking them over. I could read the clues and the cues, and identify the troublemakers, the drunks, the people who were on their last legs. There were people who were strong, and people who had been malnourished for much of their lives, living in this city I was growing to hate so much. It was a deeper challenge from Mauer, echoing our parting exchange, turning the table so I was now in the position of being callous. Pick 10, knowing there was a good chance they would die, picking this particular fight. Counting sheep 9.11. I looked over grown and not yet grown men and women, my mind leaning into a perspective where I could focus more on details, the little clues. The man who sat close to me had longer hair and a scruffy beard, hands bearing a mix of fresh blisters and new calluses, his nose red and running, his face padded at the edges and features creased like someone 5 years older than he was. A drunk. He likely worked whatever job he could find to earn money and then subsisted off of that money as he slumped off into long binges. The way he sat against the wall suggested he had no plans of standing up and rejoining the fight. Any light I saw in his eyes was because of the potential money. He would work only as hard as he had to in order to get that money. A surly intractable character otherwise. A young woman with decorative bony ridges at the cheekbones and the bridge of her nose was staring at me with yellow eyes. Her arms and legs had been both tattooed and modified to be a half-foot longer each. Lean with muscle, I could put her in the same mental box as the Brunos. Where they were loaded to bear with muscle and sheer mass, she was lean. I could imagine her crawling on the outside of a ship in construction or up the face of a building. But as I searched her, I could see her expression shift a fraction. The bony ridges at her nose hid the wrinkling there, but her upper lip pulled up. A snarl, or an indication of disgust. The tension in her shoulders gave the rest away, she wouldn't listen to me. I had no idea why she seemed to instinctively react that way to me, but I did know that I could pick her, get her a gun, and we would effectively be 2 lambs and 9 individuals, with her as a 10th individual doing her own thing. I took a few seconds for everyone in the alleyway. Throughout, I was trying to look for the balance. She has kids. He's a fighter with a mean streak. He's unhinged. That one won't stop shaking long enough to hold a gun without dropping it, let alone aim it. If I picked the decent, cooperative, competent individuals, and I was potentially killing them. If I picked the dregs and the useless assholes, I would be going into the fight with only what Jamie and I brought to the table and 10 liabilities with guns. I get to pick them, right? I asked. Yeah, Jean said. Don't take too long. Mauer's timeline, I reminded myself. In a matter of minutes, the front line could give way. He had a strategy and Jamie and I were now cogs in a machine comprised of people. Hands up again, let's see everyone who's interested, I said. I had to raise my voice to be heard over the chaos in the street behind us. The fighting at the front line wasn't all that far away. In the space of the alleyway and the people in the street just behind Jean, Jamie, and I, a good 40 hands went up. If you could describe yourself as a bastard, keep your hand up. I said, otherwise, put it down. I saw confusion. Only a very small few hands went down. Adam, the Bruno who had helped me out yesterday, wasn't among them. Surprising. Didn't help to narrow down the numbers, not really. I ran my hand under my hood and over the top of my head, damp hair running between the fingers. My scalp still hurt where the Baron had picked me up by my hair. If you've ever killed, stand up, I said. 4 people stood. The drunk I'd observed earlier was among them, joined by a man with a broad belly and tattoos covering his exposed skin, a scrawny man who sported a tattoo at the neck that was obviously a gang identifier, likely from prison, and a surly-looking bastard with an obvious untreated medical condition at the neck, akin to a goiter. You 2 sit down, I said, pointing at the drunk and the scrawny gang member. I then indicated tattoo belly and goiter, you 2, come stand behind me. Gang member has the same issue as the nose ridge. He won't cooperate, or he'll cooperate in the wrong way. The drunk won't give me anything. Making us stand up, sit down, who do you think you are, the gang member asked. There it is. The man who is in charge of this, I said, extending a hand back behind me, indicating the crowd, put me in charge of this, right here. Think about why. I watched the assembled people as I said it, searching expressions, watching for eye contact. Adam, unfortunately, was among the people who met my eye, looking at me with more apparent respect than confusion or annoyance. You, I pointed to a young woman with what I could only describe as a bat nose, turned up so the nostrils pointed out, the tip and edges separating and forking out like the petals of a flower. A scar ran up the bridge of her nose, between 2 very large, dark brown eyes, up to her hairline. You. A Bruno who wasn't Adam. Unlike most Brunos I'd seen, he had no tattoos. A brawler, going by the state of his knuckles, and a drinker, though not so much it would impair his faculties. It caught me off guard that he'd look at me like he was listening, and I took that to be a sign. You, an older, 40-something man with weathered skin. His beard wasn't long, but it was so wiry I suspected he could use it to dry scrub rust from steel without any harm to his chin. The gun he held was his own. And you? I indicated a woman. She wore glasses, didn't look to be a laborer, didn't sport any physical modifications more severe than multiple physical piercings in one ear, and at some point recently had pulled her hair back up into a ponytail and rolled up her sleeves. Ink smears at one side of her pinky suggested a job with a lot of writing. You going to give any rationale for your choices? A boy asked, annoyed. Younger, a teenager, only a year older than me at most. The ends of his pant legs and his boots were crusted with salt from wading in the shallows of the harbor. He was wearing multiple layers, but one sleeve was partially rolled up, exposing a tattoo he was proud of. No, I said. I watched for a second, attention on his expression, but I'll take you. He considered for a moment, then stood, moving to join the group that was gradually finding their way behind me. Jean said something and got a gun from someone at the periphery of the street, handing it to Glasses. 7. If you can make something, hand up, I said. Not construction work. Tools, clothes, art. Some hands went up. You, I said. The woman worked with glass, by my best guess. She still wore her leather apron, though she didn't have any tools with her. Her face and clothes were darkened by the smoke of fire in a more enclosed space. I didn't like any of the other options. A man was perched on a stack of crates, skinny, with a mean look in his eye and a knife at his hip, hidden by clothes. One lanky leg was up near his chest, his foot propped up on the crate he sat on, his lanky arms wrapped around the leg, hands dangling limp. He looked like the surly sort, more troublesome than Nose Ridge or the gang member would be, but I really liked how he sat there. I liked where he'd chosen to sit, and knew it had to be deliberate. I could imagine Jamie or Helen picking the same spot as a vantage point. Attitude problem, experience sitting watch. A gang's lookout? You, I told him, pointing. Didn't put my hand up, he said. You thought about it, I told him. Come on. A second passed as he considered. He hopped down from the crates. 8, 9. My eye fell on Adam. I'd really hoped a better option would appear. Adam. We've talked. I lied to you, and I'm sorry about that. I figured that much out, he said, voice deep. You don't want to come with? I want to protect my damn city, he said. Earn money if I can while doing it. I looked over the others, trying to see if anyone caught my eye, willing them to impress me, to show me some clue or some hint that there was more to them than the flaws I could so readily see. I'd feel better taking him along, Jamie said. Adam had his flaws. I had little doubt. He'd even called himself a bastard. But he'd been kind, pointed us in the right direction, even offered proper help if we found ourselves in a bad spot. A person like him in Radham would have earned the respect and loyalty of the mice. An etching in the wood near where he could most frequently be found. It didn't feel right to lead him to his death. I held up a hand, communicating that last part to Jamie. Death. Maybe, Jamie said, using speech instead of signs. But you can say that about anyone. You sound just like him, now. Who's getting to who, now? I asked. I think I'm free of influence, Jamie said. Come on, then, Adam, I told the Bruno. The look he gave me was a peculiar one, but he stood, and made his way over to us. He had to turn sideways to fit through a gap between Bat and Tattoo Belly. I glanced back past the crowd of people, looking at Jean. Everyone has a gun? Jean asked. The glassblower raised a hand. Jean turned, claimed a rifle from a bystander, and threw it with both hands, so it flew over heads, mine included. The glassblower caught the weapon. Jamie and I raised our hands as well. He handed me a rifle, first. I looked at what he'd given me and wondered if he'd deliberately chosen the shittiest looking piece of work he could. Ammunition? Scrubbrush asked. His voice sounded like he looked, like it had been through a sandstorm and only the hard parts hadn't been scraped away. It took only a moment. Mauer's lieutenant had ammunition on him. Boxes flew through the air and were caught. 3 boxes for 10 people. If you need more than that and what you already have, you've done something wrong, he said. There was a sneer in his tone, though I might have been imagining the weight of that sneer. I didn't like him. Stanley gave off the vibe of someone who did good work and focused on the job. Jean, by contrast, gave me the impression of someone with a mean streak. I'll let Mauer know you're on your way, he said. Meaning I should go. No time to waste. I raised a hand, gesturing. Jamie followed, and the rest had the sense to take his cue. We'd been at the periphery of Mauer's lines, and I'd expected to travel a block and be out of earshot of the crowd, but as we progressed further, I could see how his front line was widening, people moving out to the side. My eye traveled over the surroundings, searching for any sign of the twins. They would choose a location where they could be near their soldiers, but one where they had a view, and where the wind would carry sense. It wasn't a sense I had a lot of awareness of, but I kept it in mind as I looked for them. After we'd disappeared into Mauer's camp, they would have decided to hang back for a while, watching, finding victims, perhaps looking for a way in. Knowing that they were possessed of a particular kind of bloodlust, I didn't think they would see us disappear into Mauer's camp, turn around, and simply go back to the Baron, a few kills under their belt. No. They had something to prove, just as much as the Baron wanted to make a point to the Duke. Jamie, I said. Do me a favor? Keep an eye out? I need to turn around. Got it, he said. I turned to face the assembled group. I could see doubt on their faces. No words had been spoken, but they shared a sentiment none of them really understood or agreed with, being led by a child. I'm Sylvester. That's Jamie. As far as you're concerned, we're mercenaries who were working for the Crown and are now working for Mauer. You're teenage boys, Bat said, if you're even teenagers. We're experiments that look like young teenagers, I said. Problem solvers. Sometimes we're assassins. Sometimes we're thieves. Tonight, we're hunting monsters. Their guns weren't very good. I could see splintered wood on the side of one, where it had been left exposed to weather. Others were the lowest quality gun that could shoot if only sometimes. I could have pressed for better, but I wasn't sure guns were the way to go, here. There are rules to this hunt, I said. What Jamie over there says is true. Always. What I say is important. I had their attention. I had questions about their loyalty. I'd need to establish that at some point. Mauer gave us less resources and less men because he doesn't think the nobles are still here, I lied. I had to justify the low count of ammo and Jean's attitude, without hurting morale. I believe they are here. 2 women, taller than you'd think, wearing robes with white fur. They stand out. They have 2 pets, which they keep attached to them half the time. The pets are black, hard to see, and very fast. I watched the group, searching their expressions. Adam was going to be a problem. So was Lookout. I could see the unspoken questions on the former's face, and the dismissive attitude in the latter's body language. Neither were listening as much as they needed to. If they attack and you run, you will get maimed, maybe killed. It's what they specialize in, I said. Again, a lie, but I needed to shape the group's behavior. Start with the key thing. Technically, if any of them ran, we could die. If you're supposed to be watching a flank or stand guard, or if you're given any task where I'm asking you to watch or listen, there's a reason for it. If you have to look away, tie your shoe, piss, or anything else, you do what I just did with Jamie. Let someone know, let them take over. I was approaching this in terms of couldn'ts. If we broke ranks, we died. If someone wasn't thinking and looked the wrong way for long enough, we died. I needed coulds. We can make a lot of money if all of you follow my instructions for the next 30 minutes. If nothing happens, we go home empty-handed, with each of you getting a little money for your trouble. But if you see them, signal us. Raise your hand, fist clenched, tap a shoulder if you need to, spread the message. We all benefit. We all get money. No competition, you don't get more money if you screw over the person standing next to you. Jamie raised a hand. I turned, rifle at the ready, but by the time I finished turning around, he was lowering his hand. Cat? I asked. War beast. Mauer's, not the Crown's. Why us? Adam asked. You picked carefully. And here were the questions. It's what I do, I said, facing him, meeting his eyes. I figure people out. Is that what you were doing when you came by the yard and told me a story about your friend, and how you needed to meet the right people to get started out in this city? No, I said. That was one step among many. We were trying to find someone that was in trouble. We found her, but not fast enough to get her out of here before this happened. You knew the army was coming to attack this city, the glassblower asked me. I expected a different disaster, I told her. Still do. But that's for later. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. Why us? Adam asked, again. I ran my fingers through my hair again. Bat knows there is an artist. Not a great artist, though. She gets by in a trade in a medium that isn't what she wants to do. I'd guess she likes putting images down on paper, and she's stuck working in textiles, probably putting rugs or something together. All eyes were on Bat. I was mixing cold reads with observed details. She had a flair to the way she presented herself and dressed that suggested she had a very individual style and creative edge. The nose was part of that, as was the black clothing and the shawl and the scarf she wore over her shoulders and around her neck. Her hands and sleeves were stained with dyes, the skin at the knuckles and pads of the hands broken. The textile making, with too much work going into that to be a hobby or interest. It would have to be an obsession, and nobody was that obsessed with rug making. Not in a city like this. I pretended to guess at things I knew with near certainty, and I made specific statements about vague things that people could fill in their own details with, or that were true for virtually anyone. She's good with her hands. I'm thinking we might need a net or something, and having her could be very useful. Someone hurt her, before. She got away, which makes her a survivor. Best of all, I think she respects individuals. She'll listen to me so long as I don't give her reason not to. I think she's the type to absolutely despise people who don't show her the respect she's due. I'm not going to make that mistake. Just about everyone had been hurt by someone in their past. The survivor bit was the weakest argument, so I put it toward the middle, and I doubted anyone would speak up and declare themselves anything but. The rest, well, she had enough substance to her to be willing to fight. She'd been alone, sitting in that alley, and she was between 17 and 23 years old, at a glance. Saying someone her age despised being disrespected was like saying rain was wet. True of everyone, yes, but especially true of an independent individual her age. The memory of what it was to be a child and be condescended to was fresh on her mind. Saying she would listen to me as long as I didn't fuck up, conversely, was a self-fulfilling prophecy. It was much more likely to be the case now that I'd said it, because she wanted to prove all of the good things I said were true, and that loyalty to people worth being loyal to was the only one she could, right now. Those large eyes of hers stared me down, a little wider than they had been. How wrong am I? I challenged her. I already knew the answer. That's a little scary, she told me. I know each of you, I lied. I know our enemy. I know that we, with a little luck, can kill 2 damn nobles and their pets. Allow me to do this. Allow me to make you this money. Lookout didn't seem as dismissive as he had a minute ago. In fact, he was paying more attention to Bat, now. So long as you don't shit yourself and run, or do something stupid like let your guard down, we can do this, I lied. 20 or 30 minutes of absolute focus, like your life depends on it. I saw some nods. Keep an eye out for any cloth, rope, or light chain. Anything that could serve as a cord or be turned into one. If we happen by on any fishing net, this far from the harbor, let me know. Like I said, our enemy is fast. A fishing net will slow them down. With luck, soak in the cord. I turned, looking over the surroundings. Jamie's eyes were good, but that was a side effect of his memory. He was good at taking in details and processing them. I could steer my brain in a direction that let me see past spots in my vision and the shifting nature of the darkness. Jamie took all of it in and processed it for what it was. Every rooftop I looked at, I could envision the twins just on the other side, out of sight. Every chimney was cover. Every window was a place they could leap from. I saw a light briefly flare in the distance, an explosion so distant the sound didn't quite reach us, and imagined the twins using that momentary distraction as an excuse to lunge at us. A master chess player thought 100 moves in advance. I was thinking about 10,000 different opening moves. You can hear me, can't you? I asked, not going to any effort to raise my voice. The two of you are there. I heard uncomfortable shuffling from behind me. Every single one of these people standing behind me are going to live, I said. Another blatant lie. I gestured. Jamie moved to follow, the rest followed suit. They can really hear you, a man asked. It might have been the brawler. Keen hearing. The best the academy can provide, I said. They probably heard everything I said. Which reminds me, Bat Nose. I have a name, you know. Does that nose of yours do anything special? No. It's decorative, not functional. I nodded. Jamie and I led the group. The group of 10 moved behind us. My pledge to keep people alive had been a ploy. I had a sense of who the twins were, and I doubted they would turn down the challenge. No, they would seek to prove me wrong to an extraordinary degree. If they got that far we would be done for, and the broken promise wouldn't do anything. By making the oath to save the 10 and putting the pair in the position where they sought to make me break it, I curtailed the twins' options. They had to show me, really. That meant they couldn't lead off by taking me out. It reduced the chances they would take out Jamie. Watch from every direction, I said, my voice low. They move fast, they're hard to see, and they'll deliberately attack from a direction we're not looking. You survived, didn't you? Lookout asked. Shit. I'd hoped the doe eyes he'd been making toward Bat meant he was distracted. Just the opposite. He wanted to prove something. One of my teammates didn't, I said. Another is still getting patched up. I tried to figure out a good angle to drive the point home. One that didn't make him look so bad he would resent me, but curtailed further challenges. You have talents, I picked you for your ability to watch our backs. Pay less attention to me, and more attention to spotting them. I wasn't sure his eyes were even good. But he'd had a good lookout spot, and if we had to stop for any reason, I would trust him watching for trouble before I trusted the drunk, the drug-addled merchant or the sunburned idiot. Sylvester. The glassblower. I paused, gestured to Jamie to look out, and then turned. Clothesline, she said. You wanted cord? At the porch at the back of one house, a clothesline was strung up over the porch railing. Accessing it would mean climbing the fence to get into the backyard, crossing the yard, climbing the short 3 stairs up to the porch, and then taking it down. I had a pit in my stomach. Is that not what you wanted? She asked. I'd paused too long, taking the situation in. It's a thing of beauty, I told her. Good eye. You're hesitating, Jamie said. You think the twins are here. There were so many angles they could attack from. They're here, I said. Prey instinct. I touched the fence that bounded the yard. They would attack. It was an opening, too blatant a weakness. If they'd heard everything I said, they knew I wanted cord and they didn't wholly know why, and that would be reason enough to get in the way of this simple act of crossing the 15-foot distance and then returning. I climbed up the fence, propping a foot on the top, the other hanging off the back of the fence, ready to touch ground if I needed to retreat backward. If I outlined the strategy aloud, they would counter. Instead, I raised a hand, gesturing. Me. Small protect. Group. Radiance all directions. Protect. Group. I lacked full peripheral vision. I had to turn my head to see Jamie at work, touching people, getting them to raise their guns, pointing them in various directions. I don't understand, Lookout said. Keep an eye out, I said. I was tense, and it carried over to my voice. Hand up, I gestured. Purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. Red was aggression. Movement, the forward assault. I kicked myself forward over the fence. A short 4-foot drop, and I was stepping foot on wet, frozen lawn, the ground simultaneously harder than it should be for soil, but giving under my weight, as the sodden ground beneath the frozen layer caved in. I gripped my rifle, holding it in both hands, ready. 1 running step. 2. Like a stone 3 times her weight, and with just as much impact, the twin dropped onto the porch stairs in front of me, all 4 limbs meeting the frozen slats and boards. Placing herself so that my body was between her and the group of 10. Not enough that I was guaranteed to block the shot, but enough to raise the question. Someone shot anyway. It missed. Eyes forward. Jamie shouted, voice high with alarm. Look in the direction I. More gunshots, not aimed at me. I threw myself to the right. She threw herself to her left, almost faster than I did, matching me and keeping me positioned between her and the group. She had to extend a spike out to slam it into the wall of the house and arrest her sideways movement. Right. She wouldn't kill me, but she could maim me and then leave me to watch her decimate the group. I raised my rifle, aiming. In much the way Jamie had dealt with, she hurled herself away, leg strength allowing her to dive to one side, her profile narrow, spikes extended out in front of her, so she could slip through the gap between the railing and the short set of stairs at the base of the porch. Spikes caught the ground, and I could see as they punched through the harder, colder layer and sank into the yet unfrozen mush beneath. I could hear it. A part of me expected the other lambs to be there, to capitalize on it. But the group of lambs had dwindled. There was no Gordon, no Mary, no Helen to capitalize on that moment of weakness. There was only me. Mary was at my shoulder and Gordon stood in front of me, pushing the barrel of my rifle, as I swiveled to point it at the twin, already squeezing the trigger a moment before I had her in my sights. Forelimbs caught in the ground, she used her forward momentum to bring her legs over, forward, setting them on the ground, and hauling her spikes up and out. It took a moment for her to reassert her balance, to bend her legs in preparation for another bounding leap, directly at the group. The rifle fired, violent, bucking in my hands and kicking back against my shoulder where I hadn't positioned it perfectly. I caught her, right across the back. A dark fleck of something flew off. I didn't see what, and I didn't see the full extent of the damage as she spun in a half circle, caught her balance, and hopped over the fence. Then she and the other twin were gone. I could hear the gasps and the shouts of the 10. The disbelief. I didn't turn to face them, and I didn't speak, instead focusing on ignoring the pain in my shoulder and the ringing in my ears as I brought the rifle up, using the battered bayonet blade to slice at the clothesline. I grabbed it with a numb hand and hauled it down. I hit one, I said, as I hopped over the fence, rifle in one hand, cord in the other. I'm pretty sure that gets me a reward. They looked at me like I was crazy. But that wasn't exactly right. I was sane, and I'd been talking crazy, up until this point. This was real for them, now. I handed the cord to the glass blower. Cut it into lengths. Do you know what a bola is? Yes, she said. Make bolas. Improvised ones. Anything we can do to limit their movement. I saw her glance back in the direction of Mauer's camp. Having second thoughts about all of this? They'll attack again before we get back to the main force, I said. Not making the bolas isn't going to make that next fight any easier. I met Jamie's eyes, and I gave him a nod. This was suddenly very real for our recruited group, yes, but I'd just made one of the twins bleed. Up until now, they had been playing with us, in a sense. Now they were going to take this seriously. Counting sheep 9.12. The challenge was to stay one step ahead of the enemy. I knew where they'd been the last time we saw them, I knew the likely course the elder twins had traveled, and I knew the younger sisters would go straight to the elder ones now that they had met with some resistance. With a certainty, I could say that the elder sisters were now making their way toward us. If I'd dealt any actual damage, they would be delayed. If I hadn't, we only had a minute. Why aren't we heading back to the others? Lookout asked. We are, but we're not going directly back because there's a good chance they're waiting for us, I said. I pointed at a collection of buildings to the left of the road Lookout would have wanted to take. Somewhere in there. We go that way, and they'll come at us in force, soldiers shooting. The monsters we just saw will hit us while we're dodging bullets. We meet a quick and grisly end. There's no way to cover all the angles and protect ourselves. Running at the lead of the group, I couldn't see his face, unfortunately, but I didn't hear any more complaints from him. I wasn't telling the truth. Us heading straight for Mauer was the most obvious route for our group. The twins laying in wait was the most obvious route for their group. I couldn't gauge the intelligence of the younger twins, but I knew the elder twins were smart enough to second-guess my actions and I had to second-guess theirs. They were at another point nearby, sending the soldiers out through alleys and into buildings that had good vantage points. I was guessing the twins' escort of elite crown soldiers were spread out, not concentrated, lined up in a way that would force us to take cover or take unnecessary losses, as we tried to cross the wide roads or run down a road with gunshots coming at us from behind or the side. It only took a couple of soldiers to slow us down when they had the benefit of carefully selected positions to shoot from, better weapons, and the training to put the bullets where they wanted them. If we took cover or tried to move through the alleys and the buildings themselves, then we wouldn't have the momentum anymore. The twins and the other soldiers could come at us at their leisure. They would fold around either side of us, forcing us to either move directly away from Mauer or hole in and trade bullets. Both of those options were bad for us, when the soldiers were better armed. Even in an ineffectual firefight with both sides shooting and neither hitting the other, the twins were a trump card for their side. I could visualize the various configurations of soldiers, crouching by windows or fences between us and Mauer's front lines. Too risky. Couldn't head straight for Mauer, couldn't imagine any scenario where the twins would let us, by intent or by accident. A scenario where they'd let us get this far out and then closed the net behind us? Definitely. If the soldiers were being ordered into a perimeter to catch us or trip us up should we make a break for it, then we needed to keep moving, down and away from the front line of the battle. Mauer expected to retreat before sending the primordials in. Moving in the direction of that retreat opened up opportunities. Staying put or moving in another direction let the opportunities fall away. What actions opened up doors? What actions closed them? What actions opened doors for the enemy, versus closing those doors? Mauer was west of us. If we headed south, moving toward the tail of his group, the twins had to communicate to their soldiers, pull them away from wherever they were holed up, and give chase, moving parallel to us to stay between us and Mauer. It meant less options available to them in the short term, making them easier to predict. The only other option left to them was to bluff, lead us to believe they were between us and Mauer, and that was shaky ground, rife with weaknesses Jamie and I could exploit. All that in mind, to the people I was leading, it seemed very much like we were getting further away from friends and help. To the people I was leading, salvation was a 5 or 10 minute run to the west, with no apparent threats between us and Mauer. They were scared, intimidated, and confused. I glanced back over one shoulder, then turned my head to glance over the other, before remembering I lacked an eye and couldn't actually see behind me that way. I let myself slow, and the group slowed too, responding. Keep moving, I encouraged them, as the ones in the lead caught up with me. I tapped Knuckles against the shoulder and arm of the two to my left. The brawling Bruno and Tattoo Belly. You two, watch our left. They might have left people there to flank us. Everyone else, watch our right. The enemy is moving alongside us now. We're about to reach a crossroads. Running and saying so much was tough. I was getting out of breath. If they're cocky, they'll run across the road to get ahead of us. They might shoot or pounce. Breathe, breathe. The area at my calf where I'd been sliced felt like rock, now, a twisted, angry, painful knot where muscle should be. Jamie spoke, men, watch the ground. Women, watch rooftops and windows. I saw his hand go up. Rear. I gestured in response to confirm. As a group, we crossed the open ground of the wider street. The deep ruts suggested the wagons or other vehicles that traveled the street bore heavy loads, likely to end from the quarries at the city's edge. I waited to see if the soldiers would happen to cross the road in plain view. They didn't. That placed them ahead of us, in a position to cut us off or set up to open fire on our flank, or it meant they were lagging behind. The tension in the group was palpable as our boots and shoes tromped on the snow-dusted road and broke through thin layers of ice over puddles. What were you doing with your hands? Bat asked. Talking with my teammate, I said. It's spooky. It's efficient. Where are we with the bullets? I asked. We have 3. I'm not sure how useful they're going to be. Seeing those things they were so fast, how do we even hit them? If you're in a position to throw the bullet and hit the twin with it, the monster probably reaches you in the next second or two and kills you, I thought. But at least this way we create a situation where maybe the next person in line doesn't get killed and has a chance to fight back. Trust me, was all I said. That's a lot to ask, coming from someone with a war wound who had to beg Mauer for help, Lookout said. I opened my mouth to reply. Adam jumped to my defense before I could speak. He's doing what he can to help that girl he had with him. Wouldn't any of us do that for the people who are important to us? Sentiment appreciated, but not the argument I would have made, and it made it harder for me to steer the conversation and assert myself. The others would process it as Adam saying he's doing this for himself and his friends, fuck all of the rest of us and weak. The young boy is weak. Adam had performed the equivalent of throwing an anchor to a drowning man. Yes, the anchor had a chain connecting it to the boat and that might help, but what it really did was risk sinking the poor bastard. I hadn't even been drowning, I'd been swimming. He's fucking us over to get the job done, you mean, the lookout said, voice strained as he panted from the running. There it is. No, Adam said. He's. Wait, I said, voice hard, stop. I stopped in my tracks. The group stopped as well. Everyone's attention was fixated wholly on the surroundings, searching, looking for the cue that had prompted me to order a halt. 3 Hannibal Hamlins, 2 Hannibal Hamlins, 1 Hannibal Hamlins. Move, I said, the count done, faster. Eyes out. The group listened. There hadn't actually been a cue or a reason to stop. There wasn't a reason to move faster now, either. But by taking command, I had stopped the conversation in its tracks, refreshing it, and reminded everyone what was at stake. Give a man an apple or a drink, then ask him a favor, and he was vastly more likely to obey. Psychology at work. Give a squad of 10 scared citizens of Lug direction, focus, and hope of survival when they craved those things, and then ask for goodwill? The same idea at work. Now I could answer. You were told how dangerous this was, I said. Bullshit, the glassblower said. 5 years pay. I said, raising my voice. Nobody ever gets something for nothing. Ever. You knew there was a cost. You didn't admit it to yourself, but don't pretend you thought this would be easy, that Mauer would hand over money for something with no risk to it. Now trust me. If you start focusing on me instead of them, they will get you. If you break ranks, you will be a straggler, and they are very good at picking off stragglers. Listen. Watch. Cooperate. I was letting emotion slip into the words. A little harsher than I'd intended. Jamie said. What? 100 meters behind us, while you were talking. The one you didn't shoot, alone, moving. Behind and to our right. Was right, crossed the street before I could point my rifle at it. Behind and to our left now, and catching up. 2 more people watch our left, I said. On it, Jamie said. He said something I couldn't make out to people I couldn't see through the back of my head. 6 watching our right, 4 watching our left, me in front, Jamie at the back. And Jamie said. What? You sounded a hell of a lot like Gordon just now. Listen. Watch. Cooperate. Bad thing? Good thing. Not bad, he said, and he left it at that. If I'd sounded like Gordon, it wasn't intentional. I could see it, thinking about it. Direct, hard, ruthless, straight to the heart of the matter. I had always been better than Gordon at the small-scale tactics, moving the group. Gordon had been better at taking in the battlefield, thinking about the small stuff in abstracts without overthinking and overdwelling on it. Fatigue and emotion were forcing me to be more brusque, and the nature of this battle with enemies on all sides forced me to take in the entire battle, watching how the lines were moving. It wasn't a surprise that I was treading on Gordon's niche. Speaking of the tone of the fighting at the front line had shifted while I hadn't been paying as much attention. More artillery, more explosions, and cannon shots. More of the duller, more individual cracks of Mauer's rifle shots, less of the staccato bursts of the stitched shooting. I could hear the hwump of war machines loosing their shots, the distinct pause, and then the rolling explosions as the shots hit home. The primordials are loose, I said. I wondered, Jamie said. The what? One of the men asked. It wasn't someone that had talked a lot. Prime. Mauer's special weapons. He just released them. The war beasts? They didn't look that impressive. They're impressive enough that it brought the academy here. It's why the fighting is happening. Listen, I said. Do you hear the more organized shooting from the stitched? The tate-a-tate-it. More artillery shells exploded. The group was listening. I half expected the stitched to open fire and make me a liar, and started to think of a way to lead into a casual, confident statement, as if I expected it all along. But there was no tate-a-tate-it. There was only the dull thunder of the explosions. I explained, the stitched are being called back. The Crown is moving their forces around, trying to get resources in place to deal with the new threat. Those explosions are the Crown pulling out all the stops, trying to keep the bulk of Mauer's forces back, out of the way. Isolating the primordial problem so it can be dealt with. The explosions continued, one after the other, no gap between them. The twin behind us is getting closer. Judging by their earlier speed, an attack is imminent. 20, 30 seconds. All of Lug seemed to be in that state. A blade raised and ready, yet to fall. Mauer had sent his forces out, widening the front line. The ones at the edges wouldn't be cut off by the steady set of explosions. Small squads, but squads led by Mauer's soldiers and comrades, now free to move up on a distracted Crown that was busy dealing with the war beasts, pulling back stitched and trying to position the weapons and squads for killing the primordials. Another attack poised but not yet delivered. If they were quick, it would coincide with the twins' attack here. Not that there was anything to it beyond a sort of violent poetry. I couldn't begin to guess what the Duke had planned, but that was another set of swords. The twin was in place to attack. There was nothing saying she would attack now, but I imagined she was angry. I'd made her sister bleed. We had no idea where that sister was. Cross the street. Fast. I called out. My hand went up, signaling Jamie. Behind. 3. Boots tramped on the road. We were moving directly away from the younger twin, now, slightly toward Mauer's lines, and toward the soldiers and the elder twins, if they had been ahead of us. 2. I gestured, as I called out, be ready. The explosions continued in the distance, the dull noise baffling and muting the finer sounds around us. 1. I gestured, the gesture segueing into the sign for behind. About face. Jamie and I called out, at the same time. As one, the entire squad turned. Too slow, some, others confused. 1 or 2 might not even have known what about face meant. But most did. Half of those individuals saw the twin, at the other side of the street. They fired, their rifle shots and pistols firing in time with mine and Jamie's. One of the others threw a bola. She was too fast. A leap to our right, reacting as she caught a singular bullet to the limb, hard enough that her spike limb scratched against the road. Footing secured, she leaped back, crashing through a window. In the midst of it, the thrown bola did a lazy spin before landing halfway between us and her. Holy Mother of God! Tattoo Belly gasped the words. Holy Mother, I was looking back and I didn't even see her at first. The glass blower started to head across the street, toward the bola she'd thrown. No. I said. Leave it. This way. How did you know? Tattoo Belly asked. Because a pair of killing machines with bloodthirst on multiple levels, who only get 5 to 10 minutes of action before having to head back to their sisters, lesser nobles who have likely never had to delay gratification once in their lives? They can't be that patient. Not when they're angry about their sister getting shot. I'm getting to understand them, I said, feigning a calm I didn't feel. My heart pounded. My fingers shook as I reloaded my rifle. We shot her and didn't even break the skin. Look out, said. The old man here hit exposed bone. Thicker end of the spike, Jamie said. It probably hurt. Might have fractured bone. I don't know. Lillian said the bone was hardened. Carbon dense, heavier than lead. And it's pissing them off, I thought. This isn't what they're used to. Pain and being predicted. Those dense, hard bones take energy to haul around. Efficient as they are, they're getting tired and they're getting more emotional. Will she cross the street to come to us, or head back to her sisters to recoup, get patched up, and get organized? Or are the other twins making a move? The soldiers and the elder twins couldn't be that far away. Weapon raised and readied, primed to strike. If I could anticipate it, we'd be fine. Up ahead, Adam said. He was panting. When I looked back, I could see the sweat glistening on black, tattooed skin. It had to be cold, given the weather. He managed to find the breath to utter another word, store. Robe. I asked. Weapons. Fishing supplies, Brawler said. Nets, yet? But the door will be locked. How far? 2 streets over. We won't make it that far before we run into trouble, I thought. They can't let us, especially if they heard. Soldiers would be getting the order, to close in, to catch up, put us on the defensive. We didn't have much in the way of available cover, with only open street in front, behind, and to our left. There. For the people to aim and fire even as I was turning my head, they had to have been paying attention to our left flank, watching out for the twin we'd just shot at. The rifle shot exploded right next to my ear, and was doubly worse because I hadn't even seen the gun or anticipated the shot. But the twin was already moving. Showing herself and retreating in the same smooth motion. There was no reason to do that unless... Incoming! I shouted, turn. The other twin dropped like a stone, right into the midst of the group. Her 2 forelimbs plunged down with her. Spikes of bone, as hard as steel and heavier than lead, one through Bat's shoulder. The other went through Scrubbrush's collarbone and out the front of his ribcage. He'd been the only one that was a decent shot in our group, I was 90% sure. He'd had calluses on his fingers that suggested he spent whole days with his gun in his hands. A hunter, if I had to guess, one who had picked up their gun during past military service and had kept it well maintained since. Smart enough to shut up and follow orders without comment or complaint. Forelimbs firmly planted in 2 members of our group, she swung her feet up in unison. Sharp talons at the ends swept up Brawler's face, from chin to hairline, tearing up everything between. Cheeks shredded enough I could see teeth past the blood and meat, eyes just gone. I told them to watch our right side, I thought. The person who'd shot at the twin had been one of the ones who had been supposed to watch the other direction. The twin remained there, spike forelimbs still thrust down, anchored in meat that had yet to collapse to the ground, feet pointing straight up, a grisly handstand, one that showed her gouged back to me, held for 1 second, 2 seconds. I knew, seeing it, that there was no action anyone would take that would stop her from killing at least 2 more people. If the fight were chess, she had us in check, and none of us had the instincts or skill to see how or why. We would make our next move, blind, and it would be the wrong move. Goiter stabbed at her with a bayonet blade. Easily, fluidly, she moved out of the way, letting her body fall back and away from the thrust. She yanked one limb out of the old man, bringing it over her head and down, slashing it with a deceptive speed, far faster than the slower movement of the rest of her body. At Adam. He brought his rifle up, blocking the slash. The twin's limb came down through the construction of metal and wood. The former bent and broke, the latter splintered. The weapon came apart in 2 uneven halves. She was left with one arm still inside Batno's shoulder, the girl doubled over, torso twisted as she tried to avoid having it wrenched apart by the movement of the twin's limb, and her other limb down at Adam's midsection. Swipe. Slice Adam at the lower stomach, cutting an inch deep. Haul one limb out of Batnose, and bring it up and around, cutting the woman with the glasses from lower ribs to shoulder, carrying on to aim for Adam's throat. He caught the limb in one hand, and, as if she expected it, she tugged the blood-slick bone back out of his grip, leaving it still pointed at him. At a tall, broad target who had zero way of getting out of the way in time. It was Lookout who moved, swinging overhead, using the makeshift bola like a flail, down at the arm. The weight at the end swing over, around, cord encircling the folded limb twice before cracking ineffectually against bone. One limb possibly bound, but she was still a killing machine, smack dab in the center of the killable. The people who were reeling or outright dying from her attacks were in the way of the people who had any chance of doing anything. Again, Adam grabbed at her, seizing her by the upper arm. Don't, I thought, but he was already doing it, and he couldn't read my mind. It was the wrong thing to do, throwing her to one side, away and out of the group, but there were no right things to do. While she moved, she raised her legs, talons cutting again at glasses, and once at tattoo belly. She hit the ground, less graceful with one limb wrapped in the bola flail, but I could see how she was swift to get her feet under her, ready to move. I hadn't been able to shoot while she was in the midst of the group, with so many bodies blocking my shot. Others were in the same boat. I recognized the impatience I felt, and I knew what it meant. The tables had been turned. One side wounded, left wanting to retaliate, and finding themselves frustrated instead. An opening was now given, just like when we'd crossed the street, our backs to the twin, soon to be followed by the reversal. Hold fire! I shouted. Too late. The speed of the air moving from my lips to their ears was slower than the impulse from their brains to their fingers. The members of the group who weren't blinded, mortally wounded, disarmed, or in agonizing pain fired. To someone who didn't see exactly what she'd done, it was like she could read minds, dodge bullets. She hopped and slid to one side, head low, 3 available limbs skidding on the road until they found traction. No less than 5 guns were fired at her, 3 rifles and 2 pistols, and not one bullet touched her. But she'd known we would be impatient, wanting to shoot. She had performed in situations almost identical to this countless times in her life, often enough to know the time it took most to aim and pull the trigger. While our people worked to reload, she lunged to intercept her sister, who was crossing the street, heading right for us. The one twin would cut the binding without breaking stride, and would run into our midst a split second before the first person managed to reload, carrying out the second half of the twins' bloody dance. But the scenario wasn't going to go as they had planned. I hadn't fired. I aimed, looking down my rifle's sights. The one who had just cut through our ranks wasn't aware, but the twin who was charging our way saw. She changed direction, moving explosively, tackling her own sister, to knock her off course. I suppressed a smile, exhaling slowly. Her timing was off there, too. Patience. The two sisters, tangled together, placed perfectly for one bullet to penetrate the both of them. I squeezed the trigger. The bullet pinged off the street, a miss. Fuck. I could sense Gordon's disapproving eyes on me as I fumbled to reload. Don't fight, SY. You're bad at it. While I joined the others in trying to reload in time, knowing it wouldn't be fast enough, another shot rang out. The bullet passed through one twin's back, out the front. Thick black blood and bone fragments sprayed out, and she collapsed into her sister. Jamie. Jamie had held his fire, too. The twin with one bound limb struggled to rise with the weight of her sister on her. There was a glimmer of emotion to the haste, and that emotion mirrored the fumbling movements of the people around me who were trying to reload faster than their numb hands were allowing. Awkwardly, moving on 3 limbs instead of 4, she backed away from her sister's body, pausing. Her skeletal jaw opened, and she screamed, far louder than her narrow frame should have allowed. The scream was joined by 2 others, just as inhuman. It was the elder twins, each with a rifle, stalking toward the rear of our bleeding, crippled group. Counting sheep 9.13. The nobles' inhuman screams rang through the night. The twin had come down like a nail driven by a hammer. One member of our group killed, another injured to the point that I couldn't expect her to be useful. The rest had taken varying degrees of damage, ranging from blindness and near disembowelment to deep cuts. The nail had been dealt with, but the group was still nailed down, in a manner of speaking. This number of people was a critical liability. They weren't running, they were still too shocked and traumatized to properly bolt for safety, and even if I somehow drove them to move, it would be horrendously disorganized, muddled by the state of the group. Old Scrub Brush, dead. The brawny Bruno, blind and missing most of his face. Both were as good as dead. Adam, who I hadn't wanted to bring, had one arm, not hand, cupped against the wound at his stomach. Batnose, who I'd analyzed so thoroughly, had a hole through the top of one shoulder and out the armpit, the shoulder itself likely dislocated. I had no idea how hurt Glasses was, but 2 good cuts meant I had to put her in the same category, those 3 would slow us down. Tattoo Belly was scratched. Lookout, Glassblower, Salt, and Goiter were uninjured. They were also, with the possible exception of Goiter, people who couldn't fight. Too many people were moving for the cover of the alley, but the injured and blind members of the group were obstacles more than teammates. I backpedaled, seeing the elder twins approach from the end of the road, still screeching, their eyes wide, expressions inhuman. Both sisters were incomplete, a good 2/5 of their bodies missing, the rest remaining upright and in roughly the right position by sheer structural integrity alone. I could see black bone that had been folded up into place. The other twin was off to the side, still, crouching by her dead sister. Stumbling back, I grabbed the blind Bruno's shirt. He flinched, raising a hand. It's me. I called out, to be heard over the frantic shouts and noises of the group that was still heading for the alley. I moved around the Bruno, so he could serve as cover against any attack from the twins, my evasive maneuvers quick enough that I nearly bounced off the brick corner on the other side of him. I hauled him toward the alley the rest were trying to flee into. This way, and whatever you do, don't push each other. We were retreating, there was no stopping that from happening, and we were very likely retreating right into the soldiers that had been left in our way, a defensive perimeter of Mauer's men. Accept it. Make peace with it. I could feel the fear and panic. Both elder twins had raised their rifles. They fired, one shot after another. Good rifles. Probably accurate. With the body of the blind Bruno between me and them, I couldn't see if they were hitting us or not. I brought my hand out of my pocket, a bullet between index finger and middle finger, willing my fingers to be steady, and slotted the bullet into the rifle. Pull the lever, flip the switch, crank down the side. Then I was supposed to aim. I didn't. The blind Bruno leaned my way, nearly pushing me out of the makeshift, living cover his sheer mass provided. In thrusting the side of my rifle out to shove him back toward the alley, a 2-handed task, I felt a lump at the side of his leg. Borrowing this, I said. I slid a hand into his pocket, and I grabbed his coin purse. Smaller than my fist, it was still packed with coins. He didn't protest. I took in the scene beyond our little group. I couldn't see the elder twins, but I had a sense of where they were. Each time they fired their rifles, I could place their locations. Striding or stalking forward, with all of the tense muscles and barely restrained power of a pair of jungle cats, they fired relentlessly, reloaded with practiced motions, and then fired again. 4 shots each, a pause so short I couldn't believe they were prepping another 4 bullets, and then 4 more shots. A spray of blood coincided with a sound like a great weight dropping onto wet gravel. It was Goiter, too far out, not benefiting from the blind man's mass and cover. Goiter had been aiming at the elder twins. The younger twin didn't even react to the death, her eyes fixed on Jamie, her body jerking left and right, forward and back. Every adjustment was to throw him off as he changed where his rifle pointed. With every spare moment, her teeth snapped and gnashed at the clothesline that bound her trapped limb. Her elder sisters were shooting, and crossing that general trajectory meant risking getting shot, so she waited, watched, and distracted. The hesitation might have been helped with a frustration with her own limited movements and insecurity, however that strange life form might process such a thing. She'd lost her sister, and she was lost. Breathe, SY. You are the jack of trades, the liar, the fluid element that can adapt to any situation. No excuses left. You wanted Wyvern, you got Wyvern. Gordon and Jamie wouldn't take Mauer left us underprepared for an answer. They took your damn eye. The anger helped clarify things. I let the Wyvern focus my attention, putting the whole of my focus on what was happening, where things were, and all the details. I had only as long as it took the younger sister to finish tearing at that cord bola at her arm. With her limbs being what they were, she didn't have the means to simply unwind it with the fingers that gripped the thickest end of the spike limbs, too clumsy. Her limbs were weapons first, tools second. I gripped the coin purse until the coins within dug into my hand. She pulled her head away, sharp teeth bringing some of the last of the cord with it. Her limb managed to open and reach out, the spike coming forward and down as the scraps of cord fell away. The point struck the road at the far end of the street. A heartbeat later, she was lunging, a zigzag path. Jamie didn't shoot. Patient. Fuck, I said, pouring every last iota of fuckness I was already feeling into the one word. It's still breathing. There were a dozen gunshots going off in different places throughout the city with any passing second. The cadence of the twins shooting threatened to blur into it. Yet I listened for it, and I heard it, as real as if it was a physical thing, something so manifest it could be seen, tasted, touched. The break in the rhythm of the elder sister's shooting. They'd heard. Jamie was among the ones who reacted, his gun moving slightly toward the fallen twin. That, in turn, was the cue for the charging twin to check. She zigged short, zagged long, veering out toward our left, what had been the back of our group, creating a moment where she could look over one shoulder and see if her sister was indeed still breathing. Stall the other one, I'll get her. I called out, gesturing as I brought the coin purse back, hurling it. Give them hope, then threaten to dash it. Use the darkness, not just in the environment, but the countless things that these monsters don't know and aren't certain of. For me, it was a coin purse. For them, it was an unknown variable, combined with words of utter confidence from someone who had just fucked up a really nice shot. The lunging twin changed course, moving to intercept the projectile. I completed the throwing motion, letting myself fall forward. Jamie, having stepped slightly out of the cover the blind Bruno provided, put a bullet right over my head. Not at the younger twin, but at the elder. I didn't even dare to peek my head out of cover to check what had happened. Good thing, both elder twins answered with a renewed flurry of bullets. The younger, meanwhile, slashed at the coin purse, sending coins flying, each of the coins flipping through the air, flashing orange and yellow as they caught one distant fire or another. The blind Bruno hadn't moved. That suggested the group entering the alley was jammed. It wasn't a wide space, and if the group had shoved and pushed into there until they got themselves wedged, or if the injured were in front and moving too slowly. If we couldn't even make 10 feet of headway, I wasn't sure how we were going to survive this. As the concern crossed my mind, I looked at the blind Bruno a little closer. I'd been too focused, Wyvern focusing my thoughts in particular directions. It was the mental equivalent of a headlong rush, aggressive, arms swinging, fixating on the fight, except I hadn't gone anywhere physically, and it was a battle fought with attention, emotion, motivation, needs and wants. The blind Bruno had died, and it had been longer than just a moment ago. His body slumped against the corner at the exit of the alley, still standing. He'd taken bullets, acting as a human shield, very likely dead from the first bullet. Beyond him, the rest of the group of 10 had already made their way. Everyone that could move had. Only Goiter, the old man, and the blind Bruno remained, leaving Jamie and I with 3 twins nearby. I shot her, Jamie said. She didn't go down. Scared, uncertain. Turning my rifle around, I swung the butt up and above me. Glass shattered. I swung it to one side, breaking the glass more. 1 foot on the Bruno's knee, a boost to get myself up, head ducked low. The toe of my shoe scratched against stone, looking for a handhold. I found one of a very unlikely sort. Jamie stepped closer, putting his shoulder beneath my foot. As I grabbed the windowsill and hauled myself past broken glass, I could hear the clicks of his rifle being reloaded. Come on! I shouted. Goiter's shots at the elder twins had kept them to one side of the street. It had meant that the body of the 400 or 500-pound Bruno had been able to continue serving as cover. Now that Goiter was dead, the elder twins were moving toward the middle of the street, where they would have a clear shot on Jamie and I. Jamie fired once, more a warning shot than anything else, then turned. Like I had, he swung his rifle, though he held on to the end. I caught the barrel, putting all of my meager strength into bracing against the window and wall and hauling up, as he did much the same, feet kicking the wall below the window in an attempt to find traction. I had a glimpse of the younger twin moving, a very clear mental picture of her leaping up, spearing Jamie through the torso even as he tried to climb through the window. It was going to happen. She was too fast, he was too slow. I felt a vivid, intense resignation in the moment. Resignation wasn't a feeling I associated with intensity, but I felt it all the same, terrible and vicious. Sweat made my hand slip on the barrel. It wasn't a thought that crossed my mind, there wasn't enough time for it to be complete. More a sentiment, a realization. This is how it ends. Separate us, and we go to pieces. 4 lambs became 3 became 2. Counting down. If only we had Mary. To step in, seize the moment, seize Jamie. There. I found a hair more traction on the sweat and rain slick weapon barrel, hauling it closer, uncaring of the bayonet blade on the end, so close to my chest, I found a little bit more strength, and I hauled Jamie just far enough up that I could let go of the gun altogether, grabbing him by the shirt collar. I hauled him up and into the room, practically throwing him to the ground. Graceful. fluid. One action to lead to another, I thought. In another voice, calm, I reminded myself what my enemy was doing. Bend down, grab the weapon, and bring it around, stabbing. I was only halfway through the motions when Jamie kicked me down to the ground a few feet from him. Spikes of bone lanced through the space where my head and body had been about to be. She was there, in the window. I'd dropped my weapon and held Jamie's, which he'd just fired. All the same, I tried for my third feint of the night, aiming it at her, trusting that she wouldn't know it wasn't loaded, that she would reflexively jump away as she had so many times. But she'd been paying attention to the gun, where it was, the fact it had fired its shot. I thrust it at her, jabbing with the blade in an ineffectual way, still sprawled on the ground, facing the window, and she swung a spike to smash the barrel, bending it visibly. With her particular dimensions, working her way into the window took another second, her limbs were long, and she was using the fingers at the second elbow joint, at the fat end of the spike, to grip the windowsill. Bringing herself up and through involved some contortion. The spikes went out to either side, flush against the wall, bracing, her head ducking low, past broken glass. Jamie had the gun, touching it, but didn't have a position to get a grip on it. Instead, he shoved it my way. By the time I grabbed it and aimed it, the younger twin had pulled the spikes back, letting herself fall back outside the building. A heavy scuffling sound marked her ascent, 10 feet off to the left, moving up to other windows, possibly an upstairs floor. She was stalking us, possibly communicating with her sisters, getting ready to cut us off. She wasn't nearly as pissed as her older sisters. She was holding to pattern now, and that was a problem. The younger twin was a killing machine, ingrained with the full knowledge on how best to end lives and tear through living people, all through careful, surgical strikes that minimized risk to her and maximized damage to the enemy. Enraged, confused, lost with the death of her sister, she wasn't spiraling out into new behaviors she wasn't used to, rife with weaknesses I could exploit. She was doing what she'd always done, a path where she'd ironed out most of the weaknesses. She'd fallen for 2 feints and had learned enough to avoid falling for a third. Jamie and I climbed to our feet. I handed him the good rifle. We were in someone's house, now. A shithole of a place. I made a point of steering clear of any furniture where bugs or lice might be lurking. The older ones are in the alley, Jamie said. Following our group of 10 turn 7, potentially cutting us off from one another. One younger twin up above. If my estimate was right, the soldiers were laying in wait. The 7 would run straight into a situation where they were outnumbered, out-armed, and outgunned. If I was wrong, the 7 would reach Mauer. I wasn't going to bet on that scenario and the chance that Mauer might extend additional resources in this direction. 2 of us against 3 of them, I said. I think you should sit this one out, Jamie. Can't make it too easy. They can hear you, Jamie said. I could hear the tension in his voice. Don't taunt them. I laughed, sudden enough it caught me off guard. Taunt them? We just killed one of them. I think we've topped things off, as provocation goes. There's no way to make them angrier. The laugh and the short speech had left me breathless. The feelings I was burying and pushing off to the side were seeping out, affecting it. You hear me? I screamed out the words. You killed our dog and you injured our Lillian. That means we've got to kill at least 2 more of you to balance the scales. You mutant skeleton sisters are only worth half the dog each, and I'm going to have to take the older noble's life to make up for almost killing Lil. Jamie stared at me, wide-eyed. And when I'm done, you bitches, I'm going to go find your brother, and I'm going to make him squeal with pain before he dies. Because his whole unproductive, sack of shit life isn't worth one piece of me. The shouts rang off the walls. Jamie exhaled, his breath shuddering as he did it. Maybe we shouldn't be so loud. They can hear us anyway, I said. They know where we are. And the little one. She's patient, I told Jamie, my eye on the staircase, on the hallways and doorways. Even in the darkest, blackest rage she's experienced in her life, she knows. The younger twin made her entry, tearing through the floor above us and the ceiling in a shower of plaster and wood splinters, dropping. She'd fixed the issue with the binding at one limb, but she remained off balance. Used to working in concert with a sister who could instinctively cover any gaps, more coordinated with her own movements than the lambs ever were, she landed to one side, leaving us a direction to run. We took it. Through a dining room. I slammed the door behind us, buying us a few more steps. The violence with which she destroyed the door and tore through made my eye widen, putting an idea in my head. I knocked over a chair, putting it in her way, grabbed a wheeled tea trolley and pulled it back into the path behind me. I'd been missing the lambs. I'd been seeing the lambs. Phantoms of Gordon, of old Jamie, of Helen, Ashton, and most recently, of Mary. I had a sense of what it was, now. It wasn't that I was emulating them. It was that I was working with them. Years of cooperation with other lambs had left its imprint in me as surely as anything else. I'd come to know Gordon, how Gordon acted, where he liked to be in a confrontation. In the split second before he took action, not quite soon enough to change my own courses of action, I knew what he would be doing. In visualizing Mary, hauling Jamie into the building, I'd recognized the lack, seen how the full team might have acted, and stepped to fill the void, as I'd been preparing to do for a long time. The tea trolley in place, I slammed the kitchen door. Helen. I called out, grabbing the kitchen cabinet to arrest my forward movement. Rather than run, I swung my feet up onto the counter. Don't try to fight, I thought. Can't fight. The longer we draw this out, the worse it goes. Ambush. A spear of carbon-dense bone punctured the door near the knob. It shifted angle dramatically, tearing at the wood even worse. Then it pulled back, disappearing. She knows we have one working gun. She's wary of being shot. Jamie was behind me. He didn't make a noise. I imagined he had a vague sense of what I was doing, namely something very risky and reckless, and he knew there was nothing he could do that wouldn't jeopardize it. If the greater battle had swords poised, ready to strike, what was this? Everything was strained to a limit yet somehow restrained. The twin wanting to attack and kill, Jamie wanting to help me. The state of the group of 7, of us, of the elder twins outside. I was the only poised sword here, and I had no edge. The twin slammed bodily into the door. The door opened, the top swinging in. I leaped. One foot went out, touching the door, while one hand caught the top of the door. I hung there for a moment, my grip and sideways momentum keeping me in place, I watching below me. A half second after the door had crashed open, sooner than might be expected, she dashed in, low to the ground. I had to kick at the door, which was braced against the wall, to hurl myself far enough out. She heard the sound or realized what the impact above her had been. I saw her head turn slightly. I landed on top of her, all hard bone and edges, and I embraced her. She had so little muscle. The muscle she did have had to move heavy bone, so it was very specialized toward that task. Lillian had given me clues, talking about the low range of movement. Lookout's Bola had been another, showing just how much difficulty she'd had tearing the remaining cord when an ordinary human might have been able to extend their arm and have the cord snap. An alligator's jaws. Powerful as an alligator's jaws were, if the mouth was held closed with a human's hands, the muscles weren't powerful enough to haul it open against the resistance. Arms pinned against her side, me on her back, she could only use her legs, and those legs were limited in movement, solely for climbing, running, and kicking at opponents who weren't hugging her. Not that she didn't try. She had talons, and she scratched for my shoes and calves. Her head turned, teeth snapping, and I had to pull my head back and away to avoid having my nose or chin taken off. I heard a heavy knock. She'd released a spike, with the thing no longer extending from what should have been her right wrist. Fingers free, hand able to move, she brought long fingers around and started to dig them into my forearm. For long seconds, we thrashed, her kicking at cabinets and furniture to try and move us across the floor, to violently push me against cabinets, against the wall, trying to loosen my hold. She tried to stand, and I tangled her leg with mine, keeping mine straight, to keep her from getting both feet under her. I wasn't even sure she could stand without her forelimbs to help. With the fingerbones digging into flesh, I had to admit I was losing my grip. I wasn't Helen. I couldn't take this someplace, utterly destroying my target. I could only hold her mostly still, long enough for Jamie to draw near, and slam the rifle's bayonet blade into her eye socket. The blade kept her head mostly in place. She couldn't do much except dig her fingers in deeper as Jamie changed the angle of his rifle, turning the barrel more toward the top of her head. He pulled the trigger, firing a bullet into her brain pan. Slowly, wincing in pain from 100 new, small sorts of hurt, I made my way to my feet. Helen? Question. Jamie gestured. Helen? Needed. Helen. Help. I gestured back, staring down at the second sister's corpse. I winced as I bent down to pick up the spike, hefting it in my hands. Jamie nodded. He pulled the rifle free of the now shattered eye socket, and jammed the bayonet past ribs and into the chest cavity, once, twice. Thank you. Helen. He gestured, but the expression on his face was a grim one, suggesting he was reading something more into this than was warranted. The older twins hadn't come barging in. That suggested they didn't know how this had ended. When their sister didn't come back, triumphant, they would come looking. Kill. One. Other. No. Balance. I gestured. Jamie nodded. He understood what I meant. Kill one, and the other toppled. It wasn't a guarantee, but the weaknesses that were so hard to find against the concerted pair were very evident once they were left to operate alone. Was it why the older sisters had held back a little? A fear that 3 would be just as uneven and fragile as 1? Or were they going after the 7 remaining people that Jamie and I had recruited? I wasn't sure I liked any of the options. I watched as Jamie gestured. Are any of the others helping? I wished I had a proper answer for him. Given how hurt or close to death I was getting every time I tried it, I wasn't sure I wanted them to. Counting sheep 9.14. The two of us moved across the house, making as little noise as possible while still striving to cover as much ground as possible. The game with the twins was still underway. Give and take. Each trying to constrain the other side's options. Our options now were far more limited. The younger siblings were killing machines. Easier to predict, to bait into attacking or reacting. The elder twins were more complex, more savvy. They had demonstrated that much earlier. I had no idea what to expect from them. I knew they were strong, their bodies repurposed and at least somewhat similar to the younger twins. I knew their senses were altered. I didn't know much else. The house we'd broken into had a side door. There was no convenient way to check if the coast was clear, and I wouldn't trust any of those ways if they did exist. All I could do was ease the door open slowly, ready to move a lot faster if I needed to stab at anyone on the other side. Nobody. Up until now, I had been able to maintain a general sense of where things were. Now there were too many variables to control and there was too little in the way of indicators. The explosions at the front line of the battle had stopped, but gunshots were incessant on both sides, the lines disorganized. I couldn't tell what might be the twin soldiers shooting at the surviving members of our group from the rest of the noise. A hand touched my shoulder. Jamie pointed, gestured, indicating our path. He had to have some idea as to why. We were heading through side streets, but he might have glanced down another street while we'd been walking with our hand-picked squadron and picked up a sense of how the area was laid out. We ran for a couple of minutes, passing by a patch where the rocky ground was too uneven for any kind of building to be planted on it. Behind the residential block, a few streets down, was a building, recessed into a nook in the patch of rockier terrain. The building was surrounded by walls, in turn. It wasn't one of the sturdier constructions, standing half again as tall as a typical one-story house did, as wide on any side as two houses, and on approach, I could smell traces of shit and blood. There was a peculiar cast to the smell, suggesting it wasn't fresh, just the opposite. Weeks upon weeks of blood and shit piled onto one another, as if the rocky ground here had trapped the smell in. A slaughterhouse, or it had been. Not a huge one, probably only taking in 6 to 12 animals at a time, bringing them in along a road that branched in off the main street. The lack of freshness to the smells made me think it hadn't been used any time in the last week or two. Closed for the colder months, perhaps, or it worked on a schedule, as boats came in. Weapon, Jamie signaled. Did I want to pass up my spear of twin bone for something from the slaughterhouse? I could think of a dozen things I could do with the right tool and the right circumstance. Meat hooks, saws, chains, and sharp blades? On any other day, it would have been perfect. No, I said. If we weren't far enough away from the twins to be able to speak without being overheard, then we were as good as dead as it was. But it's a good thing to put between us and the twins. Strong smell, to make us harder to sniff out, walls to block sounds. Even if they're strong, and even if they're nimble, it doesn't look like it's easy to get onto the roof, and cutting across the property looks like it's a pain. It was true. Fences, corrals, barriers to keep thieves out, and doors, all bounding a building that looked dilapidated enough to discourage kicking one's way through doors. Part of the reason I didn't want to put time into going into the building and getting my hands on things. Good, Jamie said. How did you even see it? Through an alley as we walked by. If you stand near the harbor and look northeast, you could see it. Looking the other way, the slope and intervening buildings hide it. Maybe we could see it, but I definitely couldn't tell what it was from that distance. Or remember where it was supposed to be. Neither could I. I figured something like this, set a little bit away from the other buildings, a bit large. Was set apart from other stuff for a reason. Because it offended the senses. Loud or smelly. Which means tools. I nodded. Which mean options. Every interaction with this Jamie seemed to create more distance between me and the old Jamie. As if it reminded me, again and again, over and over, that my best friend was gone and he was being left behind. That this Jamie was proving himself and honing his abilities in a way very different from the Jamie I knew was a bittersweet thing. Bitter because it only widened the gap, sweet, if it could be called that, because it helped keep us alive. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. The options afforded by the slaughterhouse weren't worth the time it took to get in, or the risk of finding ourselves at odds with very angry twins in an environment filled with sharp things. More likely they'd figured out where we were, and were moving in the same direction we were. If our group had headed toward Mauer, then they had waltzed right into the soldiers. Jamie and I had backtracked a little and were now heading to that same general perimeter. My hope was that the soldiers had taken notice of the group of 7 and were now moving from their position to collapse in on the group. The line became a U, which became a circle, ever closing on the 7. If the soldiers thought we were part of that group, then there was a very real chance we could come in behind the soldiers as they closed the circle, approaching from the outside of that circle while the people that composed it were looking inward. The twins, if they were following us, would have found themselves cut off by terrain and by the setup of the fences and walls of the little slaughterhouse. They would turn, moving in parallel to us as we headed toward the soldiers who were attacking or surrounding the 7. Jamie's little tidbit of knowledge had bought us distance. There were two possibilities, now. The first was that the 7 were dead, and the twins would find their soldiers and give the order to chase us. That would be bad, and it would be a test of whether grown men or 2 boys who had been running all night were quicker on their feet. The second option was that the 7 were alive. The twins would reach their soldiers, give the order, and make those soldiers attack. Whatever was holding them back, whatever had happened that let the 7 live, the twins would force a resolution, even if it meant making their soldiers mount a suicidal attack on the 7. That done, they could attack Mauer's backline or chase us. Both options were different brands of bad. Mauer was only a 5-minute run away, going by the fires and the glow of the countless people who held torches. The Crown I had no way of telling. Too many people were shooting in too many places. I watched the buildings, looking, my eye focusing on the darkness, to see if I could see shadow moving against shadow, as the Crown soldiers moved closer to the 7. Where had they set up, and where were they going? Given a choice, where would a talented soldier set up? A sharp whistle made Jamie and I turn our heads simultaneously. A moment later, a gunshot. It was answered by 3 more. The first gunshot and the answering gunfire had very different sounds, the latter muffled, not nearly as crisp. The twins had found the soldiers. The first gunshot we'd heard had to be one of their soldiers, if not one shot fired by a member of a pair or trio. A response to the whistle that summoned them, I imagined. We can't come because we're the only thing between the enemy and Mauer, it was saying. The answering gunfire would have been the response of the 7. Or however many were left, now. Not a response I would have recommended. They had just told everyone where they were. I gestured. Jamie nodded. We moved in the direction of our allies, keeping closer to the shadows. Pinned down, surrounded, injured, and unaware that the twins were about to catch up with them. We reached an intersection. I could look down the length of this particular street and see the back lines of Mauer's force. So close, yet those forces were preoccupied. It was salvation. I could have abandoned my hand-picked group and gone to Mauer. I was carrying a trophy that would likely buy some mercy from the man. It could even buy us soldiers, a force of men that could strike at a smaller squad of the twins' men and the twins themselves. It would be so easy to be the utter bastard, to just dispose of those lives. The risk, the reward, the likelihood it saw us living versus the nobles dying. I wondered if Mauer would have decided to return to the main force. I felt like he might, if it was civilians and not his trained soldiers. For his men to be loyal, he had to justify that loyalty. To do otherwise would have required constant manipulation. He was good at leading and directing people, shepherding his flock, but he seemed far too pragmatic a man to adopt lies and manipulations that would tie his hands just a little in every interaction over just about every single day. I couldn't do it. We glanced around, checking every avenue, then, at a signal from me, we crossed the street at a run. We were 3/4 of the way across when I saw movement in the corner of my eye. One soldier. I gestured, and Jamie and I began to follow the man, as he wound his way through alleys, heading in the direction of the whistle. He moved at a brisk walk. Jamie and I moved at a jog. It would have been a run, but we both took caution to move silently. The heat in the air from the bodies and the fires of Mauer's forces was plunging skyward alongside plumes of smoke, and the difference in cold air and hot air was stirring the wind, drawing in cold air from the harbor and up the sloping city. It was windy, and the wind stirred up snow, it blew in the ear and it caught sounds, carrying them away. Moving while upwind of the man would help, if only a little. You. Right. Me. Left. I gestured. Jamie and I parted as we approached the soldier from behind. Sure enough, he was focused on the direction of the 7 and on getting to the Richmond twins quickly enough to avoid their ire. Jamie glanced at me. You. High. Me. Low. He nodded. The man was a few paces away, but he was walking away from us. Moving closer meant having to be quieter, which generally necessitated moving slower. It was a paradox, one that made the approach an exercise in agony. The strain of smoothly rolling my weight forward with more careful motions of my legs and feet was making the cut in my calf hurt. Courtesy of the younger twins. I saw Jamie's head turn, and then reluctantly drew back, dropping lower to the ground and closer to the edge of the nearest building, where I could be out of sight. Another soldier, approaching from a different position, converging on the same point as our quarry. There would be no careful execution of that pair. Especially with the risk that another soldier might approach and spot us as soon as we stepped out of cover and attacked. Jamie had stopped as well. He watched from the other end of the street, through precipitation-beaded glasses, his hood up, a rifle in his hands. I gestured at Jamie. Enemy. Count. Question. 1-5, the response came. 15. 15 soldiers to worry about. 15, and the two we'd just seen had approached from points that seemed set fairly far from one another. Assuming they had started traveling when they heard the whistle. Back, I gestured. Fast. We reversed course. I could imagine Gordon explaining it. It didn't make sense that the soldiers would position themselves that far apart, with so much of an area to watch. Drawing a mental circle around the hand-picked group of 7, extrapolating from what we had seen, there would be 7 or 8 different positions where soldiers had taken up watch. Those positions left wide gaps between them. The only plausible explanation was that there was more than one soldier at each post. The whistle code had called for only one to arrive and report in. Others were still at their posts. Knowing the direction they would be looking and the direction the 2 soldiers we'd seen had been traveling, I could start looking for the vantage points they might have taken up. Have to be fast. The twins are closing in. There. Built adjunct to one building was a rigging of planks and pieces of wood, some of the lengths of wood still had bark on them. A ladder led up to the top of what looked to be a water reservoir tower. Set up to catch the rain like a water barrel, with a hose drooping down for showers or some industrial work. A perfect vantage point. It offered a good view of surrounding streets. I gestured for Jamie to wait. He nodded, and retreated a bit, to where he could point the gun up and in the general direction of the tower. The construction gave me cause for concern. It wasn't shoddy, and it didn't look wobbly. It wouldn't have held any proper amount of water if it was either. But it wasn't so solid that I could be sure that any movement wouldn't vibrate through the entire construction, alerting the guy or guys on the top that someone was approaching. I moved with care, my calf aching as I adjusted my weight upward, rather than climbing or hauling myself up. Holding the spear of carbon-strong bone, I had to be extra careful not to knock it against anything. I knew the angle the man or men on top might be looking, if they were watching out for their buddy and for the group of 7. They would be especially alert, because their buddy was gone, and there was a lot of ground to watch, more with fewer sets of eyes. I had to approach from one side. I tucked the spike of bone through the back of my shirt and down the back of my pants. Once I was sure it wouldn't fall free, I moved from one side of the ladder and climbed around the platform, gripping the ledge with my fingers, my legs dangling over the sloped roof below. The spots in my arm where the younger twins' fingers had dug into flesh throbbed with pain, and my right hand was noticeably weaker than my left, as a consequence of the damage. Not a terminal fall, but falling would be terminal. I would make noise, and if I was right and if someone had set up position here, then I would be gunned down before I finished rolling off the roof and landing on the street below. Wood creaked under my hands. I froze, trying not to move. I heard a murmur. The mental image of the scene above me clarified. I knew which way he was looking, and now I had a general sense of where at least one of the people were. Moving a hand up, I gripped the rail above me, splinters digging into my palms. Legs still dangling, I hauled myself up until I could see everything on the platform. Platform, circular, with the barrel situated on top. The platform with its rail at the boundary would let the owner fix the water barrel if it started leaking, after weather or the weight of water warped it too much. One man sat with his back to the barrel, watching in the direction I'd guessed. I hauled myself up further, brought one leg over, and then brought the other up. Once I was secure, with 4 points of contact with solid terrain, I reached back, and slid the spike of bone onto the platform beside me. Flexible enough to move, now, I walked myself forward, still maintaining a death grip on the railing, until I was lying down on my back, my arms over my head, holding the railing. I relaxed, flipping over and taking hold of the spike, and crawled around the circumference of the oversized water barrel. I attacked from around the corner. One blow. Ambush, I could do, calculating my move in my own time, no rush and no fuss. Fighting was something else, leaving me one step behind. All of my weight behind the blow, I drove the spike of bone into the front of the man's throat. He fell over, eyes going wide, and I planted my feet, thrusting the spike in deeper, so there was more bone in his throat, blocking and tearing through windpipe and arteries. He reached for his gun, a final, suicidal attack. I put my foot out, blocking the gun from coming around to point at me. The fight went out of him quick, but he was slow to die. He struggled for what seemed like a minute. He'd stopped trying to use the gun, and his hands weakly grasped at the bone that extended in one side of his neck and out the other. He was showing no sign of stopping, grunting, and gasping, making thick choking sounds. Then, as I pulled the spike free, he seemed to go out like a snuffed candle. As he went limp, he made a singular, low, gurgling groan that seemed like the accumulation of all the sounds he'd been unable to make during that 1 minute of struggle. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. A man with a family. A man who had shit and laughed and cried, countless times over the course of his life. On a level, he might have had no choice but to follow the nobles. He wasn't any more or less guilty than the citizens of Lug I'd handpicked. On another level, he was participating in a citywide extermination, trying to kill children and relative innocents who had only picked up this fight to defend themselves. It didn't break down to right or wrong. It was too complicated, and that complication was matched with the simple reality that he'd had to die, because he might have shot us if he was given the chance. With all of my strength, I hauled him back up to a sitting position. It took some doing. With care, I buttoned up his shirt and raised his collar before buttoning that too, to cover the wound. I positioned his head so he sat in nearly the exact same posture he'd sat when I found him. The stiff collar helped to keep his head up, but I suspected it would give way with a few more minutes of his heavy chin pressing down on it. It only took 30 seconds to prop him back up like that, and if someone came to find him in the meantime, the confusion and alarm might help us. Collecting his gun, I headed back down the ladder, climbing down with 2 feet in one hand, as fast as I was able. Jamie met me at the bottom, waiting patiently while I slid the bone spike back into my shirt, the fat end in my back pocket. I pointed. Jamie nodded. Circling around to the south of the group of 7, we headed in the general direction the other soldier had come from. He found us before we found him. A gunshot rang out, closer and clearer than the cacophony from Maur's camp. You. Right. I gestured. But Jamie was heading right before I even started indicating it. Another gunshot. Unaware, the group of 7 fired back in our general direction. They thought the gunshots were meant for them. It would be so very fitting if I died after getting shot by a friendly bullet. The twins would be coming, probably at a brisk run. No time. Jamie continued moving to the shooter's right, I moved to the shooter's left. I could tell where the shooter was firing from, now. He'd chosen a point lower to the ground, a storefront with a great glass window that had broken earlier in the night. The muzzle flashed. I could see the oblong nature of the flash, and knew the man was firing at Jamie, not me. One shot. Then another. Jamie was stuck, and I couldn't approach without it being a very direct, obvious approach. I reached down to my pocket. I retrieved the whistle I'd taken from the soldier who handled the stitched. Ducking behind a trough of water, I blew, hard. I was telling the twins where I was, I knew. But we didn't have a lot of options. Not moving would just leave us stuck in place. Another gunshot. I heard the bullet sink into a bit of wood to my right. I blew. Another shot. This one hit the trough. Another shot. SY. I stood straight, hurdling over the trough, stumbling a bit on the landing, moving around with a straight, inflexible rod at my back wasn't helping, and the rifle I held was meant for someone 2.5 times my height. It was unwieldy. Jamie had approached while the shooter was focusing on me, and managed a clean shot. With my own rifle, which matched what the man held. I aimed and I fired again, off to one side. Let the enemy think we were still embroiled in the fight. If the twins had hearing as keen as we suspected, maybe they could hear the difference in the direction of the shots, the distant pock of impact. Would they extrapolate, and think the shooter was aiming at someone further away? I paused, and fired again, looking at Jamie. No need for gestures. He got what I meant. I ran, as fast as my tired legs would allow. If we were going to make this work, we needed to be fast. The twins were approaching, and we had opened up roughly a third of the circle that had been drawn around the 7. By moving out through that opening and toward Maur, we stood a small chance of coming out of this with our hides intact. Jamie remained behind, periodically firing. He was painting a picture through sound, much like the one I'd been observing since I'd had my dose of wyvern. Hopefully it was one that misled, that made the twins make certain movements. I kept to paths and roads that wouldn't expose me to fire from anyone with a vantage point and eyes on the building. When it came to the building, I exposed myself to gunfire from friendly forces and approached directly, heading straight for the nearest window, praying they wouldn't take me for one of the younger twins. There were safer ways to approach, ways that involved coming in at an angle, knocking, and negotiating. Instead, I turned my rifle around and smashed the glass with the butt end. I could see the people on the other side backing away. Move. Out. Now. I called through the break in the glass. Only chance. The 7 now the 5 opened a door. Batnose, with her grave shoulder wound, was no longer with them. Tattoo Belly was absent as well. Adam, surprisingly, had bandaged the wound at his stomach, and was still mobile. I'd taken him for disemboweled. Go, I said. Move. They asked questions, some about the spike at my back, but my mind was racing, my focus wholly on the environment. Possible avenues of approach or attack by enemies. It crossed my mind that I hadn't heard Jamie shoot recently. I could only hope he'd escaped. Toward the perimeter, then through. To Mauer, then we could turn his forces back on the twins. It wasn't perfect, there were countless problems at play, but in terms of immediate survival, it was the only way we might live through this. I was cutting corners, now. Moving fast and taking risks to move even faster, in hopes of staying ahead of them. I was praying that with their sisters absent and their structural integrity suffering just a bit for the lack of their other halves, that the elder sisters might be a little slower. That they would lag behind and rely more on their soldiers. The proceedings thus far didn't contradict that fact. Faster. To the perimeter, to Jamie. A horse that had been ridden like I'd been running would collapse and a merciful owner would put it down. Small mercies, that humans had evolved as long-distance runners. Sweat and precipitation clung to my face and ran through my hair. My ears were freezing. Ahead of me, one of the Richmond twins stepped out of the shadows, putting herself directly in our path. Her eyes were wide, and they were wild. Without wasting a moment, I raised my rifle, aiming and firing. Gordon might have approved the minimal hesitation in the action. Mary would have shaken her head at the miserable aim. What would have been a glancing blow became a miss as the woman took one step to the side, a slower, lazier version of what her smaller counterpart had done, swaying out of the way of my rifle's point. In the next moment, I pivoted on my toes and ran for cover. The others had skipped the shooting part and gone right for the cover, and some of those people, wounded, were slower than I was in getting there. The twin held a rifle in one hand. She raised it, aimed, and fired at the mass of our group. Salt, the boy with sailor's clothes, toppled, shrieking in a high voice, reminiscent of a woman's. You killed my sister. 2 of them, she said, her voice higher than it had been before, imperious, and dangerously unsteady. She was reloading her weapon, walking toward us at a lazy pace. This was one twin. The other eye turned on the spot, looking behind the group. I turned again, looking to the side of the street for alleys, then the other side. She's not here, Lamb, she said. Her voice still had that note to it, like the quaver of someone who was on the verge of tears, but very dangerous. The glassblower looked over cover, aimed, and fired. Hit home. Yet the twin didn't seem to care. Blood welled out of the wound. She'd finished reloading, aimed, and fired. The cover the glassblower was behind wasn't quite good enough. The woman shrieked, splinters in a bullet catching her upper arm. The twin raised her fingers to her mouth. She whistled, tremolo, like a bird's song. The whistle reminded me of the noise the younger twins had made. A twin language, shared among the 4. I heard the answer, distant. A different sort of song. She found your friend. He's secured, the twin said. No. I well and truly believed her. Now I'm going to break you. I want you to be aware as I take your fellow lamb to pieces, the Duke's orders be damned. He played a part in this, and nobody that hurts a proper noble can be suffered to live, she told me. Her voice was getting unsteadier by the moment, as if the breaking point would be within the next few words, only it didn't break. She sounded positively unhinged, now. I seriously contemplated raising the question of whether she was a proper noble. If I called her a bastard now, what would she do? Would she break? If she would, I didn't want to see it. Then I'm going to take your remaining eye, and I'm going to send you to the Richmond home. Every moment of pain and heartbreak we feel for our little sisters will be returned to you tenfold. I closed my eyes. There were slim few ways out of this, and all the ones that sprung to mind involved sacrificial pawns. Sacrificing one of the surviving 5 members of our group of 10. One of them is alive, I said. We left her back there, dying. Cry wolf one more time, Lamb, try it. I hadn't expected that would work. It was hard to steer someone like her off course, when all she wanted was revenge. She was drawing closer. I would have to run for it, and I doubted I would get away. If the rest of you would like a life in prison instead of a lifetime of being experimented on in the academies, then grab that boy. My eye widened. Wait. Hands grabbed me. Glasses and the lookout. I struggled, but it was futile to begin with, and even if I'd been able to break free, I would have been slower than she was. Casually, the twin reached past Glasses and the lookout to seize me. She didn't lift me up into the air. Her hand gripped me, fingers digging in deep, and with one hand, she held me with her arm extended down at her side, my head at her mid-thigh, my body slightly bent forward. She dropped her rifle. One hand seized my arm. She gripped it, and she pulled it back behind my back. With virtually no effort at all, she lifted it back and up beyond its tolerance. I felt a flare of pain, blinding agony, and felt bone grind against bone, muscle wrenching with a weird springing sensation, too hot, then too cold. When she let go of my arm, it dangled, shoulder disconnected from everything else. Attached by some yet untorn muscle, some connective tissue, and by skin. I found it in me not to scream, somehow. My breath being caught in my throat played a part in it. This is kindness compared to what we're going to do to you once you're back at the House of Richmond, she said. Thank you for your kindness, milady, I managed, and my voice was somehow as raw as if I'd been howling at the top of my lungs for a long time. I might have sounded sarcastic. All around us, the others were watching, defeated, not even willing to put up a fight. I don't suppose you need that mouth for anything, she said, reaching up to my face. She touched my cheek, and looked down to meet my eye with her own eyes. There was a wildness in her eyes that belied the seeming calm with which she moved. The pupil vibrated with fractional activity, darting back from detail to detail, and her fingers trembled with emotion as she touched my cheek. I wasn't sure any of the other bystanders would have noticed, removed by a few feet. Her fingers went to my mouth, half of the fingers composed of black bone, the other half of white flesh. Before they could be in far enough to get a proper grip on my jaw, I bit, hard. Nothing to lose, at this point. Foolish, she said. Something metal clinked. Unable to move my head, I rolled my eye to see. Before I could see the source of the clink, I saw the white mist unfold from what must have been a metal canister or glass jar. The twin, seeing it, lifted me bodily, nearly breaking my neck as she swung out, using my body as a kind of fan to push the smoke away, backing away in the same movement. She released me with a snap motion that suggested she'd been trying to break my jaw or neck in the course that she tossed me aside. Both of her hands went to her face. A trickle of blood flowed out of her nose. All of the emotion she'd been barely repressing gave way. She howled, ragged and mad, glaring at me in abject hatred. Glaring past me, to Jamie, and at Lillian, who was walking with Jamie's support. There were soldiers behind them. Lillian's escort. Then she fled, one hand still to her face. She ran with power, not the sheer speed of her younger sisters. Bounding movements, each one powerful enough to carry her twice as far as an ordinary human stride might. The Lillian I looked at was fully the Lillian I had seen at the fishmonger's. A Lillian who could use wyvern to push away pain. To have worked this fast ad recruit that kind of help while receiving medical assistance, she would have had to forego anesthetic, to work tirelessly from the moment she was conscious. Trust the other lambs, I thought. Mauer needs help, she said. I barked out a laugh, then winced. So do you, she said. She seemed fully disconnected from the Lillian I had known. Focused on the job. So do these people. Was she gone? She bent down over me, touching my shoulder. Damn it, she said, under her breath. And in those words, I heard a glimmer of the real Lillian. I reached up with my good hand to touch the side of her face, and I saw a smile, and I knew that the real Lillian was there. How bad? I asked. You or Mauer? The situation. Is Mauer winning, or is the crown? Because both could. Both, Lillian said. Both are winning, in a way that puts everything in the worst possible position. Mauer's only winning because of the primordials, and the Duke isn't backing down enough to let Mauer's forces recover and let Mauer to solve his own problem. A game of chicken, with everyone in lug set to lose. Counting sheep 9.15. The other one? I asked. I watched the surroundings, making sure that the twin soldiers weren't about to converge on us. Had to focus, to keep from blacking out. The allure of the darkness was that all the pain would stop. I wasn't one to take the easy road. Not when there was retaliation to be served. If she's not dead, she will be soon, Lillian said. Maybe. Probably. Direct hit, Jamie said. From Lillian's stuff. He looked back at the soldiers they'd brought with them. Can you steady her? I need to help SY. We were surrounded by the scattered remnants of what had been a group of 10. Now only 5 lived. 2 of them, Lookout and Glasses, looked utterly defeated. Others were hurt. Glassblower had Adam working to keep pressure on her wound. Salt was lying on the ground, passed out. There was a chance he was dead, but I wasn't about to put money on it. The way he'd screamed hadn't been a dying man's scream. I'd heard enough of those to know. The shriek of a badly hurt child? I'd heard those too, if far less. The soldiers arrived at Jamie and Lillian's side, and took custody of Lillian. Jamie helped me to my feet. My fault, I said. This situation, the one you faced. I almost got us killed. Didn't estimate where they were. Focusing too much on these sorry bastards. 4 of the 5 who remained were watching me, staring. I think we both did the best we could, Jamie said. All 3 of us did, I said, looking at Lillian. I looked at the 5 members of the hand-picked group. Glassblower, Lookout, Glasses, Adam, and Salt. Lookout and Glasses averted their eyes. I could see fear in their expressions. These guys too. Even put bullets in her, for all the good it did. Lookout tensed, as if he was waiting for me to drop the guillotine. Glasses, however, looked up, meeting my eye, wary confusion on her face. Come on, I said. Mauer needs our help. He needs something, Jamie said. I nodded. Once we started moving, hobbling as much as we walked, more than half of our group injured, we were able to cover a fair bit of ground. The noise of the front line of battle was almost too much. The explosions, the gunshots that would have individually been able to make my ears ring were occurring by the hundred. Through it all, people were shouting. A building 100 meters down the road took one last explosion, too much for it to bear, and it folded, tipping into the building next to it and into the street. I couldn't even hear the rumble or the cracking of the timber over everything else. Someone jostled me, and the pain of my ruined shoulder nearly blinded me. Jamie was gesturing, and I couldn't focus enough to make out the signs. I caught some of Lillian's response, and I was able to put the pieces together. Primordial. I looked, and I saw it. 3 crown war beasts were engaged in what looked like a savage dogfight with the primordial. The primordial was twice the size it had been when I had seen it last, its form even more disorganized, and it fought on despite gaping wounds from explosions and horrific burns from flame. Its primary mouth extended from one side of its head, around the other side, and along one shoulder. It managed to open that mouth and seize hold of one of the war beast's paws. With a disturbing strength, it clamped down, teeth locking it in place. Then, like a bear trap snapping closed, configurations above and below that mouth snapped shut on part of the war beast's head, its shoulder, and part of its chest, the first mouth now serving to draw the paw in, to tear and to enable the larger, new configuration of a mouth to take in even more of the war beast it was fighting. Bullets sank into it, fired whenever there was an opportunity, and exposed part of the primordial that the war beasts weren't savaging. Explosives sailed into the fray, sent by the crown, aimed at the primordial beast rather than the creatures that were busy attacking it. The beast lurched, putting one of the war beasts that was gnawing on it in the way of one explosive. The other detonated behind it. I saw the chunks of meat fly. It was strong enough to move with what had to be a crown ton of meat hanging off of it, and it seemed to have a basic understanding of the battlefield and what the dangers were. More problematic was where it was. Behind the crown's front line. As it moved, trying to get away, the crown delivered more explosives. Mauer's forces could only shoot it, and shooting it was proving ineffective. It didn't seem to bleed, and if it had vital organs, the bullets didn't seem to be impairing those organs. The manifestation of the new mouth seemed to suggest that it could move parts of itself around at will. I gestured. Big. Question. Beast. Experiment. Eat. Brother. Eat. Lillian gestured. She started to do more gestures, but someone bumped into her. She winced. Not wholly immune to pain, it seemed. Hands on each of our shoulders, Jamie urged us away from the front line. It had eaten war beasts. And it had eaten a brother? I had a mental picture, very distinct, of one of the larger of the 4 primordials seizing one of the lesser ones in its jaws. Had the lesser one fought and lost, or had it gone willingly? Both ideas were very spooky. Taking in a brother, every part of the primordial's body a hard-coded set of lessons and adaptations, communicating with every other part. Having eaten its brother, it would take in all of that information. I was starting to get a glimmer of why Mauer might have been getting concerned. When I thought about the war beasts it had eaten, then I started to get a little concerned, myself. The Crown's forces were capable of committing a hell of a lot more explosives and firepower than they had. But in feeding the damn thing, and in holding back firepower, I was starting to see what was really at work. Somewhere along the line, the battle lines had shifted, the Duke made his play in a way that probably wasn't even perceptible to the people fighting on the front line. All they would have known was that they were losing, suddenly, being pushed back, despite the monsters that was tearing through the Duke's forces. It was like a macabre chess game, where the pieces were building sized, and every movement of one swept across and landed atop crowds, leaving dozens or hundreds crippled and maimed. In this macabre game that only the Duke, Mauer, and I could understand on any level, the Duke had gone to great ends to push his forces up, isolating the worst of the primordials behind his own lines. Now he held onto it, at the cost of stitched life and human life both. If it grew too weak, he threw war beasts at it, to make it harder to shoot at it, to feed it and give it the fuel it needed. If it grew too strong, he ordered more shots of artillery. Control. When it comes down to it, the Academy has control and seeks power, and the Crown has power and seeks control. By intertwining to the point they were frequently indistinguishable, they maintained both, and they continued to expect both in every situation. The Duke had orchestrated a situation where, if my gut feeling was right, Lug would fall, and the primordial would eventually die. Except that death would only happen if and when the Duke allowed it, and the Duke would only allow it if Mauer recognized the stakes and surrendered. With soldiers ahead of us and soldiers behind us, the Lambs and the 5 surviving members of the group made our way to the back line of battle. It wasn't nearly the same kind of journey it had been an hour ago. Mauer's forces were dwindling. The Crown seemed nigh untouchable. I saw a glimpse of Mauer, talking to a group of his officers. He was fire, a light in his eyes and an energy to his movements. One of the soldiers in our group broke away to head to Mauer. To update. Mauer would hear about the twins and about our success, the state of the Lambs that had troubled him. He would adjust his view of this battlefield. Months, even years of work, had led up to this moment. He had been working on this since I had known Mary. He had been nurturing rebellion in Radham when I had been learning what Mary's favorite food had been, how she thought and how to manipulate her, back when she had been enough of a question mark that I'd felt the need to pull strings and keep her in a good place. When I had been mourning Jamie, Mauer had been setting up bigger things with Frey, organizing this, the war, the primordials, deciding where the battle would happen, what the outcome should be. In this place, in this moment, he was a giant. With a gesture, a word, he could cause the death of hundreds or thousands. As the Reverend Mauer he had had power before, stature, the attention and obedience of thousands, but it was small compared to this. A new power, which he used to face down an enemy who had been born to that stature and greatness. The Duke had been a giant from the very beginning. In context, looking at the battlefield, his forces, the state of the primordial, and the robustness of the Crown's forces, Mauer was losing. Everything pointed to that fact, it seemed. Everything but Mauer himself. I couldn't see him anymore, with all the people moving around and between us, but the glimpse I'd had of the man suggested distilled confidence. Energy, not anxiety. Back straight, eyes focused. He had to know the state of things. Was it that he was well and truly unbowed and unbroken, or was it that he was incapable of giving in? Our group made our way to where the medical tents and supplies were. The soldiers with us spoke to the medical staff, many of whom looked to be Mauer's men. Injured soldiers were moved off beds to make room for us. Mauer would come, he would talk to us, looking for a solution to this puzzle. Just about everything was going according to his plan, everything but this. The possibility of killing nobles and getting an answer to the puzzle had been reason enough to send Lillian and the soldiers after us. Lillian, on the bed next to me, raised her arms over her head. A doctor pulled off her shirt. The same piece of gauze that stuck out of the front of her wounded stomach stuck out of her back. Bandage had been wrapped around, binding everything in place, but her stomach was messy with drying blood and fresh blood alike. An opaque bag with clear tubing was on her back, bound to her bra straps, marked with the 2 red circles, the smaller one above the larger one, that was the symbol for blood. The tubing fed into the wound, blood flowing down and into Lillian at a steady rate. Red blood, but her bra was a light green, an oddly bright color in the midst of so much fire and blood and smoke. The little slope of her left breast that I could see above the bra's top edge had twin smudges of dried blood on it, where a pair of bloody fingertips had grazed it. I wondered if the fingers that had done the smudging was someone else's, a doctor tending to her stomach, and I felt a kind of annoyance. I wondered if it had been her fingers, and experienced a vivid mental image of Lillian awake through the efforts to patch her together just enough that she could stand and walk to where we were, speaking to doctors and telling them to collect materials for whatever it had been that she had used on the twins. I felt mingled pride and pity. I wanted to wipe those smudges away, so very badly. It was all I could do to sit still, and I wasn't sure if I could tear my eye away from that image. If Wyvern left me open for new ideas and skills to leave their impressions on my mind, then this was an image that would remain burned in my brain for a long time. Strong hands seized my torso, jarring me from the thought process. I realized what I was doing and looked up. I looked past the shirt they were pulling and cutting off me, so they would have better access to my shoulder, across the extended bench that they were laying the wounded on, to my teammate. Lillian was gazing into my eye, and had been for a long part of this, a small smile on her face. Except this was the elemental Lillian, the Lillian that the Lillian I knew wanted to be, fearless in the face of gaping stomach wounds, fearless in terms of taking the risks and getting the job done. Fearless in how she could look the boy she liked in the eye and communicate without words just how much she liked him. More hands seized the arm that was hanging limp and numb at my side. I gasped in a breath, biting down to keep that gasp from becoming a gag or scream of abject pain as I felt everything in my ruined shoulder move, and braced myself for what I knew was coming. My dislocated shoulder needed to be set back into place. Pain, I could deal with. If I could anticipate it, then that was all the better. A moment later, I remembered the damage, the tearing of the muscles. I could replay the sensation in my mind, knew this wasn't an ordinary dislocation, and it required more than an ordinary fix. Wait. I called out. They never actually did. Every damn time I called for people to stop, to hold back, it was when things were already in motion. They tried to shove my shoulder back into place. I felt a horrendous pinching sensation that joined the wrenching of torn flesh to overwhelm every other sensation that should have gone with shoving the ball of one's shoulder back into the socket. My bones weren't big, my shoulder wasn't anything special. It thus baffled and deeply angered me that, when they failed to get my shoulder in the first time, they tried again. It didn't work any better than it had the first time. Blind and sick with pain, I thrashed like an animal, kicking, wrenching myself out of their grip, twisting around so they couldn't try a third time. I'd caught one of Mauer's soldiers in the balls, I was pretty sure. People tried to grab me again. I kicked and thrashed, swinging my one good arm to get them to stop. It was enough pain and emotion that I was having trouble thinking straight, and I really wanted to think clearly in this moment. A hand seized my numb, aching left hand, and I flinched. Looking, however, I saw that Lillian had moved across the bench, close enough to touch me. I was breathing so hard, and she was so calm. She said something, but it was too quiet to hear. Her voice didn't carry like Mauer's did, and even with Wyvern influencing her, she wasn't one to raise her voice, even when the situation necessitated it. I had no idea what she'd said, but I allowed myself to relax, used the poison in me to make that allowance possible. Her fingers touched my arm, as if she was working her way up. Then she touched my shoulder. Some of the touches hurt, but she seemed to know when it did, because she would immediately ease up every time it did. I had goosebumps, and it had nothing to do with the fact that I was shirtless in a tent in winter. The fires and the sheer number of bodies were more than enough to cancel out the chill. Displaced infraspinatus muscle, she said, to a doctor. The fingers of both hands still rested on my shoulder and arm. It's getting in the way, and since you tried and smashed it in between the ball and socket like you did, it's going to swell and make your job harder. You can move it with a type F lever and put his arm back in place, but you'll have to do it fast, before the swelling gets worse. Leave the rest of the damage alone, give him a cortisol bar, reduce swelling, and put his arm in a sling. We'll get it properly fixed later, but I don't think we'll be sitting still long enough to do the comprehensive surgery. The doctors hopped to, apparently willing to take her at her word. While they got the necessary things together, Lillian leaned forward, one arm reaching behind my neck to my other shoulder for balance, pressing down as she put most of her upper body weight on it. In that position, she kissed my throbbing shoulder. Her fingers traced down the length of my back as she let her hand move away from my good shoulder. I wanted to wipe away those twin smudges so badly. Doctors worked on her, unwinding the bandage and pulling gauze free of the cavity. I looked away, and everywhere I looked, I could see the pain and the blood and the damage. The survivors of the hand-picked group looked harrowed, glasses and lookout wouldn't meet my eye, and I had no way of communicating to them that I held nothing against them. Most of their group were injured in varying ways. Lambs, Mauer spoke. One word, and it cut through the chatter and the noise. Reverend Mauer, I said. My one good eye twitched as a scalpel made an incision. Cold metal slid into the incision, thrust past damaged muscle and scraped against bone. The younger Richmond twins are dead. One elder twin is injured and expected to die, the other was shot several times by our group, lightly exposed to Lillian's mixture, and fled before we could expose her more. She'll be heading back to her brother. Which means word of what the Lambs are doing will get back to the crown. We've put the other group at risk, and we have no way of communicating that to them. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am, he said. Good. Things may actually go as I hoped. I couldn't keep my eye from involuntarily twitching as they levered my shoulder into place, metal stretching against muscle, so I closed my eye instead. The primordial is a concern, he said. They deliberately blew up the wagon we had it anchored to, and they're deliberately feeding it. I figured as much, I said. You and the Duke are like two men playing chicken, your back to his while you stand on a railroad track. Each of you stare down incoming trains that are coming from either direction. Each wants the other to step off the track so they can be the winner, but you're so focused on winning that you are failing to realize that the trains are going to collide head-on, whether you get off the track or not. A cute metaphor, he said. One that doesn't help you and doesn't help me. I'm not sure we can even be helped at this stage, I thought. I have everything well in hand, he said. Signal lights from soldiers I've placed around the city are telling me what the Duke's next moves are. What I don't have in hand is the primordial, I said. What's going to happen is going to happen. He's making his final move, as am I. This is the end. But if we stop the Duke without having that primordial in hand, it will inflict a horrific number of casualties on both sides of this battlefield before we put it down. If you do get it under your control again, then the entire tide of battle shifts, and the Duke has to commit too many forces to ensuring it dies. The exact same problem. Neither party was willing to kill the primordial because the desire to see it dead served to force the other side's hand. It was a scenario that only played out because of the peculiar blend of pride, conviction, and respect for what the primordial represented, mirrored on each side of the battlefield. What are the final moves? Jamie asked. The Baron flanks us. I flank the Duke, Mauer said. I need details, I said. The Baron doesn't know about his sisters. You and the twins were to our east, the Baron is now circling around our west flank, hoping to hit this very medical camp and the rest of our back line with his personal force. As for my attack, I can't see any scenario where you need to know the details. The Baron will run headlong into a trap. It won't stop him, but it will slow him down enough for my attack to work. With that, I'm hoping this battle will be over. Levered rather than shoved, I felt my shoulders slip back into place. I felt far less pain than I had. Retreat, I said. Mauer asked. Retreat? Pull forces back, as much as you can. He's holding the primordial over your head to force your hand and split the focus of your forces. Put that ball entirely into his court and give it up as lost. Give up your ground here, move people away, and you'll change how the Baron's attack plays out. Mauer set his jaw, thinking. The Baron is easy, I said. The Duke is hard. If the Duke is pushing, stop being stubborn, stop pushing back. It's what he expects and what he wants. Retreat, if that's even possible, with what you have in mind. Somewhat he said. He seemed to think for a moment. Stay where we can find you, he decided. Then, to his doctors, he said, be ready to move any wounded you can. If the signal comes and you have to leave the tents and equipment behind, then don't hesitate to leave it. Don't leave people to pack it up. Leaving me with just those words, the stay where I can find you statement and order to his men as much as it was a request for the Lambs, he turned away, giving directions to other soldiers. No indication he would listen to me. From our vantage point in the tent, I could see up the sloping length of the street, over the heads of the hundreds of soldiers who had gathered around makeshift barricades and defenses. I could see where physical battle lines had formed and the two sides were actively brawling and fighting in melee, Brunos making up for the deficit of strength that the ordinary man had against the typical stitched soldier. He seems to think this is the end. The battle comes to a close, here. I was given a shirt several times too large for me, soft to the touch, and the excess of sleeve was part of the construction they used to fashion me a sling. My black raincoat was given back to me, and though I couldn't wear it with my arm in a sling, it was placed with my arm through one sleeve, the rest of the raincoat hooked over one shoulder, the sleeve of it dangling at my side. I couldn't find an angle to reach back to get the hood up, and I didn't particularly want to. I saw Jamie, off to one side, talking to Candy, the girl we'd been asked to retrieve. She was in medical scrubs, brought into Mauer's medical tent to use the scant knowledge she had picked up from books she'd been given. She knew the names of certain substances and the basic treatments, and that qualified her to help out the real doctors, I supposed. Lillian, now with bandage and gauze wrapped around where her belly had been stitched shut, a fresh bag at her back, was carefully pulling her shirt on and buttoning it up, moving more gingerly so she wouldn't pull at her stomach wound. Someone had wiped away the twin smudges of blood on her chest. Here, SY, Jamie said. He'd approached me while I wasn't looking. He had a bit of cord, and used it to loop through the eye hole and connect to the top button of my raincoat. He cinched it tight so it wouldn't fall off or slide down. I started to button the rest closed with one hand, but Jamie seemed to have it handled, working 3 times as fast with 2 hands as I could with the one. While he worked, his hands formed gestures. What are we doing? I brought my hand up to my shoulder, adjusting the raincoat, making gestures of my own. I looked over at Lillian, and I could see her watching. There would be more time for discussing strategy shortly. But for now, it was very simple. Mauer had a plan and was certain he would come out ahead in the end. The Duke had a plan and was certain he would triumph. The lambs had to make a play too, with 0 certainty at all. Counting sheep 9.16. Mauer ended up giving the order to retreat. Even from our vantage point, looking at things from the rear of the fight, I could see people at the very front line of the battle who weren't able to disengage. The bravest and most aggressive would die. I looked at Jamie. Feel brave? We need to make a move. I don't. Jamie paused to wince as an explosion struck Mauer's retreating forces. I don't think we're in fighting shape. I'm not in fighting shape when I'm in perfect shape, I said. Don't worry. The last thing I want to do is to pick a fight, here. Mauer's fighting forces could likely be counted with 4 digits, very possibly a 3-digit number, down from tens of thousands to start. As the crown had pushed the people of Lug back, the fallen had been recovered. The rate of conversion wouldn't be fast, but the first fallen on either side might be returning to the battlefield as stitched, sometime around now. They would be quick work, simple riggings, with clumsy movements, too much of their brains cut away, their heads barely put back together. Most would be too uncoordinated to reliably aim at people and then pull a trigger. But more bodies were more bodies. The illusion was that the Crown's forces didn't seem to have dwindled. Mauer had had his opportunity to try and win this battle, and things had passed a point where I could see him winning a military victory. I formed something of a huddle with the other lambs. Lillian put one hand on me to steady herself. Some of the hand-picked group were standing near. Candy was tending to Adam. The Baron is a problem, I said. The Duke is the Duke, he understands the greater picture. The Crown craves control above all else, and he exemplifies that. Control, control, control. It can't be said enough, when it comes to the nobles. It's what he's doing with the Primordial, and it's what he's going to try to do with Mauer if he can. Exert pressure and make Mauer bend the knee and admit defeat. So long as he can control us and he can use us. I think he could see us actively murdering the Baron or the twins and he wouldn't kill us. Not right away, Jamie said. Killing a noble? He wouldn't forgive it in the long run. Rules have to be maintained, for one thing, and knowing we were capable of killing his kin would make him wonder if he could really control us. Not right away, I admitted. Okay. So you want to focus on the Baron? To take away control? To give it. The Baron craves control, but he also craves power. He's so far back in line for the crown that he won't ever have a chance to reach even the Duke's tier of power. In that desperate, fucked up craving for power and control, he's mingled the two and that's manifested as barbarism. Sadism. Inflicting pain. Having someone captured and making them bleed as you choose is control and power at the basest level, something even small animals understand. So I want you to tell me, the power he does have, what form does it take? The twins, Lillian said. Yes, the twins. At least 2 of the twins are dead. One more is injured and hurting. They've been declawed or outright killed. He's going to be pissed, and he'll retaliate. Whatever Mauer accomplishes, whatever we accomplish, however the rest of this battle goes, we don't stand a chance unless we deal with that noble. How? Lillian asked. This ugly little rock of a city does its fair share of fishing. Seems appropriate that we bait him, I said. He craves power and control, and losing his sisters meant he loses both. We don't have them with us, but if we paint the right sort of picture, I think we can lure him out. One of the soldiers who was stationed nearby spoke. Mauer said to stay where he could find you. He wasn't one of Mauer's top men, and was doing his best to avoid getting swept up in the tide of retreating bodies, one of his eyes on the battle further ahead, but he meant business, and he conveyed it without a shred of doubt. Had Mauer's charisma bled over to his men? The guy was young enough I could imagine he'd been a rookie working alongside or under Mauer at one point, and had been raised and cultivated as a soldier by years in Mauer's company. We won't have to go far. You can stay with us the whole time, I said. Mauer will absolutely approve of what I'm aiming to do here. The man frowned, looking at one of his colleagues. A silent exchange seemed to pass between them, or else they were staring each other down in an attempt on either's part to get the other to agree or to tell me to fuck off, with all the consequences that went with a given decision. Picture? Jamie asked, cutting into that silence, how would we paint the right sort of picture? We're going to need a body, and I think there are enough around here. We'll need a skull, one we can paint black or paint black enough, and we'll need that. I pointed at the claw of the twin I'd salvaged. I can make something to paint bone with what I have in my bag, Lillian said. And I'll need soot, but I think there's enough soot around. Good, I said. Not good. He's going to have a small army with him, Jamie said. You think, what, we get a body, as petite and thin as possible, we get a skull, we prop it up to look like it's his sister, he'll leave the army behind, waltz out of cover, in the direction of whatever hurt or killed that sister, and we close a trap around him. Along those lines, I said. But I thought it through just a step further than that. Do tell. Do you remember when I started, then paused, thinking? Old Jamie. No, I said. It was before the siege in Breckwell. You weren't with us yet. Helen was talking to Petey. Explaining how the ghosts talk. Ghosts? Adam asked. He was listening in. Doesn't matter. Listen, the twins did a lot of chattering. We heard other clues. The elder twins did that whistling thing. I remember that, Jamie said. Only about 5 people probably understood it on any level. The 4 twins, and the Baron. Probably, Jamie said. I reached into my pocket and retrieved the whistle. If he hears that, even if he knows his sisters don't whistle like that, what's he going to think? Is he going to think an enemy somehow figured out their language, or is he going to think his sister somehow can't communicate properly? He might remember that our group has me in it, Jamie said. He seemed to know what I was capable of. I thought back to the conversation with the twin, around the time she had wrenched my arm out. She'd mentioned that she'd had orders not to touch Jamie. I could remember the Baron's reluctance to send Jamie with our group. Not a strong reluctance. My thought that they wanted to preserve Jamie seemed to have only been validated by recent events. If he remembers, that's still something we can use, I said. Except in this case, Jamie becomes the bait. You might be what he comes for, instead of the twin, but I don't think that's the worst eventuality. If you're sure, Jamie said. Lillian was milling about. When she struggled to pick up her bag from the floor, stopping to hold her stomach, it was Lookout who bent down and collected the satchel and lifted it up to the counter where Lillian had been lying down as she'd been stitched together. The stretchers were rapidly being vacated. People were leaving, and there were more soldiers making a fighting retreat in the midst of the hospital than there were patients or medics. A few stragglers had stayed behind with us. The faces I recognized were Lookout, Glasses, Adam, Emily, a patched-up Drake, and the asshole with the face armor who had been leading their group, something starting with H. A scattered few soldiers had been left with us, to make sure we didn't go rogue. Glassblower was gone, as was Salt. Fled with the rest. I turned toward one of the soldiers who was with us. We need something to lay the trap with. Guns. Explosives. You're to stay put, the younger of Maur's soldier said, raising his voice. To avoid letting the retreating group move between himself and us, he stepped closer to our group. I want to blow up a noble, and you're saying no. No, I'm saying Maur has reasons for wanting you to stay put, and if he says, either we're out of his hair, or we blow up a noble, I said. Why is this so hard a decision to make? He might not want you to, the young soldier started. But one of the other soldiers put a hand on his arm. My heart pounded. I wanted to lash out, to get the last hit in while I still could. In an ideal world, I wanted to resolve the crisis that the Baron posed. Not for this battle, battlefields could be survived, and they rarely had neat resolutions. But if he lived, he was a mortal risk to Lillian's family, to me, to the others. He would go berserk over his sister's deaths and he would lash out. In terms of people who I did not want to see lashing out, the Baron was a scary sort. He specialized in hurting people in the worst ways. It was how he passed his afternoons, and the little territory he controlled was notorious for it. I just had to keep that anger cold. Stay focused. You really think you can do this? The man asked. I have no idea, I said. Worst case scenario, it's a distraction. Worst case scenario is that we die, Lillian said, just behind me. Probably not something she would normally have said. Still drunk, in a way. She might have fine-tuned her altered inhibitions, but there were side effects, or things that slipped the net. Fatalistic commentary included. Worst case scenario is that we die, right? More likely worst case is we put the Baron off his game, buy Maur some time for whatever it is he has planned. Best case scenario, a noble dies, and the attack on your rear ranks and your flank falters. How much explosive? The soldier asked me. Not a lot, I said. And we need a body, and a skull, with some soot in a minute's time. Then we need to find the Baron Richmond's general location. Then go that way. Stop at the base of the tower with the lights. We'll catch up, the soldier said. You're serious about this, Adam said. You got hurt, you threw yourself into that last fight, and it was bad. About what I expected, I said. Sorry, it was less of a coordinated attack on our parts than I'd hoped. Maur gave us so few of you guys and shitty weapons. It went bad, and then it went really bad. That boy I talked to in the quarry, who so desperately wanted to help his friend, to find contacts and get her a job, not even a glimmer of that was true, was it? Adam asked. It was absolutely true, I told him, with conviction. I reached out to take Lillian's hand, and she leaned heavy against my side. Absolutely. It's just the particulars are a lot different than I led you to believe. We should go, Jamie murmured. Do you? Adam started. He didn't finish the sentence, cutting himself off. His eyes were so tired, dirt smeared on black skin. I saw fear in his eyes, more raw than any fear I'd felt since my first days as a lamb. No, I said. No, Don't help. Go, look after these two. Look after Candy and Drake. I want to come, Lookout said. What I did before, where I come from, people who get knifed for that shit. I gotta make it up, or it's not going to sit right. Good, I said. It shouldn't. But don't go and think it's worse than it is. It was a shitty, terrifying situation. You did what you had to. Let it sit wrong, carry that, but don't let it eat you up. Any friend or family member of yours probably would have done the same. Lookout looked away. Take care of Glasses here. Get her out of the city. He nodded. Once we got moving, Lillian wasn't that slow, the pain only apparent when she bent over too far or didn't watch her footing. We kept to where we had cover, zigzagging in the direction we'd been pointed. A block away from the medical tents, around a corner, we found the building with lights at every window, a brazier with open flame set over the door, and we stopped there, waiting. Mauer's lines were giving way. The large numbers he'd collected were a detriment as those numbers tried to flee and the crown-stitched soldiers fired volley after volley into the air, punching into people who weren't behind cover. I hoped my advice would save more lives than it cost. The soldiers caught up with us, a corpse slung over one shoulder, another two soldiers carrying a skull and canvas bags that looked heavy. Those are the explosives? I asked. A lot. Mauer said yes, and if we're walking away from this, we're not bringing all of this with us, so we might as well be thorough. Brought someone who knows this stuff. Mauer, sometimes I feel a peculiar sort of fondness and respect for you. That way? Jamie asked, pointing. A soldier uttered a one-word response, drowned out by a surge in the noise around us, as he indicated the same direction with a tilt of his head. There's still the danger that he brings his army with him. We have to be careful how we do this. That building's front door is open, I said, pointing at what looked to be a store in the middle of a residential area. The building was more ramshackle than some, with 3 floors and an open roof. Tattered lengths of cloth with the ends tied bound together were draped over the roof, poked up into a point above by a long pole, a tent-like arrangement to keep water off the roof itself. We'll set up top. We headed inside, found the stairs, and made our way up. Put the body where he can see her, I said, indicating an edge of the roof. Positioned so it's not a clear view from the street. The body belonged to a citizen that had been fighting for Lug. It wasn't skeletal, but it was burned, and it hadn't had much meat on the bone before. It had a bit of a weird belly, in the way that people who were chronically starved grew distended with gas or organ problems. There was a head, but it wasn't skeletal enough. One soldier held the head, 2 more cut ruthlessly with large knives. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. She fought? I asked, while they worked. She fought, one soldier said. Then I hope she would have forgiven us. Whatever drove her to fight, I hope this would be a good answer or final step to that. That it's enough wrath and violence to answer any rage in her breast, that it stops someone who hurts others, if she fought to protect. That's sweet, Lillian said, behind me. Her hand touched my back. One of the soldiers, still cutting, said, "You're allowed to say you pray." I was silent. "No crown to watch your words around, here," the man said. "All of us believe, some a little, some a lot. At a certain point, when the enemy you're fighting is big enough, you're not just hoping for a win, for a little bit of luck. You're praying for it. And that's allowed. Nobody will tell you not to. Unless you're Timothy Wad," another soldier said. "Unless you're a protruding asshole about the prayer thing, yeah," the first soldier said. "You're supposed to be a smart kid. I think you get what I mean." I nodded, still silent. Lillian rubbed my back for a bit as we watched them butcher the body, tearing the head from the body itself. Odd. Usually I would be the one reassuring her through the gruesome bits. Then, as they got closer to done, she picked up the skull, and rubbed it down, painting it a matte black. The fighting elsewhere was getting so much more intense. I could feel the ground rumbling as war beasts and people moved, several streets away. Once they were more or less ready, I gave the instruction to arrange the body. Lillian provided wire from her satchel to bind the head to the body, and one hand to the bone spike. Everything else was about positioning her so there were no obvious giveaways. When the position was right, I surveyed the work. Let's set up a fire on the roof, behind her. It'll create a silhouette effect. He'll see the skull, the limb, propped up and very visible, but details will be harder to make out. While others handled that job, I looked out over the distance, trying to look at a city lit by fires and third-hand light those fires created, reflected off of the dark clouds and smoke overhead and back down to the city itself. The topography, the parts of the city that would be hard to move through, easier to move through, I tried to get a sense of where the Baron could be. The Baron could have flanked and attacked by now. In a way, it might have been ideal. Our bait would pull him away from forces that were already engaged, possibly alone, possibly with a reduced squad, or with the Baron leaving people he trusted in charge, bringing his second choice of crown soldiers. He hadn't attacked, which meant he was waiting for a signal. A final, decisive attack, likely designed to break Mauer. Mauer's soldiers set the bags at the roof. One unwound a coil of wire, an electric fuse, and led it down the stairs, tucking it in along a wooden strut that ran down the stairwell. With a pry bar, he freed one step from the surrounding boards and wall, lifting it straight out. Placing it back down, he put something metal between the step and the nearest board. When a foot came down on the step, it would compress the metal, create a connection, and in that same moment, the explosives in the bags would blow. "Head outside," he said. "I have to attach the wire." If a mistake happens at any point, it's here. Nobody in our group wasted any time in getting out of the building and across the street. The following 2 minutes were tense, as we sat with snow and ash falling around us. I was waiting for the building to go. But it didn't go. The call, if I use the whistle and try to copy the twins, I'm thinking it should be the sound the creature made when you were wrestling with it. Wrestling? With the younger twins? Lillian asked. She punched my arm. SY. Idiot. Yes. I said. In answer to both of your questions. Blades poised, ready to strike, I thought. All night, I had been struggling to find an avenue from which to attack. One by one, I'd been able to create opportunities to attack the younger twins. The others had found ways to get the elder ones out of our hair. But that wasn't me. Well, it was, but the stark, panicked improvisation wasn't the me I wanted to be. I wanted to calculate my moves. To use my knowledge of the enemy, to make plays that left them stunned and bewildered, in awe, even. I would settle for a half-second of realization as that foot came down on the loose stair, clicked the mechanism, set off the explosive, and brought fire and violence down on his own head. The bomb expert opened the door. One of the soldiers in our squad flashed a light at him, giving him our location. He crossed the street. All the rest of us crammed into an alley. Jamie, just beside me, was careful not to get pushed into my arm, which was still in the sling. Lillian, surrounded by soldiers who were invading her personal space, hurried to the side with my good arm, taking my hand. I'm not going to get this right at first, Jamie said. I might not get it right at all. Close as you can to what you remember, I said, giving him the whistle. He nodded. Whistle to mouth. He blew, shrill, long, with lungfuls of air through a Crown-manufactured whistle that was designed to be heard over long distances. After roughly a minute of ear-splitting whistles, he figured out the modulation of it, how to make it higher or lower. Imagine, I thought. The Baron's face. He hears the whistles. What are they? Then the cadence becomes familiar. His men are set up and ready to attack. He's reluctant to pull them away, but it's his sister. Someone he relies on, as much as any swordsman relies on their sword. As if I was dreaming, I could see him moving, imagine his expressions, based on what I knew of him. I didn't know his mind, but it wasn't a complex one. Power and control, with an undercurrent of fear and deep, black in the heart resentment. I could imagine the ground he covered, from the likely positions he'd chosen to set up his small army, how far away he was, the instructions he would have given his men. What if the signal came while he was away, looking for that sound, which sounded so much like his sister crying for help or screeching in rage? One of Mauer's men spoke. He's here. I wasn't surprised in the slightest. You took my eye, you bastard. Let's see how much of you this takes out. A whistle cut through the air. Not Jamie's. It was the Baron, calling out to his sister. Crown soldiers spoke, calling out to each other. The door banged against the wall as they shoved their way through. I heard the whispered words, he's not going inside. I closed my eyes. I listened, and I heard the Baron call out. Sisters. His voice rang through the night. I prayed, not because I truly believed, but because in this moment, I really would have liked it if there was a bloody, vengeful sword of God looking down on us. The explosion was a rollicking walloping series of hits, one after another, building on each other to rip away all my hearing and most of my breath. As my hearing returned, my vision went, dust rolling out to blanket everything and choke the air. Move, one soldier called out. A hand shoved me. The soldiers ran, and the lambs were dragged with them. That hit him. He's dead. Lillian cried out. No, but that's going to hurt him. We should go back, finish him, pick through. No, was the one-word response. If we can damn well finish him off. He's a noble. If he needs finishing off, he's too dangerous to get near. Only noble that's safe to be near is a dead one. Frustration welled up in me. If he's hurt, he's not going to be attacking. It's good, it's good. A hand clapped on my back. He'd tried to call out to his sister twice, and when he hadn't gotten a response, he'd been suspicious. We were letting him live, and I knew for an absolute fact that the man would recover and he would plague us. We made our way toward Mauer's lines, and as we sighted Crown soldiers, we were forced to make a detour. The retreat had been more significant and more severe than I'd anticipated. The retreat was becoming a rout. Yet in the midst of that, the sound of gunfire and the regular noise of explosives was quickly dwindling. It became almost silent, but for the periodic sound of a building crumbling as fires rose too high. I heard a voice. Danger's the primordial poses. Mauer's voice. A primordial you created, was the reply. My heartbeat was intense enough to rock my body and make swallowing hard. We drew nearer, and took cover, looking in from a side street. Mauer stood atop a ruined wagon, staring down the length of the street. One bullet, well placed, might have finished him. It would have needed to be a high-quality weapon, but the Crown did have those. What will it take to save the lives of the people in this city? Mauer called out. My own life? My surrender. His voice carried so well. He'd always been at his best on the stage, addressing a group. Now he addressed the Crown forces. The Duke was near enough to respond with his own powerful voice. One voice natural, the other artificial. I don't think you have any plan to surrender, the Duke responded. To give your own life? Perhaps. With the explosives you planted on either side of the street? Did you hope to take me with you? Or just to take me? Because you won't have either of those things. Mauer reacted. He backed away a step. When you rule over rabble, Reverend, the Duke said, you lose sight of who the individuals are. There is no organization, the people in command do not know the people who are subservient to them. Clever, talented individuals can blend in with the rabble. They can fan out through the area, they can watch your men, and they can surreptitiously disarm those explosives. Mauer took another step back. When he raised his good hand to his head, it moved in a jittery way. He clenched his bad hand, the same one he had used to hold me over the fire. You've lost, the Duke said. His voice had changed slightly. And now I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill everyone in that army of yours. I heard the sound of a sword leaving its sheath. Mauer sank to his knees. Head bowed. The crown wins, the Duke said. It is a constant in this universe, understand. Mauer reached out with his monstrous limb, as if supplicating, then let it drop, heavy. I heard the gunshots, loud, crystal clear, and high. So many of Mauer's guns had been lower quality, older. The crown's good quality but in such a way that it could be mass-produced. These shots were different, and the sound was oddly disconnected from the Duke's reaction, as he took a step back, staggering. My right hand found Lillian's, squeezing it. I would have held Jamie's too, but my arm was in the sling. When I looked at him, his eyes were as wide as mine were. Frey and Mauer hadn't just been working on the primordial. I thought of the engineer, and the others they'd had with them. Powerful people, ones with resources and connections. Mauer, all this while, knowing that spies might be looking, had been holding this card up his sleeve. One shot sounded after another. And as the crown forces heard and saw what was happening, they began to open fire as well. Mauer was already retreating, taking cover behind the wagon he'd been using as his stage. Through the chaos that quickly billowed out of the silence, the sweet song of those guns could be heard. I wasn't sure if it was because he'd sensed us somehow, or if it was sheer luck, as bullets punched through him and tore out the other side, casting out sprays of blood and bone as they exited, but the Duke looked our way. A bullet passed through his skull. Fragments of metal joined bone and brain on making a messy exit. I heard Mauer's forces cheering. To them, Mauer had won, proven the lie. That the crown didn't always win. I wasn't so sure it was about to play out that way, and from Mauer's body language, as he strode through the lines of his people, he wasn't so sure either. The Duke might still be in play. The primordial almost certainly was. Together, they were disaster, but either one alone was a problem, a chance this fight might still continue. The Duke's last words might prove true yet. Counting sheep 9.17. A noble just died in the public eye. The nature of our vantage point meant that running out and straight toward Mauer would have put us right in the line of fire. We had to circle around to reach him. I half expected the Baron's forces to have chased us, or for his unit to have moved on our back line. The explosion had done its work. The coast was largely clear. The snow was really falling, now. I'd dismissed it as ash, and it had been easy to miss with the hot smoke and the heat in the sky dissolving snowflakes into simple rain, but we were further away now, and there were fewer fires set in the midst of Mauer's new camp. The wind blew in over the water and up into the city, driving the heat and the smoke away and paving the way for the snow to fall. I couldn't smell anything so much as I felt the cold air and smelled only the smoke that had invaded and polluted my sinuses. The soldiers we were with were faster on foot. Boots tromped on a road dusted with snow and ash, and we had to work to keep up. I was slower than usual, running in time with Lillian and Jamie, instead of having to slow myself down or tug them along to get them to keep up. One soldier hung behind, likely to keep an eye on us. The soldiers cleared the way for us to enter Mauer's camp. By the time we caught up, they had found Mauer. They were filling him in. You said he would go up to the roof, Mauer said. There was an undertone of accusation to his voice. That was a mistake. He communicated with the dummy we set up, she couldn't respond. He hesitated. How many soldiers were with him? Mauer asked. 10, a soldier answered. Not many. Okay. Rally people for the front line. We fight as hard as we can, I want to surprise them if we can. If they don't have anyone at the helm, then we might be able to rout them. The Perches are targeting the officers in charge of the stitched, wherever they're spotted. If we can't decide this in the next few minutes, then we retreat again and we regroup. Either they don't pursue and we wait and see, or they pursue and we watch to see if they stretch themselves too thin. Yes sir, the soldiers said, in near unison. Jamie, I said, under my breath. The whistle. Jamie extended a hand my way, the whistle in his fist. I gestured in Mauer's direction, and Jamie held it out for Mauer. Frowning slightly, Mauer took it. Can you get your people to their back lines? Or their flanks? I asked. Yes, he said. The whistle. Jamie can tell you the signals they use. Get people behind the stitched, use the whistles to signal retreat. Even if the stitched don't respond to that specific whistle, the handlers will. They'll hear what sounds like others sounding the retreat and get worried. They're pretty alone out there. One man surrounded by 20 dead soldiers that are following his orders, the next guy barely in earshot. Mauer's eyes lit up with interest. He indicated a soldier, then looked to Jamie, show him. Jamie nodded, giving me a glance. I watched Jamie walk off to the edge of the little clearing with the soldier. When I looked back at Mauer, he was staring me down. If you'd moved a finger, I would have assumed you were using one of those hand signs Genevieve Frey told me about. I shook my head and jostled my sling as much as I was able and I regretted it at the pain that flared in my wounded shoulder. Only one hand, Right. I wonder if you're any closer to making the decision, Mauer said, staring at me. Decision? Lillian asked. When he'd grilled me over the fire, Lillian had been in the process of passing out. I'd been wanting to get her help, and I'd let Mauer know too much. For a man so able to control others, it was a spooky prospect. I was used to being the one in control, pulling the strings. I thought helping you here would come across as decision enough, I said. The whistle is more convincing than your effort against the Baron, Mauer said. We'll see how things unfold. If your men can get to the back line or flanks. We already did, once. The guns that shot the Duke have a distinctive sound. That sound was the signal for an attack on his rear lines. Our elite soldiers have already signaled that they successfully opened fire on the Duke's home tent. So they can't heal the Duke, Lillian said. A precautionary measure, in case he was faster to react. It doesn't matter. We hit him. The noble has been slain. From a range that he didn't think guns could shoot from. Longer range, high accuracy. Something special. Still. I've seen him get shot before and survive, I said. Nobles favor a layer of something like armor, an interskeletal barrier between their skin and their muscle or bone structure. Normal guns are meant to ricochet, their bullets move slowly, to pass into the subject and bounce around, doing grievous harm. Few think twice of this. But the Crown has reasons for perpetuating this standard. Those slower, bouncing bullets aren't so effective against the nobles. Bullets sink in and stop at the armor, or they bounce right out. The noble bleeds but doesn't stop. They appear immortal, and enemy morale suffers. The myth that surrounds them grows. I nodded. I'd seen the Duke in battle. These bullets penetrate that layer. That armor helps strips the outer shell off as the bullet passes through, and what remains unfolds and expands as an umbrella might, Mauer said. His hand, all fingertips and thumb meeting, tapped my chest, hard, then opened up, fingers splaying. The final part of the projectile sometimes punches through on exit, or joins the expanded metal in complicating the efforts of doctors and staff. Especially uncareful or hasty doctors might even do further harm to themselves, if an expanding bullet finishes expanding too near a prodding finger or working hand. It wouldn't be as effective against an ordinary person, Lillian said. It might, if it hit hard bone, but no, it isn't meant for ordinary people, Mauer said. The guns are long range, they're accurate, and they're felt before they can be easily reacted to. This incident isn't the important part of what I'm doing. Killing the Duke, it means something. But after one or two more incidents, they'll realize what it really means. That unless they find you and stop your group from manufacturing these things, I said, no noble can ever show their face in public again. And they need to show their faces, Mauer said. It's why they go to such efforts to tailor themselves and make themselves into dangerous weapons. That was why I could be sure the Duke would show himself in one way or another, when he was positive the scales were tipped and victory was in hand. And you knew he'd come here because he invited him, specifically. Leaked information about the primordials, Jamie said, returning from the other side of the clearing. They'll respond, Mauer said. At some time in the next year, they'll finish arguing among themselves, rally, and arrive in force. Newly augmented, so they can be more confident against these guns. Things are going to change, and they'll fear that. That's a fear that makes them predictable. I felt a mingled fear and excitement at the idea. The nobles, all here, the idea of change. The pain in my shoulder and my eye, and the pain in my heart at the loss of Gordon, it fed into that fear and excitement. That's a fear that makes them predictable. It didn't sound like Mauer talking. It sounded like me. Had Mauer gotten a read on me? Had I allowed him enough of an idea of my vulnerabilities, that he now understood who I was and how I operated? Because it damn well sounded like he was tailoring his words to evoke that fear and excitement. To manipulate me. The soldier Jamie had been talking to exchanged murmured words with Mauer, who nodded, gesturing with his good hand. The man left, pointing to others in the clearing, beckoning. Well-oiled. Men who understood how they each operated, no questioning, no debate. Everyone had a role and they carried it out like the experts they were. It was Lillian who spoke up to Mauer. What happens next? Next? Mauer asked. With the lambs. To the lambs. I was hurt before, I didn't hear everything, and then I was busy trying to get ready to help SY and Jamie. Maybe you made an agreement and I didn't hear, but, are we your prisoners? Mauer didn't have a ready response to that. SY? Lillian asked, a little more emotional than she'd been when she had addressed Mauer. He thinks I'm going to defect, I said. That you guys will come with me, or you'll join me in defecting. We can't, Lillian said, without a heartbeat's pause. You can't. No. There was that lack of inhibition again. I glanced up at Mauer, who seemed to be studiously ignoring us, his attention apparently on other things, who was moving where, getting the attention of soldiers and giving them the go-ahead. The people who Mauer was sending to the front line now were people who had clearly already been in combat. Tired, now fully aware of the realities of fighting, their reluctance was clear, and it was a reluctance tempered only by the fact that the Duke had died before their very eyes. I want to see my parents, Lillian said. Please. Jamie said we were doing this so the Baron and the twins wouldn't hurt my parents or the other lambs. We are, I said. We did. I don't know. If the Baron lives. She clutched my hand, revealing the emotion she was keeping bottled up within, squeezing so hard her hands shook. She mouthed words, but they didn't pass through her lips. Please. Things are going to change, Mauer's words echoed in my head. I knew I could easily approach Mauer, trying to give him reasons to let us go. I could promise service and help like we'd given with the whistle, or further interference versus the enemy forces, or I could tell him that we would be best positioned to spread the word in such a way that the nobles would get the message and feel that fear he and Frey wanted them to feel. But if I asked, if I even tried, then the man would say no. He'd just had his moment of triumph. He was soaring, even as he stood in place, intense, taking in the battlefield. I knew what he wanted in this moment, to preserve the moment and hold on to it. To have that annoyance, that snarl of the young servants of the academy getting him to do something he hadn't planned? It would spoil the victory. The clearest path to freedom was one where I didn't push or didn't try. If he kept us with him, that wasn't so bad either. I put my arm around Lillian. She had no interest in watching the battle, so she wrapped her arms around me and buried her head in my shoulder, her back to the fighting. I looked over her shoulder to watch things progress. Mauer stayed busy, but there were only so many orders to give. He would talk to people, organize support for one side or the other, call for people to retreat. It almost looked as if it was working, as the academy gave ground. The fires were dying out. Less explosions, more bullets. The distant, dim shape of the primordial continued its struggle. There was no duke to constrain it or decide how much firepower was necessary to keep it down and out. I could see it carry on fighting, refusing to die or not being allowed to die, and I could see Mauer. The movements of the primordial seemed to concern the man more than the ebb and flow of the battle, the human beings who were dying and who had died as part of his ploy, spent like coin to bring about his greater strategy. He hadn't just feigned a loss to bring the duke out of hiding. He'd intentionally lost, after rallying these people to fight. And now, what? He was trying to put up an actual fight? No. To create room for him and his people to disappear, maybe. To slip out of the city with his soldiers and a sufficient number of people to spread the word. If he lacked those people, then he could at least trust the crown soldiers to do it, or he could bide his time, pick out another noble, and repeat the process. One way or another, the message would get out. Pull the weary back, send in fresh men, pummel the crown's front lines, time flank attacks with squads moving out through streets and setting up in buildings. I could only understand Mauer's moves in abstract. Gordon would have had a better sense of how Mauer was actively bullying the crown. With careful, methodical steps, Mauer seemed to be driving the crown back. It wouldn't last. The people of Lug were too few in number. The crown forces retreated and their ranks grew denser as they did so, making it harder and harder to keep pushing, morale-wise. Still, it created space. Mauer's body language was changing. He was getting ready to leave. To let this battle be the small victory and the ominous note for the future that it was. He wasn't sending his soldiers out as much as he had been, and he made a point of talking to people who had distinguished themselves, instead. They were in charge. I could feel Lillian's heartbeat against my chest. So very alive and focused with wyvern coursing through her brain, she had withdrawn entirely into a different space, here. She clung to me, inuring herself against the outside world. Lillian was still Lillian, even like this. The tone of the battle shifted imperceptibly. I noticed it almost immediately, in the rate of gunfire, the movement of distant forces. It took me almost a minute of observation to work out if it was my imagination or not. After 5 minutes, I realized that the people fighting on the front line weren't rotating out properly. Because Mauer's side is winning that decisively? Or because they're under so much pressure they can't step away? Something changed, Jamie said. The Baron, I said. I'm pretty sure. Lillian lifted her head, pulling away to look up and at the battle. Mauer's orders were getting more heated, his voice was just a touch sharper. He worked to reinforce the front. I could have gone to Mauer, offered our services, but I wasn't sure what we could do. If there was an opportunity for the lambs to strike, there was an opportunity for Mauer's gunmen to get in position and shoot. Was the Baron craven enough to simply stay out of sight? To work to rally the crown forces but not to take the glory or the credit? Or was it possible that he wasn't willing to show his face because he'd heard about the Duke, or because injuries from the explosion made him reluctant to be seen? There was another reason I didn't offer our services. I knew the lambs would go if I suggested it, but we were hurt and tired, or hurt and inexperienced, in Jamie's case. If I asked and we went, it reduced the chances that Mauer would let us go. If we swore to cooperate and threw ourselves into the thick of things once again, there was a chance the shepherd would see it as threatening, something to be wary about, another drop in a bucket that tipped the scales in favor of removing the lambs from his equation. He certainly wouldn't see it as a reason to let us go. No, our best chance of Lillian seeing her parents, of me seeing Mary and Helen and Ashton, it was if I played the part Mauer wanted me to play. Of someone on the fence, paralyzed by doubt. I'm scared, Lillian said, her voice eerie, lacking in any trace of fear at all. Yeah, I said. The tide of the battle changed. The people at the front were losing. The momentum was lost, the crown was pushing back, and this game of tug-of-war looked to be lost, one side with their feet trying to find traction and failing. Stay quiet, and Mauer would leave, and he would likely leave us here to fend for ourselves. It would be hairy, a particularly dangerous environment, more dangerous if we tried and failed to help anyone on the way. But it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. There would be time to think before we rejoined the academy. We could even stagger our approach, feel things out before we revealed ourselves, stepping through that front gate. If we knew what rumors had passed, we could concoct stories. Not easy, but doable. Doable, I thought. The word sounded hollow in my ears. I heard shrieks. Shouts, a commotion nearby. At the edge of the clearing that was Mauer's base camp, soldiers and wounded had gathered. At that perimeter, a figure was fighting her way through. Candy. Her forward progress was hampered by 3 of Mauer's men, but she was strong, and she had Drake at her back. No, scratch that. Drake was actively holding her back. Something told me that whatever unfolded next wasn't going to be so doable as what I'd had in mind. Mauer. Candy shrieked. Bring her here, Mauer called out. You. Stop fighting, let them escort you. Drake, the boy with the black scales, reached out, grabbing Candy's arm, trying to hold her back. He said something plaintive. Lillian clutched my arm. Mauer, Candy said, as she drew closer, 2 men holding onto her arms. She seemed genuinely surprised to see me and the other lambs, but she found her voice. I know the Baron. Let me talk to him. I think I might be able to end this. His sisters are dead, he knows that by now, Mauer said, voice cold. He's mad with rage and bloodlust, and he's winning. How and why would I send you in, when everything seems to suggest a full retreat is in order? Candy shook her head, and then she looked at me. She stuttered as she started to speak. I think I might have what he really wants. She'd heard. As I'd explained everything to the others before setting out to hunt the Baron, she'd heard me talk about the nobles and their motivations. About who the Baron was. I felt an ugly pit in my stomach. Stay quiet. Let things unfold like this, and things stay doable. No, Emily, Lillian said, quiet. Emily? Right. I kept forgetting the girl's name. It was something long and overcomplicated, and she'd changed it. I could see the fear and the doubt in Emily's eyes. She was shaking. People are dying. If there's even a chance. Mauer was going to say no. It was a diversion of resources, a distraction that cost time he now needed to successfully slip out of the city. My finger touched the ring at my thumb. Conscience. I couldn't be like Mauer, and so casually spend those lives that were currently fighting at the front, just to get the optimal results. Lives were more than that. There's a chance, I said. What Emily wants to do, there's a chance it works. I felt Lillian's hands drop away from my arm. That pit in my stomach yawned wider. So strange, that acting in accordance with my conscience would create this divide between me and the member of our group who cared most about people. Emily spoke, so fast she stumbled over her words. You said Sylvester said that the Baron, what he wants is power and control. He's not a powerful noble, he's too far out of line for the throne. He won't achieve power in any reasonable span of time. I can give him that time, it's in my blood. If I offer that, and ask him to back down, to leave Lug alone, maybe. He's not that sort of man, Mauer said. He'd capture you and take your blood, and he'd do nothing different. I know the formula. I studied the science they injected me with. I know things that they wouldn't be able to pull from my blood. So long as... Torture, Mauer said. He would torture you for whatever you have in your head. She paused, hesitating. I could see Lillian visibly relax at that hesitation. Glad that Mauer was successfully arguing against Emily's plan. I've experienced torture, being made the way I am, Emily said, her voice low. If he kills everyone here and then tries to torture me for what I know, I won't give him what he wants. Even if I believed you, Mauer said, I just killed one noble. Why would I want this one alive? Because, I said, pausing. Lillian's expression didn't change. She was still that focused, intense Lillian. But I could see the unfathomable sense of betrayal in her eyes. She so wanted Emily to live, she had justified much of this as being for Emily, in part, and now I was working against her. I tore my eyes off her, and looked at Mauer. Because he will do more damage to the nobles alive than dead. You know it. He's a loose cannon, a mad element, more prone to backstabbing than anything else, and he's mad. It'll be a madness without direction, at least for the next short while. With the Duke removed, he's the local power. What he does in the meantime will shape how people react to any of those nobles you say are going to turn up in months or a year. A mad king. I know you can see what you'll be able to do with the citizens of the Crown States if they're living with fear and anger directed toward that madman. You want to spare him? No, I said. He took my damn eye, and threatened me to never get a replacement. I want to slit his throat and piss through the wound. But for this, for what Candy is talking about, I can tell her what to say. I think there's a chance he'll pull back. To you, he's more of an asset than a danger. We may have very different estimations of the man, Mauer said. And I've actually met him, I said, getting more heated. He wants a win. Remember? The crown always wins? Give him a shot at true power, a chance to ascend a hill crowned by the Duke's corpse, he might bite. One life offered up in exchange for the hundreds here. I looked at Emily. I hadn't assuaged her fears with my description of the man. Still, her jaw was clenched, as were her fists. She was steeling herself. She would give herself over to the madman in exchange for Lugga's continued survival. Mauer turned to the soldier next to him. Sound the horns. Cessation of hostilities. We'll see if the noble listens. If he doesn't respond and give this girl a chance to talk, then we continue with things as planned. Lillian shook her head, hugging her arms to her body. Emily. Don't try to talk me out of this, please. You've lived your whole life trying to avoid being a pawn of your parents, you spent the last few years living your own life, and you've been happy, haven't you? Part of the reason all of this even happened was because of me, Emily said. Our projects, Those monsters. This war started because of him, Lillian said, pointing at Mauer. He didn't give you all of the details. He was the one who rallied everyone for this slaughter. The slaughter was inevitable, Mauer said, voice quiet and hard. Lug was marked. Sooner or later, it would have been wiped clean, as part of the crown's agenda. I decided the when and where, and gave this battle a different sort of meaning. If this girl can somehow bring about a situation where Lug still stands after all of this, that will have meaning. It's worth trying. No, Lillian said. The horn sounded on Mauer's side. Stop firing. It was a sound that went hand in hand with requests for a meeting, a truce without being a truce, so often used as a prelude to surrender. I'd read about it in books, and never dreamed of it coming to pass. No. Lillian raised her voice. She wheeled on me. "Sy, please, stop this. It's the best way forward," I said. "It's not. We can't choose to sacrifice one person because so many more are dying." "He won't listen," she said, raising her voice further. Wyvern had suppressed her fear, and now it made her demonstrate it more. She looked at me like she didn't even know me. "You're throwing her life away for a chance. We were going to help her." "I made this choice myself," Emily said, putting a hand on Lillian's shoulder. Lillian flinched and stepped back. Then, turning to Jamie, she hugged him. "Don't talk," she told him. "Please. Don't agree with Sy. Don't try to make this okay." All night, she'd been on the verge of breaking. Having Wyvern didn't make any of this easier. "Please," she said. "The Baron won't listen, he won't okay the negotiation, he..." On the other end of the battlefield, trumpets sounded their response. All across the battlefield, the sound of guns died down. People hunkered down in cover. I met Jamie's eyes. "I'm going to have to go. I'm betting he'll want to meet indoors." "You have to go?" Emily asked. "Or I do," I said, "we have to at least be visible enough to catch his attention. He must think Mauer is going to trade him us."